7 expansion project, how the city is dropping support and it could impact the $3 billion road plan.
Plus, North Carolina health officials are monitoring the Hantavirus after a deadly cruise ship outbreak. Their message to residents on why the risk of spread should not be a concern.
And rising property taxes causing headaches for homeowners in the Tar Heel State. How lawmakers want to leave it up to voters to decide if there should be a cap on the higher costs.
Queen City News starts now.
It is straight up 6 o'clock on this Wednesday, hump day. Welcome into Queen City News, everyone. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Julian Sador. Andy Satowski. She'll be out live for our hometown special. We'll join her coming up at our 9 o'clock hour. Meteorologist Ted Phaeton is also out of the mix, but we got meteorologist Brandon Lawson in town, and it's a cooler week and a pretty nice one, too. Some chance for showers, though, Brandon, today.
Yeah, so we talk about a chilly start, but then later this evening, we'll have that shower chance. So the midweek shower chance, the weather story for today. You have a cold front that's going to be moving in. Not going to be necessarily a good amount of rain for the area. Looking at more of an isolated chance for that later this evening. Cold front back to the west. You can see it's very dry along that front. So radar, dry this morning, but temperatures are in the 40s. It's a chilly start out there. Grab a lighter jacket or hoodie. You'll need it this morning for sure. Mid to even low 40s this morning. High temperatures, though, mid to upper 70s, near 80 degrees later this afternoon. A nice warm up with that scattered late evening shower chance. Tonight, we'll track showers early, and then we'll be drier late. Temperatures falling back into the 50s. Pollen forecast really staying in that medium range here. And it's getting to that point in that time of year where tree pollen is going to start to decrease more and more here as we go over the next couple of weeks. So that's some good news for pollen and allergy sufferers there. Slight shower chance and also summer heat this weekend. That's what we'll be discussing here in about a few minutes, guys.
All right, sounds good. Brandon, thank you very much. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg school budget battle is making major progress. Mecklenburg County Commissioners will be hearing their plan today.
That's right. Board members approved a set of revisions to the 2026-2027 proposal last night. District officials first presented their $2.1 billion plan last month, but board members voted it down twice.
The latest plan came just hours after North Carolina lawmakers announced a new budget framework, which includes 8% raises for teachers. That is up from the predicted 6% pay raise.
The district's top finance specialist addressed the state budget clarification before board members approved the measure.
While we're encouraged by this development, we must proceed with caution as the budget is not final and there are several things that remain under negotiation. At this time, we need to wait for additional clarification before running our final calculations. Once the state budget is finalized, we will return to the board for an approval of an amended budget.
CMS leaders say they do not anticipate making further cuts. Again, Mecklenburg County Commissioners are scheduled to hold a special meeting today to hear the CMS budget request. That session begins at noon.
Plans to add toll lanes to I-77 to ease daily bottlenecks have now hit a major bump in the road. Charlotte City Council members voted Monday night to pull back their support for the controversial plan. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us, reaction has been mixed, and what happens next is somewhat unclear.
We're removing our support until further independent analysis and changes and community outreach are done to our satisfaction.
A surprising vote Monday night on an issue that has many in the Queen City split. What should be done to address daily gridlock seen along I-77 South in Charlotte? In a narrow vote, the City Council saying they no longer support a plan to widen the road and add toll lanes.
We know that widening roads simply doesn't work. We have to move people more efficiently in the corridor, and moving people alone in their cars is the least efficient way to move people.
Many neighbors do not support the project over concerns of noise and air pollution and its potential impacts on historic black neighborhoods. Shannon Binns with Sustain Charlotte has been a leading voice opposing the plan, arguing there are better alternatives than adding more space.
Through a bus rapid transit project, or maybe in the longer term, rail.
Right now, there are a lot of uncertainties about what Monday night's vote means for the future of I-77. What we know for sure is that the plan to widen the road and add toll lanes has a very high chance of being scrapped.
We do have a traffic problem and congestion, as well as major crash rates.
Dimple Ajmira was one of 5 council members who voted not to rescind the council's support. Speaking with Queen City News on Tuesday, Ajmira didn't want to comment directly on the vote, but argued the council still needs to find a solution.
So we will have conversation about what those next steps look like. How do we find an alternative that meets communities' needs as well as addresses the underlying issue, which is the congestion and safety.
Monday's vote instructs the city's representative on a regional transportation board to rescind support for the I-77 plan. Those following the matter closely expect the plan has little chance of moving forward without Charlotte's backing. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Charlotte City Council members are considering a moratorium on new data centers in Charlotte. If passed, the moratorium would bar the City Council from approving projects or accepting new applications until a further review of the potential impact of the controversial facilities can be completed. Councilmember Dante Anderson says many current data centers are not as energy consuming as the new mega ones being built.
Charlotte Water provided us an update about a couple of data centers that are online now, and they are using the reclaimed treated water from Charlotte Water. That is the non-potable, non-drinkable water, but Charlotte Water has treated it to a certain point where it's not at risk for residents, right?
The public hearing on the moratorium is set for May 26th.
18 Americans are now in quarantine due to the deadly Hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship out in the Atlantic, and that includes 1 North Carolinian. The CDC says this strain of the virus can severely damage the lungs or, in rare cases, even lead to death. North Carolina health officials are also monitoring the outbreak, even though they say the chance of the virus spreading is incredibly low. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has their message to concerned residents here in the state.
No, it's not COVID, but some uncertainty of hantavirus might feel eerily similar to it right now. The disease is in the news after 3 people died in a deadly cruise ship outbreak in the Atlantic.
We do not believe this will be something like COVID, but we always need to apply the lessons from COVID to situations like this.
Dr. David Priest from Novant Health is an infectious diseases physician. He says it's mostly spread by rodents through their urine, droppings, or saliva. It's been more than 30 years since North Carolina has had a confirmed case of the virus.
There likely is some chance of airborne and droplet spread. We don't think that is a large risk, but we don't think it's zero either.
Priest says it could take 6 to 8 weeks before symptoms show up. But if you've been cleaning out an old garage or cabin, wear masks, gloves, and eye protection, trying to not stir up too much dust as you clean.
This is a disease that's likely been present in North America for some time, but most cases are from the western United States.
State health officials are watching the spread closely, as 1 known passenger that was aboard the ship is from North Carolina.
If they come home, they would be monitored by their respective local health department.
Officials say the person has not been tested, but that's evolving. There's no need for panic now, but continue to follow the news and let your doctor know if you develop flu-like symptoms, back and hip pain. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
6:08 your time now here on your Wednesday morning. Just tracking isolated shower chance later today from a cold front. We'll take you hour by hour on that. Here's the front that is moving in back to the west, but radar right now is dry. It's just kind of a chillier start this morning with temperatures in the 40s. But let's show you when the rain gets in here. We're dry through the morning, and then we're dry through the early afternoon. Now, we get a few isolated showers up in the mountains and foothills around dinner today, and then we start seeing more scattered showers around 8 o'clock this evening along the I-40 corridor. Notice what happens as this moisture makes it to Charlotte. It breaks up quite a bit. There's not much moisture left with it. And honestly, I think there's going to be many areas in and around the Charlotte area that don't see a drop of rain at all later this evening and overnight tonight. Not a very potent cold front and doesn't have a lot of moisture with it. The big story this morning is just it's chilly. 46 degrees in Charlotte. I've got 40 in Salisbury and 40 in Albemarle. We're flirting with the upper 30s in Rowan and Stanley County this morning. 46 in Hickory, 48 in Boone. Now today's high temperatures will be in the upper 70s, low 80s. I've got near 70 in the mountains. And I want to point out, although we got some rain for this evening, I think Charlotte FC will be okay. Temperatures dropping through the 60s through the evening with maybe some spotty showers after the game wraps up. Coming up in just a bit, we're talking about a very hot weekend ahead. We'll detail how hot it'll get in just a little bit, guys.
Oh, man, Brandon, I don't know that I want to hear that one. I'll take the next couple of days, though. That sounds good to me. You know what else sounds good? This really nice-looking traffic shot, courtesy of NCDOT, looking right at the heart of Uptown. Man, what a beautiful skyline. This is the I-85-77 interchange. That is 77 on top, and that is 85 traffic merging onto I-77. And it's looking good so far. Volume is really light. A couple of incidents scattered around the Queen City, but none of these causing major delays. Rush hour doesn't technically start for about another hour. Let's take you out to 85, way out west in Gaston County. A little blurry this morning. That's kind of what it looks like when you wake up, right? A little blurry, can't see clearly. Got school buses and tractor trailers and everyone working their way in from Gaston County to Mecklenburg County. Let's take you to the other side of 85 up near University City, Mallard Creek. This is University Point. All, let's see, 10 lanes across. Looking good in both directions. Here's I-77 at LaSalle. This is just north of Uptown in both directions. Toll lanes, everything looking good. Down at the South Carolina state line near Carowinds. Both stretches of I-77 moving well. On the east side, here's inbound Independence. A really nice looking start to the morning. Nice cool start. If you're headed to the airport, always check with your airlines before you go. But as far as getting there, I can tell you it's all in the green, under half an hour, whether you're in Uptown, Rock Hill, or coming down from Cornelius. Just don't be distracted on this Wednesday hump day morning. We'll give you another snapshot of your traffic coming up at 6:30. Julian?
All right, Jason, thank you. A California mayor forced to resign and an investigation underway after it was found that she was secretly an agent for the Chinese government. The latest on what the FBI found coming up. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
It is 6:13. Welcome back, everyone. A Southern California mayor is now facing up to 10 years in prison after being accused of being a secret Chinese agent. Former Arcadia mayor Eileen Wang has now resigned. Arcadia is located just north of Los Angeles. Wang admits to working to advance China propaganda, along with her fiancé, who worked for her campaign. Wang was elected back in 2022. Her plea agreement has her now admitting to working to advance pro-People's Republic of China propaganda. Chinese officials reportedly contacted Wang through encrypted online messages, pushing her to publish articles claiming there was no forced labor or genocide in China. Prosecutors say Wang coordinated propaganda articles with a high-level member of Chinese intelligence who had a direct line to President Xi Jinping. While these charges are severe enough to have Wang step down as the mayor, it doesn't mean that she'll face major federal charges.
It may not rise to the level of espionage, such as somebody spying on behalf of the government, but it is a sense of betrayal, where somebody is in a position of political power in the United States. They have a lot of influence, a lot of reach, and instead of working on behalf of the United States and the local constituents, they're working on behalf of the Chinese government.
FBI Director Kash Patel commented on the issue on X, and he said in part, quote, Mayor Wang admitted to acting as a foreign agent from at least 2020 through 2022, promoting PRC propaganda in the U.S. and acting at PRC's direction to promote their interests. FBI and our federal partners continue to move aggressively to root out this kind of influence in American institutions all over the country.
Well, South Carolina Republicans are falling short of the president's order to be bold and courageous in their efforts to get rid of the state's lone Democratic district. Senate lawmakers failed to adopt a resolution which would have allowed them to return the state house to redraw the state's congressional map. The push came after the Supreme Court rolled back a key part of the Voting Rights Act that allowed for districts to be drawn to protect minority representation. Tennessee quickly jumped on the opportunity, wiping out the state's only black majority district. South Carolina leaders were hoping to do similar by redrawing districts to flip the seat currently held by Democrat Jim Clyburn to Republican. Governor Henry McMaster has resisted calls for a special session, which is now the only way redistricting can happen this year in time for midterms. Many Republicans say they believe the measure goes too far, raising concerns the redrawn maps could actually backfire on them. Other bipartisan concerns raised include logistics, with questions on how overseas ballots already returned will be processed. In Virginia, Democrats' efforts to redistrict will now need to clear the Supreme Court. The state's attorney general filed an emergency appeal to allow Virginia to use a voter-approved redistricting plan. That came after the state Supreme Court decided in a surprise 4-3 decision to invalidate the ballot measure.
This is all about the right to vote. It's all about protecting people's fundamental and democratic ability to go and make their voices heard, to speak for their communities. And that's what Virginia did.
The state Supreme Court has yet to reply to their request. Now, the High Court already ruled on a similar case out of Alabama where a Republican-favored map got voter approval ahead of the midterms. The court overturned lower court rulings blocking the GOP map, which has been criticized for only containing one black majority district.
Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Marty Makary is now resigning from his position. Makary is stepping down after leading the agency for a little over a year. The surgeon and health researcher faced criticism from health industry officials, anti-abortion activists, and other Trump allies. His exit marks the fourth high-profile departure in President Trump's second administration. So far, the former Attorney General, head of DHS, and Labor Secretary have left their posts. NASA's Artemis II astronauts are receiving honors from Congress for their mission around the moon. As Maddie Beer Temple reports, their Capitol Hill visit is also aimed at continuing lawmaker support for space exploration.
It's not often you get to say, welcome back to planet Earth.
Lawmakers celebrated the 4 astronauts who went farther from Earth than anyone before.
America is once again pushing the boundaries of what is possible.
Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen set a new record in space last month. They surpassed the 248,655-mile distance from Earth record set by Apollo 13 in 1970. It's part of Artemis II, the first crewed mission to the moon in more than 50 years.
There's a saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And we went together. And that record, if you think about anything, don't think about the 4 names, because we didn't go just the 4 of us together. We went together, all of us.
NASA live streamed the 10-day mission, which sets the stage for plans to put 2 astronauts on the moon in 2028. Senators on the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee say Mars is next. Doing his best John F. Kennedy impersonation, Texas Senator Ted Cruz explained why America pursues these missions.
Not because it is easy, but because it is hard.
Mission specialist Christina Cook thanked lawmakers for making their trip possible.
The people in these buildings are the people that made it possible for us to carry all of the dreams of all of humanity with us on this mission.
Senators gave each astronaut a resolution honoring their endeavors. Maddie Beertemple, News Nation, Washington.
All right, 6:19 on this Wednesday here in the middle of the week. I know earlier in the week, Brandon, we were thinking we might have a lot of rain today. It's really starting out to be a pleasant day.
Yeah, it looks like just a hit or miss shower or thunderstorm later this evening. I think most of us are going to be dry today, and beautiful look from Dallas or Tower Care there in Gaston County, showing a wonderful sunrise, and really was going to be, like you said, Jason, a pretty beautiful day today. Temperatures likely rising from the 40s into the upper 70s and low 80s today. So we're mainly dry. That's the really top of our midweek check-in headlines here. Scattered shower chance today, and then it's all about the summer heat as we head into the weekend. So only a 30% chance of rain for your Wednesday, so not much. Really, not most of us will stay dry today. And then for the weekend, we get some isolated shower chances Sunday and through early next week, but overall it looks like a mainly dry weather pattern for us for the next 7 days. Cold front moving in from the west. Not really a lot of moisture along that front, unless you get up towards the Ohio Valley and points north of there into the Great Lakes region. But radar is dry this morning. It's just chilly out there this morning. You want to grab a hoodie or light jacket before you head out in the 40s. Futurecast showing dry conditions here. Notice though, as we get to about dinner, a few isolated to scattered showers, maybe rumbles of thunder developing in the mountains. That presses towards the I-40 corridor around 8 o'clock. Again, this is very scattered stuff. And then by 10 o'clock, that's when the system gets here. But by the time it gets to Charlotte, it's breaking up quite a bit. So just something to keep in mind later today. Don't expect much rain from this, and the rain that does fall will likely fall after your Charlotte FC matchup later this evening if you're going to be heading out to that. And then we're dry through the day tomorrow, mostly sunny, cool and comfortable. Temperatures, again, 40s this morning. We're only looking at 1/100 of an inch of rain here over the next several days. So 40s this morning, chilly start, 43 in Concord, 43 in Statesville, 46 Charlotte, 40 in Salisbury. Man, upper 30s a possibility before the sun rises in Albemarle and Salisbury this morning. Upper 70s, low 80s for high temperatures later today. Near 70 in the mountains. I've got 40s in the mountains tonight with 50s tomorrow morning. So despite the cold front moving through, tomorrow morning will actually be a warmer start than this morning, but it will be a cooler finish. I've only got mid-70s tomorrow with upper 50s, low 60s for the mountains. Then by the time we get to the weekend, it's all about the heat, man. We've got a pretty strong upper level ridge of high pressure or heat dome building in for the weekend. So I've got upper 80s in store for Saturday. And then by the time we get to Sunday, we're going to be talking about temperatures in the low 90s again. We might even turn a little bit humid by the time we close out the weekend as well. We're watching Queen City News now, or tossing you, Julian?
I'll take it if you want. You could have done it, Brandon. We'll let you fly with it. Looking live at New York City, we're going to talk Wall Street futures with Jane King coming up right after the break. Welcome back. A trend, job hugging, is impacting workplaces across America, and the Pentagon puts the Iran war cost at roughly $29 billion. Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Wednesday morning to you.
Happy Wednesday to you, Julian, as well. So futures are positive this morning. That's after we took a breather yesterday, especially tech stocks. Now, the Dow did end up higher, but it's kind of touch and go most of the session. We get more inflation numbers out today. So today will be the producer inflation number, what businesses are paying for things. Well, a senior Pentagon official said the Iran war's estimated cost has risen to approximately $29 billion. Now, that's about $4 billion higher from the estimate given less than 2 weeks ago. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth repeatedly refused to tell members of Congress how much he would request on an emergency basis, or if or when even, to fund the 11-week-old conflict. Meanwhile, Iran said it has significantly expanded its definition of the Strait of Hormuz and now considers the waterway to be a much larger area than before the war. Well, there's a new term in the workplace, job hugging. It's a trend where employees stay in their current roles even if they're unhappy or stagnant, just due to fear of layoffs and economic uncertainty. And in fact, a recent study showed 75% of workers are job hugging through at least 2027, and AI is a big reason why. Julian?
Jane, I do wonder if people are job hugging, what their productivity looks like. If they're not happy at their job, or just having people here just kind of like, I don't know, going through the motions?
I know. Well, I guess you got to be somewhat productive or you might be laid off. So
there you go.
They're balancing it, balancing.
There you go. Make it a
the
tight
job
hug
hugging
there. Make sure you don't lose your job in the process. All right, Jane, thank you. We'll catch you coming up in a couple of hours. 6:27 the time. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll give you a nice shot there, Independence. Nice reflection of the sun coming up over the QC. We'll be right back after the break. President Trump heading to China to talk business with Xi Jinping, the latest on that summit.
The CMS budget is finally making progress. How school leaders came to an agreement to move the revised proposal towards approval.
Plus, relief could soon be on the way for high prices of gas, how drivers are reacting to a proposed pause of the federal gas tax. With that, welcome into our 6:30 half hour on your Wednesday morning. Thanks for being with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Annie Satowski not with us this morning. She's going to be kicking off our final hometown special later on this morning. We will join her out live from Union County a little bit later on. Ted Phaeton also off today. We got Brandon Lawson here. Brandon, you've got some pretty good news to deliver today and tomorrow.
Yeah, so I mean, really, honestly, pretty quiet weather pattern. We may have a shower chance later this evening, but just kind of chilly this morning, guys. I had walked outside and I was like, man, I might have had to wear a lighter jacket or maybe a hoodie if I was out there for a long period of time. We're tracking temperatures in the 40s. It's hard to believe we're in the 40s this morning, but then by the weekend, we're going to be tracking 90s again.
The heat comes back.
Yeah, it does. This is a nice panoramic view right now from our West Charlotte Tower camera. Sun rising really nicely here on our Wednesday morning. And I will say that sun is going to allow us to heat up about 40 degrees today compared to where we are right now, about the low to mid 40s to the upper 70s and low 80s as we head towards the afternoon. 46 right now in Charlotte, 45 in Gastonia. And look at Albemarle, 39. So we do have a 30 right now on the map, upper 30s in Stanley County at the moment. So I almost call it a cold start there this morning. 44 in Shelby, 47 in Boone. So yeah, you'll need some layers this morning, whether it's a hoodie, lighter jacket, flannel, however you stay warm. You might want to do that this morning. This afternoon, though, you won't need that extra layer. Upper 70s, low 80s for high temperatures. Even the mountains recovering from the 40s to the upper 60s and low 70s layered today. We do have a cold front back to the west. That's going to be moving in later this evening and into the early overnight hours. So radar right now staying dry. No concerns on the radar for your morning commute. Really, there won't be any concerns for most of the day today. We're dry through the afternoon. It's not until later this evening around dinner where we track a few scattered showers in the mountains, and then late this evening after sundown, scattered showers around the Charlotte Metro and points east as we go into the overnight hours. So luckily that should fall after your Charlotte FC matchup later this evening and overnight tonight. So again, we had 6 inches of rain to start the year, the driest start on record. Last week we had 2 inches of rainfall. And unfortunately, only 1/100 of an inch of rain this week. We'll talk about what that could mean for the drought, and especially as things heat up for the weekend, and talk about just how hot it could get. Coming up in just a bit, guys.
All right, Brandon, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's take a look at a beautiful start to this Wednesday hump day. I mean, it is just gorgeous out there. You just heard Brandon talk about what's in store today, tomorrow. Well, that's setting up for a nice commute. You might just need sunglasses. That might have to be the worst. Or maybe even a seat heater, depending on where you're commuting from. But traffic right now, we're looking 85 traffic merging onto I-77. I-77 is the upper interstate there, but what a great shot there of the Queen City. This is courtesy of NCDOT. A couple of incidents scattered out there, nothing causing major delays, which is really nice. We're hearing there's a disabled vehicle in one of the northbound lanes on I-77, just north of W.T. Harris Boulevard, right before you get to the 485 interchange. So just be aware of that. If you're trying to head north towards Huntersville area, you might slow down just for a little while. Closer to town, though, I-77 north and south traffic. Toll lanes included here near LaSalle. Those stretches looking nice. Let's bookend it. This is down near Carowinds, near the state line. We're looking at all the 8 lanes across. Merging, everyone doing a good job at about 50 miles an hour. It's looking pretty good. This is out in Gaston County this morning. Give it a couple seconds. This camera will wake up, but this is 85 at Cox Road near Gastonia. Always a struggle trying to get through Lowell, McAdenville, and across the river this morning. There we go. Yep, they're creeping along at about 20, 30 miles an hour. Here is 85 in the northeast part of the city near University Point, that stretch. Also looking good this morning. Look at that shot of inbound Independence. The sun coming up off those buildings. Just don't be distracted today with that cell phone. Be respectful of your neighbors out there on the road. We'll give you another update coming up at 7.
Well, at 6:34 the time, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools budget battle is making major progress. Mecklenburg County Commissioners will hear CMS's budget plan today.
Board members approved a set of revisions to the 2026-27 proposal last night. District officials first presented their $2.1 billion plan last month but board members initially voted it down.
The latest plan came just hours after North Carolina lawmakers announced a new budget framework, which includes 8% raises for teachers. That's up from the predicted 6% pay raise.
The district's top finance specialists addressed the state budget clarification before board members approved the measure.
While we're encouraged by this development, we must proceed with caution as the budget is not final, and there are several things that remain under negotiation. At this time, we need to wait for additional clarification before running our final calculations. Once the state budget is finalized, we will return to the board for an approval of an amended budget.
CMS leaders say that they do not anticipate making any further cuts. Again, Mecklenburg County commissioners are scheduled to hold a special meeting today to hear the CMS budget request. That session begins today at noon.
A new report shows inflation at its highest point in the last 3 years. Analysts say that's because of the war in Iran. Vinay Simlat looks at how President Trump hopes to get China's help in ending the conflict.
President Donald Trump is on his way to China, expected to meet with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. And the president says he wants to talk to Xi about the war in Iran. China is the largest purchaser of Iranian oil, and he says he hopes China can use its influence to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
They can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
In the middle of a ceasefire with Iran, which President Donald Trump says is on life support, the newest inflation report says Americans are feeling the effects.
Our inflation is just short term.
The Consumer Price Index says inflation climbed to 3.8%, and for the first time in 3 years, it outpaces wage gains. The climb is mostly driven by gas prices, up 28% over the last year. After the U.S. and Israel launched the operation in Iran back in February, Iranians shut off traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, an international waterway and key shipping route for the world's energy economy. But President Trump says stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon is more important.
We had a choice. Let these lunatics have a nuclear weapon. If you want to do that, then you're a stupid person.
On Capitol Hill, top Pentagon officials defended the war and its cost.
How are we going to get the strait open? Because nothing matters more to our constituents than doing something about these spiraling gas prices.
So the bad guy here is Iran, who's closing the strait through piracy effectively.
The Pentagon estimates that the war in Iran has cost the Americans $29 billion. And next year, the Pentagon is asking for an increase in its budget, asking Congress for $1.5 trillion. That would be a record. In Washington, I'm Vinay Simlat for News Nation.
President Trump says he may be able to provide relief by suspending the federal gas tax, but that is not something that he can just do with the stroke of a pen. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke with drivers about the potential savings.
Some people say they've been driving around to find the best prices on gas or stopping earlier to fill up the tank.
I just got 7 gallons a day instead of waiting until it gets, 10 or 12.
But the financial burden is real.
$50 get you 11 gallons. Blows my mind. Hey, but we gotta have it. We gotta get to work.
President Trump is now floating the idea of suspending the federal gas tax until things improve in the Middle East.
It's good that somebody is doing something.
But that could cause an issue elsewhere. Currently, the federal gas tax at 18.4 cents a gallon for gas and 24.4 cents per gallon for diesel brings in $23 to $36 billion a year, according to the Bipartisan Policy Center. The Highway Trust Fund uses the money for highway construction, road maintenance, and mass transit systems.
I dread it. I had to get some gas, now I dread it.
Congress would still need to approve the suspension of the federal gas tax, but at 18 cents a gallon, some say it's just a drop in the bucket.
Anything will help right now. 18 cents might not seem like a lot, but when you have to fill up, it'll make a big difference.
The suspension would have saved Rodney Moore $9.20 this trip. However, there is no timeline for if or when the suspension could happen.
I wish the gas prices would hurry up and drop.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Duke Energy is rescheduling a public hearing due to significant security concerns. They were supposed to hold a hearing yesterday in Durham, but rescheduled it for June 3rd. Officials did not elaborate on what the security concerns were. The utility company wants to raise rates by 18% to stay in good financial standing. It's up to the State Utilities Commission to approve or deny the rate request. That decision should happen this fall. If approved, the hike would begin in January. The company that operates the online educational platform Canvas says data stolen by hackers in a cyber attack last month has been deleted. The information of students, parents, and educators from across North Carolina, including at Charlotte and Mecklenburg schools, were involved in the breach. Company leaders say they have reached an agreement with the hacker group and they have confirmed the data was deleted.
Some North Carolinians may no longer have to get their car emissions tested. State leaders requested to end emissions testing requirements in 19 counties, including Union and Mecklenburg counties. The Environmental Protection Agency says that North Carolina's plan won't interfere with maintaining air quality standards. The EPA will accept public comments over the next month before making a final decision. 6:40 is the time right now. Still to come, the Carolina Panthers are waiting to see their schedule for next season. But one thing is for sure, it won't be easy. We take a look at where they fit into the rest of the league. You're watching Queen City News. There is Bank of America Stadium, your home of Carolina Panthers. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome back. Our award-winning Hometown series is continuing through the spring. We have plenty more stories to tell. This morning in our 9 a.m. hour, we're exploring the theme Shaped by the Land. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City. If you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online on our website, qcnews.com. Well, Charlotte FC will be forced to play without their captain tonight.
Plus, the Hurricanes are ready to begin their next sweep in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Carolina Sports Live's Joey Ellis is looking at those stories in your morning sports.
Well, the NFL offseason now with the NFL draft in the books and now just patiently awaiting training camp in the summer. There's not much to get to. However, still the highly anticipated schedule release, which we will find out Thursday evening. But in the meantime, here's the complete NFL strength of schedule listing, which actually could come into play later this season. For the Panthers, Carolina has the 10th hardest schedule in 2026. Its opponents had an average win percentage of .521 last season. The top 5 in the NFL. And the Bears getting the hardest, and then you go with the Dolphins, the Cards, the Packers, and the Chiefs right behind them. And 2 of those teams are on the schedule, both the Bears and the Packers. You get Chicago at home, and then they will travel north to Green Bay to face the Packers. So here's what you're not going to like, though. 2 of the 3 NFC South divisional opponents are in the top 5 for the easiest schedule this season. The Falcons are tied for 28th at a .465 winning percentage. The Saints are second for the bottom. They sit at .434. That leaves just Tampa Bay. The Bucs are 21st in strength of schedule at .491. The Browns do have the easiest NFL schedule, in case you were wondering. But to the pitch now. For soccer, Charlotte FC hits the pitch this evening against New York City FC, and it's going to be shorthanded with starting midfielder Ashley Westwood out of the lineup, serving a 1-match suspension due to an accumulation of yellow cards so far this season. But Westwood has played all 12 matches for the Crown so far this year, and he brings plenty of skill, but really more importantly to this younger team, plenty of experience to this club. And Dean Smith, he certainly knows it's a big loss when this team is still trying to find its footing, but also at the same time has plenty of confidence in the depth behind Westwood.
We've got lads who are waiting in the wings who are ready to play. We've got BB, we've got Luca, we've got Aaron John, who's done really well and come through legacy. What you lose is his leadership and experience, and other people have to come and stand up and lead without Ashley in the team.
Well, in the NHL, as for the Canes, the team returned to the Lenovo Center for practice on Tuesday as the prep now begins for the Eastern Conference Finals. And this marks the Canes' 3rd trip to the Conference Finals in the last 4 years. And it's a very confident bunch over there in Raleigh as the Canes are off to their best postseason start in franchise history, coming off back-to-back sweeps. And with Montreal and Buffalo still battling it out with a Game 5 now shifting to Buffalo on the other side of the bracket, the focus now for this Canes team is strictly internal as they look to shore things up before hitting the ice in the next round.
Really good balanced team, and I think that's what it takes at this time of year, and you've seen that throughout the first 2 series. So I think, again, we're focused on what we can do today and in the next few days to get better and prepare ourselves. But again, when we go back into it next round, we're going to come with everything we got and continue to push.
I love it. I mean, not satisfied, even though those guys, you'd be hard pressed to, say you got to be better. I love that they're the ones saying that, because I think, listen, we can be better at certain areas. We can score more on the power play. We can, can we be more efficient in certain areas? Yeah. And then we're going to have to be as we move on. I just love that that's how they're thinking.
All right, and after nearly a decade after the Charlotte Sting disbanded, professional women's hoops is returning to the Queen City, and we got our first look at the team on Tuesday. The Upshot League's getting ready to kick off their inaugural season, which includes the Charlotte Crown as one of their founding members. And as the growth of women's hoops continues, Upshot provides an opportunity for rising talent. And as much as this means for the sport, it means a lot for this city, who have certainly been craving pro women's basketball.
I think just giving the fans what they've kind of been craving for the past few years, another women's pro team to be able to watch and support. So we're excited to be that for the city of Charlotte.
I'm excited that we can actually start from almost ground zero. I can't say ground zero because we're building on the past, and I respect that and understand what they've done. And I'm grateful for what the prior team did for us and the city in general. And the more you win, like the Charlotte Hornets, everybody's now in this basketball craze right now. So I feel like we're going to be true benefactors.
All right, so as we said, Charlotte FC been in a bit of a little rut. 4 losses in their last 5 matches, but they'll look for some home cooking tonight with New York City FC in town. We'll have highlights from that. We'll have a report from Bank of America Stadium, and we've got a lot more to get to tonight on Carolina Sports Live at 11 o'clock.
Well, 6:48 the time as we bring back in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Look, Harp, the team, Charlotte FC, needs all the help they can
man.
get. I guess we don't have to blame weather, right?
No,
they
you
lose
can't
that
say,
excuse
"Oh,
tonight.
It was rainy or what. No,
Right.
it's going to be beautiful tonight. I think the timing of the potential rain, is that going to affect the game?
Now, it'll be after the game.
Okay.
We'll be dry for the game itself. If we get a shower, it'll be as the game's wrapping up, and it'll be very light. Not concerned about rain really for the game at all for Bank of America Stadium. As you said, Jason, it's really going to be a beautiful evening. Temperatures in the mid-70s, mostly clear skies as the sun is setting later this evening. And then 9 o'clock, we'll start seeing some clouds increase, so temperatures dropping through the 60s. But again, real rain chances don't come until after the game is wrapped up. If we see a drop of rain at all, again, this system is going to be very scarce with rain chances. Temperatures this morning, it's a chilly start out there. Hoodie, light jacket, maybe a flannel to start the morning. 46 in Charlotte. I've got 43 in Concord. Albemarle dropped into the upper 30s for about 5 seconds, and now we're back to 40 degrees in Stanley County with 43 in Lancaster. Today's highs, upper 70s, low 80s. Again, it is going to be a warmer afternoon despite the chilly start. Upper 60s, low 70s in the mountains. Here's our front back to the west. Now, again, this is what's going to be driving in and creating that isolated shower chance later this evening in and around the Charlotte area. Luckily, radar is dry this morning. Don't have to worry about any rain chances for your morning commute. Here's Futurecast. Again, clouds will be increasing in the mountains as early as this afternoon. You can see a few of those isolated shower chances moving into our mountain and foothill communities later this afternoon into the evening. And then notice 8 o'clock, there's some scattered showers back to the west. We're still dry in Charlotte around 8 o'clock, but around 10, that's when we can catch a spotty shower or two as the system breaks up a bit as it moves through Charlotte and southeast of I-85. We'll be dry by tomorrow morning under plenty of sunshine and dry conditions. I've got 1/100 of an inch of rain over the next 7 days, so that's not going to help us out with our drought much. Again, we had all the beneficial rain last week, and this week rain chances are few and far between. Sunday, next rain chance, only a 20% chance, and even then it looks very isolated. It's all about the heat as we get towards the weekend. Upper 80s, low 90s in store by Sunday and into early next week. Could be some 15 degrees above where we should be for this time of year. We'll get our new drought monitor tomorrow morning. That, again, drought monitor will include last week's midweek rain. The update we had last Thursday did not include last week's midweek rain, so we'll see what that did. I'm not expecting much of a change. Again, it's not about just getting rain 1 week. We need it on more of a consistent basis, and unfortunately, we're not getting that this week. 40s tonight in the mountains. 50s for Charlotte. Tomorrow's highs only in the mid-70s, upper 50s, low 60s for the mountains. 7-day forecast showing those 70s sticking around through late this week, and then we get towards the weekend and we heat up into the 80s and 90s. You're watching Queen City News Now. It was Iron and Most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back after this.
Peacocks have invaded a seaside town in northern Italy, leaving residents searching for a way to cope. More than 100 peacocks have flocked to Punta Marina. They travel in large numbers. It's believed the birds have been living in a colony in an abandoned airplane complex nearby for years, but multiplied rapidly during the COVID pandemic. Some residents report feeling intimidated by the birds, while others believe that they are beautiful animals and only add to their town's charm. I don't know what I would do if I saw a bunch of peacocks. I keep on thinking the other guys. I'm a peacock. Gotta let me fly.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Right?
I mean, I can't imagine just driving around. Look at that. They're all over the place.
Beating traffic. Look at that. Peacocks over there.
Yeah, I don't.
Kind of reminds me of the geese that kind of flock around some of the roads around here.
That's what happened.
exactly.
A lot of those Canadian geese.
I think they'd be cool like the first couple of days, and then it would kind of
a little bit
off.
of a nuisance.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, they're beautiful to look at. At least the colorful ones are.
Can't we get one shot though of the full you know?
Can you spread it out?
Yeah.
Like isn't it like a button that you hit and it's just pow?
They
just
fans
pop out
out
like a fan. Like where's that?
Right.
Do they get mad? Like the territorial?
I think they do.
Yeah,
yes, I think they definitely get territorial.
I don't think they really like to be around people.
You know, I will say NBC's missing a huge campaign ad campaign.
Man.
Not going to there. They should bring their cameras there yesterday.
Very true. I like with the peak.
All right. I thought you were going to take it.
I was about to. I'm still distracted and mesmerized by
peacocking, huh? You're peacocking.
They are beautiful. They are beautiful.
Look at this great looking shot. See what happens when Annie's not here to police these three guys together. Hey, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after this. $8,500 steps a day might prevent you from regaining weight after some time dieting. Researchers took a look at some data from almost 4,000 people who participated in multiple trials focused on weight loss and maintenance. People who increased their steps to that number every day during their weight loss phase and kept the steps up afterwards, there's the key, had a higher success rate. These participants lost around 9 pounds on average over an 8-month period. Polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS, is getting a new name. The common but difficult to treat hormonal disorder will now be known as polyendocrine metabolic ovarian syndrome, or PMOS. Doctors believe that the name change could lead to better patient care and said the old name was misleading and inaccurate. That's because it only mentioned one organ instead of the several that the disorder impacts. PMOS is one of the leading causes of infertility and includes weight gain, acne, hair loss, and excessive facial hair. According to the CDC, the disorder can increase a person's risk of developing type 2 diabetes and insulin resistance. 7 o'clock right now. Stay with us as we roll into our next hour of Queen City News.
We still need confirmation of the numbers, but we do feel like we've captured we're in a good place.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders finalized their budget proposal for next year. What state lawmakers' new plans for raises means for the district and its personnel.
A fiery crash involving semis closes I-85 for hours in Rowan County. What investigators are now learning about the cause and the victims.
Plus, President Trump will be in China today ahead of a face-to-face meeting with the country's president. The importance of those talks and what they could mean for the war in Iran.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Wednesday morning. Happy hump day, everyone. Welcome in to Queen City News. So glad you're watching. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Julian Sador. Andy Tatowski will catch her in about a couple of hours as she joins us live for our Hometown Wednesday.
I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson for Ted Phaeton with your pinpoint weather forecast this morning. Tracking a little chill in the air this morning, guys.
Yeah.
Temperatures in the 40s to start the day. I saw Albemarle drop into the upper 30s for like 5 seconds. They got back to 40 degrees.
Okay.
The sun's rising, so temperatures will start warming up. But man, you definitely want to lie your jacket handy before you walk out.
I walked out this morning in my dad vest, which I proudly wear this time of year, and I almost turned around though to put a jacket on.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's a little bit cooler than I had anticipated.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah, definitely a chilly start, but it'll be warm this afternoon. I mean, we're talking about temperatures near 80, so you won't need the dad vest or any other jackets or hoodies later today. We will be warming up nicely as we head through the afternoon. Looking around the crowd this morning, gorgeous start. You can see the sun reflecting pretty nicely there off of our exclusive Arlington camera, top right camera. Dallas camera on the bottom right, showing beautiful look over Gaston County right now. A lot of green up happening there. That's been kind of lowering our wildfire risk here over the last several days, and the rain from last week certainly helped with that too. So again, we've got a cold front that's going to be moving into the area shortly but surely later this evening and overnight tonight. That'll bring an isolated shower chance or two as we get into later today, but overall rain chances are going to be few and far between with that cold front back to the west. But again, it's all about the chill in the air this morning with temperatures in the 40s. Here's the cold front back to the west. You can see it, not a lot of moisture with it. It's not a very impressive system, and it's not going to bring much to the area. Radar staying dry this morning, as you saw from around the crown. Beautiful live look across the region, showing plenty of sunshine. Now, our weather story today, midweek shower chance, but honestly, I probably should have made it chilly start to the day. 48 now in Charlotte. We are starting to warm things up a bit from the low to mid 40s earlier today. 45 in Concord, 40 in Salisbury. So still got a little bit of time until we get out of these 40s, at least over the next couple of hours, but we'll be in the 50s here very shortly in Charlotte. Mid to upper 70s, if not low 80s later this afternoon. Those mostly sunny skies will turn partly cloudy later this evening and then eventually produce some scattered showers late this evening and into the early overnight hours. Temperatures tonight falling back into the mid-50s. Not going to be as chilly tonight. Clouds will kind of act as a blanket to trap in a little bit more heat later tonight. We'll be drier late with clearing skies as we get up tomorrow morning for your Thursday. Slight shower chance. We'll time out the rain for you. Coming up here in a few minutes. Plus, we'll touch on some summer heat all the way for the weekend. Details on that coming up in just a bit, Julie.
Okay, all right, Brandon, thank you.
All right, Brandon, thank you. Well, happening now, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education is holding an emergency virtual meeting. Details are limited, but the district website says the board is discussing, quote, personnel matters. The meeting is expected to be in closed session for the majority of the discussion.
And it follows heated debate surrounding the district's $2.1 billion budget proposal for the upcoming school year. That budget was finally approved by the board last night, following several revisions.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joins us live to talk about the latest version of the budget and what turned out to be another tense meeting. Good morning, Savannah.
Hey, good morning, Julian and Jason. We have been following this budgeting process every step of the way for the past 2 weeks. Board members, district officials have spent hours going over line by line of this $2.1 billion budget. And that 2 weeks finally came to an end with a unanimous vote of the board approving a revised budget. Now, the final price tag, still $2.1 billion. However, it does include some reallocations, some of the changes that board members had requested. For example, some of the online teacher positions, those will be moving to in-person teacher roles at some of the district's lower performing schools. Some of the proposed cuts of social workers, those were walked back, and the district can now account for higher raises for teachers based on what's coming from the state. North Carolina lawmakers announced just hours before yesterday's board meeting that they agreed to fund 8% teacher raises. CMS financial officials say they will have to slightly amend this budget once the state finalizes its budget. However, they don't anticipate any further cuts. Board Chair Stephanie Sneed became emotional toward the end of the nearly 4-hour meeting last night after recognizing how much effort local leaders are putting into making sure they stretch the district's budget just as far as the funds will go.
We should not be fighting over whether we fund mental health, whether we fund family engagement, whether we can move a teacher from one school to the other. The system is broken.
District officials will meet with Mecklenburg County leaders later today. They still have to ask for about $700 million from the county. That request also did not change during this revision process. They're scheduled to meet today at noon. Reporting live in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. The new state budget agreement covers more than just teacher salary. State employees will get an average 3% raise plus bonuses topping $1,700. State law enforcement members will get raises ranging between 10% for probation and parole officers to 20% for State Bureau of Investigation agents and alcohol enforcement officers. Lawmakers also plan to give money to local law enforcement.
There's also nearly $40.1 million will be included in the final budget to provide local law enforcement officers across the state with a one-time bonus of $1,750.
The budget also includes tax cuts and a pair of budget amendments going on the November ballot, one to cap the state income tax rate, the other to limit property tax increases. Lawmakers say they will finalize the plan in the next few weeks. North Carolina is still the only state in the nation operating without a budget. Lawmakers failed to reach an agreement before June 30th of last year. Since then, the state's operated under the previous 2-year spending plan and individual appropriation measures.
New overnight, Charlotte fire crews are investigating an overnight fire on the west side of the city. This happened on Tuckasegee Road, that's just north of I-85. This is near West Mecklenburg High School and the Knothole Foundation's Tuckasegee Dreamfields. Fire crews say that it took around 25 minutes to contain the flames there. Thankfully, no injuries were reported. The cause of that fire have not yet been determined. One person is dead after a crash involving a pair of 18-wheelers on I-85 near Salisbury. The crash happened around 5:45 yesterday afternoon. Look at these pictures. Investigators say one semi was parked on the road in the shoulder there when it was rear-ended by another truck, causing a fire. The second truck was carrying chemicals. The collision killed its driver. The other driver suffered minor injuries.
President Trump is set to arrive in China today with hopes he'll be able to convince the country's leaders to put pressure on Iran to end the war. China is one of Iran's largest buyers of crude oil, and it's feeling the pressure of the Strait of Hormuz being essentially closed. The president also says he'll also discuss Taiwan with Chinese President Xi Jinping as speculation rises about whether China will invade the island nation. Tariffs, artificial intelligence, and rare earth minerals used in computer chips are also on the list of topics, as well as a push to have China buy American soybeans. Let's get back over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson on your Wednesday. Brandon, as we're taking a look at radar, pretty quiet out there.
Yeah, pretty quiet this morning, so a good morning commute for you. Just might need to crank the heat up in the car a little bit to knock off some of that chill that we have in the air this morning. We will show you futurecast, though. We do have some shower chances later this evening and into the early overnight hours. So futurecast stays pretty quiet through the day today. Plenty of sunshine, dry conditions. Now, as we get into the early to mid-afternoon hours, that's when I expect a few shower chances to be creeping in to the mountains and also the Charlotte area. So again, showers are going to be few and far between today, and really for most part, most of us will likely stay dry. Now, our futurecast not showing those showers right now, but again, there are a few scattered showers that will be moving in later today around the Charlotte area. Won't interrupt Charlotte FC tonight, though. Charlotte FC is looking good later this evening, 7:30 tonight against New York City FC. Again, we're looking at temperatures in the mid-70s for that game, starting at 7:30, dropping through the 60s later this evening. So we're mostly clear, turning partly cloudy by the end of the game. But again, if we see any shower chances, it'd be towards the end, if not after the game completely. Coming up in just a bit, we'll be talking about how much rain we can see over the next 7 days, and if it's that heat this weekend is gonna change our drought situation. Coming up in just a bit, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Brandon. Let's get a look at our pinpoint traffic. Rush hour typically starts at 7. We're definitely seeing volume build around the Crown right now. You're looking right in the heart of Uptown at the connector, the I-77-85 interchange. 85's underneath. That is the traffic merging right there in the middle of the screen, merging onto I-77 at about 60 miles an hour. It's merging the way it should, a little slow, but that's typical. But a beautiful shot there, the sunrise over the Queen City skyline. Man, I love that shot. Overall, a couple of issues on the board. No major accidents. Most of these just slow ramp traffic, trying to get from one interstate onto another. So that is typical. Here's another shot from NCDOT of 77 north and southbound traffic with the toll lanes there looking good. Down near Carowinds at the South Carolina state line. Those right two lanes always struggle with everyone merging from the right-hand side. But at least it's moving this morning. Out near Gaston County, give it just a couple of seconds. This camera will kick in. This is out near Gastonia. Working its way up 85 north, trying to get through Lowell, McAdenville, eventually across the river into Mecklenburg County. There we go. They just changed the viewpoint. So that is northbound traffic coming at us right there, looking good. Up near University City, Mallard Creek, that area. Here's 85 north and south, all 10 lanes across. Here's a beautiful shot from inbound Independence, those right 3 lanes looking good. If you need to head to Charlotte Douglas this morning, here are some drive times. Do want to mention quickly, it is National Police Week. So just move over. That's also a campaign going over. If you see emergency lights, move over, get out of their way. We are so thankful for our men and women in uniform this week and every week of the year. We'll give you another update coming up around 7:30. Julian?
All right, thank you, Jason. Growing the next generation of farmers, a North Carolina organization looking to plant the seeds for success. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back after the break.
Coming up on 7:15, welcome back. The Justice Department has filed criminal charges over the 2024 fatal collapse of the Key Bridge in Maryland, claiming billions of dollars in economic losses. Those charges are being placed now against the container ship that crashed into the bridge, killing 6 construction workers and causing that Key Bridge to collapse. They claim the Singapore-based company falsified safety inspection records, then lied after the crash to cover it up. The indictment alleges a loose wire on a switchboard likely caused the ship to lose power twice. It reportedly didn't have proper backup for a restart.
The economic and human costs of this catastrophe have been borne every day by ordinary men and women, and most of all, by the families of the 6 workers who were killed.
The bridge is projected to reopen in late 2030. Before the crash, the bridge carried 12 million vehicles a year. That's 23 vehicles every minute. The indictment alleges at least $5 billion in economic losses.
FBI Director Kash Patel is actively denying several allegations against him. The comments came from Democrats during a Senate budget hearing. They questioned his leadership and behavior on the job after a report alleging he was drunk on several occasions and could not be reached by his staff. Patel has continuously denied the claims and says the FBI's record under the Trump administration speaks for itself. The FBI director also defended his trip to the Winter Olympics in Italy, where he's seen partying with the men's hockey team after they won the gold medal.
You want to pass out liquor or pop bottles in a locker room? Stick to podcasting. Leave Law and Order to people who really do care about justice and appearances.
If people want to continue the baseless, fraudulent, false personal attacks at me, that's great. Keep the target on me.
Patel doubled down, saying that he doesn't drink on the job and never has. He's also filed a lawsuit about those claims. North Carolina is projected to lose more than 1.5 million acres of farmland by the year 2040.
And this is all caused by factors ranging from financial stress to weather uncertainty. Madison Forsey reports on a program aimed at establishing the next generation of farmers and giving them a chance to succeed.
It's got to be like your passion, your hobby. It's your life. Like, it's everything.
And it's everything Allie and Gerald have ever wanted, to have a farm all their own.
We were just kind of trying to find a way to make that happen, especially being first generation with all the input costs and the infrastructure. It's almost nearly impossible to get into.
It was Calvin Covington's dream at one time too.
We have about 170 acres, but we sort of consider ourselves just being the steward of it.
This land in Stokes County has been in his family since the 1890s. It's farmed chicken, cows, tobacco, and now
I keep thinking, there's got to be more people out there who want to do it if they're given an opportunity.
That opportunity came through NC FarmLink, a program through the NC State Cooperative Extension.
Young farmers can go on that site and find opportunities to lease farmland, and then older farmers or just any landowners who have property that's not being utilized for agriculture but they'd like to lease it out, they can create profiles for their property.
That's how Gerald and Allie found Mr. Covington after a year of looking.
I'm a firm believer in agriculture because agriculture is what made this country. And it's what's made this county. And so we just want to keep it going.
And there's hope. In this part of Stokes County, it will.
Over 40% of farmers in North Carolina are over the age of 65. And so we know there's not a whole lot of young people wanting to get into farming. So there's kind of a disconnect between a lot of older farmers and very few younger farmers.
We got 100 of these ewes, and then we got about 50 of those.
Gerald and Allie now lease Mr. Covington's land. They moved into the farmhouse and have grown their sheep operation to hundreds of ewes over a few short years.
It helped us get our feet under us because when we came up here, we had the sheep. We had some panels, some feeders, but not enough to make it work. So when we leased it, Mr. Covington let us use his tractors, which was a big thing.
Setting them up to purchase a new farm of their own in Virginia.
Well, I'm nothing special. Anybody can do what we've done, I think, if you want it bad enough. There was no secret or no anything to get us here, but you just kind of gotta really want it.
Leaving an open field for another future farmer.
I mean, that's a great looking shot. All I have to say is a couple things. Wait for less than 2 hours from now.
Yes.
When we see our Annie Satowski out on an alpaca farm, I don't want to give away too much. I just want to give you a little tease. to stick around till 9 o'clock this morning. And listen, Brandon, if you are in agriculture and a farmer, whether you raise animals or crops, I mean, you are 110% reliant on the weather.
That's exactly right, especially rain. And that's something we haven't been dealing with a whole lot. If only we could get a 110% chance of rain right now. And unfortunately, only around 30% today, 20% as we head into the weekend and into early next week. So rain chances few and far between here over the next 7 days. Definitely something that farmers will not be happy about. Unfortunately, the drought that has really hindered our area is going to continue for quite some time. 100th of an inch of rain over the next 7 days. In some areas, likely not seeing a drop of measurable rain at all. Now, we did get a drink from Mother Nature last week. Start of the year, we started with about 6.18 inches of rainfall in Charlotte. Driest start on record for Charlotte for a year. Last week, we had 2.16 inches of rain, which is very beneficial, and the most rain we've seen in over 2 months. Unfortunately, this week, though, back to square one with the drier conditions. We do have a cold front moving in and approaching today. There will be likely a few showers that develop out ahead of this, but right now, we've got too much dry air over our region for any showers. We'll be dry through the morning, and really we'll be dry for most of the day today. There could be a few scattered showers around the mountains around 5, 6 o'clock today, and then later this evening, I'm thinking around 9 o'clock or so, that's when we'll see a few isolated showers around the Charlotte area and points east of Charlotte towards Wadesboro and Rockingham. We'll dry out by tomorrow morning. No issues for the morning commute. And then as you're out the door tomorrow afternoon, plenty of sun, no rain chances to haunt us. Temperatures in the 40s this morning. It's a chillier start. Have a jacket handy, maybe a hoodie, maybe a flannel. However you stay warm with temperatures in the 40s. I would do that this morning with 42 in Lincoln and 48 in Charlotte. We are at 50 in Sherall now, but still kind of feeling that chill in the air down in Chesterfield County, South Carolina. High temperatures, upper 70s, low 80s. I've got upper 60s, low 70s for our friends in the mountains with temperatures tonight dropping into the 50s for Charlotte and points around Charlotte like Shelby, Gastonia. And then as you're in the mountains tonight, 40. So again, chilly start tomorrow morning for the mountains. Not as cool for Charlotte because we'll have more clouds tonight, kind of acting to block in some of that heat. We're in the mid 70s tomorrow for highs, 60 in the mountains. Again, Futurecast going to be showing conditions heating up for much of the eastern U.S. and it's going to stay hot as we go into next week. Now, that's some good news if you're going to be heading to Denver Motor Speedway for All-Star Weekend for the NASCAR race. 70s on Friday for the trucks, and then we'll be in the 80s for the O'Reilly Series on Saturday and for the Cup Series All-Star race on Sunday. We're looking hot here locally, temperatures in the 80s by Saturday, and then we're in the low 90s by Sunday. We're finishing out this work week on a cooler note, though, in the 70s. You're watching Queen City News Now. It's the most local news in Charlotte, and we'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, 7:25 the time as we take you up to New York City. Stock futures mixed right now as we wait another inflation report. Now, markets ended a little mixed yesterday as well, so we take a look at Tuesday's closing numbers. Dow Jones up slightly, but the NASDAQ down almost 3/4 of a point. The S&P down slightly. We'll talk with Jane King. She'll join us live from the New York Stock Exchange coming up at 8:25.
Well, Gin and Juice has become much more than just a song for Dr. Dre and Snoop D-O-double-G. The latest collab between the newly minted billionaire producer and the rapper TV personality is a new line of hard iced tea and lemonade, canned cocktails. The non-carbonated drinks come in 8 packs of 4 flavors. It's the latest expansion of the duo's spirits line that includes Still Gin by Dre and Snoop. And, of course, those new cocktails are available in store nationwide. Someone's got their mind on their money.
Yeah, and their money on their mind.
I'm just
look at that little reference by heart. I feel like everybody has these now, and it takes me back. Do you remember when Mike's Hard Lemonade hit the scene? Everybody's like,
yeah,
oh my God.
That was kind of the first thing.
And then there was like Twisted Tea, and now everybody has some. There's like almost too many. Is the market too saturated? Like
it might be. My wife and I went to grab a quick bite last night, just salad and an adult beverage. There was a few couples around us that were up at the bar, and both sets were asking for basically spiked, like a
spiked lemonade, spiked iced tea.
And so the bartender was saying, well, we have this and we have this, and both couples rejected, going, no, but do you have this? And I'm thinking, how many options are there?
You got Truly, White Claw.
Yeah, White Claw, that's what it was, White Claw.
Surfside,
and I'm like, I can't even keep it straight. Now you got to have a menu just for all of those. Come on. Whatever. What happened? I will admit, by the way, to those that are 50 and older, in my genre, I did Google the lyrics.
No, you didn't.
I have to admit
No, you
it.
didn't.
I feel bad. I don't want anyone to think that I knew money on my mind and mind on my money.
You still get the cred, Hart. You still got it.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take it, even for just a couple hours. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
we will have conversation about what those next steps look like. How do we find an alternative?
So what is next for the I-77 expansion project? How the city dropping support could impact the $3 billion road plan.
Plus, North Carolina health officials are monitoring the Hantavirus after a deadly cruise ship outbreak. Their message to residents on why the risk of spread should not be a concern.
Rising property taxes causing headaches for homeowners in the Tar Heel state. How lawmakers want to leave it up to voters to decide if there should be a cap on the higher costs.
With that, welcome into our 7:30 half hour of Queen City News now on your Wednesday morning. Thanks for being with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you on this hump day. Anna Satowski out on a very special assignment this morning, kicking off our final hometown special of the spring. We'll join her and the rest of our hometown crew coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. In the meantime, Ted Phaeton also out. Brandon Lawson here to deliver some really nice news for the next couple days, Brandon.
Yeah, we've got great weather here over the next few days. And it's going to be chilly this morning when you step outdoors. You'll notice that chill in the air right as you walk out your front door this morning. Temperatures in the 40s out there, so definitely want to have a hoodie or a light jacket handy. A lot of Carolina blue skies, though, showing up. Gotta love it. Carolina blue skies for our exclusive Arlington camera. 7:31 your time on your Wednesday. As you're headed out the door this morning, again, grab a lighter jacket, a hoodie, just an extra layer this morning. We're at 48 degrees in Charlotte, 46 at Monroe, 45 at Wadesboro, and we are finally getting out of the upper 30s in Stanley County, 43 now in Albemarle. So bus stop forecast starting in the 40s this morning, climbing through the low to mid 50s as you get towards some of those later bus stops, maybe some of the elementary school kids. Just make sure that they are bundled up a bit as they're headed out later this morning. Now, by this afternoon, you won't need the jackets, you won't need the hoodies, you won't need the extra layers. Temperatures will be in the upper 70s, if not low 80s later today. I even think the mountains will likely cross towards the 70-degree mark later this afternoon. Now, there's a cold front back to the west. I can't rule out some rain chances for later today. Radar is dry for right now. No concerns for you if you're headed out and about. But notice futurecasts as we go through the late afternoon, evening. This is noon. We're clear. 3 o'clock, still dry. Dinner, here we go. A few scattered showers up in the mountains and foothills. Cross the I-40 corridor around 8 o'clock. Charlotte FC plays at 7:30. We're still dry at the bank at about 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock still dry. Then 10, we've got a few spotty raindrops in the forecast. Now, I will say, I won't rule out a spotty roguelite shower by the time the game's wrapping up. But I think most of the rain, if we get any at all in Charlotte, matter of fact, will fall after the game is over. I'm only expecting about 1/100 of an inch of rainfall. Again, pollen levels staying in the medium range. We're getting out of tree pollen season. Tree pollen season is gradually ending here as we get towards the mid and late portions of the month of May. Coming up in just a bit, we'll talk about if there's any more shower chances in the forecast. Plus, temperatures are heating up gradually into the weekend. Talking about 80s and low 90s. We'll let you know when we can see the hottest day of the year coming up in just a bit. Jason.
All right, Brandon, appreciate that. Thank you very much. Let's get out to our pinpoint traffic. Volume definitely picking up, which we expect with rush hour starting at 7 o'clock. But we're seeing, man, from the south part of the city, the west side coming in from Gaston County, a couple of new incidents on the board that are causing some backups. One we want to get to, haven't confirmed. We are still working on this accident right now. We're hearing that it could be a school bus. Again, we're working to confirm more information, but we know it's Windover and Marvin Road. This is in the Greer Heights area, not too far from Randolph Middle School. Again, don't know if there's any injuries or anything yet, but it's right in the middle of the intersection. Hearing that a bus may have hit an SUV, working to confirm that. So just be aware of that. A lot of people take Windover to move from Providence east and west. So just be aware of that right in the central part of the city. Overall, drive times certainly slow now, a little over half an hour coming up 85 from Gastonia, near half an hour coming down from Mooresville. About the same can be said coming up from Rock Hill. Watching slow traffic on 85. We just told you that's over half an hour as people are merging, but you're only moving at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Near Carowinds, it is slow as well. That right lane, man, those two lanes really struggling to get across the state line into the Charlotte area. Look at this, 85 traffic stopped right in the middle of the screen trying to merge onto I-77. This is courtesy of NCDOT. This morning, here's drive times from the other side of the city. We're seeing a lot of slowdowns, over half an hour coming in from Albemarle. You're going to be within the next 15, 20 minutes, you'll be closer to an hour working your way up 74 from Monroe. Just be respectful of your neighbors out there on the road. We'll give you another update coming up at 8 o'clock. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg school budget battle is making major progress. Mecklenburg County Commissioners will be hearing their plan today.
And board members approved a set of revisions to the 2026-27 proposal last night. District officials first presented their $2.1 billion plan last month, but board members voted it down twice.
The latest plan came just hours after North Carolina lawmakers announced a new budget framework, which includes 8% raises for teachers. That's up from the predicted 6% pay raise.
The district's top finance specialist addressed the state budget clarification before board members approved the measure.
While we're encouraged by this development, we must proceed with caution as the budget is not final and there are several things that remain under negotiation. At this time, we need to wait for additional clarification before running our final calculations. Once the state budget is finalized, we will return to the board for an approval of an amended budget.
CMS leaders say they do not anticipate making further cuts. Again, Mecklenburg County Commissioners are scheduled to hold a special meeting today to hear that CMS budget request. That session begins at noon.
Plans to add toll lanes to I-77 to ease daily bottlenecks have hit a major bump in the road. Charlotte City Council members voted Monday night to pull back their support for the controversial plan. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us, reaction has been mixed, and what happens next is somewhat unclear.
We're removing our support until further independent analysis and changes and community outreach are done to our satisfaction.
A surprising vote Monday night on an issue that has many in the Queen City split. What should be done to address daily gridlock seen along I-77 South in Charlotte? In a narrow vote, the City Council saying they no longer support a plan to widen the road and add toll lanes.
We know that widening roads simply doesn't work. We have to move people more efficiently in the corridor, and moving people alone in their cars is the least efficient way to move people.
Many neighbors do not support the project over concerns of noise and air pollution and its potential impacts on historic black neighborhoods. Shannon Binns with Sustain Charlotte has been a leading voice opposing the plan, arguing there are better alternatives than adding more space.
Through a bus rapid transit project, or maybe in the longer term, rail.
Right now, there are a lot of uncertainties about what Monday night's vote means for the future of I-77. What we know for sure is that the plan to widen the road and add toll lanes has a very high chance of being scrapped.
We do have a traffic problem and congestion, as well as major crash rates.
Dimple Ajmira was one of 5 council members who voted not to rescind the council's support. Speaking with Queen City News on Tuesday, Ajmira didn't want to comment directly on the vote, but argued the council still needs to find a solution.
So we will have conversation about what those next steps look like. How do we find an alternative that meets communities' needs as well as addresses the underlying issue, which is the congestion and safety.
Monday's vote instructs the city's representative on a regional transportation board to rescind support for the I-77 plan. Those following the matter closely expect the plan has little chance of moving forward without Charlotte's backing. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Charlotte City Council members are considering a moratorium on new data centers in Charlotte. If passed, a moratorium would bar the City Council from approving projects or accepting new applications until a further review of the potential impact of the controversial facilities can be completed. Councilmember Dante Anderson says many current data centers are not as energy consuming as the new mega ones being built.
Charlotte Water provided us an update about a couple of data centers that are online now, and they are using the reclaimed treated water from Charlotte Water. That is the non-potable, non-drinkable water, but Charlotte Water has treated it to a certain point where it's not at risk for residents, right?
The public hearing on the moratorium is set for May 26th.
Time is 7:39 now. 18 Americans are now in quarantine due to the deadly Hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship in the Atlantic. That includes one North Carolinian. The CDC says this strain of the virus can severely damage the lungs or, in rare cases, even lead to death. North Carolina health officials are also monitoring the outbreak, even though they say the chance of the virus spreading is low. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has their message to concerned residents in the state.
No, it's not COVID, but some uncertainty of hantavirus might feel eerily similar to it right now. The disease is in the news after 3 people died in a deadly cruise ship outbreak in the Atlantic.
We do not believe this will be something like COVID, but we always need to apply the lessons from COVID to situations like this.
Dr. David Priest from Novant Health is an infectious diseases physician. He says it's mostly spread by rodents through their urine, droppings, or saliva. It's been more than 30 years since North Carolina has had a confirmed case of the virus.
There likely is some chance of airborne and droplet spread. We don't think that is a large risk, but we don't think it's zero either.
Priest says it can take 6 to 8 weeks before symptoms show up. But if you've been cleaning out an old garage or cabin, wear masks, gloves, and eye protection, trying to not stir up too much dust as you clean.
This is a disease that's likely been present in North America for some time, but most cases are from the western United States.
State health officials are watching the spread closely, as one known passenger that was aboard the ship is from North Carolina.
If they come home, they would be monitored by their respective local health department.
Officials say the person has not been tested, but that's evolving. There's no need for panic now, but continue to follow the news and let your doctor know if you develop flu-like symptoms, back and hip pain. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Still to come this morning, honoring an old tradition that allowed women to help make history. How lighthouse keepers on the Carolina coast helped guide the revolution. You're watching Queen City News on this Wednesday. A beautiful start to the day, upper 40s. We'll be right back.
.44 the time now. Our award-winning Hometown series is continuing through the spring. We have plenty more stories to tell this morning in our 9 a.m. hour. We are exploring the theme shaped by the land. We're live in communities throughout the Queen City. If you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online on our website, qcnews.com. Again, the action starts today at 9 a.m.
For centuries, lighthouses were used to guide ships safely to shorelines and away from hazards.
Many of the oldest can be found along the coast of Virginia and North Carolina. Nick Broadway learned about the women whose job it was to light the way for others.
Long before the U.S. gained independence, the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay was the entrance to our most vital trading corridor.
And a lot of that was coming in through Norfolk because just naturally the way the bay was formed, it's incredibly deep. The water, the shipping channels are very deep here, so it was easier to ship things in and out of the Chesapeake Bay than anywhere else.
In the 1720s, plans were in the works to put a lighthouse at Cape Henry, but they couldn't get anyone to pay for it until the 1770s.
And then a little thing called the Revolutionary War happened, and they kind of put that project to the side.
After the war was won, the first act of the 9th Congress was to get this thing built already. They started building in 1771, finishing by the following year. It was so nice, they built it twice. A second lighthouse, finished in 1881. Throughout the late 1700s and on, many of the people assigned to work at lighthouses were Revolutionary War heroes.
A lot of lighthouse keepers were not in very populated areas, so the entire family was getting sent to go live at this lighthouse while the husband or the father was working the lighthouse.
It's an all-hands-on-deck operation, so their wives and daughters would be employed as lighthouse keepers. It's not just keeping the wick lit. Keepers were the first responders to shipwrecks, a physically taxing and dangerous job.
They were not only completing their job, but also had their home duties as well. It was the 1800s. So they're doing both of these things simultaneously.
Preservation Virginia is tracking the stories of 3 women who served as Cape Henry lighthouse keepers in the 19th century: Julia A.P. Harding, Mary Creekmore, and Carrie Richardson.
Their job was so unique. Being a lighthouse keeper was the first non-clerical government job that a woman could hold. And it was also one of the first jobs, at least that I know of, where they were paid equally as their male counterparts. And it would have been about 116 years before the Equal Pay Act that this was happening.
This is Carrie Richardson. Sadly, they cannot find photos of the other 2 women. So often in history, the stories of women are not as well documented as their male counterparts. Rachel Balderson says preserving their story is important, since women working in this type of job with equal pay in that time period was remarkably rare.
Your pay was based off of what job you were doing, not if you were a man or a woman, or not if you were black or white. It was a very progressive job for the time.
Some big names in the music industry are stepping up after news of rescued beagles goes viral. Oh, look at these dogs here. They were saved from medical experiments. Pop artist Debbie Gibson and Black Sabbath co-founder Terry Butler praised ongoing efforts to find a home for 1,500 beagles purchased from a dog breeder and a research facility. And now they want to do their part.
It was so profound to be able to hold each of these dogs in our arms and to be able to assure them that their new life is starting and that they were going on a grand adventure now.
More than 1,300 people have already reached out seeking to help with those adoptions. Julian adopted not too long ago. I think your new puppy needs a brother or a sister.
Absolutely not. Nope.
No, I'm just saying the two would have, while you and your wife are at work, the
way the 2-bedroom apartment is set up, I don't know if there's enough
one bedroom for each dog, Julian, is perfect.
You know what? You sold me, Jason.
You know what, Julian, I adopted a dog 5 years ago, and people were telling me the same thing. Don't do it. Do not.
Brandon,
I've got one dog, and I'm glad to have one.
Dogs need forever homes, and today's a great day to have a dog and a leash in each hand.
That's exactly right. It is a beautiful day, maybe with 1 instead of 2. But if you're going to be out and about dog walking today, it's a little bit of a chillier start. If your dog gets cold easy, you might want to put a layer on, or maybe a layer on yourself at least, a hoodie or light jacket. Clear skies through the day today, plenty of sunshine, gorgeous conditions. Later this afternoon, we may touch 80 in Charlotte. I'll call it 79 today, but I would not be shocked to see some lower 80s. 74 tomorrow. We do have a cold front moving through later this evening, so I'll drop temperatures back into the mid-70s tomorrow, upper 70s for Friday, and then it's all about the heat from here. Upper 80s, low 90s as we head through the weekend and into early next week. So it's a hot weekend, even turning humid for the latter half of the weekend into early next week. 87 on Saturday, 91 on Sunday, and then for the mountain forecast, upper 70s, low 80s in store for your weekend forecast. Temperatures starting chilly this morning, so we were talking about the heat for the weekend, but then you get outdoors this morning and you might need a hoodie or light jacket to start it off with temperatures in the 40s out there. Today's highs, though, do rebound nicely. Upper 70s, low 80s for highs. I've got upper 60s and low 70s up in the mountains. Now, rain chances are few and far between. Scattered shower chance later today, and then for the weekend, we're mainly dry, but with the humidity increasing and the heat, can't rule out some isolated pop-up storms for the afternoon starting Sunday and into early next week. Rainfall forecast, though, only 1/100 of an inch of rain expected over the next week. So after the beneficial rain last week, we're back to square one with drier conditions. We've got moisture to our north along this cold front back to the west. Radar keeping us dry this morning. Now here's Futurecast. Again, things are dry through most of the day today. Plenty of sunshine, dry conditions. But notice as we get to about dinner and thereafter, a few scattered showers in the mountains, possibly a few more scattered showers later in the evening towards Leggington, Gastonia. Very spotty, breaks up quite a bit towards Charlotte. So I think after the Charlotte FC game, that's when we could catch maybe a spotty light raindrop or two, but no reason to be alarmed. Again, we're just tracking very quiet conditions, especially as we go into Thursday afternoon. Lows tonight dropping into the 50s, 40s up in the mountains with highs in the mid-70s tomorrow and near 60 only in the mountains. So it's cooler tomorrow following the front, and then it gets hot as we head towards the weekend.
Happening right now on North Wendover Road and Marvin Road just after 7. This is an accident between Greer Heights and Cotswold right now. You can see that school bus involved. No word yet on injuries or what school the bus belongs to. As we're taking a live look there at the scene from our photojournalist Eric Johnson, we also have a live look here at our pinpoint traffic speed map where we can show you exactly where this is. Jason, I believe we also have a workaround for them if you want to show them where that is.
Yeah.
An idea we were kind of talking to where people could go if they take Wendover Road in the morning.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Julian. We're looking right now at the map where you can kind of just see what's going on. So the icon right in the middle that shows Wendover, to the east, to the right of that, just follow that road up, is Monroe Road. And then you've got Independence Boulevard just beyond that this morning. So right here, what we want to show you, see the arrow? We've got a couple of options. If you're trying to work your way around, you can go south there. We've got a couple of, here, let's go ahead and just kind of show you where that's going on. And so that will be able to, let's see, I'm going to actually go back so that we can show you. There we go. We're going to zoom back in. That road to the south is actually what's going to be able to help you kind of get to where you're going. What's going on is this accident happened right at that intersection, again, of Wendover and Marvin Road. The good news is that we've been looking on the map. That is right outside the front doors of Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police, the Providence Station. So at least you got paramedics, first responders right there with you. So, but there's some workarounds there if you want to go just south. That'll get you back onto Randolph or even further, Sharon Amity Road, or you can stay to the east on Independence or Monroe Road, that alternate. But again, we'll work to confirm any students that were on the bus or what school that may have belonged to. If that was CMS or another school district, we'll have that information coming up. But there is that accident. Again, they've got first responders, looks like that bus hit that SUV right in the middle of the intersection. So we'll have more on that throughout the morning and give you more information on air and online at qcnews.com. Stay with us. You're watching Queen City News. We appreciate that. Upper 40s right now. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning. We still have 2 more hours to go. Here's a preview of what you can expect in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. The battle over the CMS budget finally over after multiple tense discussions and a major revision. This morning we'll take a closer look at the $2.1 billion proposal for next school year that not only would put students' needs first, but also give teachers what they have been waiting for. Plus, encrypted online messages secretly pushing Chinese propaganda. A crazy Netflix-style plot twist in California as a Chinese agent turned mayor of a town near LA resigns. A story of betrayal and shock coming up. And we wrap up our hometown series this morning with our very own Queen City News anchor Andy Satowski heading out to an alpaca farm in Union County. The theme is shaped by the land, and it kicks off this morning in about an hour at 9. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Wednesday morning, everyone. Just a couple of seconds away from the 8 o'clock hour. So glad you're joining us this morning. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Julian Zador. Andy Satowski. We'll catch up with her in about an hour as she joins us live for our hometown special.
Yeah, that'll be the Rawls Spray also for Ted Fayton this morning. Tracking your pinpoint weather forecast and a chilly start to the morning with temperatures only the 40s out there, guys.
Chilly.
Yeah,
cool.
So a hoodie, a light jacket will be needed, but we'll warm up pretty quickly today. By lunch, you'll probably already be able to shed that layer out there. You won't need it. Live look around the crown, Charlotte Motor Speedway there on the bottom right, looking good. I tell you what, they're getting ready at Charlotte Motor Speedway. I've been seeing, I drive past that daily, and I get to see a lot of the Coke 600 stuff getting put up. Again, that race is only about a week away from now. A lot of traffic on Independence Boulevard. We'll get an update on traffic here coming up momentarily, but things are looking good. The sun is up, plenty of sunshine and dry conditions for your morning commute. Temperatures in the 40s and now low 50s. Again, as I was mentioning about an hour ago, temperatures are going to warm up pretty quickly today. We started around 46 in Charlotte. We're already up to 54 now this morning. 52 in Monroe, 50 in Wadesboro. We got 47 in Statesville, 48 in Boone. So chillier start will turn into more of a warmer afternoon, or should I say seasonable, right around where our average high temperature is for this time of year, 79 degrees. Mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies late, and we do have a scattered shower chance in there. That 30% chance for rain is more so during the evening and early overnight hours tonight. So tonight we'll track showers early, then it's drier late with temperatures in the mid-50s. So here's a cold front. It's back to our west. There's more moisture with this front north of us. That's where the showers and storms will be more predominant today. Now, as you get further south, there is going to be some shower chances over the Carolinas. It's just going to be a little bit few and far between compared to our friends north of us. So here's Futurecast. Again, things are staying dry through most of the day today. Late afternoon, evening, I'll see a few scattered showers across the mountains around dinner. I think the foothills get a few scattered showers soon after that, around 7, 8 o'clock. And then by 9, 10 o'clock, that's when we're tracking just a few spotty light raindrops around the Charlotte area. Not much rain at all, and it shouldn't interrupt things for Charlotte FC tonight against New York City FC. 70s, dropping through the 60s as we head through the evening. Coming up in just a bit, we'll talk about a hot weekend ahead, and well, we can see the hottest day of the year so far, Jason.
All right, Brandon, thank you very much. We want to get back to this breaking traffic news as we have been in rush hour for the last hour. What we're looking at right now, Eric Johnson, our photojournalist, is looking right here at a bus crash right at the intersection of Wendover and Marvin Road, kind of at the southeast part of the city. It's only about a block away from a CMPD Providence police station. So there's the good news, but it is the school bus has hit that SUV right there, blocking the intersection. They're trying to get traffic through. Again, no word on if any students were on board, if any were injured. And what school system it belongs to, if it's CMS or another school system. But again, that school bus crash right there. It does look like they're letting some traffic through, maybe a couple of vehicles at a time. Some are also having to turn around behind the bus that you can see there. But it does look like a little bit of traffic is being a single lane right there. As you can see on the left-hand side, let's go ahead and take a look at the map. This kind of shows you where it is. Again, Wendover at Marvin this morning. A couple of workarounds this morning we're going to pull out to just show you. To the east, you got Monroe Road, and then further to the east, you got Independence Boulevard. Wendover's the road most people take off that exit off of Independence there, but you can go south to Sharon Amity Road. Immediately south, you see that first white arrow, McElway, that road there will also get you kind of east and west over to Randolph if you need a workaround. So a little bit of a headache there. We'll continue to update you throughout the morning on the latest. Look at this. We're looking near a dozen incidents. Half of these are just slow ramp traffic trying to get on and off certain interstates around town. No other major accidents, which is good news. It is slow coming in not only from Gastonia, but down from the Lake Norman area. You're looking at almost 40 minutes there. Rock Hill is slow. We've got a quick picture this morning that's going to show you traffic trying to move out of Gaston County this morning and work its way into Mecklenburg County. Pretty much every direction slow. Down near Carowinds, South Carolina state line. 77 northbound's moving at 5 or 10 miles an hour this morning. Here's 85 traffic trying to merge onto 77 right just north of Uptown. You can see the skyline. That stretch is slow. Even coming up from Monroe and Union County. Almost an hour to work your way through Indian Trail and Matthews to get into Uptown. So we'll give you another update not only on the school bus accident, but on your traffic coming up at 8:30. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District leaders are now ready to present their proposed budget after 2 weeks of delays.
Yeah, Board of Education members and district finance managers have spent dozens of hours in tense meetings revising the superintendent's $2.1 billion spending plan.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joins us this morning with explaining what compromises education leaders came up with. Savannah, good morning.
Jason and Julian, a series of reallocations, of rehashing different things that they had worked out, as well as revising some of the budget lines that some of the board members found to be most disagreeable. That has led them now to where they are with a revised budget, and one that some board members say better reflects the priorities that they've heard about when they take more public feedback. So board members unanimously agreed to a $2.1 billion budget, same total cost as what the superintendent originally proposed. However, this has some key changes. A few virtual teaching options, or positions rather, will be moving to in-person teaching positions at some of the district's lower performing schools. Thousands of dollars will now be going towards social emotional learning strategies. 4 social worker positions which were set to be cut, those are now reinstated, and $100,000 is now going towards family engagement strategies. Teacher salary boosts, that has been a big sticking point this year. Those are going to be larger than originally thought. North Carolina lawmakers announced just hours before yesterday's board meeting they agreed to fund 8% teacher raises. CMS financial officials say they factored in for 5%, so they'll have to slightly amend this budget once the state budget is fully finalized, but they don't anticipate any more cuts. Board Vice Chair Dee Ranking says conversations throughout these 2 weeks have been, quote, snippy at times, but they ended with the budget they have confidence in.
I think we're better because of this. When you have a new team, the first thing you do is you form. Then you have a storm. We've been through this storming process. And the next step of that when you have a new team is norming. So I think we're in the process of norming, and at the end of the day, hope we'll perform. So I think we have a budget that we can all get behind and move forward.
While about 54% of CMS's budget comes from the state, a large portion also comes from the county. Now, this year, CMS is requesting a little less than 1% more than what they asked Mecklenburg County last year. That little less than 1% is about $25 million. CMS members board members will be meeting with county officials to talk about their total of $700 million request from the county, and then the county manager will present his recommended budget to commissioners come Thursday. Reporting live in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
We want to take you live to China now, where President Donald Trump has officially landed in the country for a high-stakes summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping. You're looking live there as we wait for the president to step off of Air Force One. This marks the first trip by a U.S. president to China in nearly a decade. The talks are focused on trade tensions, artificial intelligence, Taiwan, and China's role in the ongoing Iran conflict as well. Trump is also pushing for stronger economic ties and bringing several major U.S. business leaders with him. Analysts say the visit is aimed more at stabilizing the strained U.S.-China relationship than reaching a major breakthrough.
And as we await on the president to step out of Air Force One to spend the day in Beijing for those high-stake meetings with China's president.
Key items on the agenda, as we talked about, include trade, Taiwan, and the war with Iran.
News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson joining us now live with more. Rashad, good morning.
Jason, Julian, good morning to you. President Trump is entering these talks trying to balance 2 global pressures, easing economic tensions with China as well as the ongoing conflict with Iran that's now impacting Americans here at home.
I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip.
President Donald Trump says he's optimistic about this week's high-stakes summit with China's President Xi Jinping.
He's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with.
China is pushing the U.S. to roll back tariffs and ease sanctions. Looming large over the meeting will be the U.S. war with Iran, China a close ally. Before he left, the president downplayed the economic impacts of the war, even as new inflation data showed food prices jumped, linked to surging gas prices from the war.
I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
On Capitol Hill Tuesday, top Pentagon officials face tough questions about the cost of the war and whether American families are now feeling the consequences.
They call it a skirmish, a mini war, a blip, a love tap. They said this is a love tap. Trump started this war and families are paying for it every time they fill up at the tank.
And the Pentagon is estimating the cost of this war with Iran is around $29 billion. This comes as military leaders are asking Congress to approve a new massive $1.5 trillion budget for next year.
Jason, Julian.
All right, again, Rashad Hudson live in the nation's capital forest there. Rashad, thank you.
President Trump says that he might. Oh, we are looking live now. We've been waiting on the president to step off of Air Force One with the rest of his team in Beijing for this meeting with the president, Xi Jinping. You can see a celebration there, and quite the spectacle with the red carpet rolled out. We will have more on this meeting over the next couple days. That will be coming up on air and online. Speaking of President Trump, he says he might be able to provide relief by suspending the federal gas tax. But that's something that can't be done with just the stroke of his pen. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke with drivers about the potential savings.
Some people say they've been driving around to find the best prices on gas or stopping earlier to fill up the tank.
I just got 7 gallons a day instead of waiting until it gets, 10 or 12.
But the financial burden is real.
$50 get you 11 gallons. Blows my mind. Hey, but we gotta have it. We gotta get to work.
President Trump is now floating the idea of suspending the federal gas tax until things improve in the Middle East.
It's good that somebody's doing something.
But that could cause an issue elsewhere. Currently, the federal gas tax at 18.4 cents a gallon for gas and 24.4 cents per gallon for diesel brings in $23 to $36 billion a year, according to the Bipartisan Policy Center. The Highway Trust Fund uses the money for highway construction, road maintenance, and mass transit systems.
I dread it. I had to get some gas, now I dread it.
Congress would still need to approve the suspension of the federal gas tax, but at 18 cents a gallon, some say it's just a drop in the bucket.
Anything will help right now. 18 cents might not seem like a lot, but when you have to fill up, it'll make a big difference.
The suspension would have saved Rodney Moore $9.20 this trip. However, there is no timeline for if or when the suspension could happen.
I wish the gas prices would hurry up and drop.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
8:12 the time now. Duke Energy is rescheduling a public hearing due to significant security concerns. They were supposed to hold a hearing yesterday in Durham, but rescheduled it for June 3rd. Officials did not elaborate on what the security concerns were. The utility company wants to raise rates by 18% to stay in good financial standing. It's up to the State Utilities Commission to approve or deny the rate request. That decision should happen this fall. If approved, the hike would begin in January. A California mayor forced to resign and an investigation underway after it was found that she was secretly an agent for the Chinese government. The latest on what the FBI found coming up. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The time is now 8:15. A Southern California mayor is facing up to 10 years in prison after being accused of being a secret Chinese agent. Former Arcadia mayor Eileen Wang has now resigned. Arcadia is located just north of Los Angeles. Wang admits to working to advance China propaganda, along with her fiancé, who worked for her campaign. Wang was elected back in 2022. Her plea agreement has her admitting to working to advance pro-People's Republic of China propaganda. Chinese officials reportedly contacted her through encrypted online messages, pushing her to publish articles claiming there was no forced labor or genocide in China. Prosecutors say that Wang coordinated propaganda articles with a high-level member of Chinese intelligence who had a direct line to President Xi Jinping. While these charges are severe enough to have her step down as the mayor, it doesn't mean she'll face major federal charges.
It may not rise to the level of espionage, such as somebody spying on behalf of the government, but it is a sense of betrayal, where somebody is in a position of political power in the United States. They have a lot of influence, a lot of reach, and instead of working on behalf of the United States and the local constituents, they're working on behalf of the Chinese government.
FBI Director Kash Patel commented on this issue on the social media platform X. He said in part, quote, Mayor Wang admitted to acting as a foreign agent from at least 2020 through 2022, promoting PRC propaganda in the U.S. and acting at PRC's direction to promote their interests. The FBI and our federal partners continue to move aggressively to root out this kind of influence in American institutions all over the country.
South Carolina Republicans are falling short of the president's order to be bold and courageous in their efforts to get rid of the state's lone Democratic district. Senate lawmakers failed to adopt a resolution which would have allowed them to return to the State House to redraw the state's congressional map. The push came after the Supreme Court rolled back a key part of the Voting Rights Act that allowed for districts to be drawn to protect minority representation. Tennessee quickly jumped on the opportunity, wiping out the state's only black majority district. South Carolina leaders were hoping to do the same by redrawing districts to flip the seat currently held by Democrat Jim Clyburn to a Republican. Governor Henry McMaster has resisted calls for a special session, which is now the only way redistricting can happen before this year's midterms. Now, many Republicans say they believe the measure goes too far, raising concerns of redrawn maps could actually backfire on them. Other bipartisan concerns raised include logistics, with questions on how overseas ballots already returned would be processed. Now, much of this recent fighting started after redistricting in Virginia led to more proposed Democratic seats. That case has now been sent to the Supreme Court. The state's attorney general filed an emergency appeal to allow Virginia to use a voter-approved redistricting plan. The state Supreme Court decided in a surprise 4-3 decision to invalidate the ballot measure. Democratic Virginia Attorney General Jay Jones asked the court for a temporary stay to allow for the election in the midterms to continue using the new map.
This is all about the right to vote. It's all about protecting people's fundamental and democratic ability to go and make their voices heard, to speak for their communities. And that's what Virginia did.
The Supreme Court has yet to reply to that request. Now, the High Court already ruled on a similar case out of Alabama where a Republican-favored map got voter approval ahead of the midterms. The court overturned lower court rulings blocking the GOP map, which has been criticized for only containing one black majority district.
Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Marty Makary is resigning from his position. Makary is stepping down after leading the agency for a little over a year. The surgeon and health researcher faced criticism from health industry officials, anti-abortion activists, and other Trump allies. His exit now marks the fourth high-profile departure during President Trump's second administration. So far, the former Attorney General, head of DHS, and Labor Secretary have left their posts. Let's get over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson for the next 48 hours. Pretty nice, Brandon.
Yeah, very nice weather pattern here for the region. Now, we say nice weather pattern is good. We're glad to have it, but obviously we still need more rain, despite even last week's beneficial rain that we received. Cold front moving through today. That's going to kick off maybe a scattered shower or maybe a rumble of thunder late this evening, overnight tonight. Most of us will be dry for the entire day today. Radar staying dry this morning. A good morning commute for you. Only a 30% chance of of a shower today, and then it's dry really for the foreseeable future. I mean, there could be an isolated storm or two Sunday through Tuesday of next week just due to heat and humidity building in. But otherwise, we're going to be mainly dry around here for the next week or so. Start of the year, we started with 6.1 inches of rainfall, which is actually the driest start to the year we've had on record in Charlotte. Last week, we added 2 inches to that. So we're at about 8 inches or so for the year, about 8.2, 8.3 inches of rainfall. Now, we need to stack multiple weeks of beneficial rain on top of each other. And unfortunately, this week, we have not really capitalized off what Mother Nature gave us last week. Only 1/100 of an inch of rain expected over the next 7 days. That 1/100 of an inch might just be today, honestly. Here's Futurecast showing you through the afternoon. A few scattered showers, maybe a rumble of thunder towards the mountains around dinner and into the early evening. And then as we get late in the evening, here comes kind of a broken line of a few isolated to scattered showers later this evening towards Charlotte. Most of us get away with no raindrops at all later this evening. And if you do see a raindrop, luckily it'll be likely after the Charlotte FC game or as the game's wrapping up. So I wouldn't even worry about bringing the poncho into that game. Mostly sunny skies through the day tomorrow, so we'll be dry by tomorrow morning. We're getting cooler tomorrow though, mid-70s, with 80s making a return by the weekend, which won't help us with our drought situation with heat and dry conditions. 40s and 50s this morning, chilly start, turning into upper 70s. And low 80s this afternoon, near 70 in the mountains. So it's a cooler ending to the week with 70s on tap, and then we'll start heating things up for the weekend with upper 80s and low 90s by Saturday and Sunday. Jason?
Brandon, thank you very much. As we go to break, I want to take you live to New York City this morning. Still a beautiful day, a little mix of clouds and sun as their day is getting started. Same can be said for futures this morning, kind of a mixed bag. The Dow's down 156, S&P, NASDAQ in the green. We will join Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange right after this break. Coming up on 8:25 this Wednesday morning, potholes cost cities millions. AI might be able to help, and more Americans are falling behind on payments. Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Wednesday morning.
Happy Wednesday to you too, Jason. And futures, at least the S&P and NASDAQ are higher. Dow's pointing lower, so we're mixed. And yesterday, tech stocks took a breather from a pretty impressive rally, but the Dow did close a bit higher. Well, student loan defaults are showing up on consumer credit reports for the first time since the pandemic. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York says roughly 1 million borrowers fell into default in the fourth quarter of last year. And then another 2.6 million borrowers did so in the first quarter of this year. It also showed a slight increase in defaults on car loans and home mortgages. And can AI help with potholes? A company called Samsara has spent the last decade giving customers cameras to mount inside millions of trucks for driver monitoring, theft prevention, helping with liability claims. Now, the company has taken all of that data and it's trained its own AI model to detect multiple different types of potholes and determine how quickly they're deteriorating and the locations of them. It can also detect graffiti, hanging power lines, and other things that can cause problems for drivers and cost cities as well. Jason?
All right, interesting technology with AI. Not surprised, Jane. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Markets open in just over an hour. Jane, thank you so much. Have a great day. You're watching Queen City News on this Wednesday. Traffic looking good on inbound and outbound Independence Boulevard. Finally made it into the 50s. A great day on tap. We'll be back.
Welcome back into Queen City News now, almost 8:30 here on your Wednesday morning. Thanks for being with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Anna Satowski, she's got her farm boots on.
Yes, she
We're
does.
going to join her coming up here in the next half hour as we get ready to kick off our hometown special, which is from 9 to 10. I hope you stick around to watch because the weather, Brandon, for our special, it's just going to be a perfect partnership.
Looks gorgeous. I've been seeing some of our crew in some jackets this morning.
Yeah,
it's chilly.
Definitely a chilly start.
Yeah.
40s are now turning into low to mid 50s. So we're warming things up quickly. And that's thanks to our closest star, the sun, is shining bright on us here.
I've heard about that one. That's a pretty pretty popular star.
It's a pretty popular star.
It sure
it's making itself well known right now for our West Charlotte Tower Cam, relying on those Carolina blue skies to shine bright over the Queen City today. 8:30 your time as you're out the door this morning. 55 degrees right now your temperature in Charlotte. The sun again helping us warm up very quickly today. 54 Gastonia, 52 Lincoln, 54 Concord, 53 Salisbury. We're in the low 50s in the mountains as well. Here's the cold front that's to our west that will actually drive shower chances up a little bit later this evening. Now we're dry through the first part of the day today. You can see the showers north of us though up towards the Ohio Valley and into Pennsylvania and West Virginia. Radar though dry this morning. Great news for our crews out for hometown, but also great news for you as you navigate the roads on your morning commute. Here's Futurecast keeping us dry through most of the day today. Again, there's going to be a scattered shower or two around dinner and later into the evening around I-40, probably around 8 o'clock. Now, Charlotte FC's tonight at 7:30. Got a little midweek showdown with NYCFC later this evening. Should be good for the game, but right after the game, I am expecting a few spotty light raindrops to creep into the forecasts around the Charlotte Metro and points east of I-85 as we go into the early overnight hours, and then we should be dry for your morning commute tomorrow. So the morning commute tomorrow will look very similar to this morning's commute. It'll likely be a little bit warmer, though, than what we're expecting, than what we're seeing this morning. Upper 70s, low 80s for high temperatures, so if you went out the door with a hoodie, a light jacket, or a flannel this morning, you won't need it this afternoon. Just make sure you don't lose it. Maybe just put it on the back of your chair at work, or make sure the kids get it in their book bag before heading to recess later today. Tree pollen, still the story right now. Pine, oak, and cedar, medium pollen levels. But here's the deal. Pollen is actually backing off a bit. Again, we get into mid to late May around here in the Carolinas. And if you've grown up around here, you know late May, that's when we start to get out of the tree pollen phase. And we start to get into more of the grass pollen phase as we go in towards the summer months. So maybe sniffling and sneezing a little less across the area. Now, it's not rain that's helping us with the pollen levels, and also isn't really helping us out much with the drought. We'll talk about when we could see our next rain chance besides this evening, and also track some heat as we head towards the weekend. Jason?
I'm not really excited about tracking the heat, but I will track what you got going on the next couple of days, Brandon. That sounds good to me. Here's what we've been tracking as far as traffic this morning. About an hour ago, we heard that there was a school bus accident hitting an SUV right in the intersection of Wendover and Marvin Road. That's what we're looking at. The good news is we're not hearing that any students were involved, no injuries. So we'll keep working to confirm all of the information. If it is, in fact, a CMS school, again, this is North Wendover and Marvin Road, kind of the south part of the city, just west of Independence and Monroe Road. And so we're seeing one of those huge tow trucks take that school bus and be able to haul that off. We can see traffic going in front of our photographer, Eric Johnson, who's out there. So at least traffic is open, at least a portion of it. You're able to turn on both roads as we're watching this happen in real time. Man, the amount of strength that those tow trucks can lift a school bus up and move it out of the way. Again, we'll keep working to find out if there's any injuries or anything else. Let's show you on the map. This is where that is, North Wendover, at Marvin Road, right near a police station there. So that's actually pretty decent news. We do want to give you workaround if you're trying to be in that area. These white arrows this morning will actually help you. So just to the immediate south, you've got McElway Road, and that will take you west to the left over to Randolph if you need that. You also have Sharon Amity Road, which can take you east and west over to Monroe and Independence Boulevard. Let's do a quick check around the Crown. A lot of volume, but no major accidents around the Queen City. A lot of these are on some secondary roads, some fender benders at different traffic lights. So just be aware of that. Around half an hour coming down from the Lake Norman area. That's actually pretty good for this time of day. This is out near Gastonia on 85 North. Now it's up to speed about 50, 60 miles an hour, which is good news. Near Carowinds, a little slow. Those right two lanes struggling as people are merging. Speaking of merging, here's 85 merging onto I-77. Just keep your speed in check on this Wednesday morning. We will wrap up your traffic, give you drive times to the airport coming up at 9. The CMS budget battle is making major progress. Mecklenburg County Commissioners will be hearing Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools' budget plan later today. Board members approved a set of revisions to the 2026-27 proposal late last night. District officials first presented their $2.1 billion plan last month, but board members initially voted it down. The latest plan came just hours after North Carolina lawmakers announced the new budget framework, which includes 8% raises for teachers, and that's up from the predicted 6% pay raise. The district's top finance specialists addressed the state budget clarification before board members approved the measure.
While we're encouraged by this development, we must proceed with caution as the budget is not final and there are several things that remain under negotiation. At this time, we need to wait for additional clarification before running our final calculations. Once the state budget is finalized, we will return to the board for an approval of an amended budget.
CMS leaders say they do not anticipate making any further cuts. Again, Mecklenburg County commissioners are scheduled to hold a special meeting today to hear the CMS budget request. That session begins at noon.
The new state budget agreement covers more than just teacher salaries. State employees will get an average 3% raise plus bonuses topping $1,700. State law enforcement members will get raises ranging between 10% for probation and parole officers to 20% for State Bureau of Investigation agents and alcohol enforcement officers. Lawmakers also plan to give money to local law enforcement as well.
There's also nearly $40.1 million will be included in the final budget to provide local law enforcement officers across the state with a one-time bonus of $1,750.
The budget also includes tax cuts and a pair of budget amendments going on the November ballot, one to cap the state income tax rate, the other to limit property tax increases. Lawmakers say they will finalize a plan in the next few weeks. North Carolina is still the only state in the nation operating without a budget. Lawmakers failed to reach an agreement before June 30th of last year. Since then, the state's operated under the previous two-year spending plan and individual appropriation measures.
Gaston County commissioners approved their budget for the next fiscal year with a stipulation, though. They want a closer look at Gaston County schools' revenue and staffing levels. Most commissioners say that they believe the district should better manage its money before getting more funding. School officials are considering consolidation of some of their campuses and layoffs. Commissioners will set up meetings with district leaders in the next couple of weeks to determine if they need to make more cuts.
Lincoln County commissioners and Lincoln City Council members are pledging to work with each other to find budget solutions. They held a heated joint meeting yesterday arguing over the reduction in funding the city gets from the county. In April, county leaders changed their sales tax sharing formula, reducing money to the city by more than $1 million. Lincoln leaders say the timing and the funding change is forcing them to consider layoffs, including to police and fire.
I know that it's legal, and I said at the meeting, it may be legal, but it's not right. What was done to us, not with us. And I resent the heck out of that.
We wouldn't be doing our jobs to protect all the citizens of Lincoln County if we were just looking at it on a small scale. We have to weigh the options.
County officials are offering to take over some expenses, including school resource officers. Both sides expect to continue their talks and find a way to avoid layoffs.
New overnight, Charlotte fire crews are investigating an overnight fire on the west side of the city. This happened on Tuckasegee Road, just north of I-85. This is right near West Mecklenburg High School and the Knothole Foundation's Tuckasegee Dreamfields. Fire crews say that it took around 25 minutes to contain those flames. Thankfully, no injuries were reported. The cause of the fire has not yet been determined. One person is dead after a crash involving a pair of 18-wheelers on I-85. This is up near Salisbury. The crash happened around 5:45 yesterday afternoon. Investigators say one semi was parked on the shoulder of the road when it was rear-ended by another truck, causing a massive fire. A second truck was carrying chemicals. The collision killed its driver. The other driver suffered minor injuries. Leaders of Mothers Against Drunk Driving will be holding a rally this morning in Raleigh, urging lawmakers to pass a measure to close loopholes in the state DUI laws. They're pushing for the passage of House Bill 1199. It would mandate better enforcement of the law that requires convicted drunk drivers of having ignition interlock devices to prevent repeat offenses. The rally is set for 10:45 this morning.
President Trump has officially arrived in China to talk trade. Of course, the war in Iran will also be a topic of discussion. China is one of Iran's largest buyers of crude oil, and it's feeling the pressure of the Strait of Hormuz being essentially closed. The president also says he'll discuss Taiwan with Chinese President Xi Jinping as speculation rises about whether China will invade the island nation. Tariffs, artificial intelligence, and rare earth minerals used in computer chips are also on the list of topics, as well as a push to have China buy American soybeans. Now, inflation is at a 3-year high. The virtual closure of the Strait of Hormuz is trickling into other areas of consumer goods, and people are feeling the squeeze. Beyond the cost of energy, gas, and fertilizer, rising costs of goods coming out of the strait are starting to find their way into other facets of daily life. The Bureau of Labor Statistics found inflation surpassed hourly wage gains. Despite consumer spending being up, it was mostly driven by high earners. Diesel fuel price increase also drove up transportation costs, which means almost every commodity is being affected. An economics expert says grocery stores are just another example of fuel costs' impact on other consumer goods.
Trucks carry most of the products that we have. And so if diesel's going up, we're going to see transportation cost increasing as well. So I realize that most of us pay attention to the pump, what we're paying at the pump, but that's minor compared to the macroeconomic problems of higher diesel costs.
He adds even if a ceasefire was signed today, it would take months for prices to return to normal.
Honoring an old tradition that allowed women to help make history. How lighthouse keepers on the Carolina coasts helped guide the revolution. You're watching Queen City News on this Wednesday morning, so appreciative of that. Mid-50s right now. We'll be back after this. For centuries, lighthouses were used to guide ships safely to shorelines and away from hazards.
Many of the oldest can be found along the coast of Virginia and North Carolina. Nick Broadway learned about the women whose job it was to light the way for others.
Long before the U.S. gained independence, the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay was the entrance to our most vital trading corridor.
And a lot of that was coming in through Norfolk because just naturally the way the bay was formed, it's incredibly deep. The water, the shipping channels are very deep here, so it was easier to ship things in and out of the Chesapeake Bay than anywhere else.
In the 1720s, plans were in the works to put a lighthouse at Cape Henry, but they couldn't get anyone to pay for it until the 1770s.
And then a little thing called the Revolutionary War happened, and they kind of put that project to the side.
After the war was won, the first act of the 9th Congress was to get this thing built already. They started building in 1771, finishing by the following year. It was so nice they built it twice. A second lighthouse, finished in 1881. Throughout the late 1700s and on, many of the people assigned to work at lighthouses were Revolutionary War heroes.
A lot of lighthouse keepers were not in very populated areas, so the entire family was getting sent to go live at this lighthouse while the husband or the father was working the lighthouse.
It's an all-hands-on-deck operation, so their wives and daughters would be employed as lighthouse keepers. It's not just keeping the wick lit. Keepers were the first responders to shipwrecks, a physically taxing and dangerous job.
They were not only completing their job, but also had their home duties as well. It was the 1800s. So they're doing both of these things simultaneously. Preservation Virginia is tracking the stories of 3 women who served as Cape Henry lighthouse keepers in the 19th century: Julia A.P. Harding, Mary Creekmore, and Carrie Richardson. Their job was so unique. Being a lighthouse keeper was the first non-clerical government job that a woman could hold. And it was also one of the first jobs, at least that I know of, where they were paid equally as their male counterparts. And it would have been about 116 years before the Equal Pay Act that this was happening. This is Carrie Richardson. Sadly, they cannot find photos of the other 2 women. So often in history, the stories of women are not as well documented as their male counterparts. Rachel Balderson says preserving their story is important, since women working in this type of job with equal pay in that time period was remarkably rare. Your pay was based off of what job you were doing, not if you were a man or a woman, or not if you were black or white. It was a very progressive job for the time.
Good morning from Iron Station. I'm Annie Satowski here live at Good Karma Ranch for our last Queen City News hometown series of the spring, shaped by the land. And I have about a dozen or so of my new best friends here to tell the story of the ranch. And I'll also tell you how this piece of land, 12 acres here just near Denver, North Carolina, and right outside of Charlotte, drew the Walsh family in. We'll talk about the booming agritourism business here in North Carolina and really tell you how the land shapes that business. And I want to go out to Maureen and Taylor live in the Noda area, and you guys are in also just this little slice of heaven amidst all this industry.
Yeah, we are, Annie. I was looking behind you, and I think there's like a baby alpaca. You have the alpacas. We have the roses. The roses. And honestly, I think it's actually kind of a perfect for all of us. But yeah, so we're at the McGill Rose Garden near in Rosie's near Noda, Uptown. And this is definitely an oasis here.
Yeah, we hear the birds. We smell the roses, even the coffee at the cafe just a couple hundred yards from us. So we are in that little slice of heaven, really in the city.
Yes. And this is kind of why why we're here is because our show is shaped by the land. And you don't often realize how many places actually impact how we live our day-to-day lives.
Yeah, I mean, think about the farms across the state, across the Carolinas, the parks that we all grew up in and play in. So we're going to be kind of exploring all the little pieces of the land that really kind of shape our lives and our future.
Yes, and so it's going to be a really great show. It's our final hometown show for the spring season, so we hope that you'll stick around at 9. Brandon, I can't tell you this weather is perfect right now. This weather couldn't be prettier.
Yeah, definitely started a little chilly for you guys this morning, but things are warming up nicely here as the sun continues to shine bright over us. Definitely looking forward to that show, The Land Shaped Me, born and raised in Concord. So excited to see what you guys come up with here coming up in about 10 minutes or so. Temperatures in the 50s this morning. Again, it was the chilly 40s this morning, but we're already in the mid to upper 50s now. Temperatures warming up very quickly. We'll get into the mid to upper 70s, if not low 80s later this afternoon. So again, it's going to be a pretty seasonable day today despite the chillier start this morning. Now, if you head into Charlotte FC later this evening, should be pretty good there. Mostly clear as the game starts at 7:30. 9 o'clock, the game will be wrapping up, but temperatures will be dropping into the 60s. So if you get cool easily, maybe have an extra layer handy, but I think you'll be okay out there. And I also think the rain's going to hold off until after the game is done as well. We'll track that for you on Futurecast here momentarily. Cold front moving in from the west. Radar dry this morning. It's a dry morning commute. Plenty of sunshine. Just as Maureen mentioned, we've got perfect weather this morning. And then notice as we get towards the evening hours, dinner and thereafter. We've got a few scattered showers in the mountains and foothills. And then by about 9, 10 o'clock, again, right as Charlotte FC is wrapping up, we get a few of these spotty shower chances here and there. I'm not expecting much rain later this evening. We've got a lot of dry air in store ahead of this front. I think it's going to be hard to get the moisture built up, but we probably will see a few at least spotty raindrops here and there as we go into the late evening and early overnight hours. We're dry by tomorrow morning, and really we'll be seeing plenty of sunshine tomorrow. The only big difference is temperatures will be cooler behind the front. So it's a 30% chance of rain for your Wednesday. And then for the weekend, we're mainly dry with maybe some isolated shower and storm chances for Sunday and early next week. But over the next 7 days, only 1/100 of an inch of rainfall. Now, when you're talking about the drought, obviously that doesn't help when you don't have a lot of rain in the forecast. But it also doesn't help when we heat things up. Whenever you're heating up, you're adding more evaporation to the atmosphere. The atmosphere is able to hold more moisture, so it sucks more moisture out of the lakes, streams, and the soil and can accelerate the drought. So we're getting into the upper 80s and low 90s this weekend. We'll be turning a little bit more humid, though, towards your Sunday. Probably the first bit of humidity we felt so far this year. Mountains, 70s and low 80s this weekend. Isolated shower and storm chances up in the high country this weekend. Tonight, we're in the 40s in the mountains. I've got 50s for Charlotte tonight. A little bit cooler, or a little bit warmer, I should say, but still a cool and comfortable start tomorrow morning with a cooler afternoon, mid-70s tomorrow afternoon, near 60 in the mountains. So your mountain forecast, chillier tomorrow behind the front. We'll be in the 70s and 80s, though, as we head towards the weekend. We got 70s today, but I'm expecting 80s and low 90s for Charlotte, even turning humid by Sunday. And next week, we keep up with those low 90s. You're watching Queen City News Now. It's the most iron, the most local news in Charlotte, and we'll be right back after this.
$8,500 steps a day. Remember that number. That might prevent you from regaining weight after spending some time dieting. Researchers took a look at data from almost 4,000 people who participated in multiple trials focused on weight loss and maintenance. People who increased their steps to that number every day during their weight loss phase and then kept the steps up afterwards had a higher success rate. These participants lost around 9 pounds on average over an 8-month period.
Love the footage from 1983. United Airlines will resume service to Venezuela. It's joining American Airlines, which recently restarted its flights there. United says it's offered flights between the U.S. and Venezuela for more than 20 years before suspending service in June of 2017. United's daily service will start August 11th if it clears regulators. Flights to Caracas will leave from George Bush Intercontinental Airport in Houston.
Polycystic ovary.
Polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS, is getting a new name. The common but difficult to treat hormonal disorder will now be known as polydactyly metabolic ovarian syndrome, or PMOS. Doctors believe the name change can lead to better patient care and said the old name was misleading and inaccurate. That's because it only mentioned one organ instead of the several the disorder impacts. PMOS is one of the leading causes of infertility and includes weight gain, acne, hair loss, and excessive facial hair. According to the CDC, the disorder can also increase a person's risk of developing type 2 diabetes and insulin resistance. All right, 8:55, the time you're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
There's always been someone that has loved agriculture and loved to live off the land.
You have your own secret little places that you forage that nobody else forages.
The trouble with these is that they're so sweet, they're like candy. Once you start, you don't know when to quit.
How are y'all doing? Y'all like mangoes? We put in this work, whatever it may be now, and what does that look like for the future generation that's coming after me?
Stop the other stations, they got more food for you. It's been in our family for so long, we want to pass it on.
I just enjoy it. Nothing like it that you can understand until you get out there and take your shoes off and put your feet in the ground. And then you feel good then.
What could be any better?
This is the beautiful Catawba River. This is a place that draws so many this time of year, and you can see just how beautiful it looks from our drone, but also the water is so low. There are the banks lining the river at the moment, and we have been in the driest 6-month stretch since 1971, even with the little bit of rain that we had last week.
On May 15th, so this coming Friday, Charlotte Water is putting mandatory water restrictions in place. That means watering your lawn just 2 days a week, skipping out at the at-home car washes, and holding off on filling up your swimming pool.
This shows us just how much of our lives are shaped by the land. Good morning, I'm Maureen Wirtz.
And I'm Taylor Young. Thank you so much for joining us on our Queen City News Hometown Show. All hour, we are exploring how the land shapes our lives, our livelihoods, and our future.
So we are live here at the McGill Rose Garden at Rosie's. We're right near Uptown, and it is absolutely beautiful. We're surrounded by nature, which we love.
And anchor Annie Satowski is live with her best friends at an alpaca farm at the Iron Station, probably having the time of her life.
Absolutely. And our Tara Lane is live in Belmont near the Catawba River. Tara, you are actually seeing some of that drought that we're experiencing firsthand from where you are.
Yeah, ladies, I mean, you see this all around here, right along the banks of the Catawba and area lakes. We've been seeing those lowering water levels here for some time with those ongoing drought conditions. But you know what? And here at Kevin Lofton Park in Belmont, we just talked to a kayaker a little while ago, and he said, you know, about a week ago, those levels were real low. I mean, he ran into an old wagon wheel while he was out kayaking, and that's some of the things that people are uncovering with those low water levels here as we're in this drought situation. But since last week and after some of that beneficial rain, the water has actually come up a little bit. So there has been some improvement. However, as we look at the graphic, and you can see the falling lake levels compared to Full Pond, which is measured at 100 feet. I mean, all area lakes along the Catawba chain, Lake Norman, Lake Wiley, Mountain Island Lake, Lake Hickory, Lake James, all running about 4 to 6 feet below Full Pond. And it's because of this. And meteorologist Brandon Lawson, he's been talking about the drought too. He touched on it a little while ago. We will get the new update first thing tomorrow morning, and that will take into account some of the beneficial rain that we had last week. So we'll see if there's any little bit of improvement, but still at last check, we have that widespread extreme drought where you see all that bright red and that little footprint of exceptional drought over eastern Mecklenburg County, much of Cabarrus County, parts of Stanley and Union County, the worst drought conditions since March of 2008. And this is why, I mean, we've been tracking below normal amounts of rain since last fall, since September, running an inch below normal that month, all the way to November. So dry, close to 3 inches below normal, all the way up through April. Now, of course, here this month of May, for a nice change, we do have a little bit of surplus going here, running just a little bit above normal there. We've had over 2 inches from out of the airport in Charlotte. Typically, this part of the month, we should be tracking only about 1 1/3 inches of rain, but we still have that pretty hefty deficit on the year, about 7 3/10 inches behind. Now, we do have a cold front on the way, a little bit of shower activity marching through parts of the Midwest, heading toward the Northeast with that system. Not going to bring us much, and it's not really going to happen if we do see any rain until much later on this afternoon. By around 4 to 5 o'clock or so, we could start to see some maybe moderate to heavy showers or an isolated storm moving through the mountains and foothills first. A little bit of rain possible maybe toward the end of the Charlotte FC match or the Charlotte Knights game later on this evening, and then it's in and out pretty quick, and that is it. So you saw there, didn't look like much rain, and it's not going to add up to much. A few hundredths of an inch, and that's mainly up in the mountains and foothills. And even as we stretch it out over the next 7 days, we are looking at kind of a drier and hotter stretch developing with those above normal temperatures. Check it out. So we're at 79 today, a little bit warmer than yesterday, mid to upper 70s. Beautiful, I mean, beautiful weather for anything outside to wrap up the week. But as we get into the weekend, we're talking about upper 80s to lower 90s, and we're going to stick with that heat with more humidity. It's going to feel more like summertime too going into next week, Maureen.
It feels like summer right now, even standing here at the McGill Rose Garden. Tara, I am surrounded right now by trees. That is pretty rare here in this part of Charlotte. And yeah, it's quiet. But there are some who say the trees are talking. We're just not listening.
And I like to think that the hills are singing, the mountains are singing, and the trees are applauding.
Just exactly where Beck Hill's love lies.
There's just so much right here in this one spot that people just walk over and they take for granted.
Is a bit of a mystery.
Just blooming randomly.
There's no map.
It's in the absolute middle of nowhere.
No directions, just something that speaks to her spirit.
Favorite place, absolutely.
Go ahead, ask her where she is.
And the place that I forage is, now try to do the beep, radio edit.
All of her life, Beck has walked these woods. She's not meant for sidewalks and skyscrapers, but wander in the wild.
Holler hag. I have decided if there are feral ones, feral's been taken over, I will be the holler hag. Nobody wants to be a holler hag, so I'll be the holler hag.
These hollers belong to her family, though the land seems to belong to itself.
I want to speak for the trees. I know I like speaking for my trees.
One tree on the mountain is named Braveheart, twisted and weathered.
One, he's kind of spooky looking. But that tree has fought battles that most people don't even know about. And it's twisted him, but he still lives.
Another.
There's a worry. There's so much a worry, especially the first time I was able to come up here after Helene.
Is one that could be Beck.
Having secure roots and good wings is a wonderful thing to have. For as long as I've known her, she's been hollow. Nature is not logical.
But is aptly named Perseverance.
That tree preaches and has so much to say.
Completely hollow, and yet she blooms, lives, and perseveres.
She weathered Helene. She weathers all of the big snowstorms and the ice storms and the wind. But she still stands just as pretty, doing her job.
Every day, Beck wonders if this will be the time when the trees fall.
People not from here, you know, they plant pavement and concrete.
And the land gets quiet.
It's actually quite noisy, but it's actually very quiet at the same time. But it's nature and creation and all of her glory singing.
Thankfully, today is not that day. Hear that? The land is speaking.
Taylor, it was so beautiful up there with Beck. I think I could have spent all day with her. She was so fascinating. And where we saw was just stunning.
Yeah, and her appreciation for a tree, I think, is so inspiring. It's warped through time, through weather, but it's still beautiful.
Yes, and then the hollowness, too, when I saw it, I was like, oh, you weren't, it's completely hollow and blooming, which is just beautiful because it speaks to the resilience of trees, right? And so Charlotte's kind of had a battle with keeping our trees, right? So from 2018 to 2022, the city of Charlotte lost nearly 1,000 acres of tree canopy due to development. That's about 10 times the size of Freedom Park.
Yeah, and it's really those older trees that have the most impact on those urban environments. Other than just being pretty, here's some of the benefits that they do for us in the community. So they help cut down on energy costs during those hot summer months, anywhere between 10 to 50% because of that shade they provide. And they also are filtering the air around us from things like car exhaust and smog. And they are the homes, of course, to wildlife who don't have many places to go in a city like Charlotte.
And one thing, we are literally standing in one of the busiest parts of Charlotte. You know, we've got cats over here, there's a railroad, but even these trees kind of muffle that sound, so they do help with noise pollution.
Yeah, and it's not just the trees in the city, right? Julie and Jason, the Carolinas are known for their trees.
You are absolutely right, ladies. Here in the Carolinas, trees are a big reason for our success.
That's right. The forest products industry is the largest manufacturing sector in North Carolina, contributing an estimated $41.7 billion to the state economy each year and supporting about 141,000 jobs.
And that includes logging, sawmills, and pulp and paper production. But we are shaped by the land in other ways as well. Each year, North Carolina loses thousands of acres to development, storms like Hurricane Helene, and wildfires. The drought that we recently experienced is exacerbating those risks. And to see that impact, just shift your attention from the trees to the water.
That's right. Drought conditions have continued to be a huge problem this spring, with nearly half of the Carolinas now considered to be in severe or extreme drought. Weather experts say Charlotte has been running 15 to 17 inches below normal rainfall since August of last year, and the signs are easy to spot. A dark line along the rocky shore of Lake Wylie shows just how far water levels have dropped.
Mandatory water restrictions have now taken effect in much of the Charlotte area, and starting May 15th, Gaston County will start enforcing their new rules. And it was back in 2007 the last time water levels were this low and hit stage 3, which is mandatory emergency restrictions. Officials tell us that crews worked around the clock to bring those levels back up, enforcing violations along the way, and usually neighbors called them in.
Hate that it has to happen this way, but honestly, it's hard to get people's attention. It's a big ask for people. People don't think about it. It's such a convenience in our culture.
The utility can recycle 900,000 gallons a day and has a call center to help cut usage by 5 to 10%, but fines for not cutting back can reach $500 per violation.
All right, well, I don't think there's any violation going on out here. We want to go over to what Jason has dubbed Alpaca Annie out there at the Alpaca Farm. Annie, how's it going?
Yeah.
Guys, I like that nickname. I will accept that name. We are here at Good Karma Ranch. Good morning from Iron Station. This is a very small 12-acre operation here. They've become well known for their alpacas, their farm tours, and all of their special events. But these alpacas are so much more than farm animals. If you can see behind me, they don't really have their fluffy, full shape like you might expect. That's because they got sheared a couple weeks ago, and their fiber is actually part of a booming agro-tourism industry here in North Carolina. So we'll be talking about that coming up. And as we know, guys, and we've been talking about for weeks, animals of all kinds, from alpacas to cattle, are being impacted by our dry spell and by weather just in general. So we have the owners here of Good Karma Ranch with us. They're going to be talking about their small and mighty operation. We cannot wait to get a little bit closer to these guys. And I told them I'm going to be best friends with these alpacas by the time our show is done. We are going to head to a quick break, though. You are watching our Queen City News hometown special, Shaped by the Land.
From the top of the Blue Ridge Mountains down to South Carolina, the Catawba River has carved out its own path for more than 220 years. Look, this land, it came before us, it will outlive us, but what we do today, even the little things, could impact its future.
First generation starts it, second generation builds it, third, fourth generation cash it out.
In life, there are choices.
We have not done that.
For Gene Moore, this one was simple.
It is very special to me and my family.
Over 100 acres of fields, greenhouses, and what's growing in them.
Because the trouble with these is that they're so sweet, they're like candy.
Sprouting from soil.
Ooh, more green ones.
That's been in the Moore family since the 1700s.
I can document it back through my great-great-grandfather. I can document it with deeds through that far, but I know it goes beyond that.
That legacy didn't happen by accident. It was a choice made over and over again.
That's all it takes is one person to really try to keep it in the family.
Today, that person is Gene. Often working 7 days a week, taking a rest.
It's not a rest time, it's my slow down time.
Briefly in the winter months.
There's no day off.
But before him...
But they don't listen to me.
The decision to keep going was his father's, who at the age of 85 is still farming.
If you ever do it, you can't get it out of your blood. It's just there.
For Jerry, it wasn't the need to make a living that kept him in the fields, because that too hasn't been easy.
We have been knocked down, and the big thing is don't give up.
It was the fields themselves.
Nothing like it that you can understand until you get out there and take your shoes off and put your feet in the ground. And then you feel good then.
An appreciation.
Seriously, try that sometime.
He's learned from generations before him, inevitably passing them down to his son.
You've got to love the land, you've got to love to live off of the land in order to maintain it like that.
The father and son can't control the choices that will follow them.
I just hope they'll keep it in without letting it get developed, you know, because it's developing all around us.
But what they can leave behind.
That's how it maintains the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth generation.
Is a reason for why the land is worth choosing.
And Maureen, I will say, when two farmers tell you to take your socks and shoes off and put your feet in the soil, you do it.
You do it.
And it was extremely grounding. I highly recommend it. Everyone doing that.
It is a real thing. Yeah, putting your feet in the dirt. And yeah, you're going to listen to the experts. That would be them.
Absolutely. And Gene and Jerry are really a small part of the population that feed the entire country. It really shows how important farming and farmland is, and where they are in Union County, that's one area that's rapidly losing their farmland.
Yeah, so North Carolina is ranked second nationally for projected farm loss. By 2040, we are expected to lose 1.2 million acres of farmland.
Yeah, and in South Carolina, if current development trends continue, the state is expected to lose nearly 430,000 acres of farmland by 2040.
So what does that mean? Well, there are a couple of things. Food gets more expensive because you have to ship it in from further away, and it's also harder to come by because there's less resources.
Yeah, and pollution only gets worse, right? So, Annie, we know once that farmland is developed, it's really hard to reclaim it back.
Yeah, Taylor, absolutely. And this is actually a really good example of that here in Iron Station at Good Karma Ranch. It's 12 acres, but all around in the Denver area and even in Iron Station, there are so many developments that are trying to move in, whether that's for housing or industry, and the folks here are just really trying to hold on to a piece of that land. I digress here. I want to bring in owner of Good Karma Ranch, Mike Walsh. Thank you so much for having us this morning. Why alpacas? You guys started this in 2010.
Yeah, well, we've lived here for a lot longer than that, and all of this infrastructure was already here, and we were looking for some type of livestock we could raise, and we got introduced to alpacas, and alpacas are really convenient because they don't require a ton of space.
Okay.
We can safely raise 6 to 8 alpacas per acre. So we're not a huge place. We've got 12 acres, so we can raise a herd that's big enough that we can do well with.
Yeah. And they're part of the booming agritourism business in North Carolina. $950 million in revenue for the state. That was in 2017. That was the last data I could find. So we know that that's boomed since then. What I have in my hand here is fiber, right? And
yeah,
someone's
we call
like,
it fiber.
why alpacas? And because you shear them and you get this.
Yes.
Then what happens?
Well, we bale it up and we sell it.
Okay.
That gets cleaned, spun, turned into yarn, gloves, socks, sweaters, blankets. That the types of things. We have a farm store on the property, and we sell all alpaca items and clothing. So that's what we do with it.
It's a different lifestyle. I know you guys worked in corporate and then just decided, hey, we don't want to do that anymore. Just talk about what it means to have people come out here and just learn a little bit more about the land and kind of being disconnected from it all, but still part of the community.
Well, we started inviting visitors to the farm almost immediately. The person who kind of helped us brand this place suggested it, and it kind of took off. People started coming. They really enjoy the alpacas. They're fascinated. They like learning about them. They like feeding them. And we really enjoy watching people enjoy the alpacas. During COVID, things just exploded. We were swamped 5-6 days a week. And ever since then, it's really become the staple of our business.
Fantastic. And I know weather-wise, we're kind of going through a bit of a tough time. How has that impacted your operation?
Well, we're on a well, so the water isn't really a problem right now. And alpacas are related to camels. They're not prolific drinkers and eaters. So they are very efficient creatures. I'm not saying they don't need water, but it hasn't been an issue for us.
Well, that's good. Hopefully we get some rain, though. We need it for all the other operations.
I mean, it's good for the grass, which they eat. But,
All right. Amazing. Mike, you guys have so many events. If someone wants to come out and do yoga or they want to come do a tour, where can they sign up for that?
GoodKarmaRanch.com. You can see our schedule, our events, what times, and you can sign up and register right there on the website.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for having us out here this morning. The alpacas have kind of been staying away, but I promise they're going to be my best friends by the time we wrap up here. So thank you again for having us this morning. We're going to take a very quick break, but you're watching our Queen City News hometown show, Shaped by the Land.
Good morning and welcome back to your Queen City News hometown show, Shaped by the Land. We were just laughing during the break about how the birds are chatting here too, here at the McGill Rose Garden. But I do have a question for you. What park did you play at growing up? I bet you have an answer. Whether you can remember the name or not, I bet you have a picture in your mind.
All right.
The stories that play out inside of this diamond,
Somebody get the bat,
are often the subject of poetry, movies, and memories. So much so that once you step on the dirt, you tend to come back.
Of course I do. This is softball for everyone, but it's family.
It's a lifetime kind of love for Lou Rushing.
I play second base.
Hey, let's go.
Sandy McGee.
Hey, hard and level.
Okay.
And these other women who play softball for the Sassy Softball Sisters League every Thursday night.
There it is.
In Charlotte.
Yeah, Keisha! Run, Keisha!
The league is for women 50 and up.
I am not a power hitter.
Lou is 77.
It's definitely a sisterhood.
Sandy.
Because I love all these ladies out here, so.
60.
Way to stick together and not give up. Hey.
All too soon.
That's why it's called team and not I.
Their game is done.
I'm sad it's over.
Win or lose, you leave smiling.
You win some, you lose some, but you keep on plugging away.
Because we just lost, and look how happy I am.
Just in time for another to start. If you think about it, it's just dirt, grass.
I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Every Thursday, I'll be like, okay, what time is it? Time to go play ball.
But the love of the game means
from Thursday to Thursday. Thursday night, I look forward to Saturday, and then to Thursday.
You'll come back.
A league of their own. Those women love the game, and places like Park Road Park here in Charlotte are so good for those of us that live here in the city because they kind of become those places that we can escape to. But stay right here. Your Queen City News hometown show will continue right after the break.
If Carolina was a woman, you know, the kind everyone waves to even if they don't know her, Her eyes would shimmer green like tobacco in flower. She would have sandy field flecks on the tips of her red clay hair, and her skin would be brown as cotton stalks in November. Her breath would be sweet as a breeze in Hatteras, and she would smell like apple butter and cane bubbling in the Blue Ridge. She would sound like shape notes when she talked, and have the twang of a country auctioneer. Her mind would have thoughts as golden as skillet cornbread. She'd be spicy as Q and cool as a baptism in Fishing Creek. And just like her namesake, we would love her.
Welcome back to our Queen City News hometown show, Shaped by the Land. This is the Catawba River near Belmont, North Carolina. It snakes through so many towns on its journey to South Carolina. And no matter what is built on top of the land or around it, where we live shapes us, inspires us, and can give us hope.
Look for little bumblebees. It's a mystery how they can fly.
In the one stoplight town
There we go.
of Drexel, North Carolina,
So my apron came from just right downtown Drexel.
it's odd to see cars backed up on Main Street.
Okay, slower. Okay.
Now we have a breeze. Okay.
It's slow here.
You got it?
Some of that is due to its small town nature, but mostly it's a side effect of a loss they cannot ignore.
You realize some people can be kicked down so many times and so long, they even lose hope. All right.
Since the fall of 2025,
hello,
Mike Chandler,
how are you?
Kathy Kazort, and other volunteers have set up a weekly food giveaway
Have a blessed day.
at Drexel First Baptist Church.
Kathy and I both we love this community. We love the people in this community.
A defining site in Drexel sits a quarter of a mile away, an empty 100 acres. It's all that's left of Drexel Furniture Plant 1 since it closed in 2001.
And it left a void. You know, when you look around, you see that places that were vibrant and alive at one time, really booming, you saw parking lots with grass growing up in the parking lots, gates locked, chained.
For so many, this embodied all they lost. But after the city spent $10 million cleaning it up and put it up for sale, it's become a symbol of what never went away.
I am. I'm very hopeful. I'm very hopeful.
One of each, okay. She's got 2 families.
There's a common misunderstanding.
My little bumblebees. And I love bumblebees.
That bumblebees defy aerodynamics.
The wings are so, just so light, and they really can't carry the weight of their bodies.
They didn't see it at first, but scientists realized their wings move differently.
It's good to see you always.
They are made to fly, just not in the way we expect.
Just pull on up to that first table.
What's keeping Drexel going
How you been after your surgery?
is just as overlooked.
We believe we want to restore hope in people's hearts and their lives and to see change take place. We believe that can happen.
It's the land, the line of cars,
Yes, whoa!
Woo!
Ho!
Yay, a breeze.
a bag of groceries.
Stop the other stations, they got more food for you.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
It's hope,
Perfect, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
and it's always been there.
Taylor, whatever company comes to Drexel, they will feel that welcome. That place is so special. And what they're hoping for is not impossible.
It's not impossible because we have seen this play out before, and you actually might not know the full story. So in the early 2000s, the city of Kannapolis found itself in a very similar situation as the town of Drexel. Cannon Mills, a textile company that built the town, closed, leaving a vacant 50-acre lot in the heart of the downtown.
So the city purchased that land in 2016 and transformed it into what we know today. That's a thriving hub. You've got a ballpark, apartments, businesses. So
it's not just hope for Drexel. There is proof there that that land can shape the future of the city.
Yeah, and it's not just about preserving the land, right? It's what you do with it. Julie and Jason, we know cities and towns are making those decisions every single day.
Well, that's exactly right, Maureen and Taylor. You know, it's about taking steps today to protect tomorrow. And that's the goal of the City of Charlotte's Tree Canopy Preservation Program.
Yeah, the program works to buy and protect land across the city to help preserve Charlotte's nationally recognized tree canopy. Funding comes from fees paid by some commercial developers when trees can't be saved on site. The city then uses that money to conserve land for future generations.
So how can we talk the land in the Queen City? How can we talk about it and not mention the greenways, right? All across the Queen City and the county for that matter, there are more than 440 miles of trails for people to explore. That includes more than 85 miles of greenways, nearly 26 miles of access trails, more than 30 miles of urban trails, and over 76 miles of trails through nature preserves. Parks, you can add another 225 miles of trails with both paved paths and natural surface routes. But future projects in and around the Queen City, they're also raising concerns, including changes that could impact several greenways. Back in March, Mecklenburg County leaders said nearly a dozen parks and 4 greenways could face major impacts from the proposed I-77 South toll lane project. And just this week, the City Council voted to pull the city's approval of the public-private partnership of it.
Air quality researchers say high barriers may be needed to help shield nearby neighborhoods from pollution. Water quality experts also say streams could need to be rerouted along with changes to natural drainage systems. As many as 11 parks and 4 greenways could be impacted by the construction. Some say losing green space is too high a price to pay for less traffic, but others who spend more time sitting in traffic than sitting in parks say they're open to hearing more options.
5 miles takes me like 25 minutes to get to work in the morning, which is not ideal. Yeah, not ideal. If I could get home quicker, I might make that trade-off.
I would rather him come home 5 minutes, 10 minutes later so that the community could enjoy this park.
NCDOT officials stress the project design is not finalized and community engagement opportunities are planned for later this year. They say as developers begin bidding on the project, priority will go to proposals that reduce impacts on neighborhoods and green spaces. But again, the city pulling their approval of that project.
And this type of change is nothing new. Data from the Catawba Lands Conservancy shows that over the last 20 years, North Carolina's lost about 2.8 million acres of farmland and open space.
Yeah, Charlotte lost 300,000 acres of cropland and forest land, more than any other region in the state. That's why groups like the Catawba Land Conservancy are working to protect land, improve water and air quality, and preserve wildlife habitats, farmland, and open space. Just this month, a 150-acre property in Lincoln County was permanently protected through a partnership between them, the Foothills Conservancy of North Carolina, and the Conservation Fund. As development continues to spread from Charlotte and Lake Norman, conservation leaders say projects like this are critical to preserving the landscapes that define the region.
All right, we want to go back over to Alpaca Annie. Annie Satowski's up at Iron Station looking at just how impactful the land is to farmers and their animals. Annie, one of the white alpacas behind you, I think I want to name her Betty White.
Betty White?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that would take it. There's only one. They do name them. They have to be tagged and microchipped. There is one who is about to give birth to a baby around May 20th. Her name is Angel. We just sprinkled some alfalfa out here to kind of get them to come closer. I told you I was going to make friends with them. But I'm like, leave some food for the pregnant lady, guys. There's lots of spitting going on out here. But we're having a great time. You know that we talked to Mike, the co-owner of Good Karma Ranch here, and we were talking about how the alpacas here are raised for their fibers, which is part of the booming agrotourism in North Carolina. But as we know, traditional livestock is a big part of what drives revenue in the state. So one of the biggest sectors, it's actually between $11 billion in total sales per year. So according to the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, that is primarily driven by broiler chickens. Those are young chickens. The most recent inventory shows about nearly 985 million head of young chickens in the state. Turkey is the next largest in inventory with about 28 million here in the state. Hogs, another big primary driver of the livestock sector here for the Tar Heel State. And as of December of 2025, the state was home to just shy of 8 million hogs. And according to the USDA, the Tar Heel State is the #2 pork producer behind Iowa. The majority of those farms are in the eastern part of the state, most notably in Sampson, Duplin, and Wayne counties. So cattle, that rounds things out with the top 3 or 4, just under 700,000 head of cattle in the state. Overall, the USDA is looking for the cattle industry to start to make a rebound from multiple decades of inventory lows. So there is no denying it that that livestock is a huge driver of industry here in the state. And as we come back out here to Good Karma Ranch in Iron Station, Tara, we were just hearing from Mike, that alpacas here are related to camels, so they really do well with maintaining their own water. They don't really need too much, but they do feed off the land. And as we know, farmers are getting kind of concerned about this drought and what it'll mean for their land and their animals.
Annie, it's such a tough time of year. I mean, with this widespread extreme and in some cases exceptional drought, the rain is so crucial because this is the time of the year when we need to stockpile the rain. This is the time of the year that sets the stage for the entire agricultural year. We need to create the safety net here for upcoming hot and humid summer when we just so much count on those just hit or miss downpours and scattered storms where it's either feast or famine once we get into the heat of the summer. And you lived here long enough, you know how that is, where some days or some weeks even you can get just downpours over and over again, but some areas stay dry for weeks at a time. And of course, the rain is needed for wildfire prevention. Some of the beneficial rain we've had lately has helped with that a little bit here, and those burn bans were lifted across the Carolinas last week officially for the Tar Heel state. But still, obviously, we tell people to be extra careful if doing any sort of open burning. So May rain, we've been certainly getting a little more of it, especially last Thursday at Charlotte, picking up just over an inch. We'll get the updated drought monitor coming up first thing tomorrow morning, but still at last check, we're talking about widespread extreme and again, in some cases, exceptional drought. Much of the day today, we're staying dry. Beautiful sunshine out there right now. We do have this cold front on the way. Unfortunately, it's just not going to bring us a lot, if any, rain. For some of you, you can see on Futurecast by 5 p.m. we may start to see a few spotty showers and storms up in the mountains, but a lot of that will tend to fall apart by the time it moves into the Piedmont a little bit later on this evening by around 8 to 9 o'clock or so. Stay tuned. Queen City News Hometown continues after the break.
Good morning and welcome back to our Queen City News hometown show, Shaped by the Land.
So the land is a gift that never stops giving because you never know what you may find.
You're finding something that no one has seen before.
It's a life built on coulds.
Let's take that apart and see if there's anything in there.
And maybes.
I ain't never seen a red pipe. Nope. Fisher Labs. Only one that makes them. I like it.
While the foundation may be a bit murky.
Nothing in that one. That happens more often than not.
Greg Fisher's dream is clear.
Always that big nugget. It's just that far away. You gotta go just a little farther to get that nugget.
Or maybe a better word is golden.
You find a little bit and you want to find a little bit more and a little bit more, and hopefully they get bigger as you find.
For as long as he can remember, Greg has been hunting for gold.
And what we do doesn't bother the wildlife.
A dream? Absolutely. But Greg's lived his life not based on what people tell him is probable, but rather what he believes is possible.
I was given basically no hope of living to adulthood, you know, much less older.
Greg is 56 and has spina bifida. And he's proven quite a bit of people wrong.
Don't tell me I can't do something. I'll do it just to spite you, you know. That's me. You can ask anybody.
This way?
This way, just like that, yep.
History was made back in 1799.
Probably right on here.
And there's a hole in this rocker that this pin goes in.
The first documented discovery of gold
There's the hole.
was in North Carolina, right here in Cabarrus County.
It should rock fairly easily.
Oh yeah! That's why it's curved on the bottom. Though he spent decades searching.
No, not a big nugget. I can call it a nugget, but...
He hasn't found that one big piece.
You're doing good.
Is this okay?
Yeah.
I don't know if we found any.
I'm sorry.
But that's okay.
To live it, to make the history.
It's better to live asking when and why not, because that is worth more than gold.
Is one of our first hometown stories. It's from 2022 and it was done by photojournalist Kevin Pinto, and it just like warms my heart seeing that because it's so cool that people don't know gold runs through our land here.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. I think I need to pick up a new hobby because it's really soothing and you also don't know what you're going to find. And of course, finding gold, a lot of that is sifting through water. So Tara, I think we got to talk about the water levels right now.
Yeah, we've got those low water levels that we've been tracking here for some time with the extreme and exceptional drought here in place. And while we're here at Kevin Lofton Park in Belmont and right here by the boat ramp and right along the side of the Catawba River, we have one of the Catawba River keepers with us here today, Brandon Jones. Thank you for joining us here today.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, so I thought we'd bring you on, you know, just to talk about, as a river keeper, I mean, so important to keep our waterways clean and take care of them. What exactly does your job involve?
Yeah, every day is a little bit different, but our main goal is to protect and advocate for our waterways, for the Catawba River and all the tributaries that flow into it. You know, we're completely reliant on this resource for all of our drinking water, for our wastewater dilution, for our power, so it's critically important to keep it clean and make sure there's enough of it.
And we're going to talk a little more about the drought here coming up, but I want to talk about just the rich history of this area, because the theme of the show this week is the land that shapes us. And so many people growing up in this area, I mean, seen so many changes right along the river and just this whole area in general. So we go from drought, which we're talking about now, and then we think back to devastating floods that have happened here. I mean, going on 2 years since Hurricane Helene and the Great Flood of 1916 as well. So a lot of things happened with that flooding in this area.
Yeah, the Great Flood of 1916 is generally considered the flood of record for our area. There's also the Great Deluge of 1940 and of course Hurricane Helene. But 1916 was probably the most devastating for infrastructure. And so almost every bridge and rail line was ripped apart, effectively severing the state in half.
Yeah.
And so like communication, people were not able to get back across. It was a real effort.
Yeah, and I mean, think about all the mills that were around here, the electric plants, the power dams, and things like that. So much damage.
Sure. I mean, even right here beside us, we're the upper part of Lake Wiley, made by the Wiley Dam, but at that time it was the old Catawba Dam. That dam was breached and they overtopped in that flood and destroyed and had to be rebuilt.
Yeah. So we go from that and to, again, the extreme drought that we're in right now. So what have you been seeing here? What do you want to let people know just about how to take care of everything with the situation in place now?
Sure. So on the first of the month, the Drought Advisory Group met and looking at the levels declared a stage 2 drought. So that means mandatory restrictions have to go in place by the 15th, which is this Friday. So this Friday, every municipality that pulls water from the Catawba all the way from Morganton down to Camden, South Carolina, will be going into those same mandatory drought restrictions. But that group will be meeting again on the 15th and the 1st of every month to reassess those restrictions and see if we hopefully can get out of it. But if we don't get any more rain, then we'll probably go into a stage 3 drought like we did back in 2008.
I know, because we've been talking about how this is the worst drought situation that we've been in since that 07 to 08 drought. We had the widespread exceptional drought conditions in place. We've been talking to some people around here, a kayaker and someone who tried to go out to fish, and they said, oh my goodness, I mean, the water's too low, I can't do it. And the kayaker was saying how there was a big wagon wheel that washed up, and you've been talking about too just some of the debris and the trash that you're seeing, lots of tires and things like that, and the trash traps that you were checking.
Yeah, so whenever we have reduced water levels like this, exposes more of the bed, and so we can see some of that legacy trash. And so one of the most common things that we find are tires. And so our team of professionals and volunteers work tirelessly to get those out as much as we can. So each year we pull out about 1,000 tires, but we're well above that pace this year.
All right, thank you so much, Brandon Jones, and for everything you do with the Catawba River Keepers. It's important to take care of our waterways. All right, we'll be right back here. Queen City News Hometown continues after the break.
Welcome back as we wrap up our final hometown show of the spring, shaped by the land. We have learned so much about agritourism here at Good Karma Ranch. The alpacas have officially accepted me as one of their own. The gentlemen back in studio have called me Alpaca Annie, and I will gladly accept that title. But for everyone watching at home, I am told by the owners here, alpacas are not cuddly. They do not make great pets, so just think about that. And if you want to come out here and enjoy them for yourself, you can come out all weekend. They're doing farm tours Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and alpaca yoga on Sunday. Sign up on their website, goodkarmaranch.com. We appreciate them having us here out today. And I want to send things out to Maureen and Taylor in the heart of NODA. Ladies, what a fantastic way to wrap up our spring series.
Absolutely. Annie, I'm like laughing because I think we're going to see you just having alpacas around you all the time.
And they finally accepted you. We love that so much.
We love that. The birds have accepted us at all. Yes. It's been an absolutely wonderful spring series, and there's a lot to be thankful for here. And there is actually someone that we'd like to thank in particular at this moment. Our colleague, Randy Nielsen, will be retiring soon, and this is his last hometown show. He's behind the scenes.
Yeah, and he had to surprise us out here.
Yeah, and Randy has literally in charge of all of these beautiful live shots and everything, and he has had an incredible career.
Yeah, he's worked in television and movies for 45 years. He's lived across the country, of course, Charlotte. We have Seattle, Denver, Baltimore, and even for CNN International.
And a few notable movies he's worked on are Perfect Storm with George Clooney, Armageddon with Bruce Willis. There's so many. Randy's got full of stories, and we just have to tell you, Randy, that we have been so honored to work with you, and we wanted to kind of show you off because you guys get to see this at home, but we see all the work. He's actually here right now. We're going to surprise him in the studio.
He surprised us.
He surprised us, which is very much Randy. So thank you so much, Randy. We've loved working with you, and we've also loved having you guys watch all of our hometown shows.
Yeah, our spring hometown season has been so special, so thank you for everyone for welcoming us in.
Yeah, and we call hometowns our love letter to the places you call home. And so for now, we'll sign off and see you in the fall.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up next on Positively Charlotte. A beloved housewife is coming to the Queen City for a special evening. Coming up, we speak with Margaret Josephs about why she's making her way down south.
Plus, Donnell Rawlings is coming to the Queen City. We catch up with him as he shares his thoughts on a potential Chappelle Show reboot.
And there's a Community Expo taking place this week geared towards entrepreneurs. We're giving you the inside scoop on Aspire Community Expo. Good morning and welcome to Positively Charlotte. Happy Wednesday. I'm Alicia Quarles.
And I'm Liza Mahachek. It's so great to have you joining us halfway through your week.
Yeah, I feel like it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's just so pretty out, right?
I know, it's beautiful. Yeah. I'm loving this weather that we're having.
Me
this
too.
is like spring weather to me. I like waking up when it's like, you know, it's in the upper 50s, lower 60s.
Yeah.
You can go for a walk.
80
it's
degrees
nice.
today, not too hot, ideal weather. All right, well, listen up, Housewives fans, because there's this very special event happening this weekend in Morrisville. We are all invited. On Saturday, Sonia Morgan and Margaret Josephs are coming to the Dowd Center Theater in Monroe for an evening with the Celebrity Housewives. I caught up with my friend Margaret about coming down south, her podcast, and her new reality show. Margaret, we've been friends for so long. You are coming down south. I'm so excited. Tell the people what they can expect.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I am going to be performing with Sonia. We are going to be gossiping. We're going to be telling you everything we've been up to. It's going to be fantastic. Nothing is off the table. I just can't wait to see everybody.
Okay, I love this. So what have you been up to? Because first of all, I saw an announcement about a big reality show that you're going to be in.
Yes, you know, I resigned from Housewives while I actually was on this new show for Amazon. It's amazing. It's called Reality Retreat. It's with some other iconic reality stars, with Kenya, with Kim Zolciak, with Ilaria Baldwin, two adorable Bachelorette alum, Caitlin Bristow, Jen Tran. We got the Chrisleys. We've got Tamar Braxton. We got Brittany Cartwright. We have some amazing people on the show. Christine Quinn. It's great. It's like, listen, it's a dig deep. We have a real life guru on it. We're dealing with like childhood trauma. We're dealing with our egos. It's just such a fantastic show. It's like physical challenges. It's a great show.
For you, why did you decide to do another reality show?
You know what? I was talking about this since last year, and the way when I found out what it was like it was wellness. And I'm at a certain point in my life. I was actually the oldest person on the show, and when they said it's women of all ages. I love being with women. I love bonding with women. I love learning from women, and I was like, I am all about my wellness. I don't drink alcohol. I work out. I love getting deep, getting intimate. And I was like, this is for me. And it was going away for 3 weeks in the Dominican Republic. What's better than that?
I mean, that's fabulous. How did you and Sonia link up to do this tour you're on?
Well, Sonia and I actually are very good friends. I filmed a tiny little bit with them for The Golden Life. We've done tours together before, and we're both good time girls, and we leave nothing's off the table. So I'm just so excited to go with her and do this tour.
Would you ever, oh, sorry, I mean to cut you off. Would you ever be a housewife again? You know, you walked away and you said you were doing another project, and here it is. But do you leave the door open for housewives?
I don't like to go back. I think that that ship has sailed for me, but there's obviously other projects in my life. I love to be on television. I love to engage with the people who follow me. I love to work with women like Sonia, like Dorinda. I just think Housewives is in my past. It was an amazing platform. I love doing it, but I'm over that type of drama.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about Mama Marge. How's your mother doing?
Thank you, Alicia. She is doing amazing. Mama Marge still working, wearing high heels, living her best life. She is fantastic. Lexi, myself, and her are going to start a podcast together. 3 generations of unfiltered, opinionated women. Lexi's perimenopausal, I'm menopausal, and I say my mother's dried up, but not really. We're going to be doing a podcast, the 3 of us together.
I love it. I love all 3 of you ladies. Okay, before we wrap, what's the most important thing that you've learned about being on reality TV and just being so giving of your life?
I think the most important thing that I learned is that you never know what someone's going through, and that people relate to us in a different way. And that it really does make a difference. People think it's nonsense, but so many people write to me and say, is just like, Marge, I wasn't in a great marriage. I left my husband. Marge, I was grieving when my ex-husband died. Marge, I have such a relationship with my mom that was complicated, but we've come through to the other side. I think people really, it's a study in sociology, and I've been very blessed to have this platform. And you do make a difference in people's lives. It's just not nonsense, and I think people really relate to it.
Marge, I love you. I cannot wait to see you on Saturday. You coming to the Queen City?
Me too. I'm so excited to be there. Thanks, Alicia.
She seems like a hoot.
Oh, she's so much fun. She's the real deal. So you know that I love when any of my New York girls, she's a Jersey girl, come down here. It's fun to see them.
So much fun.
Yeah.
All right, well, another thing that's fun is grad season. It is upon us, and there are so many beautiful senior portraits all over social media. But one in particular had us doing a double take. Take a look at this. This is Cat. And yes,
wow.
That is a whole alligator with Cat. A rescue facility called Gator Country shared these photos of Cat alongside the reptiles that she helped care for. So she is a new hire at the Reptile Sanctuary. She looks adorable.
Okay, so let's see here. So Cat is graduating from McNeese State University in Louisiana. The rescue group says she is proof that following your passion can take you somewhere wild. I'm not going to tee up the question here. No, I actually am. Liza, would you do this?
You already know I wouldn't. You already know I wouldn't. I love animals, but hey, if you got teeth like that, if you could roll me, like what do they call it? There's like a death roll or something that like crocodiles or alligators do. I'm not doing that. Hey,
our director just said,
right.
Our director just said, but she knew the animal. Here's the thing, Evan, listen up. He's still an animal. Cat, you're young, so you don't know no better yet. That animal can decide in 2 seconds that he wants to. Not be kissing an alligator.
Yeah, that is very true. But also, I mean, these are some pretty stellar grad photos.
Those are amazing.
Iconic. Like, imagine that everybody else is posting their grad pics. They're like on their college campus, and you're out there in a swamp with a crocodile.
But this is what I'm saying about people. Leave these animals alone. Don't kiss
But she's helping them. She's helping them.
No, sorry. All right, listen up, entrepreneurs. There's an expo happening this week designed to help you. We are giving you the details on the other side of the break.
And a surprising consumer base in the cannabis industry. We break it down after the short break.
You're taking a live look at West Charlotte on this beautiful Wednesday. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. As the country's 250th gets closer, we wanted to take a look at what it means to be American, both across the country as well as right here in the Queen City. This is Steve's story. Take a look.
This farm, my family and I are living our American dream. Hi, I'm Cherie. I'm an urban farmer, and this is my American story. I got started with urban farming in 2004. My husband and I wanted to make sure our children had connection with environment and that we had a little bit of self-sufficiency and could grow our own food. We got very good at growing. Good to the point where we were growing in abundance and sharing it with our community. We found that the number of farms in our community were decreasing, and so we decided that we wanted to stand in that place as farmers. We actually tapped into our social network of friends and said, hey, if you got some extra land and you'd let us farm it, we'd farm it. We farmed 4 plots all over the city, and then we landed here. What we grow here on our farm is an array of vegetables and herbs, fruit and berries, and then we raise livestock. We do a lot of community work where we do horse riding and tours, farm-to-table dinners. We even do a summer camp where we allow students to come here and learn about being a farmer. It's been my husband and I's dream and passion to be hopefully leaving a legacy that this family decided to intentionally farm for the community. My family and I are living our American dream.
So you just got to see Sherry's story. We'll share Steve's story next week, and you can join us every Monday and Wednesday leading up to the 4th of July for more stories about community, greatness, and pride. And be sure to check out our Queen City News Plus exclusive show, Stars of Service, hosted by Brian Christensen.
Well, Aspire Fest is underway this week, and the event brings together local entrepreneurs, leaders, and corporate partners for a series of events. And those events include supporting small businesses, building community, and strengthening local economy. Here to tell us more is Manuel Campbell, who is the CEO of Aspire Community Capital. So this week you were busy. You had the golf tournament.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the big event is coming up on Saturday, right?
Exactly.
So tell us about it.
So our Community Expo, which is really emphasizing kind of Small Business Month, which this month is. And so we're really excited about bringing something to the community where we focus on embracing small businesses. So we'll have over 45 to 50 vendors who will be present. We're reaching out to the community and ask them to kind of come out and be involved, because this should be something that's really organically grown, and which we emphasize here at Aspire Community Capital. And so we're here to provide both the vendors, small business opportunities, as well as a give back to the community, because the community so richly deserves such opportunities like this.
I think so many times entrepreneurs feel alone. They don't know who to turn to. So why was it important to Aspire to do this for entrepreneurs?
And I think that's an excellent question, because a part of who we are in our name is Aspire Community Capital. And so we really emphasize the community dynamic of being a small business owner, which, as you said, can feel very lonely. So we want to embrace kind of the community aspect of who we are as an organization, and bringing an event such as this is our expo to West Charlotte High School, we thought would be an amazing opportunity, as well as a space to do something akin to what we've created through the small business community.
I think the event is 10 to 3 p.m. Is that right?
It's from 10 to 3 p.m.
Okay, and people, we're going to put the info up on the screen, but it's free to register.
Please register. Absolutely, absolutely. Because, you know, part of our strategy is to really embrace economic development on the west side of Charlotte.
Yeah.
And this type of event is exactly the type of space to do something akin to that. So we're really excited about the opportunities for small businesses, but just as importantly, the opportunity for the community at large.
Okay, so talk to us specifically. What are people going to get on Saturday?
So, oh my goodness. So we have vendors across the spectrum of small businesses. We'll have healthcare screenings that will be taking place for blood pressure type things that we know are important to the Black community. But we'll also have food trucks that'll come out. We'll have
also important to the Black community. I'm just kidding. We like to eat. We like to eat. Now we like to eat.
Absolutely. We'll have youth entrepreneurs. So we'll have a youth space where we're embracing again the next evolution of small businesses and generations to come. And so we're really kind of looking at making it a holistic experience. And so that's part of our philosophy here at Aspire Community Capital, is to embrace the holistic aspects of being a small business owner, as well as embracing what community really means.
And you hit on something, really building up the west side of Charlotte. And I love that there's such an emphasis on that community. So talk to me about what this is going to mean for the west side.
Well, I think it's a unique opportunity in the sense that, we used to have West Fest in Charlotte a long time ago. And as we kind of thought about philosophically what we wanted Aspire Fest to be about, we really wanted to make sure that we brought something to every part of Charlotte. And being on the west side is something that we think will be unique for the west side of Charlotte, particularly at West Charlotte High School, where we're kind of embracing the heritage and the culture of the high school while also reaching out to the community that is so prevalent and so active in this space.
And finally, I love small businesses. Charlotte seems like the place where small businesses can thrive.
It is. And one of the things that I always emphasize with respect to the small business community and the ecosystem that we have is there needs to be even more and a better connection between the small businesses and the city at large. And these type of venues and opportunities provide exactly that type of space. So everyone is invited, but we're really enhancing what the West Side has to offer.
Perfect. We appreciate you. Let's put the info up on the screen. You guys go to that website. There'll be a link where you can register for free. Again, the event is at West Charlotte High School on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
And coming up after the break, we talk with Donnell Rawlings about his stand-up tour. We'll tell you when he's coming to Charlotte and how you can see him.
And here's a live look at Uptown. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Comedian Donnell Rawlings is coming to Charlotte to the Comedy Zone in May, and we are so excited to have him here in the Queen City. Donnell, so lovely to have you with us today. Welcome to Positively Charlotte.
Thanks for having me. And I know this is crazy. I should be on a flight, but I'm going to drive there. So I'm in my car right now on my way there, so I won't be late.
On the way, exactly. And that's how you got to do it. So have you ever been to Charlotte before?
Yes, I love Charlotte. When I first started doing comedy back in the 1900s, that's what my son likes to say. One of the places that every comic wanted to go to was Charlotte. And this was a time when Charlotte was supposed to be that city. So it was right at the beginning of it, but now Charlotte is that city. So whenever I get a chance to come back, I got to let people know the times I spent there, the history I had there. And I tell you, Charlotte is one of my best markets. They always ready to laugh. They always ready to have a good time.
I think you're so talented because you do comedy in so many different forms. Do you have a favorite form? Because I know a lot of people know you from the Chappelle Show. You know, you're a stand-up comedian. You do improv. Like, what is your favorite form of comedy?
My favorite form of comedy easily is stand-up.
Really?
You know, it's interesting that you said that because last week I was doing a show and I heard so many people say, Donnell, you're one of my favorite comedic actors. So I'm like, wait a minute. I'm more of a stand-up comic than a comedic actor, but people know me from the stuff I've done in the past, from HBO's The Wire, Chappelle Show, BMF, HBO's The Corner. But I will tell you this, if you liked me on anything, any format I've been on, whether that's been as a serious actor or comedic actor, if you come see me do live stand-up, you'll become a fan of mine for life, because that's the thing that I pay my bills with, and that's the thing I have most control of, and that's the thing I enjoy the most.
Now, I saw you on SNL 50, which so much fun seeing you up there. How was that experience?
It was amazing because, you know, Chappelle Show, we finished that show, I think it was 2005, but for some reason, this show has lived with people for so many years. It continues to be a part of pop culture. You can't see anything funny without some type of meme from it. But whenever I get to reconnect with Dave and then the capacity of doing sketch, it's always a good feeling. And it bodes the question that he's made public. Will the Chappelle Show ever come back again? I'm not sure, but I guarantee you, if it does, my phone, I'll be picking my phone up. I'll make sure I won't do any lotion, and I'll get Ashley Larry in his rarest form.
So if it comes back, you know, if we have a round 2 of the Chappelle Show, what would your hope be for this round 2? What would your goal be?
I don't think that this show could do like a weekly series anymore, you know, especially because so many people aren't with us right now. I think it'd be a good way to really put it to rest. The nostalgia of that show. Even when we did SNL, I did 2 skits on SNL on the 50th, and just a couple of minutes that we had on air, the way people received it, the excitement they had, I won't say we owe it to the people, but it would be nice to have like a final goodbye. And then Dave said that him and Eddie had been talking about it. Now, you can imagine what this show would look like if Eddie Murphy came in, did the Charlie Murphy parts, or just was a part of it. My idea, I think it could possibly be documentary form, just like some of the things that you didn't get to see, maybe some behind the scenes, some unseen sketches. But the thought of the Chappelle Show coming back in any capacity, I get excited, and I know the world gets excited. So fingers crossed that could happen. But if not, I'll give you a piece of it at my show. I won't dress as Ashley Larry, but what I do is reminisce about some of the sketches, how they happened, and give people a little insight on what it took to make that show what it was.
I love it. Well, Donnell, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll make sure that people come see you. Comedy Zone, May 15th through the 17th. We so appreciate you chatting with us today.
Thank you. So let me get through this toll so I can be there on time. But thank you for your time, okay?
Thanks, Donnell. So much fun. And also, he's only going to be there through the 16th. They changed the dates, but it's 15th and 16th, so make sure you go check him out. Well, here's something for you. Does Grandma seem like she has the munchies, or Pop is laughing a little bit more often these days? You may not just be seeing things, because elder edible consumption is on the rise. A new study reveals why more senior citizens are taking cannabis edibles. Researchers at the University of Colorado Boulder interviewed 169 seniors who lived in the area and were interested in using marijuana-based edibles.
Okay, so the most common reason why they were interested in edibles, it was an alternative to medication. The second most common reason was that they tried everything else, and others said they wanted to fight symptoms of age-related health problems. Only 7% of people responded saying they wanted to use edibles to get high or fit in social situations. I mean, look, if you're of a certain age, do whatever you want.
No, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. You've done it all.
You've done it all.
Like, hey, you know, might as well check that off the list too. But also a CBD cream. I know that a lot of people, like people who have aches and pains with their joints, like that can be really helpful for them.
That's right. That's right. So I think you just got to do you.
You know, yeah, go get those gummies.
Gramps.
Yeah, exactly. Get those gummies, Gramps. Well, are you looking to fill up on the cheap? Unfortunately, we are not talking gas. We're talking Applebee's, though. Applebee's has brought back a fan favorite, the all-you-can-eat meal.
Yes.
Has returned.
Yeah.
For about $16, patrons can enjoy all the riblets, boneless chicken wings, and double crunch shrimp with endless fries. All that they can stuff down.
So American. All right,
It
Applebee's has also some new margaritas to wash it all down with. And there's a separate charge for those, though. It's introducing a $6 Long Island iced tea that contains gin made by Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg as one of the ingredients. Get it? Long Beach, hence the name. So if you watched yesterday, we covered the Dre Snoop collab. So a Long Beach iced tea just might be the drink of the summer. For $6, I think it would be.
For $6, well, it used to be, you know, I mean, $6 now I think is great. It used to be $5, and I remember some of my friends were talking about it, and we were like, oh, you can get a Long Island iced tea the size of your head, literally the size of your head for $5 at Applebee's.
That's because you guys are young.
Well, that's true.
You know what? Because at my age, you can't be drinking Long Island iced
No,
teas.
nobody can be drinking Long Island iced teas. There's not a bit of tea in there.
The recovery is like 5 days.
Yeah, like it is. You're down horrendous after drinking Long Island. But hey, you know what? That $16 endless bottomless meal.
Boom, sign us up.
Get in there. All right, well, after the break, we've got more mom talk drama. Don't miss the latest juicy details when we come back.
You're taking a live look for Independence Boulevard. We'll be right back. Or are you looking for the next big thing in streaming? Marcus LeShock has the download in your streaming report.
Rip and Beth have secrets, and people with secrets can be useful, corruptible even.
We need to be careful with this family.
Return to the world of Yellowstone with the new spin-off series Dutton Ranch. Beth Dutton and her husband Rip try to make a fresh start on a ranch in Texas, but they run into a vindictive rival played by Annette Bening. Oscar nominee Ed Harris co-stars. It's on Paramount Plus on Friday.
If we're going to convince anyone that we're hooking up, you can't blush whenever I come near you.
You're very sure of yourself. What's wrong, Graham? You said we needed practice.
On Amazon Prime now, there's a new series hoping to fill that summer I turned pretty hole in your lives. A music student starts up a fake relationship with a college hockey star to attract attention from the boy she really likes in the coming-of-age story off campus. Marvel's most violent hero is back, ready to take vengeance in a new TV special. See The Punisher: One Last Kill on Disney Plus and Hulu now. Aristocratic families escalate their war over control of a British TV empire in Season 2 of Rivals. Catch it on Hulu on Friday. On Amazon Prime on Friday, a widowed pastor and father tries to pick up the pieces and move on with his life, and it's not like that.
Marty operates at the speed of joy.
There's a ton of new documentaries this week, and leading the way is Marty, Life is Short. You can see the celebration of certified comedy legend Martin Short on Netflix now.
Wrexham is just one step away from the top flight of world football, the Premier League.
Return to the pitch with Season 5 of the hit soccer doc series Welcome to Wrexham. That's on Hulu on Thursday.
We ride together, die together.
And for even more soccer drama, see U.S. Against the World, 4 years with the men's national soccer team on HBO Max now. National treasure Stanley Tucci discovers more of the finer things in life in the new season of his travel show, Tucci in Italy. That's on Disney Plus now. Real-life couples put their relationship troubles on display in Season 5 of Couples Therapy on Paramount Plus on Friday.
Our players are hoping their debilitating addiction to screen time will finally pay off.
And now on Netflix, SNL's Colin Jost brings his game show Pop Culture Jeopardy back for a new season. Marcus LeShock, WGN News.
You would be great at Pop Culture Jeopardy.
I'm like, Liza, I need to do this, right? All right. Well, Jimmy Fallon, you guys, he's doing a classy move in late night TV. On the night Stephen Colbert airs his very last episode of The Late Show, Fallon is hitting pause on his new content. The Tonight Show will air a rerun so Colbert can have the spotlight all to himself. And Jimmy Kimmel is doing the same thing, basically a rare show of late night solidarity.
Colbert's final show airs May 21st, ending an 11-season run on CBS. Fallon and Colbert have been friends for years, and Fallon even serenaded him on air earlier this year with a custom version of My Way. So there's no competing monologues, no rivalry, just a respectful send-off for one of late night's biggest names. But it was fun to see all of them on with Stephen Colbert.
Exactly. Was this on Monday night?
Yeah, I believe so.
It's really cool to see
But
everybody.
I saw a clip of them all talking about guests on their show that they've kissed.
Yeah.
And it was so, and then Jimmy and Stephen Colbert ended up kissing.
Hey,
so
I'm not mad at that. Apparently they all had a podcast together. I don't remember this during COVID.
They started it, I want to say, during the writer's strike also, or maybe it wasn't started, but I know they did something during that peried of time.
Yeah.
But they call it's something with like the Great Five or something. Let me look that up.
They,
Strike Force 5, that's what it's called.
We need some women up in Strike Force 5.
That's true, exactly. Get the ladies in there. Well, on to another comedian. Conan O'Brien is heading back to the Oscars stage for an awards show, three-peat. So the comedy icon has officially been tapped to host the Academy Awards again, proving his wit and style are still a perfect fit for Hollywood's biggest night. Now, this marks a rare three-peat, and it's pretty big. You know, it's a vote of confidence as well from the Academy, especially after his recent runs have been well received by both fans and critics.
Well, Conan, of course, is known for his smart, self-aware humor and his ability to walk that line between Hollywood glam and toddler goober energy. No word yet on what he's planning for the next show, but if history tells us anything, expect sharp jokes, a few surprises, and maybe even a couple of classic Conan bits. As we all know, Oscars night is going to stay funny because of Conan. So this is a rare club. Whoopi Goldberg has hosted 4 times. Guess who's hosted the most?
Who?
Bob Hope. You know how many times?
How many?
19.
What?
19 times. So
well, you know what? I think when they find somebody good that is like well received, they're going to hang on to them.
Well, because it's a gig a lot of people pass on because you're not really highly paid for it.
Yeah.
You're
just going to get criticized
right,
usually.
So
if there's somebody who either does well or is willing to do it,
bring them back.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's continue with this entertainment news. Another chapter in the mom talk drama. And now a husband is speaking out. Jace Terry is weighing in on the ongoing feud between his wife, Michaela Matthews, and fellow creator Taylor Frankie Paul. But don't expect him to pick sides in a big way. Jace is keeping it pretty level-headed, saying he's mainly focused on supporting his wife, not getting pulled into the back and forth.
That's right, and the drama between Michaela and Taylor has been brewing online, with both women sharing their sides, but Jace is basically making it clear he's team wife without adding more fuel to the fire, saying he's staying out of the mess, keeping it loyal, and letting the internet drama play out without him. He and Michaela are actually getting a divorce. She's been living in Hawaii. She's got really bad skin issues, so she left you. I hate that I know this. I hate that I know
I've
this.
seen a couple clips of this, and that makes sense.
Yeah, so she's been living in Hawaii to clear up her skin issues. But yeah, they're going through a divorce. So I guess he's smart. He's trying to keep it amicable and not picking sides.
Very smart. But honestly, I admire him for, supporting his wife even if they are not in the best of terms.
I feel like I'm in teenage drama. All right, there's a World Cup buzz and music mayhem in today's entertainment report. Here's Melvin Robert with more details.
Coverage of the FIFA World Cup will be family-friendly with some familiar faces from Sesame Street being featured in the soccer tournament's programming.
Huh? Bicycle. My bad. Catch us at the World Cup on Foxx.
That's right, Elmo, Cookie Monster, and Big Bird are among the personalities who will be integrated into Fox Sports coverage of the FIFA World Cup. The collab kicks off today and features segments like The Countdown with Count Von Count, analyzing statistics, Trash Talk with Oscar the Grouch, and Broadcaster Boot Camp with Grover to learn about the nuances of broadcasting a game. We love that. So that's not the only FIFA fun happening around the World Cup, though. Sports Illustrated has announced a series of fan events and performances, including one on June 12th from the iconic St. Louis rapper Nelly. That's right, Nelly performing at the Hollywood Palladium on June 12th. Tickets can be found at sibeyondthepitch.com. And Lady Gaga has announced that her long-awaited Apple Music live taping of her Mayhem show at the Wiltern Theater will be released later this week. Lady Gaga Mayhem Requiem will be released on Apple Music this Thursday at 8 p.m. and it will also debut at the same time during a one-night-only screening at 15 AMC theaters in select cities. The Apple Music special is a filmed live performance of a one-off show that Gaga staged at the Wiltern Theater in Los Angeles back in January, during which she performed an entirely reimagined version of her Grammy-winning album Mayhem. In Hollywood with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
All right, well, Jamie Foxx is adding another role to his resume, Dad ×3. The Oscar-winning actor and multi-talented entrepreneur is expecting his third child. This will be his first with his girlfriend, Alice Huckstep. The couple has kept their relationship pretty low-key over the past couple years, mostly staying out of the spotlight. But this news is a big, happy update for them both, and Foxx is already a proud girl dad. He has 2 daughters, including Corinne Foxx, who's followed him into the entertainment world. And he is clear that family has always been a huge part of his life.
Now he's stepping into a brand new chapter, expanding his family once again. Not a lot of details just yet, no word on a due date or whether it's a boy or a girl, but fans are already celebrating the sweet news. And after everything Foxx has been through health-wise over the last couple of years, this feels like a really joyful moment. It's a new baby, a growing family, and a fresh start for Jamie Foxx.
I love this. Yeah, he almost died a couple of years ago, and he seems to be such a good father. He's always talking about his other daughters, so congratulations to them.
Yeah, big deal.
All right, on the other side of the break, there's a new World Cup merch. It's up for grabs, but have you seen the price? Let's talk about the crazy cost right after this.
And you're taking a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway on your Wednesday. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We will be right back.
Well, it's Teacher Appreciation Month, and all throughout May, we want to shine a spotlight on local teachers who show up every day for your children. On Friday, we'll profile some of those heroes, so DM us with your nominations or maybe a teacher nominee have their moment in the sun.
That's right, and make sure to include a picture of your nominee as well, and a few reasons why you think that they are the best of the best. Teachers do so much for our community, and this is just our small way of saying thank you.
That's right. Hit us up at Positively CLT.
All right, well, it is time to cop the newest World Cup swag, and if your pockets are deep enough, that is, this is the first drop of FIFA's host city jerseys featuring Seattle, New York, Boston, and Kansas City. If you want one, it will set you back $375 plus tax and shipping, which will put the price of a shirt over $400.
Okay, so for comparison, an official FIFA Messi jersey is $130. Now, FIFA has already been accused of price gouging on tickets, parking, and other World Cup goods and services. And one user on X said, quote, "Wild levels of greed from FIFA as usual." So, Liza, what do we think? Is $400 a good price for the World Cup collection?
Okay, so when I was at Truist this past weekend, I mean, I was seeing things, but when you think about sports, sporting jerseys, things that are specific to events are going to be much higher. I mean, the average price for like a sweatshirt or something at Truist was between $120 to $175.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's worth it. I don't like these designs. They look like Mario Brothers. I think if it's a jersey you really want, yeah, but these designs are not it.
But also, I mean, $200 I think is one thing. $400?
But it's the World Cup.
That's true.
It doesn't come around every year.
That's true. It's world, so it's not just national. It's world.
Right. Well, speaking of world, turning to news that's out of this world, astronomers have discovered a thin atmosphere surrounding a distant icy world that shouldn't have been one. The object is located in Kuiper Belt beyond Neptune and is only about 311 miles across.
Scientists in Japan detected the atmosphere as the object passed in front of a distant star, causing the starlight to fade gradually instead of disappearing sharply. So researchers say that the atmosphere may have been created by icy volcanic activity or the impact of another object. So this object is, I looked this up, it's considered a Plutino, which is a class of objects in the Kuiper Belt. And Pluto is a Plutino. So remember Pluto?
Yeah,
how
Pluto,
it used to be one of our I feel sad for Pluto that it's no longer one of our planets.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I never really thought about it.
I know. You know, it's sad.
R.I.P. Pluto.
But you know what? There's a new object now, so who knows? Maybe that could end up being one of ours. Well, a program in California is helping to close the digital divide with free tech training and in some cases, free laptops. Rich DeMiro explains in today's Rich on Tech.
As AI becomes a bigger part of our everyday lives, some people are embracing it, while others worry about being left behind. Here's how one free digital skills program is helping people catch up. In today's day and age, learning about AI is essential.
It's a wave of the future, so we need to catch up because everything's going to be electronic soon.
But for many people, the fear of AI is real.
It's already becoming ubiquitous, and you most likely feel threatened if you don't really know how to use it, or we want people to see it more like an opportunity, even if it's a disruptive opportunity.
Delete the Divide is an organization dedicated to helping underserved communities learn digital skills through free training programs across Los Angeles County.
Without tech resources and tech information and knowledge, you're going to be left behind in the digital age.
Classes cover everything from cybersecurity to the basics of AI, and even gives out free laptops to those who qualify.
Cybersecurity is one of the most lucrative skills to have if you're going to break into the tech industry. And then AI, I think it goes without saying, that skill is going to be invaluable for everyone to learn, just to do the most simple task all the way up to the most complex as we move forward into the future.
Tech giant Oracle also partners with the program.
It means potentially upskilling people that are looking for jobs in big tech and having an impact at a local level.
It's not doing it for you. It's enabling your thinking, your critical thinking mind.
You don't need to become an overnight AI expert, but it is important to at least understand the tools, whether that's ChatGPT, Gemini, or whatever comes next.
AI is already here, so it's better to get adapted to it than get left behind, because it's not going to go nowhere.
And as AI continues to transform jobs, many say the best strategy is learning skills that work alongside the technology, not against it.
I also recommend upskilling in places where AI cannot necessarily immediately replace them, like being a nurse, being a doctor, working in healthcare in general, or ironically, working in tech. If you know how to build the AI most likely cannot replace you.
Programs like this are popping up all over the country through libraries, community colleges, workforce centers, and nonprofits. To find one near you, try searching for terms like free digital skills training, AI classes, or digital literacy program, plus your city's name. There are also plenty of free courses available online. I'll put some links on my website at richontech.tv. I'm Rich DeMuro. That's Rich on Tech.
Well, let's talk health. Is your blood pressure not where you're wanting it to be? Check this out. An 800-year-old Chinese exercise could be an effective tool in helping those with high blood pressure. And Banduojin is described as a beginner's approach to yoga in that it features slow movements, breathing, and meditation, all while standing.
Well, a year-long study of adults followed 200 practicing the exercise and found that 10 to 15 minutes of activity per day can decrease blood pressure as much as a brisk walk and has shown results comparable to some medication. So search up on a video, improve your health with one of these ancient Chinese exercises at a time. That's so interesting. Well, I think this makes sense though. It's the Eastern medicine. You know I'm into all this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, and also I think that if something's been around for 800 years, they probably got a point.
Right, that's right, that's right.
All right, well, on to some other studies. A major news study published in JAMA Network Open tracked more than 3 million women for more than 8 years. So researchers found a strong two-way connection between severe premenstrual disorders and mental health conditions, including anxiety, depression, and bipolar disorder.
Well, the strongest links were found with depression and anxiety. Scientists say this could be due to hormone sensitivity and how the so-called feel-good function of the brain works. Experts say this highlights the need for better awareness and treatment of menstrual health issues. This makes, I mean, hormones are no joke, like, you know, at any stage of life. So I think that hormones need to be studied, especially in women.
Exactly, and I mean, that it will impact all aspects of your life.
Yep.
All right, well, move aside, Mudang. Coming up, a zoo in Berlin has welcomed a new baby. Stick around to meet this baby pygmy hippo.
He's cute.
So cute.
Oh my gosh. Here's a live look at Gastonia. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Epic Discounts by BestReviews.com. I'm Alyssa Bergamini. Scan that QR code on your screen to get ready to save big. From your backyard to your car to your home. These are the kind of upgrades that save you time while helping you enjoy summer even more. So let's start outside with the BeatBot Sora 70 Pool Vacuum Robot, because nothing really feels better than a clean, sparkling pool ready for family and friends to come on by. This is powerful, hands-free cleaning with 360-degree top-to-bottom coverage and an impressive 6,800 gallons per hour suction capacity. And hey, that's a whole lot. That means less time cleaning and more time enjoying your summer. Next, let's take that same peace of mind on the road with the Red Tiger 4K front and rear dash cam. This gives you ultra clear 4K recording with front and rear cameras, so you always have complete view of what's happening around your vehicle. You also get GPS tracking, a 170-degree wide-angle view, and excellent night vision thanks to the Starvis 2 sensor. And with fast Wi-Fi downloads, you can quickly send video footage right to your phone. Plus, the 24-hour parking mode helps keep your vehicle protected even when you're not there. And if you're ready to upgrade your everyday listening experience, check out the Bose Quiet Comfort Ultra Bluetooth headphones. These wireless over-ear headphones combine powerful noise cancellation with spatial audio for a more immersive sound experience really wherever you are. Whether you're traveling, working, or just relaxing at home, you'll get a built-in microphone for clear calls. Plus, simple Bluetooth connectivity that makes pairing fast and so easy. And when you get home, comfort starts with clean air which is why we love the Blue Air Blue Pure Smart Air Purifier. This compact but powerful air purifier, it is perfect for bedrooms and small spaces up to 926 square feet. So you can relax, sleep, and breathe a little easier without even thinking about it. All right, let's take one last look at today's products helping you save money. Head to epicdiscounts.com or just scan that QR code to scan, shop, and save with Epic Discounts by Best Reviews.
Well, today's feel-good moment comes from a zoo in Berlin. They're welcoming a brand new baby pygmy hippo. Now, zoo officials say the tiny girl there, she's so cute. She was just 13 pounds. She was delivered by Mama Debbie over the weekend. And vets say she was already gained almost 3 pounds, you guys, since then.
This is Debbie's second calf, having delivered her other daughter, Tony, at the zoo. Now, this new addition does not yet have a name. Pygmy hippos are considered to be extremely rare, with fewer than 2,500 adult animals remaining in the forests of West Africa.
I mean, why are hippos so cute?
They're so adorable.
I just want to hug
and
her.
they are such dangerous creatures.
Are they?
Yes, they could bite off our heads. They're the deadliest animal in the world. And they're so adorable.
But they're cute.
I know, but I mean, I would love to hold them. I would love to pet a hippo.
Heck of a way to go out.
You know what? I'd be happy to let them bite me.
Do they bite?
Have you seen them crush those watermelons?
Why would I see that, Liza?
That's on social media everywhere.
I'm ancient.
You are not.
I don't look at
See,
that.
she whips the age card. She whips that out when she has whatever. She just hasn't seen anything.
That's right. All right, guys. Well, as always, before we go, we want to share our closing thoughts with you, and here's mine. It takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently. And that is from the great Warren Buffett.
Man, that's a very smart
good one,
thought.
right?
Here's my quote. What is standing backstage in the wings of my life waiting to make its entrance? And that's from William Bridges. So just think about, what kind of changes are coming. I think change can be so scary for so many people and for so many reasons, but there are a lot of great things that are just waiting
Can't
to
stop
happen.
it. You got to embrace it.
It's very true.
All right, guys, we will see you tomorrow here at 10 a.m. on Positively Charlotte. It is a beautiful day. Go out there and enjoy our Queen City.
To another episode of Morning Edition. Julian Sidor, Andy Satowski, Jason Harper, meteorologist Andrew Brightman in today, hanging out.
Right?
I'm just going to say, taking my gap year from Pinpoint Weather University to be with you guys.
Oh,
what?
Wow. Okay.
We are not worthy.
Well, you know what, Andrew, that kind of gives me a segue because gap year, take time off from school. It seems like the Charlotte City Council is taking some time off from the I-77 expansion project here. They voted last night to withdraw their support for it. Guys, I feel like this is the ongoing story. Does not seem like there's a resolution. Doesn't seem like there's a good resolution to it. And it seems like it's just getting murkier and murkier.
It really does. And we had Shannon Binns from Sustain Charlotte come in here and have a really good, lengthy conversation about alternatives and discussing it's not just an opposition to, we don't want this, right? There's a lot of good reasoning behind it, right? So we're talking about our history and dividing historically Black neighborhoods and pushing people out, creating spaces, literally dividing communities. And that's something I didn't know that Shannon brought up, is that kids remember playing with their best friend next door, and then all of a sudden they were separated by all of this highway. So I love the idea of putting it to the community, saying, what do you want? But then saying, okay, sure, kids, you want a slide that goes to the blueberry fields, but what can we actually do? And I think some of the designs that I'm seeing more and more of, and even a lot of people who are doing developments in Charlotte, who actually are in the business, saying, this is something we could really do by putting those lanes underground, creating green spaces on top. So think more tunnels than layering these lanes on top like it's been proposed. I don't know. So I feel like we're just going to be talking about this for a long time, but I think it's better. I'm happy to see people thinking about it and actually saying, pause. We don't know what's going on. The problem is that we could potentially lose out on state funding.
That's the part.
About $3 million worth, right?
I feel like we're under $3 billion.
With a B.
Yeah, with a B. Yeah, and so I feel like we are under. Yeah, we're under pressure here. Not that we're being threatened by the NCDOT, but there are developers out there. I mean, let's call it what it is. They kind of are a little bit threatening, going, hey, if we don't make this decision and make it soon, we're going to use it in Raleigh. We're going to use it somewhere else, because there's a lot of places in North Carolina.
A business, and
I mean,
there's a lot of projects going on all over the state. And so, okay, you don't want it, we'll give it to someone else.
Yeah, and you're right. And so, I don't know the exact. I still have a lot of questions, and this has not been like my story where I've really. Where I dove deep to try to find out all the answers. But I don't know, what is the timeline from the NCDOT before they pull their funding. I'd like to know what that is, because there are some really great submissions that are coming in. Like Anna, you mentioned, we had Shannon Binns in here with Sustain Charlotte. They're looking at other cities like Austin, and even Dallas, where they've made a really cool green space park over one of the interstates. And so there are cities that are making it work. It's always hard when you can't conceive an idea or a concept and you just see it on drawings or renderings. It's hard to put your head around it and go, well, what would that actually look like in Charlotte? But with AI, with technology, with 3D 4D mapping and all that, you can really give a realistic look. But that's just part one. Part two is go look at another city that's actually made it work. And then, so I would love for us to take some more time to look at this and make some of these options.
Yeah, I've got a couple things. First off, I live in the area. I live in West Charlotte, and just walking around kind of in the Wesley Heights area near Fraser Park there, I've just been seeing lots of flyers. A lot of the community was not, I'll just put it this way, not super excited about potentially what was going to be going on. And then you were talking about, Jason, examples of big expansions, trying to make the infrastructure more efficient for everyone. Boston actually is a really interesting example here. They had this big project called the Big Dig. It was one of the largest projects ever done here. It took over 20 years, but they basically moved the entire infrastructure of the highways around downtown Boston underground. Because if you look at sort of the, again, if you've been to the Boston area, it's an amazing city, but like the Haymarket area where Faneuil Hall is, there used to be highway running right by it. It was kind of crazy. They moved all of that underground. They turned that into a green space. It's actually, there were a lot of complaints in the city because of, I think it took over 20 years. It, with a lot of these public works projects ran incredibly over budget, but when they actually finally got it done, it made everything so much more efficient, actually made the city more beautiful at the same time.
Wow.
It's one of those things where it cost too much, took too long, but also still turned out really good.
Yeah, it turned out fine.
Yeah.
I don't know that any government project doesn't feel like it takes too long to get done, right? Like does anybody feel though?
30 years.
Like, I know we didn't rush the process, right? Because they had public hearings on this. But it seems to me, why didn't they address this sooner? The sentiment out there has always been, we don't want this to happen. We don't want to divide the historically Black neighborhoods like what happened when they built 277 and 77 in the first place. So why now is the council pulling back? It's not like they learned something new.
I'm speculating here. I think they wanted to fast track it originally because there are partnerships between big developers, concrete companies, steel manufacturers, to I don't know what the money swapping kickback. I don't know what those agreements look like, but if you just do toll lanes and they're elevated, just get it done quickly. There's a lot of agreements and money going back and forth. I think maybe they were hoping that they knew there was going to be pushback. I don't think they thought it would get to this level.
Yeah.
And so now it's like, whoa. We know we need expansion. We know we need to help because the city's growing so fast.
Sure.
And we need to be forward thinking. We need to look, 20, 30, 50 years from now, like Boston did, Andrew. But they knew there's no one's ever going to be happy with whatever you present. But now I think they're like, oh, shoot. I mean, some of these people in their city council or, county council positions could lose their next go round if they vote for something that now the whole city's in uproar about.
But here, I guess this is my gripe is when you presented or when you asked for ideas, why didn't you ask for something that was an alternative besides the above ground toll lanes? Right? Like, I mean, look, when you're asking your wife or Andy, your husband, where you want to go to eat, you give more than one option, right? It's slightly different. You don't throw out 3 Chinese places. You throw out, okay, maybe we'll go Chinese, Mexican, or Italian, right? You don't go. So why didn't we?
Don't have too many choices, but
you don't want too many choices,
We don't have too many choices.
But why didn't we consider it before? And now we're in a place where, if we lose the funding, then we're definitely in a bad position because we know that we're overcrowded. We know that there needs to be a different option to try to alleviate the congestion on 77. It just seems like we're almost borderline the worst case scenario where now we're back to square one. We're on a timeline now where we could lose funding and we don't have a concrete plan.
I wonder, no pun intended, get up. But I wonder, if that funding won't come around again, right? Like if we, if it's contingent on it has to be now or never, because that doesn't seem normal, right? Or fair.
Government and fair.
We know how hard it is for them to pass a budget. I mean, we're the only state in the country that doesn't have a state budget. So $3 billion. I mean, $3 million and $3 billion. Those are two very different pots of money. I can't imagine that large a one coming around again in another 5 years.
Yeah, that's true. It is hard. To everyone's point, the city is growing, and I think a big complaint in Charlotte is that we didn't think far enough in advance. What's always the complaint is like you build the schools, you build the housing, but the infrastructure around it is terrible, right? We didn't expand the roads. This is a single lane road and everyone's trying to travel on it. So I think it's important to be thoughtful. What do we want to look like as a city? What's going to keep attracting people? So it's not just like, Charlotte's not the butt of jokes of how bad the traffic is and how bad the infrastructure is. I've only been here for literally 5 years, and that is the joke, right? It's just how bad the infrastructure is. So I encourage being thoughtful. But again, if there's a clock ticking, I wouldn't want to be in anyone's shoes to have to make this decision. Let's just put it that way. That's not my thing.
I guess I can applaud the fact, let's not make the wrong decision. So if it means pulling the support for it for now to get the right decision,
agreed.
Okay, right? Better to correct the course now than let it be another terrible decision like 77 and 277 were the way they're implemented.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the traffic is bad when we see it in a relative sense. Growing up in Philadelphia, they're like it's actually been kind of nice coming down here to the south. But we can always
like same in the DC area. It's because they didn't plan far enough ahead.
That's
right. So now let's avoid the mistakes that bigger cities like Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington D.C., New York City, all these ones have made. And let's plan ahead and actually get something that works.
No, and underground is like interesting. Yeah, and again, going back to Boston where I went to school. Yeah. Work began in 1982. The main construction was 1991 to 2007. Wow. And then it was open. Original price adjusted for inflation was thought to be $7.4 billion. It actually cost $14.6. So
inflation happens.
But the whole time you talk about a big infrastructure project, I just see the analysis of what they're trying to do here. That's just kind of what you're dealing with in terms of you want to try to make everything efficient, but also sort of try to retain the character of the neighborhoods that basically you're trying to do this construction around.
I am not a civil engineer, but I really would like to kind of be a fly on the wall, to be in some of these meetings, because just like if you were to build your own computer, you always leave like extra space for growth.
Right.
You leave room, an extra slot for another hard drive or more memory or whatever. I feel like, because my wife has lived here more than 20-something years, and she remembers when the 485 loop around the city was finally built. They'd been begging for it for 20 years.
Yeah.
And they built it too small. Like, they didn't build it thinking 10 years, 20 years later, we're going to need another lane.
It's like when you get pants, Jason. You got to think maybe you grow a little bit over time.
You got to wear expander pants, and you got to have expander lanes. Like, you can't make for where things are. You have to make for what's coming.
Same thing with 277.
That's what I'm saying. I would love to be in these meetings going, how are you building it, not only for now, but how are you building it for our grandkids? Because that's who you should be building it for.
There it is. All right. Well, looking into the
ask
future,
us.
just talk to us. Come and talk to Morning Edition. All of them. All right. Well, coming up on Morning Edition, we're not done talking about more things here. Dropping out of a plane, we've heard about the Hantavirus, but how are they treating it? Some of the passengers actually needing to have airdrops to get supplies, and also a micro escape. You may want to take a micro escape after talking about the I-77 expansion plan. We're telling you what a micro escape is. All that and more coming up on Morning Edition. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, into a Morning Edition. We're having a good time talking about all things that we don't have enough time to talk about on the show, things that really interest us. And I think the world is a little freaked out by the Hantavirus, right? We started talking about this almost 2 weeks ago now, right? This outbreak, and we use that word loosely because I think people think there's a new COVID that is spreading around the world with the Hantavirus on this one cruise ship that was just off the Canary Islands over near Europe, right? So we want to show you this video because the links that they have now gone to not only evacuate some of the passengers from this ship, but to get medicine to some of these passengers that are on these secluded small islands. So look at this. Okay, we're giving you point of view video here. A team of 6 paratroopers and 2 military clinicians parachuted onto this remote British island. It's a territory. They're airdropping medical supplies. And this is the British nation Tristan da Cunha. I don't even know where that is on the map, you guys. But apparently,
I know where it is.
Do you really?
Yes,
the meteorologist knows.
It's in the middle of the South Atlantic Ocean here. It's like kind of not. It's a few hundred miles south of, several hundred miles south of where St. Helena was, where they infamously left Napoleon way back in the day. But it is extreme.
Come on now.
This is
a geography and a history lesson all in one. What kind of cloud is that, Andrew?
That's a great. I need a better
and
view.
Look like the rain, like on his mask, on his helmet.
A lot of pressure, Annie.
Okay.
But this is truly the middle of the South Atlantic Ocean. Like when we talk about South America on one side, Africa on the other, they're basically about 1,800 miles right in the middle.
Holy
This is an incredible video.
Can you imagine?
It's extraordinarily isolated.
They said that the let's see here, oxygen supplies on the island were at a critical level. The airdrop was the only method of getting vital care to the patients in time. So, I mean, as you watch this, like, this is insane. He jumps out of the back of the plane. Now he's going through clouds, going through rain. You look at this island going, I think I want to land near one of those homes in that grassy field.
not
I
on
got
the top of
mountains
the
to the
mountain.
right, ocean to the left, and you're at the mercy of, I mean, obviously some of the controls you have right there, but really Mother Nature and wind, this is insane.
That's someone's job.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
I mean,
someone
they're
literally
they're military
Yes,
paratroopers.
yes, they are. I know that's not their only job, Julian. But like to jump out of airplanes, this is a very cool mission. But we wanted to talk about Hantavirus.
Yes.
This video popped up. So that's a cool angle for it. But I've had a lot of people like say, "Oh my God, Hantavirus."
Same.
And I don't know why they look at me like they think I know
You're the
everything.
news
But
lady.
no,
You're
I'm
the
the
news lady.
right? So I've had to like tell a bunch of people this is not new COVID. We're not going into a new pandemic. Like all the memes and the funny videos are hilarious about like, all right, we're gonna be in quarantine. Better learn your TikTok dances and get your bag this time. It's such a rare disease to start off with, right? But this particular strain is also incredibly rare in that there is the possibility of it passing from person to person, where normal hantavirus does not. That contact, though, is not like I sneeze in the room and y'all are going to get it. It's more of prolonged contact. You share a bed with your partner. You share utensils, things like that. And so it all comes from rodent droppings, feces, which is the same thing, urine, and any fluids. You have to really breathe in those particles. So unless you are around a lot of rats and rodents and mice,
You're not going to get this.
You're not going to get this. Don't freak out. It's good that we're aware of it, though, because how many, if I'm thinking of hoarding situations, right, where a lot
That's a
of
good
medical
point.
teams
That
go
is a
into,
great-
that's
Yeah.
why when you have hoarding situations, they're always wearing those ventilating masks because
you're
of
right.
diseases like hantavirus.
That's so true.
We were talking about this last week because we've been talking about the hantavirus, and again, Annie hit the nail on the head. Not going to be a pandemic situation,
right?
We're okay.
But the couple that originally contracted it, they were on, I guess, a bird watching excursion at a landfill.
I have questions about that.
That is the weirdest part of this whole story.
What's going on
What
the
cruise
landfill?
ship takes you to a landfill?
Do you want to see some great
bird watching?
Yeah, maybe, but maybe these kinds of birds, like
1-star in TripAdvisor.
literally, I'm right. They're writing TripAdvisor. Well,
Okay,
they
but
can't write
maybe I don't know what I would have to see from the passenger's perspective.
Yeah.
What the view looks like. If you're looking out, maybe you don't see the landfill, but these incredible birds that are rare only to the landfill, whatever they're finding and munching on. I mean, maybe through
Don't you want to go on a
amazing.
beautiful hike, see a waterfall? Screw that. I want to go to the landfill, see some birds.
Golly.
The moral of the story is don't freak out about hantavirus. It's okay. Obviously, it's a very serious thing, and now we're all educated. And just because people are coming back to the U.S. does not mean that we're all going to get hantavirus.
Yo, I had someone send me a message this morning going, "Oh, great! Now I hear someone in North Carolina has it." Don't freak out. First of all, they don't have it.
Second of all,
It was a passenger from North Carolina, but they are now in Nebraska in quarantine for a couple of weeks to
Getting
make
watched.
sure they don't have any of the side effects.
I do want to play this
don't
game.
panic.
Let's see if I can do it here.
Oh,
game?
all right. Let's see here if
play
we
the
can
game?
play.
Oh, gosh.
Hey, Andrew, put
see
it
if
to
you
the
can
test.
find.
Can you find it?
Yes.
All right, where we going?
Where are we going? Which
Zoom
way?
in on the South Atlantic Ocean.
Okay.
Enhance.
I know where it
Farther
is.
south. Enhance.
Enhance.
Farther south.
Enhance.
Enhance.
South.
Farther south. Enhance.
Uh-huh.
Is it that
Farther
little
south.
blip?
Enhance.
Uh-huh.
Enhance.
What?
Enhance.
This guy?
Yes.
That's
There it
it.
is. There it is. He's right. I was.
Guys, I dominated trivia, okay? Dominate.
That wasn't even.
Also-
Julian, that wasn't even a game.
That was not a.
No, that wasn't because that was no
Oh,
fun.
it's just Andrew showing off.
Because we lost.
I should have scrambled a little.
Saying enhance.
That was a terrible game.
Here on the morning show and on Morning Edition. Now, you guys were talking about not being concerned about becoming a pandemic.
Yeah.
What are the good ways to kind of understand how a virus spreads? There's something called. You ever seen the movie Contagion? They talk about.
Oh, yeah.
They talk about the number, the R naught, like how when someone gets affected, how many people will they infect?
You're right.
So, like for the flu, it's like 1 to 2. For coronavirus, it was like 2 to 3.5. Some studies said it was high as 5. If it's less than 1, it basically is going to peter out because it's infecting less and less people over time. Hantavirus is about 0.5.
Oh,
So basically,
that's a good
if
perspective.
you think in that perspective,
half a person.
yeah, like yes, half. So if you have let's say 4 people with Hantavirus, they might infect 2. And then those 2 might infect 1, and see kind of how it kind of goes down from there.
Interesting. Wow, Dr. Brightman.
I
Where's
like
his?
it.
He needs Professor Phaeton's blue light.
Yeah,
that is true. He did all that without blue light glasses.
did.
So there's proof, Ted,
proof,
that you
Ted,
don't
you're
have
good.
to wear those dang things. I will say, listen, I try. One of our 4 daughters is love her to death, a little bit of a hypochondriac.
Well, you have 4 daughters?
Oh, I do have 4 daughters.
No way.
Breaking news. Yep. And our second oldest, who is a college student,
Uh-huh.
so not like a teenager anymore, freaked out over the weekend when she was over for Mother's Day about this and how this is going to destroy the world, and she's scared about it and all that.
No.
And I'm just trying to say, listen, to all you people that might get a little worried or fearful when a news story comes out, it's not our intention to scare anyone or cause panic. It's just to inform you what's going on. But see, even backed up by what the research that Andrew just brought us just now, listen,
scientists have.
Yeah, it is not worth living every day under panic and fear of what if, what may. I'm not going to go outside. I don't want to be around people because I'm afraid of what comes. Listen, whatever your time is, your last day on this earth is your time. So don't live in panic or fear.
Give them the full screen.
Guys, it's just
boom.
I'm just saying. Now pass the offering plate.
And don't go to landfills.
Don't reenact Ratatouille, guys.
There
Just
it
don't
is.
do that.
Right,
Don't
right.
do Ratatouille.
Remy doesn't need to be cooking. I love what Annie said to one of her friends, saying, "You don't leave the neighborhood. Like, where do you even go? Right? Like
Yeah,
a lot
I mean,
of us
like,
are.
yeah, we're all just kind of like
I
hanging
go
out. We're in
home.
Charlotte. Like, what do? I go to the grocery store. I go to my house.
I make it out once a month, maybe if that.
But see,
I'm not catching the Hantavirus.
Cruise bookings are going down right now because of this. And
Okay,
there's
but
no
I
need.
stand by,
There's
like,
no need. No
Cruise
need.
ships are just petri
My wife and I are going to
dishes.
hop on those deals. Go ahead, Camp
I
Steve
do
Cruise.
concur with that.
They're
sentiment,
petri
Amy.
dishes. Keep your norovirus.
Yeah.
That one I'm actually afraid of.
Never done a cruise, and I really don't plan on it right now.
No?
Only thing I
I'm
might
gonna
do,
do it.
I've talked about
Alaska.
not Alaska.
Yeah.
I'm a psycho. I've talked about like Antarctica.
Of course you have.
Yeah, no, nobody's.
Wow.
Better get that money out.
She sent me videos of the Drake Passage, and she's like, no.
Hey, here's a quick question, meteorology guy.
Okay.
Would it be harder for some of these viruses to go airborne or to be as active if you're in colder atmospheres?
Oh,
like Alaska or
They
the
don't thrive in like cold as much, right?
so like the Caribbean and more tropical places.
Yeah, probably tropical, because I've like at some point, obviously, they're also sensitive to cold the same way humans are. Like, if it's cold enough, it eventually kills the virus. Like,
no one's sick.
like Hantavirus isn't going to be thriving in
There you go.
Antarctica at 60 degrees.
That's
below
what I'm
zero.
saying. All right, maybe it's worth it to
60
go down
below
there.
zero.
All right.
There you go, everybody. All right. Well, as we head to break here, look, if you're talking about a vacation, right? I don't know if you could squeeze in.
Wanna get
What's
away?
it called? A
Micro?
Micro escape.
I don't think you micro escape to Antarctica, but we're talking about what a micro escape is coming up right after this break. You're watching Morning Edition. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Morning Edition. For our last topic here this morning, we're going to be talking about an escape, a little bit of a smaller one.
Okay.
We call these micro escapes. What is a micro escape? It's a short, affordable, convenient break, usually taking place across maybe a few days instead of a whole week.
Okay.
Might be a shorter trip. You know, one of the big things in here is how expensive gas has been. That's been trickling down into airfare prices. I've been trying to look into taking maybe a flight from hub to hub, Charlotte to Dallas. And you know how much it's going to cost round trip? Over $500 right now.
Sounds about right.
Good night. Bananas. How expensive it is.
Bananas are expensive too.
They sure are.
I was about to call the airline, ask if they take food stamps, but no, they're like, no.
So a mini vacay, a little mini vacay.
Like a staycation.
Yeah.
It's like you still go somewhere, but for a shorter period of time.
Yes, that's right. A shorter period of time. Like, let's say you want to save a little bit of money on the drive. Like, one thing, I actually did a micro escape 2 years ago with my wife. One of our wedding presents, a guy gave us I don't know how he found this place because he's not from North Carolina, but he found this bed and breakfast in Albemarle called the 1891 Inn. And he gave us a one-night gift certificate to that place.
Okay. Very interesting wedding gift.
It was a very interesting gift. And Nadia and we decided to take one Saturday off here. It was, back in, I think, July of 2024. And we were like, let's go check out Albemarle. I've never been there before. We drove about 50 minutes out there. It was this really cute little B&B. And then we walked around the downtown Albemarle area. And we went to this nice little restaurant where the food was noticeably cheaper than it was in Charlotte. And it was just as delicious, maybe better.
Okay.
And it was just a really nice time. That's kind of the essence of what a micro escape is. We spent
Go
time.
a little bit farther outside the city.
Yeah.
And go do some stuff.
Yep.
Kind of like how we've been obviously encouraging people to go to Western North Carolina, right? It's a 2.5 hour drive. They need visitors to come, especially now that it's getting warmer. So, I mean, that's a good option. But I think, everyone wants to take a trip. And we've been talking on the show. AAA says that record people are going to travel for Memorial Day. They're still going to do it. And like I said, you just do this and then you take your credit card and then you go like this and you deal with it later, which is not, I don't recommend it, but that's what people are going to do because they
Americans
want to go.
have higher credit card debt than ever, but I mean.
Yeah. I mean, because they're going to do it because because everyone works hard.
That's true.
You want a break.
Yep.
And you're going to make it happen.
Everyone says they deserve a vacation. Yeah.
We all deserve
You do deserve a vacation. Everyone does.
You could do an extended weekend.
I like it.
There you go.
I just think this is going to be something we see maybe more and more during the summer. People driving a little bit, not as far. And again, the airline prices, it really has been shocking how expensive that has gotten. Again, hub to hub, over $500.
You got the Iran war going on with the impact on gas prices. You also have the fact that we've heard that they're now targeting the premium customer, so the offers for the low-cost carriers no longer there. So we'll see.
All right. Good idea, Andrew. Thanks for finding that.
Thanks, Andrew. What a great
Andrew.
idea.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, you know what? We're going to go ahead and take a micro escape from Morning Edition. We'll catch you next time here on Morning Edition. For Andrew Brightman, Jason Harper, Anna Satowski, and myself, Julian Sidor. We'll catch you next time.
This is On the Record, a new Queen City News special focusing on the issues, decisions, and conversations that are shaping our communities. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Andy Weber.
It's our first show out of the gate.
It is our first show. I can't believe it. It's been a few weeks in the work. I'm happy to get it underway.
Let's get our launch going, right?
Well, we turn our attention this morning to the Palmetto State, where the GOP primary for governor is down to its final weeks. 7 candidates are vying to secure the nomination that will likely guarantee a win come November in a deeply red South Carolina.
Yeah, I got a June 9th primary coming up over the next 30 minutes. We're going to be sitting down one-on-one on 3 of the 7 candidates that are running in that race. Congressman Ralph Norman, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette, and State Senator Josh Kimbrell will talk about what's driving their campaigns, where they stand on the issues, and what leadership in South Carolina should look like in the years ahead.
Yeah, Brian, no speeches, no rally stages, just questions and answers. This is On the Record.
Yeah, some talking points thrown in there. We want to start with our discussion right now that I had with Congressman Ralph Norman, who represents parts of the upstate and Midlands regions. Congressman Norman, thanks so much for joining us here on the record. And first up, let's talk about one of these things that has been a really hot topic on the debate circuit for the Republican candidates so far. That is the right to life. Lawmakers in Colombia, they're moving forward with replacing the fetal heartbeat law at 6 weeks with a much stricter law, near total abortion ban that offers no exceptions for rape or incest. And some of your gubernatorial candidates, they are opposed to signing that. You are not, saying that if you were governor, you would sign it into law. Can you explain?
Yeah, you know, the right to life to me is basic. I've got 17 grandchildren. You know, our Constitution, our freedom starts with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So, and as I've said on the debate stage, whatever comes across my desk that makes it more pro-life for that child, that innocent child that's getting killed in the womb, I will sign it.
Well, also in this bill, there's some harsh punishments. Women could be sent to prison for up to 2 years and fined $1,000 for getting an abortion or possessing the drugs to cause one. Hypothetically saying, what if a 16-year-old girl is raped in a violent home invasion and becomes pregnant? Should she be forced to have the baby?
Well, and that's the discussion that they're going to have. That's why I rely on those who are getting input from all over the state. And as you know, abortion and is a hot topic. It always has been, and rightfully so. Before that language is passed, they will have to justify that. And I think people will weigh in on both sides. I will leave it up to those who are debating the issue every day until it becomes a final bill. I'll leave the rest for them to decide, and I'll sign it if it's more pro-life.
And by the way, it doesn't go unnoticed. You have 17 grandchildren, so hats off to that. It must be quite the household around Christmas time or during the summer barbecues for sure, right?
a lot of fun, a lot of good times, and expensive, I'll say that.
That's good stuff. Well, Congressman, also when you announced your run for governor, you said the theme of your campaign is cleaning up Colombia. Get rid of the corruption, drain the swamp type of thing, to coin a phrase from President Trump. Can you be any specific about any corruption that you're talking about?
Absolutely. You know, at the heart of any government, the heart of any business, you have to root out anything that is corrupt, anything that is wasteful, anything that is fraudulent. And the same applies to our government here in South Carolina. Let me give you some examples. The budget has increased 45% over the last 3 years, increasing government spending. But as far as the corruption and the fraud, the $1 billion that they found in the budget last year that magically appeared and magically went away, I would classify as waste, fraud, and abuse and corruption. I would also point out that some of the priorities fall into that category, as I mentioned, and I will point out that when you fund an electric car company to the tune of $1.3 billion of hard-earned tax money, that's wasteful. I'm referring to Scout. I'm all for growth, but it's got to be quality growth, and you don't give our taxpayers money away.
When you're talking about Scout Motors, that's a huge manufacturing facility going in the Blythewood area. That is expected to bring a lot of money to the state economy, also provide a lot of jobs. What would you change about that?
Look at the facts. I've heard 2 dates that it rushed through the General Assembly. One was 7 days and one was 17 days. They rushed through it. The legislators didn't know what they were voting for. The next highest bidder, and get this, was, I hear, in the range of $260 million. They paid $1.3 billion. That just points to the fact that politicians can't make business decisions. And so many of the politicians think it's their money just because it's coming from the taxpayers. I disagree with that. If it's really a great deal, then you ought to vet it, let everybody know about it. But I've talked to politicians that have no idea what they voted for.
More in your backyard here, let's talk about Silfab Solar Manufacturing Plant in Fort Mill. When it was announced a few years ago, that was seen as providing a big economic impact to the area. You supported it, the growth, the jobs, but now it's not viewed very favorably by residents who don't want the business there next to the school and neighborhoods. They've had 2 high-profile chemical leaks. As a congressman represented that district, or potentially governor, anything that you would like to see happen?
Yeah, Silfab was supported. I think it took a vacant building 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, and the governor supported it, Commerce supported it. They got whatever incentives that they got from the government. I don't take sides in companies coming. I mean, you have to let each company do its own due diligence. They went through all the processes. Now It's as they have found leaks and they found problems with it, they ought to suffer the consequences. And I'll let that play out. And I think the lawsuits that are coming their way, I held a lot of them blame me, but it wasn't. I don't get involved in that, and I shouldn't have. You don't pick winners and losers when you're a congressman that represents the whole 5th district. But CILFAB will pay the consequences if they're found to have done something wrong. And it went through all the processes. And again, the governor supported it, Commerce supported it, and we'll see how it turns out.
That is Congressman Ralph Norman. And one of the other key components of his campaign, Andy, is taking care of the roads and bridges in this Palmetto State. That's part of his infrastructure plan going forward.
And one takeaway for me was his position on abortion. Several candidates in this race have said they will not support a bill that doesn't have exceptions for abortion or incest. He won't go that far just yet, but still ahead, 2 more voices in this Republican primary for South Carolina governor, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette and State Senator Josh Kimbrell, on why voters should choose them in the June contest.
We're back in a moment. You're watching On the Record. Welcome back to On the Record, where this week we are focusing on the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. And Andy, we got a crowded field here for the GOP. The latest Starboard Communications poll is Attorney General Alan Wilson leading with 20%, but it is tight after that with a surging Ralph Norman, who we just spoke with, at 14%.
And Congressman Nancy Mace is right now at 13%. Right behind them at 12% is former Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette. She served under current Governor Henry McMaster for the last 8 years, and in our interview, I asked what made her stand out in this quite tight race. This is a Republican primary, so there's lots of issues you and the other people in the race will agree about. So how would you distinguish yourself from the field?
Well, I'm the only person in this field that has started a successful business from scratch and built it into a national company. I'm also the only person in this field that has stood shoulder to shoulder with President Trump. Since long before I was in elected office, I felt that the president was the leader for our time. He had the backbone to actually get things done in a climate where politics was getting a little bit out of control. He's very focused and determined, and so I'm proud to have always had his back.
You mentioned your support for the president. There has been a recent uptick in gas prices because of the ongoing conflict in Iran. What's your view on that, and what should be done to make life more affordable when we're seeing a recent increase, especially in the price of gas?
Well, when you talk about things being affordable, a lot of what I've talked about, I'm an accountant by trade, while being on the trail, is, making people's lives more affordable. And, the biggest driver of inflation is too much government spending. So here in South Carolina, I have pledged that during my very first day in office, we will eliminate state income tax. Florida, Texas, Tennessee has done it. We can do it too. We're going to do it by leaning in on technology and start running efficiently. We're going to do it by getting rid of useless regulations so our businesses can flourish. And we're going to do it by regulating spending, because just like every single one of my constituents here in the state, we have to live within our means and tighten our belts. And that's what we need to do as government.
Could you see yourself bringing in casinos to help fill that void of a loss of revenue?
What I have always said is that I think we can all agree nobody wants, a big square building just jammed with slot machines. That doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't bring in the right element, and it brings in, people who are vulnerable. And so, but what I do believe we should do is we should allow local areas to weigh in on what they want to see in their communities. And, the president was very deliberate when he even talked about data centers. You have to have local buy-in. In an Abbott administration, I will make sure that the voices of local citizens are heard, and that when it comes to things like data centers, that, local constituents would never pay a dime more for energy costs. The president was very clear, and I've been very clear on this matter all around our state.
So on data centers, should they be allowed in South Carolina? And if they should, then how can we make sure that they are serving their function while not harming folks' way of life in the state?
Well, let me tell you, under an Abbott administration, as I said before, ratepayers will never pay a dime more because a data center is moving into their area. We have to make sure that as we look around the state, that there is local buy-in for whatever industry is coming there. I have talked about a blueprint here in South Carolina, the fact that we have to find out from our local communities what kinds of economic development they're willing to accept. Let's make sure we bring in the right kind of businesses for every region of our state. And it starts with, again, local buy-in and making sure that the ROI on whatever we bring here to South Carolina is good for the people and for the state.
In our region recently, Fort Mill residents have raised concerns after leaks at the Silfab solar plant. I'm curious, you mentioned local buy-in. These were approved. This plant was approved to be in this part of the state. But what can be done to allow folks to, change their mind if something like a leak were to happen near a school or near their homes?
Well, this is something our Department of DES has taken very seriously. I continue to get briefed on what's going on. Right now, there is no mixing of chemicals. They have enlisted a third-party engineering company to come in and give a complete overview to make sure that they are equipped and everything is what we would feel is safe. I'm hoping that will at least make people feel better that we have this independent third party. And then again, citizens should always get involved. I think that's why it's really important for people to vote.
That's South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evett, and I think what stands out the most, Brian, is that she is definitely interested, like many of the candidates in this race, in an endorsement from President Trump, who has not made one yet.
Yeah, and they're also tapping into that Trump through line of being a business person like Ralph Norman, he says, and also Ron Reddy out of the Isle of Palms is running as well. When we come back, we will wrap our conversation with State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who has represented portions of Spartanburg County since 2020. Stay with us for more On the Record.
Welcome back to On the Record. We continue our series of one-on-one interviews with candidates competing in the Republican primary for South Carolina governor.
And now we turn our final conversation in the series to State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who joins us on the record. Senator, so before we get into your platform on running for governor, I want to talk first about the latest news regarding you and your campaign that's been making headlines across the state over the past couple of weeks. And that's with the social media jabs about a Boiling Springs firefighter. On April 8th, you commented on Facebook about the firefighter saying that, quote, the Boiling Springs FD should not let you near a truck. Now, this is blown up across the state, going viral. Boiling Springs FD, they came out in full defense of that firefighter. You came out with a statement, but you say this is really a personal issue with a long history. Describe it in your words. What's happened here?
Well, for about a year, I mean, and look, I mean, my attorneys are dealing with this young guy and frankly, the fire department. And what I've done for the past year, 9 days after I announced for governor, a couple of folks I used to work with tried to file a very frivolous lawsuit in conjunction with the most corrupt solicitor in South Carolina history, as I call him, Walt Wilkins. And this young guy has been egged on by the former solicitor, who's now in private practice, to try and slander my family, slander me, hurt our businesses, and just been overall just really very nasty. I've tried to handle this very professionally. I've talked to the chief. We've had conversations. I've been a longtime supporter of pay increases for first responders. I have supported Boiling Springs Fire Department as well. But at the same time, I'm not going to let somebody go out there and trash my family, hurt my wife, undermine my personal life to try to gain a political advantage. This has been nothing short of a political hit job. It's lawfare. And this is what happens. I mean, it's all been politics. Had no problems until I decided to run for governor of South Carolina. Then people decided to go crazy.
So let's talk about some of the core issues about why you are running for governor. As senator, you have fought for lower taxes, reduced regulations, the right to life, parental rights. What do you want to do as governor for the people of South Carolina?
Well, look, I mean, everybody's talking about right now how they want to get rid of the income tax, but I'm the only person on the stage in any of these debates that's ever actually introduced a bill that would do that. So you can talk about things theoretically, but I've done these things in reality.
South Carolina has one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the country. You support the fetal heartbeat law. What about the push to make it even more restrictive when it comes to no incest or rape included?
Well, and look, I'm never going to support any kind of abortion law that doesn't provide exemptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I've made that very clear. I made that clear in subcommittee yesterday on medical affairs. I did support the heartbeat bill. I was a early co-sponsor of that legislation. I worked very hard and was one of the leaders to get that across the finish line. Look, the reality is you got to strike a balance. Everything is setting essentially this notion of balancing rights between folks. And I do not support abortion as a means of birth control. I don't think we should have, I don't mean to be flippant in saying it, but recreational abortions. That being said, I also understand there are exigent circumstances like life of the mother, rape, or incest, and I've always supported exceptions for all of that. In fact, in committee this week, I made very clear, while I'm pro-life, personally believe that life begins at conception, that I have never supported any law that would put mama in jail or the electric chair, which I think is insane, and I'm willing to have that conversation. So in my view, any legislation that protects life, and I believe we should protect life, needs to also protect the dignity of individuals and protect exemptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother.
Moving on to gambling right now. South Carolina does not have gambling. North Carolina does with casinos and online gambling. This is an issue that popped up with the debate that you had in Newberry a few weeks ago. Congressman Norman.
I remember.
Yeah, and Alan Wilson. They oppose the casinos and online gambling. But you, on the other hand, are a little bit more lenient about gambling in the Palmetto State. When it comes to casinos, what do you believe in, would you like to see happen here?
Look, I don't want South Carolina to become Atlantic City or Vegas, the Vegas Strip. I mean, I'm not going to support just an opening up of gambling across all 46 counties and having these things everywhere. I'm not for that. I believe there need to be significant guardrails around it. That being said, what I said in the debate in Newberry, and I'll reiterate to you now, is that economically disadvantaged areas like the 95 corridor, particularly Orangeburg, which is where one of the projects has been proposed, they could benefit from that.
That is State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who has quite a bit of ground to make up right now to stay in the race.
We'll take one more break, and when we return, our final thoughts on what we heard from all three candidates in this South Carolina governor's race.
To stay on top of all things election related, head to our website, qcnews.com, and there you can find more stories, polls, and interviews pertaining to the races, including the ones you just saw here. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Andy Weber. Thanks for joining us for the first edition of On the Record.
We'll see you next week.
Much trouble it's going to be. It's what is Alec Murdoch guaranteed to under the Sixth Amendment.
Breaking today at noon, another twist in the Murdoch murder saga. So the ruling from the South Carolina Supreme Court, you just heard from Dick Harpootlian there, that's now breathing new life into Alec Murdaugh's double murder case. Tara.
Such lovely weather outside again so far today, but I'm tracking the approach of another cold front. How much rain and when could we see later on today? I've got that pinpoint weather forecast.
Also very concerning, the local NAACP chapter is now facing backlash over a Facebook post. Their comments about the search for an interim mayor and why it's now sparking controversy. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now with breaking news out of South Carolina. So Alec Murdoch will get a new trial after a state Supreme Court justices overturned his double murder conviction. In a unanimous ruling today, justices say that the Colleton County Clerk of Court's conduct attacking Murdoch's credibility now by suggesting to jurors that his testimony could not be trusted. So Murdoch now was convicted in 2023 for the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul. The disgraced attorney received 2 life sentences. But even though Murdoch will get a new trial, he won't be getting out of prison. The 57-year-old pleaded guilty to stealing around $12 million from his client, so he's now serving a 40-year federal sentence. Still, though, the state Supreme Court ruling is a win for Murdoch, who has now repeatedly denied killing his wife and son. There's no word, though, when his new trial could happen, but Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes will weigh in on today's ruling on Queen City News at 4 today. Also, the Charlotte NAACP chapter now facing backlash over a social media post about the search for an interim mayor. So a post on the chapter's Facebook page reads in part, quote, "It is seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be the interim mayor for Charlotte," end quote. So the post continued with a direct warning to council members saying, quote, If the city council votes a non-black person in as interim mayor again, voters will hold you accountable next year, end quote. So this all comes after former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts announced interest in the interim position, with Mayor Vi Lyles set to resign next month. We're going to have much more on this story today on Queen City News at 4. All right, now check outside as we take a live look here around the Queen City. So mostly sunny start to the afternoon today, but some much needed rain could be on the way. So let's talk about that with Chief Meteorologist Tara Lay. Tara, great to have you on the noon show. It's a treat for us. Normally
Happy to be here.
Obviously working in the afternoon and at night, but right now we've got to talk about this rain that might be headed our way because we definitely need that rain. Right?
Oh, we need it. And I wish I had better news that it's going to pile up a lot more than what we're expecting here. But yes, we'll take what we can get, of course. And we do have that rain chance coming in a little bit later on this evening. For now, it's lovely outside. I mean, just looking at wall-to-wall sunshine and Carolina blue sky. After what was again another chilly start this morning, we had widespread 40s for those low temperatures, 46 officially in the Queen City. We hit the mid 40s, not as cold as yesterday morning when we had freezing temperatures up in the mountains. Mid 40s out there earlier, and we even briefly dipped into the upper 30s out there in Albemarle for a low temp. Warming up nicely here so far today. We've got 70 degrees with all of that wall-to-wall sunshine, just a light south-southwest wind at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Upper 60s near the I-40 corridor there. Statesville's at 68, lower 60s up in the mountain communities. And temperatures over the next several hours here will continue to warm up a little closer to 80 today. So that's a few degrees warmer than the only 73 that we had yesterday. And again, tracking this cold front, notice we do have some scattered showers moving out of eastern Kentucky through West Virginia right now and parts of the northeast. Not too much more to the south, but that cold front is slated to come on here later on today. But still, if you have plans outside this afternoon, plenty of dry time, more sunshine. So coming up in my pinpoint weather forecast, I'll show you when we could start to see some of those showers moving in. That's ahead in a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Tara, for that. An investigation now is underway into a deadly shooting in Kannapolis. So this happened yesterday afternoon on Woodlawn Street. Now, officers responding to the scene say they found a person dead in the front yard of the home. There's no word, though, on the identity of that person, but officials are now asking anyone with information to please contact police. One person is now recovering after a morning school bus crash. This happened at the intersection of North Wendover Road and also Marvin Road in southeast Charlotte. So officers now say the incident involved a white SUV and a school bus from a local charter school. We're now working to learn more about the person who was injured, but right now no word on what led up to the crash that you see right there at this time. The company that operates the online educational platform Canvas says that data stolen by hackers in a cyber attack last month has been deleted. So the information of students, parents, and educators from all across North Carolina, including at Charlotte and Mecklenburg schools, were involved in the breach. Company leaders say they have reached an agreement with the hacker group and they have confirmed the data was deleted. Happening right now, Charlotte Mecklenburg school officials now discussing next year's district budget with county leaders. So the conversation is about 2 weeks behind schedule since board members voted down the superintendent's initial proposal. Right now, Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell explains solutions from education leaders.
The 2 weeks of tense budgeting conversations came to an end with a unanimous vote from the school board over the $2.1 billion spending plan. Now, this revised budget has the same final price tag as the one initially proposed, but this has several key changes board members requested. Some virtual teaching roles will now become in-person positions at lower performing schools. Proposed cuts of some social workers were walked back, and the district can now account for higher raises for teachers coming from the state. North Carolina lawmakers announced hours before yesterday's board meeting they agreed to fund 8% teacher raises. CMS financial officials say they factored a 5% bump, so they'll have to slightly amend the budget once that state budget is finalized, but they say no further cuts are expected. Board Chair Stephanie Snead became emotional toward the end of Tuesday's nearly 4-hour meeting after recognizing how much effort local leaders are putting in to stretch the district's funds as far as possible.
We should not be fighting over whether we fund mental health, whether we fund family engagement, whether we can move a teacher from one school to the other. The system is broken.
CMS is requesting a little less than 1% more of what they received from the county last year. That translates to a total ask from local funds of about $700 million. The Mecklenburg County manager will present his proposed budget to County Commission come tomorrow. Reporting in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, so the new state budget agreement covers more than just teacher salaries. State employees will get an average 3% raise plus bonuses toppling $1,700. State law enforcement members will also get raises between 10% for probation and parole officers and also to 20% for State Bureau of Investigation agents and alcohol enforcement officers. Lawmakers also plan to give money to local law enforcement.
There's also nearly $40.1 million will be included in the final budget to provide local law enforcement officers across the state with a one-time bonus of $1,750.
So the budget also includes tax cuts and a pair of budget amendments going on the November ballot. So one to cap the state income tax rate, the other to limit property tax increases. Lawmakers say they will now finalize the plan in the next few weeks. And North Carolina is the only state in the nation right now operating without a budget. So lawmakers could not reach an agreement before June 30th of last year. Since then, though, the state's operated now under the previous two-year spending plan and individual appropriation measures. All right, staying in the state capitol right now, leaders of Mothers Against Drunk Driving are now rallying today to urge lawmakers to pass a measure to close loopholes in state DUI laws. So last year, you might remember this, lawmakers passed a law that allows drivers convicted of lower-level DWIs to install an ignition interlock device to mitigate penalties. House Bill 1199 takes that even further. The legislation would now require ignition interlock systems for all people convicted of DWI and those who refuse chemical tests.
If ignition interlocking devices had been required by law and enforced, my crash would likely not have happened. This is not about punishment, it's about prevention.
So Mothers Against Drunk Driving reports the devices prevented more than 3,000 drunk driving attempts in 2024. The new legislation is part of the larger Seatbelt Act introduced by a state representative. President Trump in China ahead of the high-stakes meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. So as Hannah Brandt now reports, this meeting comes as uncertainty looms over the White House's next move on Iran.
President Trump has now arrived in Beijing, and he's setting expectations high, telling reporters he thinks good things are going to happen on this trip to China. Of course, the war with Iran is really dominating global issues right now, but President Trump says he thinks it's actually trade that's going to take center stage in his discussions.
We have a lot of things to discuss. I wouldn't say Iran is one of them, to be honest with you, because we have Iran very much under control. We're either going to make a deal or they're going to be decimated. We're going to be talking with President Xi about a lot of different things. I would say more than anything else will be trade.
With major business leaders also in China alongside President Trump, he says his first request for President Xi is to open up China to American businesses. We're also watching to see if Trump and Xi announce an extension of the trade truce that they made the last time they met. Senior Trump administration officials also say they expect the leaders to discuss the creation of new boards of trade and investment. Plus, tension over Taiwan is likely to come up, we're told. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle from back here at home are calling on President Trump to reiterate U.S. support for the island. China, of course, views Taiwan as part of its territory. At the White House, Hannah Brandt, News Nation.
We will have conversation about what those next steps look like. How do we find an alternative?
A bump in the road for the controversial plan to add toll lanes to I-77. Why the project's future may be at a standstill. Plus, could drivers' pain at the pump soon come to an end? And drivers are now reacting to a proposed pause of the federal gas tax. And North Carolina's health officials monitoring the Hantavirus after a deadly cruise ship outbreak. Their message, though, to residents concerned about the potential spread in the Tar Heel state. Tara.
Now look like it now with all that sunshine and blue sky overhead, but we do actually have a rain chance ahead for later on today as a cold front starts to move in. How much of that rain, though, could we actually see and exactly when? I'll show you a timeline next in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
All right, we're just getting started here on the Noon Show. You're watching Queen City News. Look at that, 70 degrees outside right now. Your time is 12:11, and you are watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. So North Carolina health officials are monitoring the hantavirus outbreak, even though they say the chance of the virus spreading is low. So right now, 18 Americans are now in quarantine after the outbreak that happened on a cruise ship. And Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has a message from officials.
No, it's not COVID, but some uncertainty of hantavirus might feel eerily similar to it right now. The disease is in the news after 3 people died in a deadly cruise ship outbreak in the Atlantic.
We do not believe this will be something like COVID, but we always need to apply the lessons from COVID to situations like this.
Dr. David Priest from Novant Health is an infectious diseases physician. He says it's mostly spread by rodents through their urine, droppings, or saliva. It's been more than 30 years since North Carolina has had a confirmed case of the virus.
There likely is some chance of airborne and droplet spread. We don't think that is a large risk. But we don't think it's zero either.
Priest says it can take 6 to 8 weeks before symptoms show up. But if you've been cleaning out an old garage or cabin, wear masks, gloves, and eye protection, trying to not stir up too much dust as you clean.
This is a disease that's likely been present in North America for some time, but most cases are from the western United States.
State health officials are watching the spread closely, as one known passenger that was aboard the ship is from North Carolina.
If they come home, they would be monitored by their respective local health department.
Officials say the person has not been tested, but that's evolving. There's no need for panic now, but continue to follow the news and let your doctor know if you develop flu-like symptoms, back and hip pain. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
All right, there you go. So the head of the Food and Drug Administration is now out of a job. Marty McCrary now resigned after a rocky year at the head of the FDA. He says that he struggled to be able to lead the agency amid mass layoffs of its senior staffers. Also to note, a change in its review process that then angered top pharmaceutical drug execs. So he had come under fire from both conservative groups and also health advocates for decisions on abortion pills and fruit-flavored vapes. So he's the fourth major Trump administration official to leave their position this year. Looking live here over at the White House right now as President Trump will get another health check at the end of the month. So his medical and dental exams will now take place on May 26. At almost 80 years old, President Trump is the oldest person to ever assume presidency in the U.S. And it is known that he has a vein disorder that then causes his legs to swell. So earlier this year, President Trump had what the White House called preventative imaging on his heart and abdomen. So now the media has also asked about severe bruising that has been seen on the president's hands. The White House says that it was due to shaking so many hands and taking aspirin to prevent heart attacks. 8,500 steps a day may prevent you from regaining weight after some time dieting. Researchers now looked at data from almost 4,000 people who participated in multiple trials focused on weight loss and maintenance. People who increased their steps to that number each day during their weight loss phase and then kept the steps up afterward had a higher success rate. Those participants lost around 9 pounds on average over an 8-month period. All right, from weight to weather, let's take a live look here over at West Charlotte as we talk about what's coming in our weather pattern. We have seasonably weather today. So the temperature is 70 degrees right now in the Queen City. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, it's kind of a mixed bag we kind of have coming our way.
It is, yeah. So we do have a lot of heat. Actually, we're going to get back to that summertime heat. So trying to get in those 8,500 steps outside come the weekend, it's going to get a little more sweaty out there. The sweat factor definitely higher, but pleasant out there today. Great weather for taking a walk until maybe we get that rain chance later on in the evening. But for the most part, that's going to be closer to the time it gets dark outside. But yeah, it's great for taking a walk outside. It's great for your physical health and for your mental health too, isn't it? Just soaking up some of that vitamin D and sunshine and put a pep in your step, especially with this weather today. Yes, high temperatures closing in on 79 degrees, which is the normal for this part of May. And we'll still be kind of mainly on the clear side over the next several hours. So yes, we still have a rain chance, but it's really holding off until much later on in the day and especially later on in the evening. 73 degrees, that was the best we could do yesterday for that top temperature. So coming in a little below normal. 47 was that chilly start yesterday morning. We had similar readings out there this morning too. 72 in Concord so far. That number's matched in Monroe, Wadesboro. We've got 75 in Chesterfield County around Cheraw, 69 in Lincolnton, and lower 60s up in the mountain communities where it continues to be dry all around as we look around on radar. So no rain yet. Where are the showers? Well, you can see them tracking through parts of West Virginia, heading toward that part of Northern Virginia and heading into the north and east. Not too much showing up across East Tennessee ahead of that front. And so there's just not a ton of moisture to work with, but a little bit of rain will be possible later on this evening. Maybe an isolated thunderstorm or a few rumbles of thunder. But then it's back to dry conditions to finish out the week and some weekend heat coming as well as again, unfortunately, we're getting into a little more of a drier stretch, it looks like, over the next several days. So for today, still lots of wall-to-wall sunshine. If you're heading out, running some errands, heading out to lunch here coming up maybe shortly. Yeah, it feels so nice outside. Light wind, temperatures closing in on 80. Charlotte FC match happens against New York City, 7:15 this evening, that kickoff. So if you're headed out before then, still lots of sunshine through 6 p.m. Later we get into the game, and by 8 to 9 o'clock or so, there is that possibility of a passing shower overhead Bank of America Stadium. I'll show you that on the timeline here on Futurecast. But again, not until later on tonight. So even around 4 to 5 o'clock, most of the area is still dry. We could start to see a few isolated, even heavier showers getting going across the mountains, dropping down toward the foothills. And then by 9 p.m., not really until then, 8 to 9 o'clock or so, we start to see a couple of those scattered showers moving across parts of the Charlotte Metro and the Piedmont. And then most of it's out of here by midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning or so, and back to dry weather to finish out the week. So how much rain are we expecting? Not a whole lot. Only a few hundredths of an inch, and especially north and west of Charlotte across the mountains and foothills. And again, rain chances all the way back down to 0 for several days. We may start to pick up slightly better chances of some pop-up showers and storms, kind of a summertime pattern here going into next week with more humidity and moisture on the way to work with as well. But look at those highs, low 90s starting by the end of the weekend, Alicia.
Look at that. All right. Well, a highly anticipated anticipated public hearing over Duke Energy's proposed rate hikes now was called off with security concerns forcing company bosses to reschedule the meeting. Plus, North Carolina leaders aiming to be able to put a limit on property taxes. Why the proposal is drawing a mixed response in Raleigh. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Your time now is 12:21, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Welcome back. Duke Energy now rescheduling a public hearing due to significant security concerns. So they were supposed to hold a hearing yesterday in Durham, but then rescheduled it for June 3rd. Officials did not elaborate on what the security concerns are right now, but the utility company wants to be able to raise rates by 18% to stay in good financial standing. So it's now up to the State Utilities Commission to approve or deny a rate request. Well, that decision should happen this fall. If approved, though, the hike then would begin in January. North Carolina lawmakers now say raising and the property taxes are now hitting families very hard, and they're now considering if there should be a cap at this point. So House Bill 1089 would let voters decide in November whether to be able to let the General Assembly cap the growth rate of the property tax levies. They also say that Republicans argue local governments have a spending problem, not a revenue problem. But Democrats push back, saying that the state has shifted too many funding responsibilities onto local governments like schools, jails, and community colleges. So experts say that that shift has left local leaders with few options other than just raising up the property taxes to fill the funding gaps.
We've continued to create unfunded mandates for our local governments, while at the same time funding, mostly education, less and less. And, when you squeeze the balloon up top, that money's going to pop, that balloon's going to pop out somewhere else. And right now it's popping out in property taxes.
That's a good way to put it there. So the bill passed the House Finance Committee yesterday, and it now heads to the Rules Committee next. Cost of living increases for Social Security recipients may be higher next year as inflation rises. So the nonpartisan Senior Citizens League now estimates a nearly 4% increase for 2027, which is 1% higher than it predicted last month. So that would then equate to $81 more a month for people who receive Social Security checks. And this will likely change since there will now be 5 more months of inflation data before the cost of living increases are then calculated in October. No longer having to be able to get your emissions tested. Sounds like a dream for some, right? Well, the request from lawmakers that could make it a reality. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Here's a live look over Monroe. 70 degrees outside of the Queen City. And you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Big stories following at this hour right now. Alec Murdoch will get a new trial after state Supreme Court justices overturned his double murder conviction today. In a unanimous ruling that happened, justices say that the Carlton County court clerk's conduct attacked Murdoch's credibility by suggesting to jurors that his testimony could not be trusted. Murdoch was convicted in 2023 for the murders of his wife Maggie and their son Paul. The disgraced attorney received 2 life sentences. No word, though, when his new trial could happen. Also, the Charlotte NAACP facing some backlash over a social media post about the search for an interim mayor. A post on the chapter's Facebook page reads in part, quote, "It is seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be the interim mayor in Charlotte," end quote. The post continued with a direct warning to council members saying, quote, "If the city council votes a non-black person in as interim mayor, again, voters will hold you accountable next year," end quote. So this all comes after former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts announced interest in the interim position, with Mayor Lyles set to resign next month. Also, Charlotte Neck Road school officials are discussing next year's district budget with county leaders. So this all comes as a unanimous vote from the school board to approve the $2.1 billion revised budget. It now includes several key changes board members requested, including an 8% teacher raise. The Mecklenburg County manager will now present the recommended budget to commissioners tomorrow. Let's take a live look here over Independence Boulevard, talk about our fabulous weather that we're experiencing today. It's 70 degrees outside. I mean, it doesn't get better than this. Only the fact that we need the rain and we know that the showers are possible. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, so good to have you here on the Noon Show, and hopefully we have some good news with the wet weather coming our way.
I know. I wish I could have better news that we're going to get, just some good, needed, soaking, beneficial rain like we were talking about last week. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case, even though we could still see, yes, a couple of scattered showers and even a thunderstorm later on this evening. And notice I say this evening, so that means still plenty of dry time ahead if you're going to be out and about and running some errands or picking up the kids from school or something later on this afternoon. It was a chilly start this morning, too. Maybe you needed the coat once again. Not as cold for you all in the mountains as it was yesterday morning when we had those freezing temperatures, but mid-40s to start the day earlier. We ended up at 46 in the Queen City and 39, one of the cooler spots out there in Stanley County and Albemarle. But a nice recovery so far. We're warming up to about 70 from out of the airport in Charlotte. All of that wall-to-wall sunshine and blue sky, just a light south-southwest wind. So that's a warmer flow when you see that wind out of the south and west, and that's going to work with more sunshine for another several hours to give us that extra boost in temperatures today. 72 in Concord right now. We've got 70 in Hickory and lower 60s up in the mountain communities. Cold front is on the move, though, just to our north and west. That is bringing some scattered showers. Parts of West Virginia heading into the northeast. I'll show you when and where and just how much rain we could see out of that system later on today and tonight. That's ahead in a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Tara. One person is dead after a crash involving a pair of 18-wheelers on I-85 near Salisbury. I-85 North at Peach Orchard Road in Rowan County was closed for hours as crews there cleaned up the scene. The crash happened around 5:45 yesterday afternoon. Investigators say one semi was then parked on the road shoulder when it was then rear-ended by another truck, causing a fire. The second truck was carrying chemicals. The collision killed its driver. The other driver also suffered minor injuries. Well, plans to add toll lanes to I-77 to ease daily bottlenecks have now hit a bump in the road. So Charlotte City Council members voted Monday night to pull back support for the controversial plan. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, reaction has been mixed. As to what happens next is somewhat just unclear.
We're removing our support until further independent analysis and changes and community outreach are done to our satisfaction.
A surprising vote Monday night on an issue that has many in the Queen City split. What should be done to address daily gridlock seen along I-77 South in Charlotte? In a narrow vote, the City Council saying they no longer support a plan to widen the road and add toll lanes.
We know that widening roads simply doesn't work. We have to move people more efficiently in the corridor, and moving people alone in their cars is the least efficient way to move people.
Many neighbors do not support the project over concerns of noise and air pollution and its potential impacts on historic black neighborhoods. Shannon Binns with Sustain Charlotte has been a leading voice opposing the plan, arguing there are better alternatives than adding more space.
Through a bus rapid transit project, or maybe in the longer term, rail.
Right now, there are a lot of uncertainties about what Monday night's vote means for the future of I-77. What we know for sure is that the plan to widen the road and add toll lanes has a very high chance of being scrapped.
We do have a traffic problem and congestion, as well as major crash rates.
Dimple Ajmira was one of 5 council members who voted not to rescind the council's support. Speaking with Queen City News on Tuesday, Ajmira didn't want to comment directly on the vote, but argued the council still needs to find a solution.
So we will have conversation about what those next steps look like. How do we find an alternative that meets communities' needs as well as addresses the underlying issue, which is the congestion and safety.
Monday's vote instructs the city's representative on a regional transportation board to rescind support for the I-77 plan. Those following the matter closely expect the plan has little chance of moving forward without Charlotte's backing. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Some North Carolinians may no longer have to be able to get their car emissions tested. State leaders now requested to end emissions testing requirements in 19 counties, including Union and Mecklenburg counties. So the Environmental Protection Agency says that North Carolina's plans won't interfere with maintenance, air quality standards. Also, the EPA will accept public comments over the next month before making a decision. President Trump says that he may be able to provide relief by suspending the federal gas tax, but That is not something that can be done with just the stroke of a pen. So Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke with drivers about the potential savings.
Some people say they've been driving around to find the best prices on gas or stopping earlier to fill up the tank.
I just got 7 gallons a day instead of waiting until it gets, 10 or 12.
But the financial burden is real.
$50 get you 11 gallons. Blows my mind. Hey, but we gotta have it. We gotta get to work.
President Trump is now floating the idea of suspending the federal gas tax until things improve in the Middle East.
It's good that somebody is doing something.
But that could cause an issue elsewhere. Currently, the federal gas tax at 18.4 cents a gallon for gas and 24.4 cents per gallon for diesel brings in $23 to $36 billion a year, according to the Bipartisan Policy Center. The Highway Trust Fund uses the money for highway construction, road maintenance, and mass transit systems.
I dread it. I had to get some gas, now I dread it.
Congress would still need to approve the suspension of the federal gas tax, but at 18 cents a gallon, some say it's just a drop in the bucket.
Anything will help right now. 18 cents might not seem like a lot, but when you have to fill up, it'll make a big difference.
The suspension would have saved Rodney Moore $9.20 this trip. However, there is no timeline for if or when the suspension could happen.
I wish the gas prices would hurry up and drop.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Thank you, Will, for that. Gaston County Commissioners approved their budget for the next fiscal year with a stipulation. So they want a closer look at Gaston County Schools' revenue and staffing levels. Most commissioners say that they believe the district should better manage its money before getting more funding. So school officials are now considering consolidation of some campuses and layoffs. Commissioners will now set up meetings with district leaders in the next few weeks to determine if they need to make more cuts. Meanwhile, Lincoln County Commissioners and Lincoln County City Council members now are also pledging to work with each other to find some budget solutions. So they now held a heated joint meeting yesterday, arguing over the reduction in funding that the city gets from the county. So in April, you might remember, county leaders changed their sales tax sharing formula, reducing money to the city by more than $1 million. So Lincolnton leaders now say the timing and the funding change is now forcing them to consider layoffs, including police and firefighters.
I know that it's legal, and I said at the meeting, it may be legal, but it's not right. What was done to us, not with us. And I resent the heck out of that.
We wouldn't be doing our jobs to protect all the citizens of Lincoln County if we were just looking at it on a small scale. We have to weigh the options.
So you can see there it got heated there, but county officials now offering to be able to take over some expenses, including school resource officers. Now, both sides expect to continue their talks to find a way to avoid the layoffs. A taste of Italy is coming to the Fort Mill area this week, so look at what you can expect ahead of this year's 29th annual Italian Festival. You're watching Queen City News at noon. We'll talk about it all next. Stay with us. You're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City.
Welcome to Epic Discounts by BestReviews.com. I'm Melissa Bergamini. Scan that QR code on your screen to get ready to save big. From your backyard to your car to your home. These are the kind of upgrades that save you time while helping you enjoy summer even more. So let's start outside with the BeatBot Sora 70 Pool Vacuum Robot, because nothing really feels better than a clean, sparkling pool ready for family and friends to come on by. This is powerful, hands-free cleaning with 360-degree top-to-bottom coverage and an impressive 6,800 gallons per hour suction capacity. And hey, that's a whole lot. That means less time cleaning and more time enjoying your summer. Next, let's take that same peace of mind on the road with the Red Tiger 4K front and rear dash cam. This gives you ultra clear 4K recording with front and rear cameras, so you always have complete view of what's happening around your vehicle. You also get GPS tracking, a 170-degree wide-angle view, and excellent night vision thanks to the Starvis 2 sensor. And with fast Wi-Fi downloads, you can quickly send video footage right to your phone. Plus, the 24-hour parking mode helps keep your vehicle protected even when you're not there. And if you're ready to upgrade your everyday listening experience, check out the Bose Quiet Comfort Ultra Bluetooth headphones. These wireless over-ear headphones combine powerful noise cancellation with spatial audio for a more immersive sound experience really wherever you are. Whether you're traveling, working, or just relaxing at home, you'll get a built-in microphone for clear calls. Plus, simple Bluetooth connectivity that makes pairing fast and so easy. And when you get home, comfort starts with clean air, which is why we love the Blue Air Blue Pure Smart Air Purifier. This compact but powerful air purifier, it is perfect for bedrooms and small spaces up to 926 square feet. So you can relax, sleep, and breathe a little easier without even thinking about it. All right, let's take one last look at today's products helping you save money. Head to epicdiscounts.com or just scan that QR code to scan, shop, and save with Epic Discounts by Best Reviews.
Oh, welcome back. From the smell of homemade pasta and garlic bread to live music and the popular cannoli 5K run. So one of Fort Mill's most beloved traditions is back this week. The 29th annual Italian Festival is returning to St. Philip Neri Catholic Church, bringing 3 days of family fun and community celebrations. And organizers say the festival attracts thousands of visitors every year. I want to welcome in our guest right now. We have got Carson Luger, the chair of the festival this year. Big job, but we have thousands that come to York County. I think it's almost up to what, 15,000 maybe?
10 to 15,000 people we estimate come through our festival over the 3 days.
And it's incredible. So we say it's the Italian festival.
It really is.
It's the food. Let's get us started with what can people expect to be able to see. And here's some pictures people are seeing as you're talking.
We love to integrate local businesses into our food. We have Amore Artists, a local brewery that's helping us with our beer garden. We've got Fratelli's, which is a great Italian restaurant in Baxter Village that helps us with our pizza. We have the Peach Stand in Fort Mill that's helping us with our sausages. But what people really come to our festival for is the homemade meatballs, lasagna, ziti, eggplant parmesan, the desserts and cannolis.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that people come for each year.
I understand everything's made in-house, but tell me, because outside of like the things we know, as you just said, like spaghetti, lasagna, what are like the main things people should hunt for to make sure that you track down?
So if you get there early, because we run out of it every year, the eggplant parmesan. That is the go-to.
Okay.
So we'll definitely have enough, but come Saturday, we start to run out of that. That is an absolute favorite. And also, if you're coming to our Italian festival, you have to get a cannoli.
You have to. I've never actually tried a cannoli. I was telling you off camera. So that's the first thing that I'm going to try and go for. I live in Fort Mill. But this is really a big thing for York County. I mean, when you talk about all the businesses that you name that get involved, but what this really does for the community, kind of talk to us about that.
Yeah, in the Catholic Church, we celebrate the feast of St. Philip Neri each May. And St. Philip Neri is the patron saint of joy and laughter. And that is the core principle of our festival, and that's what we try to celebrate each year, and we've done that for 29 years, to spread that joy and laughter throughout the community of Fort Mill.
So this is all faiths, all people, all kids are definitely
Everybody's
coming.
welcome. We love to have all the kids. We have a wonderful kids zone. It's very big with lots of different rides and blow-ups and activities and games that they can participate in, and there's stuff for the adults. We've got wine tasting, beer tasting, and obviously the great live music and wonderful food.
Yeah, so the wine tasting, that gets started Thursday, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
And it continues through the whole time, or is it the big event is Thursday night?
Thursdays are wine tasting, and then we have different activities like beer tasting and other activities as well throughout the rest of the festival.
Okay, and real quick for the kids.
Yeah.
I know that there's bouncy houses and things like that. What can parents expect? Do they need to get tickets ahead of time, or how does it work?
No need to get tickets ahead of time. You can get tickets ahead of time at spnitalianfestival.com. Okay. But we have ticket booths everywhere, and just come, enjoy, bring your little kids. There's a wonderful kids zone, so we try to promote that, and it's a good time.
15,000 people coming to York County, coming to Fort Mill. Carson, this is your last year as you're chairing, so you're kind of passing the torch. But next year, for the 30th anniversary, I know that's going to be huge.
Really big deal. 30 years. Hard to believe that we've been doing this for 30 years, and I was just telling you off air that we now have what we call generational help, where these kids were maybe knee-high at our 30 years ago, and now some of them are actually participating in running parts of the festival.
Helping to be able
as
to give
adults.
back.
Yeah, it's
I love
great.
it. It's going to be so yummy, so delicious. The smell is going to be in the air in Fort Mill.
Can't wait.
Carson, thank you so much for hanging with us today on Queen City News. We appreciate it. Let you know that this festival gets started May 14th. That's tomorrow through the 16th at St. Philip Neri Catholic Church. Also, if you need any more information, we have all this information on our website, and we're hoping that the weather stays wonderful for this weekend. So I'm going to toss things over to Tara.
It's all up to her.
I know. Tara, let us know. So this weekend, we know that sun is going to be coming out, right?
Yes, the sun's going to be coming out, and it's going to be coming out really in full force. And talking about the sweat factor for people out and about out there is definitely going to be higher. We're talking 80s and 90s coming up this weekend. We're going to stick with that heat and eventually rising levels of humidity as well going into early next week. And that could lend itself to a few spotty downpours, maybe a couple of thunderstorms as we get into kind of a summer-like pattern here going into about 7 days from now. But for today, certainly a lovely spring day taking shape for us so far. After a chilly start this morning with those lows in the 40s to near 50, we have warmed up into the low in a few spots in the mid-70s so far. We've got 75 out there in Chesterfield County, 72 in the Queen City. That number's matched in Concord, Monroe, 69 degrees in Shelby, and low and mid-60s up in the mountain communities where it is dry. It's dry everywhere as we look around the region. We're talking about that rain chance though. So where is it? Okay, so we've got this cold front upstream here up to the north and west. We do have a couple strips of rain moving through parts of West Virginia, entering parts of Shenandoah Valley and heading into northern Virginia, parts of the northeast, but there's just not a lot of moisture to work with around here. We need the rain. We were doing pretty well. I mean, last week, look at those beneficial rainfall totals here. This is reported out in Charlotte. We had just over an inch. Remember all of that? Just kind of that rainy Thursday, and we were talking about the kickoff to the Tourist Championship out there. But since then, after that little bit of rain, especially down there in Fort Mill and South Carolina communities on Saturday, boy, not a drop in the bucket here. And that goes for so far today. But again, we do have that rain chance later on this evening. So we actually have a little bit of a surplus going for a change so far this month of May, but still a pretty hefty deficit coming in close to 7.5 inches behind on the year so far. So still lots of sunshine through about 5 o'clock later on this afternoon, heading into the evening before the front starts to enter the picture. It's not really, though, until about 5 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock up in the mountain communities that we could be tracking even a heavier shower, even an isolated thunderstorm as well. The threat of severe storms staying mostly to our north here today. And by 8 to 9 o'clock, a couple of those showers holding together and passing through parts of the foothills, Piedmont, Charlotte Metro before everything clears out and slides on off to the south and east. And then it will be back to drier conditions to wrap up the week. Some lovely weather ahead for certainly doing anything outside. But the rainfall forecast with the system just not adding up to much. A few hundredths of an inch for the most part. And even as we look ahead over the next 7 days, notice the brighter colors here and the purples and the blues back off to the west or offshore. That's where the widespread and higher rainfall totals will continue to be. So we are just not overall looking at a whole lot of rain at all, if you even see anywhere you live over the next week or so. But we are going to be feeling that heat. Ridge of high pressure building in. You can see signs of it in the mountain forecast there heading into the weekend, up around 80 degrees, and that's in the higher elevation. So you know down the mountain, it's going to be hotter out there. 87 on Saturday, 91 on Sunday, with that humidity returning as well. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Beautiful look over Lake Norman here today. We'll be right back.
News crews are on the scene of a natural gas leak and fire. Look at this right here. Morningwood Drive currently closed at Pleasant Plains Road as firefighters now work to be able to put out the fire. Queen City News definitely has a crew on the way headed to the scene, and of course we will keep you updated as we learn new details. Well, May is National Pet Month, and while it's meant to be able to help highlight the importance of our pets, veterinarians say it's also a reminder that it isn't typically necessary, and that's because about 95% of pets, the parents consider their animals as members of their family. So a bond with a pet is known to be able to help people with their mental health. Not only do those pets help you stay smiling, they also can help you stay healthy.
When you sit with an animal, not only does your blood pressure go down, theirs does too. We know that people who have a heart attack or stroke, probably 34% higher survival rate 1 year out if you have a pet. There is scientific evidence that people who are stressed, we know those people have more cortisol released in their body. It's a stress hormone. But what we also know is dogs can smell the stress hormone in our skin because it comes out, or our breath.
Wow, I need to get a dog. All right, people who have pets typically report having more alert and active lives. That I do have. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Thanks for hanging with us today. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. All right, back to that breaking news out of Matthews. Crews are on the scene of a natural gas leak and fire. Morningwood Drive currently closed at Pleasant Plains Road. As firefighters now work to put out the fire. We'll have much more coming up on Queen City News at 4. Right now, enjoy yourself, and thanks for watching Queen City News at noon.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, we've got a special guest on the show today. Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service is joining me on the episode. We're talking about how the burn ban was lifted for 81 counties, but why 19 counties still are under the wildfire restrictions. We'll detail what's different in those counties versus the others. Plus, the drought continues to worsen here in the Carolinas. Now, pretty much all of the Queen City News viewing area is under extreme drought conditions, and even exceptional drought conditions are popping up. Why this latest drought monitor has now entered historic territory. You're watching Pinpoint Weather University, and this latest episode, it starts right now, my friends. Welcome into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here at Queen City News Plus. Big welcome to our YouTube viewers too. And if you're following me on IG at WXBrandon9 or following us at Fox46 Charlotte, our Queen City News Instagram page, thanks so much for all the support. And if you have any suggestions for the show here at Pinpoint Weather University, as always, send those our way. You can also connect with me on Facebook at my meteorologist Brandon Lawson Facebook page or over on X at WXBrandon9. I always love receiving your comments and some of the suggestions you guys have for the show, and I'm trying to incorporate those as much as I can. So I do appreciate the love and support there, and we'll continue to grind on. And we're going to be talking about the drought again. I know the drought has been a big topic here lately, and it's been more of a bigger topic over the last few weeks now that water restrictions have been put in play. I feel like a lot of folks have really started to pay more attention to it now that's impacting everybody. But something else that we've been monitoring over the last several months really has been the wildfire threat. That is a threat that has been there for quite some time with this drought. And I know not everybody burns, not everybody has a fireplace or a fire pit in their backyard or their front yard or whatever, but a lot of people here in the Carolinas do. And North Carolina, due to some of the recent rains that we've had, that has actually helped us out a little bit when it comes to the wildfire threat. So the recent rains aren't necessarily getting us out of the drought, but they are bringing us some temporary relief in some areas. The wildfire threat has been lowered for some. It has washed away some of the pollen as well, which I know a lot of folks are really excited about. And it's also at least slowed down some of the worsening drought. It kept the drought from getting much worse than what it could have been last Thursday with some of the recent rain. So that's how the recent rain has helped. And again, highlighting that, the wildfire threat being lowered. And actually joining me on the show today is Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service, the Public Information Officer. Philip, I like to call you the voice sometimes of the NC Forest Service because I've texted you, I feel like, a couple of times a week over the last few months, just because wildfire season has been so active and the drought has been a big reason for that. Just talk about this wildfire season so far and just the activity you guys have seen.
Yeah, so going back to early March when we first started creeping up into wildfire season, our activity was pretty much statewide, balanced out from the mountains all the way to eastern North Carolina along the coastline, which is ultimately one of the reasons that we decided to implement a burn ban is our fire activity had just gotten to a point where it was almost too widespread and too frequent. And we needed to do whatever we could to slow down those new wildfire starts. And a burn ban is a method in which we can do that once we reach a point where our forest fire conditions have reached a hazardous level.
And then what are some of those ingredients that you guys use to issue the burn bans? What are some of the indicators that you have in place to help you guys make that call, oh, we need a burn ban for the state?
Yeah, so the main trigger, if you will, would be once our forest fire conditions reach a hazardous level. And what are the contributing factors to that? There's going to be consistent low humidity, windy days. Obviously, prolonged drought was a factor as well. Spring wildfire season, March through May, is typical this in our state anyway, simply because of the green up process with the vegetation as we work towards the summer months. And when you don't have rain to offset the greening up process, if you will, where more moisture and nutrients is required for the green up process, then you can dry out rather quickly. And of course, North Carolina, you go back to September, October of 2025, which is when those rainfall deficits began to build. And so when we got to the later stages of March, we looked at our wildfire activity, how fast those fires, not only how quickly they were igniting, how easily they were igniting, but then how fast they were spreading once they were igniting. Ultimately, the rate of spread of some of these fires was outpacing our containment efforts and our ability to control these wildfires. So when you look at the long-range forecast and you don't see any relief in sight in the form of rainfall or high humidity, you're already dealing with widespread fire activity. The wildfire behavior is acting a little erratic, and then you have to consider resource availability and where you are in terms of stretching resources too thin. And so all of those factors were at play late March when we decided to implement the burn ban.
And I was going to mention, we've got a lot of video from Georgia. They have been dealing with very significant wildfires there, especially over the last week or so. And they've also been experiencing the drought conditions. Was this a concern for you guys as well when it came down to issuing the burn ban? Were you guys worried about the potential for massive wildfires, or was it more of just like a smaller wildfire threat?
Yeah, I mean, the potential was certainly there. You saw several wildfires in South Carolina as well. South Carolina has implemented, lifted, and re-implemented burn bans throughout the spring in the duration in which ours was in effect. And so really the wildfire activity and potential of the risk was pretty much across the Southeast due to the factor of drought and some of these other conditions that we've discussed. And so again, when we were dealing with these situations in late March, we looked at the long-range forecast and do we see any relief in sight over the next couple of weeks? And the answer at that time was no. There was not a whole lot of rain forecast, if any. Temperatures were going to fluctuate between 90 and 50, and with that, you get the frontal systems with wind. And so you pretty much saw textbook fire weather that time of year back in March. And then one extra element that some of your viewers can take to heart is the Hurricane Helene impacts that still remain in western North Carolina. Of course, if a fire were to ignite in some of these areas in western North Carolina where the Helene blowdown and the timber damage is still substantial, well, then a fire can spread quickly, become difficult to contain, and that's going to be a threat moving forward for the next 10, 15, if not 20 years. And so
I was actually going to ask that. Why is that threat just going for so long? We'll get. I know you guys have actually lead the burn ban for some kinds. We'll get that here just momentarily. But the Helene vegetation down threat is going to be around for years, possibly over decades. Why is that? Why does that threat linger for so long?
Yeah, so in terms of volume, roughly 822,000 acres across western North Carolina experienced some form of timber damage. And some of that's partial, but a lot of that's actually still physically on the ground. That are, in some cases, entire mountainsides that still have the entire blowdown present. And so cleanup efforts are going to be slow moving simply because of the magnitude of the timber damage. And so as the timber continues to lay on the ground year in and year out, it's going to further dry out. It's going to die. Most of it is dead, or if not dying, and it's going to become more available. And so each year that we get further removed from Hurricane Helene and that timber is still on the ground, it's going to be more flammable next year than it is this year, and so on and so forth until it's gradually removed through prescribed burning efforts, if and where that's possible. That might not always be practical, and then just the gradual cleanup efforts over time. And so each year that we're removed from Hurricane Helene, that timber is going to be more kindling for fires to spread.
Definitely something to watch for years to come, for sure. And you guys actually, over this past weekend, have actually released the burn ban for 81 counties in North Carolina. So that means 19 counties are still under the burn ban. This was the map you guys released on your Facebook page. So the burn ban still continues for Gaston, Mecklenburg County, Union, Cabarrus, Iredell, up into Rowan, Stanley, and Anson County. That is the Queen City News viewing area, but also, Rockingham, Stokes, as you're getting up towards Guilford County, Randolph, and a few others more as well included in there, some counties up towards District 11. So why is that area still under the burn ban, but counties around it, the burn ban has been released?
Yeah, so again, going back to those previous conditions and factors that we were talking about just a few minutes ago, over the course of the last couple of weeks, we begin to see temperature somewhat moderate, but we're also seeing higher humidity levels. And so when you go back to March 28th, when The humidity was in the 20 and 30 percentile, even down to the teens in some cases, is now in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and even 70s, if not higher. And so the higher humidity days, even though it's not rainfall, so it's not going to do much for your drought, it indicates that the air is more saturated, and therefore there's a little bit more moisture available that wasn't there before. The overnight recovery, as we call it, when you start waking up in the morning and you find dew on the ground, the grass is wet. So again, those things don't do much they don't do anything for the drought, frankly, but they do help us in terms of reducing wildfire risk. Also, going back to late March, we would look at the forecast and you wouldn't see rain for 2 or 3 weeks. Whereas now you're starting to see the potential for unsettled weather at least every 3 or 4 days. And so the map that you're showing right there indicates last week's rainfall totals. And as you can see, the area basically missed out. The area that remains under the burn ban, those 19 counties, unfortunately just flat out missed that rainfall from last week, and especially on Saturday. And so when you look at the other accumulations being somewhere between nearly an inch to almost 2 inches in some areas, those are the areas that we felt confident that with that rainfall, as well as some of the higher humidity levels, full green up is another thing. Now that we're in the later stages of spring, the vegetation, your trees, we've almost reached full green up, if not complete full green up in some areas. And what that does, again, doesn't do anything for the drought, but it is a reduced wildfire risk simply because the vegetation is a little more fire resistant than it was back in March. It's no such thing as fireproof. And so it's definitely green up doesn't mean that we can't have fires. It just means that things tend to be a little bit more fire resistant. So between the higher humidity levels, the full green up that we've seen, additional moisture and a recovery overnight, as well as the recent rainfall statewide over the last 7 days going back to last week, those were all the factors that ultimately put us in a position where the forest fire conditions are no longer hazardous. Therefore, we felt comfortable lifting the burn ban for those 81 counties. But as that map illustrates right there, those 19 counties, unfortunately, when Saturday's rain event moved through, it just flat out missed them.
My next question, it kind of leads into the upcoming rainfall that we have for later this week. I mean, models are still a little spread, but there are some indications that we could see over an inch of rain in the Piedmont of North Carolina for the first time since mid-February. If that rain was to happen for later this week, could that burn ban then be lifted for the rest of our counties here in North Carolina?
That's certainly what we're hoping for. We're hoping that rain produces on forecast, if not maybe gives us a little bit more. It's certainly a welcome sight. And so we will certainly reevaluate and see what rain actually falls and hits the ground and is able to be absorbed. And so we are looking at that now, and we will continue to look at that through the week. And as that rainfall physically hits the ground, and we'll reevaluate. Our hope is that it will be enough for us to remove the burn ban entirely. We're not quite there yet, simply because a forecast is a forecast. So we need to see what actually falls. But those are the intentions. Burn bans are not ideal really for anyone, us included. The same resources with the North Carolina Forest Service, who are responsible for responding to thousands of wildfires across the state every single year, they're also tasked with enforcing the burn ban and extinguishing and writing citations for these illegal fires. So when we have a burn ban in place, it is just another element of responsibility for our initial attack resources that they have to deal with. And so burn bans are not ideal really for anybody, us included. And so the objective is not to hold it in place for as long as possible, to keep it in place for as long as possible. It's until we're no longer seeing hazardous forest fire conditions. That's what's outlined for us in North Carolina General Statute. And so hopefully we'll get the rain this week. That's forecast, and hopefully that will put us in a position for those 19 counties where those hazardous conditions are no longer present, and hopefully we can get back to fully lifting this ban.
And Philip, I do have one more question for you. We're going to take just a quick commercial break, but after the break, I just want to ask you more about what the threat could look like going forward if the drought continues. Details on that coming up next here on Pinpoint. Weather Universe. Welcome back into Pilgrim Point Weather University. Got my good friend Philip Jackson with me with the North Carolina Forest Service. And Phil, you were talking earlier about how things are greening up. It doesn't completely eliminate the wildfire threat, but it definitely can lower it a good bit. And as we get more towards summer, I actually am seeing grass grow quite a bit. People are starting to mow their grass, and trees continue to green up. So even if the drought were to continue into the summer with extreme drought conditions and even the potential for exceptional drought conditions, would the threat for wildfires still lower due to that green up?
So as we move into the summer and we move out of spring wildfire season, we typically see our wildfire risk reduced because of that green up, but also because of the humidity that the South in general just experiences every year, where we're looking at 80, 90, 100 percentile with the humidity levels. And the South is hot and humid, and so it might be unpleasant to deal with outside, but it does help with our wildfire risk. With that being said, if this drought does continue and we were to find ourselves in a patch of a 2 or 3 week span during the summertime where the temperatures are 90s, 100 plus without any rainfall, then we could very well start seeing extreme wildfire risk again, especially we have summertime thunderstorms become more common throughout June, July, and August, even into September. And so that's when we tend to see some of our lightning wildfires caused by lightning. It's not super common. We do have them. They only account for about 1% of our fires across the state, but that 1% typically is most prevalent during those summer months where we're seeing more thunderstorms. And so ultimately the message is going to remain the same year in, year out when it comes to prevention, is that most of these fires that we have, they are human caused, which means they are avoidable. And so the main culprit of that, of course, is unfortunately debris burning, where folks are just out burning yard debris in their yards. Most counties allow that. It is a legal practice, but you need to make sure that you're doing it on the right day and under the right weather conditions. And one of the biggest issues that we have is folks just not staying with their fire. They will light a debris pile on fire, and then they will walk away and they will continue to do other chores around the house. They will run errands. And when that fire is left unattended, it's going to do what it's going to do, and the weather is going to have a huge impact on that. So ultimately, even if we do find ourselves here the next few days where the burn ban has been lifted for all 100 counties, we are at full green up. We see some unsettled weather. If we get into the summer where the temperatures are high and the moisture and the rainfall is just low and this drought continues, then we could very well be in a position where we start seeing widespread wildfire activity again. So folks need to be extremely careful. And even as you and I talk right now, even though the burn ban has been lifted for 81 counties, right now we are still in spring wildfire season. So folks need to be extremely cautious in those areas where the ban has been lifted.
All right, Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service. Thank you so much. And, May 4th was International Firefighters Day. So big shout out to all you guys at the Forest Service, all the fire crews that have been working tirelessly over the last few months to put out wildfires and to keep wildfire awareness in our heads as we navigate this drought, and with the wildfire threat being a little bit more higher than usual this year due to the drier conditions that we've been seeing. So, Phil, thank you so much. Always love having you on the show here on Pinpoint Weather University here on Queen City News Plus, and I appreciate you joining me today.
Thanks, Brandon. We appreciate all that you do.
All right, thank you, Phil. Coming up after the break, we're going to talk about April. April is over and May is now here, but April was creating some history here in Charlotte. We detailing for you just how hot it was and other dry month too, just how dry April was here in Charlotte. Coming up for you on the other side of the break. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We just spoke with Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service's Public Information Officer there. Gave us a lot of good information on the wildfire threat we've been experiencing over the last few months, during the spring months in particular, and the drought conditions, just how greening up might help us out a little bit in the summer, but still, if the drought continues to be as significant as it is, burning still could be an issue coming up this summer. So something we'll have to pay attention to. I enjoy talking to Philip, and hopefully the rain that we're getting from later this week of May 3rd, hopefully later this week we'll be able to see that burn being lifted for all of our counties here in North Carolina. The Tar Heel State could use it, and we were talking a little bit offline about, the state parks, how you can't really have your campfires at the state park, can't go camping really and enjoy it and grill and stuff on some of the grills they have there in some of the areas where the burn ban is still in effect. So fingers crossed we can get some good rain in here and hopefully at least limit the wildfire threat, but we'll need a lot more rain to get rid of the drought. We need like 2 or 3 inches a week to really help us out, and it's got to be more on a consistent basis. But it looks like we'll get into more of a wetter pattern here starting this week. I do want to talk about April. I know April's kind of long gone now, but there's still some things I didn't get a chance to highlight, and it has to do with our temperatures and precipitation for the month of April. So April in Charlotte was actually the second warmest April we've ever experienced here in the Queen City. We had 2 record highs this month, and we start April off on a bang, right? April 1st, 86 degrees, new record high on April 1st, and then we get into April 15th, just 2 weeks later, and we see another record high of 89 degrees. We got our first 90-degree day of the year this April on April 18th, which is about about a month or so before we tend to see our first 90-degree day. Our average first 90-degree day, I believe, is around May 20th. We saw it on April 18th this year. So yeah, second warmest April on record for Charlotte. It was a very warm month, and you look at all the orange days there. All the days in orange are days where we were above average. So I mean, when you look at it, including the red days there, so you've got 86 degrees on April 1st, 89 on April 15th. So if you include those 2 in there, and just kind of count it up, doing a little bit of math for you here offhand, we're talking about 6 plus 7, 13, 17. So it looks like about 18 days of the 30 days of April were above average. That's significant. That is a very significant April here in Charlotte. That's why it's the second warmest on record. And then you look at some of the blue days, which obviously there's a lot less of those. Those are days where we were below average, and we didn't see that quite often. We did get a little bit of a cool down for the second week of April. I should say, the first full week of April. But unfortunately, that wasn't enough to cool us down for the rest of the month. We went on a heater ever after that. So I do want to talk about rainfall too. Rainfall has been the big story here lately, right? We need it, and we don't have it. And when you look at April and look at the rainfall totals here, bringing you full screen, it was the 5th driest April on record for the Queen City. We had 4 days of measurable rain, if you will. So March, we only had 2 days of measurable rain. Might have been 3, but this month we get 4 days of measurable rain. Unfortunately, none of these days got us over 4/10 of an inch of rain. The rainiest day was April 5th, and we only saw 3/10 of an inch of rain that day. April 28th, we saw some recent rains here where we got about 2/10 of an inch of rain. And then April 30th, 1/100th of an inch. That's not going to get you out of a drought. 8/100th of an inch on April 25th. So we need to get a little bit more aggressive with rainfall totals. We obviously don't want to get so aggressive to where we're flooding out, but we need to do a little bit better than this. But it was the 5th driest April on record for Charlotte. And guess what? March was the 8th driest March on record for Charlotte. So we're continuing to stack on these dry, historic months, and we're continuing to add to this historic drought that we're in. So we'll get the latest update on Thursday, March 7th, for the United States Geological Survey. This was the update last week. Obviously, we've got extreme and exceptional drought conditions popping up over the Carolinas. Those exceptional drought conditions that you see there, that little darker shade over Monroe County, Union County, but over Monroe, and even parts of Cabarrus County, Stanley, and eastern Mecklenburg County. That's the first time we've seen exceptional drought conditions since March 2008. So we obviously are now in more of a historic territory when it comes to this drought. Just a matter of how long the recovery is going to be now. In 2007, 2008, we got exceptional drought conditions, I believe, in December of 2007. We did not get out of those exceptional drought conditions until March 2008. So it took about 3 months to get rid of all the exceptional drought conditions. And then it took about another 6 months leading in towards like September, October to get rid of the drought completely, to recover. So it takes months to get out of this. It takes a little bit to get into drought. It takes a lot to get out of it. So definitely something we'll have to continue to work to do over the next several months. I am meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode. Again, a big shout out to North Carolina Forest Service, Philip Jackson, for coming on the show with us today, breaking down the wildfire threat, what goes into why those burn bans are issued, and what goes into getting rid of some of the burn bans as we get some rain around here, as the green up continues, more as we get into the summer months here. Again, I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. As we end the show, I always like to say, take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. Also, as we navigate the drought together. I know it's frustrating saving water. I know it's annoying. I know it's not fun to do. Nobody wants to be told how much water. Nobody really wants to be told anything in life anymore when it comes down to what to do. But please follow these water restrictions that are in place. They're for everybody. It's to help everybody out. And again, if it's, using the dishwasher when it's actually full, or watering your lawn less, or washing your car a little less, go to a car wash place where they use recycled water. And I know it costs a little bit of money, but again, it's going to help us out a little bit when it comes down to getting out of this drought. Just some ways to help out. And again, let's work together to do this, as we always do here in the Carolinas. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We'll see you next time on the new edition of Pinpoint Weather University.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. I'm your host, Morgan Francis, and today we're talking about one of the most talked about listings that's on the market in the Charlotte area, and that is this beaut, this $15 million home. This is on Quail Hollow, and obviously we have the Truist Championship coming up, and this is the time of year that we tend to see any homes that will go on the market in this area do go on the market, because why not when you're watching the PGA players play golf? Also, look at some absolutely beautiful homes. And the listing agent for this home is Liza Caminiti. Liza, thank you for coming on the show.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here.
This is, I want to get into the personal aspect of this before we talk about the home itself. Anyone would be so grateful to list a home like this. It's gorgeous. But for you, this is highly personal because of who owns it.
Yes. Yeah. I have a lump in my throat right now, and I told myself I'm not going to cry.
It's okay to. Yeah.
It's Doug and Megan are incredible human beings and probably two of the most special people I've met. And they both of them actually just have a way of touching everyone they meet. And Doug, being who he was, never made anybody feel like they were below him or that he was better than them. And I've said it many times in the past few weeks to people is he had this special quality to find the 2% of good in people and make them believe in themselves and wanted to know what they were doing with their lives and telling them you're going to be the best at it. And it's the same experience I had with him the first night I got to truly hang out with him and Megan and get to know them. And just being with them for 30 minutes, I felt like I knew both of them for my whole life. And Doug had said to me, which I know I shared with David, your news colleague, he said, "Oh, what do you do?" And I said, "Oh, I'm in real estate." And he said, "Well, you're going to be the biggest and best agent in Charlotte, and I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure of it." And I literally, Morgan, I left there, and I thought I was ready to conquer the world. And then, I had the honor to list their previous home in Seven Eagles. And I remember, the first time that when they finally got moved into the Baltusrol Butte, he invited me over, and they were having like a small gathering with, I think everybody that was involved bringing this beautiful home up out of the ground. And I walked through the front door, and I wanted to start crying because that house gives you so much emotion. Because it is so amazing. Just walking up to the front door and the aesthetic and the design and the color scheme of it is so calming. But more than anything, I was just really proud of Doug and
and some people might be wondering who is this Doug who was such an amazing person. He was the CEO of Lending Tree. He recently passed away, suddenly, unexpected. And it sounds like for someone who had such an important job, such a big job, it sounds like, based off of my, few conversations with you, that he truly wanted to make an impact in everyone's lives who he touched, everyone who he met. That's what it sounds like from my perspective.
Yeah. He was definitely one of those people that I feel like probably put himself second and put a lot of other people first, for sure.
So, now, unfortunately, Megan's gonna sell this house. There's been a lot that's happened in their lives in the last 6+ months.
Yeah.
How do you even approach that as someone who is a friend, who was, he was a mentor to you? What is that like, trying to list a home? I know you're going to do the best job that you can possibly do, because it's personal. Not only because you're a professional, but it's personal for you. But how do you grieve and then help them list their home?
Yeah, you have to really kind of compartmentalize everything in your head, as I do with a lot of my clients, just being that they're high net worth people and very successful. But I think you have to put the professional side first. And, we go into every deal and transaction, with clients, even if they're friends or not friends. My goal is to always make them become very good friends.
Mm-hmm.
And we go into everything with our heart on our sleeves. I'm probably one of my worst qualities is that I do wear my heart on my sleeve. And so I'm very
I wouldn't put it
passionate.
that way, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I
very
get what you mean.
compassionate and passionate about what I do. Um, you know, Megan is a very rare person. She's very strong. Um, I'm very proud of her for how she's handling everything. Because she's, being strong for everyone else and Doug's family and everything. So, we've just tried to be there for her and reassure her that this is a team effort. Um, you know, as far as, getting the house together, getting things packed up, getting Megan comfortably moved out of there. It's been a very tough process, but it's also been a very stress-free process. Um, and Megan's just been amazing to work with all of it. And she, trusts me and my team. So the decisions we've made and the guidance we've given, she's really leaned into. And we're excited. We're excited for the attention that this home is getting,
Mhm.
which I knew. I knew it was going to get a lot of attention. It's a home that if it was placed down in Palm Beach, it'd probably be a $75 million home.
Right.
We have to be realistic. We are in Charlotte, and I wanted
That's
the house
still,
to get a
I
lot of
mean,
attention.
that would still be a record setter, I believe, for the state of North Carolina. I think there's one home on the coast near or in Wilmington that sold for just under 14 million.
Yeah.
So at 15 million, it would still be a record for you all, which it is gorgeous. I mean, you're talking north of 17,000 square feet, closer to 18,000 square feet. 6 beds, 6 full baths, 6 half baths, 5 garage spaces.
Yeah.
So plenty of room for all the toys.
Yeah, and that's actually the 5 isn't including the golf cart garage too. So
Okay, with the simulator, I saw that in the. Hey, I mean, if you're gonna be on Quail Hollow, you kind of have to have
gotta have
a
golf
simulator.
Yeah.
Tell me about the marketing aspect of it. We see one of your videos here. What is the time commitment when you have the conversation that okay, I'm going to list your home? How long does it take to get it to market? It just hit the market.
Yeah.
And I believe you have already had a showing and you got another one coming up.
We've actually had 6 showings.
6 showings.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I thought it was
another-
one and you have another
No,
one.
no, we've had
6.
6. And
That's
we have
impressive.
another one this Sunday.
Okay, so there's already a lot of interest.
Yeah.
What do you think it is about, a home like this versus something maybe on the waterfront on Lake Norman?
I think it's 2 different types of buyers
Yeah.
that would look on Lake Norman or look on Quail Hollow. I do find that our higher price point buyers that are moving from out of state do tend to look in both places.
Mm-hmm.
I love Lake Norman. Obviously, our company dominates the sales up on that lake. But I just think,
There's Ivester Jackson.
Ivester Jackson, Christie's International Real Estate. Yeah. And I just think that having that, the scenery of Quail Hollow Golf Course behind your home,
Mhm.
I mean, when you walk into that home, as you can see from the video and the pictures, it looks like a painting through the windows.
Yeah.
So, and what is so neat about the house when Doug and Megan and Harry Schrader, the architect, and Leighton Campbell, the interior designer, and Arcadia sat down to create the home, it's Doug wanted the house to look very kind of mysterious from the street where you don't really know how big it is. You just see the quality of the finishes that were chosen to
Mhm.
build this home.
I
But-
mean, and it looks new, but it was built in 2017. It's
Yeah.
not like
way ahead of its
I mean,
time.
it's still new, but it's, coming up on 10 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's but anybody that has gone to either say Truist or one of the PGA tournaments or even the members at Quail Hollow or other non-members playing on that golf course, they are all completely intrigued with the back of this home because that's where you get the magnitude and the size of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yet it is still landscaped to give you privacy from the golf course.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very well thought out.
Do you know what hole off the top of your head it's on?
Yeah, so it sits on the 15 and the 16.
I was gonna say,
which is
gotta
the
be
green mile.
Yeah.
You got to have a green mile hat when you go to one of the golf tournaments.
And that's a great location, even if you're just out watching the Truist Championship. I mean, 16, 17, 18 for sure that's where all the drama happens,
Yep.
and a lot can change in those 3 holes on Sunday. So it's a fun one. You mentioned the architect. It would have been great to have him on the show. I know he's got a lot going on.
He's a very talented guy and very wanted. So yes,
you
he has
don't
a lot going on.
You don't happen to have his phone number? See if we could give him a call and
I sure do. I think we definitely should phone in a friend.
see if we can get him on the air.
Yeah, let's do that.
And his name is Harry
Schrader.
Schrader.
Very well known. The neat thing about Harry's homes is they're very timeless.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that walks into one of his homes, they know it's a Harry home
Mm-hmm.
because there's just certain touches that he does.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Harry.
We got him.
We got you.
Caller, you're on the air.
Hey there, how are you guys?
We are good. We were just talking about this beautiful home that you poured your heart and soul into, and how everybody, as soon as they come through the door, they know it's you because of all the beautiful touches that you like to leave in the homes that you design.
That's super nice to say. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Harry, we would love to hear a little bit more from you about what went into designing this home on Quail Hollow. It's absolutely stunning. But what goes into putting a piece of art, essentially, like this together?
Yeah, that is a great and appropriate question for a house that's that intense, if you will, defined by how big the home is, how many key spaces there are for us to have designed. It's one of these projects that sort of has one of everything. And so I will say one of my favorite parts about the journey was, despite its size, every single space and use was considered. It wasn't like, oh, you got to have one of these, or who cares if we have this extra wing? Every space was really meticulously considered. And as an architect who's driven to craft one of a kind architectural experiences, the answer to that question is it took everything I had, right? It took 3 years of a client believing in the process to get special architecture, but then what do we do to put it on paper and then ultimately challenge the builder to execute? And that house speaks of that, in my opinion, and I couldn't be more proud of it.
I mean, you'd have to have a lot of patience to wait 3 years to get everything right and then to execute it on the building side. That's a long project for someone who's, excited to get into their brand new home. Uh, how do you approach a project of this magnitude? Where do you start as an architect? And walk me through, obviously a little more briefly than 3 years, but walk me through that process of where you start and how you get to the end product.
Yeah, I think the greatest gift we're given by our clients is this fully immersive opportunity, right? We're not hired to draw a set of plans that fits some sense of, what the market is telling or what the stylistic, hot buttons are. You get the chance to start with a blank piece of paper and to work with a client who puts a lot of faith in our abilities. And we don't take that for granted. I mean, no matter how many years I work and how many projects I author, I always am driven by the next one being our best. And so this was one of those cases where, I knew the opportunity that this client was giving us. And so it starts with making sure we're very much a steward of their vision, not our own, but then pushing the ball forward and challenging ourselves to do dynamic, timeless, dramatic, embracing architecture. And what I mean by that is, we're not looking for anything to be a monument as much as a living, breathing, comforting place for them to live their life. And Liza and I have spent time in that house together, and I hope that's the exact message that comes across is when somebody is careful to think through enough of the decisions, then it's far less about simply the opulence of the space, but also about the concert of materials and scales of spaces. And I just that's for other people to judge, right? I can say those words, but I really rely on all the occupants, starting with the people who live there, to say, gosh, this is special and there's something about it that makes it unique. And that's what drives me.
How many aspects, Harry, of this home changed from start to finish? I mean, the home itself is almost 18,000 square feet. Was there anything that you felt like a big change throughout the project just to make sure you got it right?
I think that what I've learned about our process is that we do our very best to work our way through a very vetted, creative process, offering the client all these, times in the process to say, oh my gosh, that's amazing, or hey, let's go in a different direction. We always say we're not giving them one idea, we're giving them all of our ideas, right? So we really work hard so that by the time we're done with the creative phase of the project, they're bought in, they know it, they can see it. And then it becomes the challenge to technically detail a house of this magnitude so that it is able to be constructed, that the 100 people that it requires to build it can look at me and say, sure, we can do this, or Harry, we need to pivot here. And so to answer that question for you, in the course of a project like this, our boots on the ground, like our daily involvement in the construction is an evolutionary journey where I can't say, oh no, we decided to move a room to the other side of the house, but we very much worked in concert to make things better as it went and to tighten up specifications. And when we're an architect that designs so much of the project, next thing you know, you've got a project that is singing, right? It's just all the pieces are coming together.
I can hear your passion. And Liza, I think you know him quite well through listing this home and everything. And it's a beautiful home. You clearly have an incredible talent, Harry. And I appreciate you picking up the phone and joining us today. This was great. Unexpected surprise.
Well, that's awesome. Thanks for caring what I have to say. And I enjoyed chatting with you guys too.
Thank you so much, Harry. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
All right, take care, ladies. Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, so that's the first time we've taken a caller on air.
Hey,
but
it's always a first
fun.
for
It's fun.
everything.
And you can hear his passion for sure.
Yeah, and he, like myself, really wears his heart on his sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
I think I shared with you over the phone when I first called him about this house and that, I really wanted him to be a part of this process.
Mm-hmm.
And we started talking about Doug, and Harry started crying on the phone, and then I started crying.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed, Harry. I'm a grown man, crying on the phone." But
Yeah.
that's just the emotion that, Doug brings out in people.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's been an amazing journey. It really has.
Mm-hmm. We didn't get a chance to talk really about kind of the we did a little bit, but we didn't go into detail about kind of the marketing aspect of it.
Yeah, the process from A to Z.
Yeah, because I mean, this is so you create a website for the home itself, which it's not like uncommon, right? I think a lot of agents are starting to do that nowadays. Is a one-stop shop, so people can really take a look at the home. It's a beautifully designed website, though.
Thank you.
But walk me through, how long all of this takes to get a project like this up and running.
Absolutely. So I'm very much a person that is, let's get things done yesterday. And
We have that in common.
Yep, I eat, sleep, and live real estate pretty much 8 days a week and 36 hours a day. So, my team and I have everything very streamlined. First phone call, I am already planning everything that I know we're going to need to get done. So when we show up at that first meeting with homeowners of this magnitude,
You're talking about the pitch meeting?
yeah, talking
Okay.
about like the pitch meeting, full on listing appointment, we've already kind of set in stone like bullet points of letting them know what we do. And so that's what I think is obviously very enticing to any seller owning a home of this magnitude, because it can become overwhelming getting your house on the market. And if there's things that need to be done, like as far as pressure washing and deep cleaning and landscaping and windows and packing up and moving things, staging,
It's a lot.
it's a lot. So my background's interior design. So for me, all of that stuff is very easy. I've got a great wheelhouse of people. I come with a very large team. And so we really are a one-stop shop concierge service. And that's what I, stressed to Megan. And that's what I think was very relieving to her. Because, we came in, we had the stagers there. I had Leighton, the interior designer. We had, the builder. We had Harry involved. And it was just, I like to have one big powwow. So we all get on the same page right out of the gate. Everyone's on a group text. And I'm like, here's what we need to execute. And here's the time period that we have to do it in.
I mean, because it doesn't matter if it's a $15 million house or it's a $500,000 house.
It really does.
There are a lot of things that can get, confusing throughout the process. And it's real easy for, especially, a buyer or seller when they don't do this every day to get lost in the shuffle of, okay, like what's going on, what's next.
Yeah.
So to your point, getting everyone in the same room on the same page is just smart.
Yeah.
What was I going to ask you next, though? Oh, the staging.
Leading into
The staging.
yes.
If you don't mind me asking, how much range, what kind of range would staging be for a house like this? I mean, this is a lot.
So,
It's a significant investment.
there's not many staging companies in Charlotte that I knew would be able to handle the magnitude and quality and style of this home.
Right.
And No So
Not
Design.
just throwing a couch down.
Exactly. No So Design did such a killer job matching everything in the home and the quality of furniture and the materials and the accessories and the paintings that they brought in just accentuated all of the design aesthetics that both Leighton and Harry put into this home. Leighton walked the home with the interior design team or with the staging team because I wanted to make sure that they were on the same page. There were a few items that the seller was leaving behind. So we knew that we had to kind of stay in line also with some of those materials.
Right. Kind of work them into the staging or work the
Exactly.
staging into the,
Yeah. And
So-
it came out, perfection.
So are they
Perfection.
based, you said there aren't many in Charlotte. Are they based in Charlotte? Or
They are based in Charlotte, yes. And they just happen to be best friends of mine too. So that makes it even better.
Well, you get to hire someone who you care about and pay it forward that way. Is there any question that I missed or anything that you would like to say either about the process or the property?
I guess I would just say that I truly do feel that, the extensive amount of thought and process that went into us planning the photos, the video. I mean, I wanted to make sure that this video was like a movie. That's just another thing you have to become in real estate as a movie producer. So I'm
A confident, and a confident person on air.
Thank you.
Which it's not your forte. Like this is obviously what I do and what we do, but to go from someone who, I know how to list properties, I know how to show them, I know how to get everyone to the closing table to it's an extension of real estate now.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh.
It's I strive for perfection. I'm not perfect. I'm extremely OCD. And so when I list someone's home, I'm treating it as if it's my own. And I will stay up all night long packing boxes, cleaning things over at that house.
The things that
because-
people don't realize
Yes,
is involved.
it's my name on it.
Yeah.
And so I have to make sure that all of my listings showcase the same exact way, no matter the price point, as you
Right.
mentioned.
Yeah.
So I do feel that, the extensive amount of work that we put in planning in a very short amount of time really shines through with the pictures, the video, everything. And we still have some more videos to come that are going to be pretty big.
Well, I know those will probably be well planned out as we get closer to the Truist Championship. I know a lot of people there will be a lot of eyes, not only on the golf course, but also on this beautiful house.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Liza, thank you so much for joining us on Turnkey. I know you're extremely busy right now.
Oh, it's fun.
Well, it was an enjoyable episode, and good luck with the home and selling it, and good luck to the family involved as well.
Thank you. We really appreciate it, and we were just honored to be here.
Yeah. To everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this latest episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Hey, welcome to Queen City News Plus. We got order in the court today. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes.
Khalif, all right, good to see you. We got three good topics as we always do. Court is in session right now. We're going to be talking about Spirit Airlines, their demise over the weekend, and what's passengers going to be able to do, their legal rights that they have if they've been stranded. And then also NASCAR's got some more feuding back and forth. What's NASCAR? That little feuding with some lawsuits. So we'll break that down. But the first one we want to talk about is SCOTUS jumped in today is about mifepristone. As people can order that, they're restored access to the abortion pill. Let's go ahead and talk about what happened here.
Brian, you're talking about mifepristone. You're talking about abortion. So we started at the beginning. Roe v. Wade, constitutional right implemented in this country, 50-plus years of court's precedent, was struck down by the Dobbs decision. At the time, legal experts said that this Dobbs decision would open the floodgates to having litigation, back-to-back types of litigation, and they were accurate. I mean, once you decide that there is no constitutional right and the states can make a determination on an individual basis who and when and what type of abortion you can have, if any, in their individual states, then you knew that there would be litigation, and that's what we've had. Any type of legislation that's been implemented has been challenged. Any type of rulings that have been implemented has been challenged, and this is nothing different. The Court of Appeals for the 5th District decided to strike down the use of telehealth type of mail-in distribution, and it's worth noting that this case directly impacts drugs used in two-thirds of all abortions in this country. And so limiting telehealth prescriptions and mail-in delivery of mifepristone was major. This wasn't something that was, on the fringe of abortion, 1 or 2%. You're talking about 75% of all U.S. abortions are using that type of drug. And so it sent a crater into that industry, and then you had a number of folks challenge it to the Supreme Court. So the standard when you are attempting to do an injunction is 4 things. It's irreparable harm, it's likelihood of success on the merits, it's the public policy, and it's the swaying of the public interest. And so the court will look at those 4 factors. The biggest one is irreparable harm. If money can fix it, the court is not likely to grant an injunction. And so you can't fix it with an abortion. You can't say, hey, you didn't get the abortion pills that you wanted. You end up having the child that you didn't want to have, and so now we'll pay you money for that. That's the easiest, elementary school breakdown of that standard. But that's something that the court would look at, and I can guarantee that's what they did here. And remember, this is on the shadow docket. This isn't a full-fledged hearing. This is an emergency.
Let's talk about that. Shadow docket, real quick. Just explain that process when the Supreme Court jumps in on these emergency type of situations.
Well, it's supposed to be where they're taking things that are on an emergency basis and they're making determinations that are temporary. Now, there has been a number of pushback from, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and Sotomayor and Kagan that have said, hey, this rendition of the Supreme Court is using the shadow docket for things that it's not supposed to. But historically, the shadow docket has been for emergency basis. You have something that can't wait, can't be delayed, has to be heard right now. The court takes action and then kicks it back to the lower court. That's historically what has occurred. The last few rulings off the shadow docket, because it's not really going to be an order. It's going to say, hey, we rule like this and go back and wait or do something. In this regard, we ruled that we're going to overturn or stay, I should say, the Court of Appeals decision. And because we're staying the Court of Appeals decision, we'll have a full-fledged hearing. It goes back to if nothing occurred with the Court of Appeals until they have a full-fledged hearing. There have been instances with the shadow docket where it hasn't done that, where they have taken action without writing a Court of Appeals.
This is a temporary ruling here. This is not a permanent ruling. So there's a lot that's going to have to be hashed out before this can go forward in any way.
It will. And this is going to probably be less about abortion, even though it's an abortion case, and more about administrative law, like who makes the determination of rules. So because obviously you have the FDA versus the courts. This is going to be federal preemptive. Does the federal government have an ability to preempt state law? And you would assume that the court wouldn't rule that way, because in the Dobbs decision, they're saying the courts don't want to make this determination, and the states should make that determination. So if they're consistent with their previous rulings, they will say, hey, the states have the ability to do this. So now we have to determine what insight does the FDA prove or provide into this, and what guidance and or regulatory authority do they have. And so this may be an opportunity for this court to weaken another agency's ability to render rulemaking, policy making, and pull that back a step as well.
One of the things, too, you have differing laws in states right now when it comes to abortion. Specifically, I mean, North Carolina and South Carolina. South Carolina right now is moving to go to even a more extreme a law where it's almost a
near permanent ban.
Permanent ban.
Yep.
Right. So if someone is ordering this in South Carolina, the ordering mifepristone by mail in South Carolina, what could happen with that person? What do they need to know?
Well, it depends. I mean, if you're ordering it from a doctor in another state and it's being sent to you in South Carolina, there are a number of states that are attempting to criminalize that action of it coming from a state that is legal to a state that is illegal. And there is a older law called the Comstock law that hasn't been used, Comstock Act, I should say, that hasn't been used and is rarely used, but that could be used to ban mail abortion drugs nationwide. For being able, that's more of an obscenity type of law that was used in place with adult material years ago, and that's what people are pushing to say, listen, courts, if you want to take it from the states, again, states' rights versus federal preemptive rights, and you want to make sure that we can stop the mail-in aspect of it, you could use this Comstock Act to prevent that. So there are a number of ways that you can get there, but this is big time litigation. Let me put it in perspective. This is like big tobacco coming to the table. Because what do you have? Big pharmacy. Pharmacy companies are warning of regulatory chaos. They're warning of undermining the FDA's scientific authority. And so they're saying, hey, court, step back and allow the states to handle this, and don't allow the Fifth Circuit to do what it did, because now you're stepping on a lot of people's toes.
What kind of time frame are we looking at here?
It depends on how fast they're able to hear an argument. I mean, the fasting already happened. That was the emergency shadow docket. So it could be pushed to the next term, or they could move it up as soon as possible. It really will just depend on the court's decision. I mean, but Justice Alito, who we're looking at there, this is another Louisiana case, right? Hot off the heels of him, authoring the Louisiana decision in the Voting Rights Act. And so this court is wanting to address these types of decisions sooner than later.
Yeah, they definitely want to hit on the hot button issues for sure.
They have not strayed away from it.
Yeah, they definitely do not want to do that. Another hot topic we want to talk about coming up in our next segment before we take a break here. Spirit Airlines folded over the weekend, just went away. A lot of it was rising jet fuel costs. The administration was trying to get something done there with a deal. That didn't happen. So let's talk about passengers' rights and what they have coming up after the break. You're watching Queen City News Plus with Order in the Court, Khalif and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian here, and we are going to be talking about the next segment here. A big story over the weekend, Khalif, and that was Spirit Airlines folded, just went under, trying to come out of their second bankruptcy. And, you know, within hours, thousands of flights have just been canceled, leaving passengers just stranded mid-trip, trying to scramble to rebook. Very little notice here. Let's talk a little bit about the Spirit operations, how this happened, and also what can passengers do?
The writing was on the wall for something like this, obviously, for years. I mean, there was a number of mergers that attempted to occur. I remember most recently with Elizabeth Warren cheering the fact that the Spirit Airlines last merger that they tried.
We're not worried about gas in people.
That was originally drilling, you said?
Pike.
Pike.
Contractor for Duke Power.
What level of fire is this considered?
We don't really have alarm levels for stuff like this, but we probably have 100 firefighters here on probably 15 frontline apparatus and tankers, and then we have an army of support staff who is also assisting us.
No schools affected that are near here or anything like that?
No. As far as we know, there's no school buses that normally come through this route. We haven't heard of any problems. There's a charter school just down the street, and there's a nursery just across Pleasant Plains. We know parents have been able to get to those children.
To ensure the safety of people in this area beyond when this is finished, do you all check periodically?
Before we leave, we will make sure everything's safe. We will turn it over to Piedmont Pike. That will be their responsibility, but we will make sure that it's safe before we leave.
Any guesstimate of how long we'll be out here today?
I thought we had a sign that we were making progress, but it's back. Again, it could be 5 minutes, it could be a couple hours, depends on how Piedmont can do. An 8-inch gas line is a large transmission main, and their tactic at this point is to try to dig down to the main and apply hydraulic presses, 2 hydraulic presses, to pinch that pipe closed. So once they've got that pipe pinched, it should use up all the gas that still remains in the pipe. Their problem then would be, how are they going to go about replacing that section of pipe?
Next couple hours, sit there and stare at it?
Right now, that's our goal.
Think you'll need more hands on deck?
We've got rehab services here from the Charlotte Fire Department and from EM, so we're rotating crews through where we have to man hand lines, but for right now, everything's either aerial or ground-mounted monitors, so we've pulled back our presence. I have people from Piedmont, Duke, Pike. If you would like to talk to them, I can try to get them here.
That would be great.
Okay. Stand by.
Thank you.
News right now out of Matthews. Officials just giving us an update there on a gas leak and a fire that just happened there in a residential neighborhood. This happening near Pleasant Plains Road. The fire chief of Matthews just left to be able to get some other officials to be able to talk about exactly what's happening. If they come up to the microphone, of course, we'll break in with that and take you to that. But I just want to show you the crews right now that are on the scene of what's going on here. Again, this happened just before noon. Pike Electric, which is a contractor for Duke Energy, were on the scene. They arrived to be able to find a gas leak when they tried to figure out exactly what was going on, and they tried to be able to figure out a plan as to what they should do. That's when the explosion happened, according to the Matthews fire chief that you just heard from. Right now, no injuries are here to be able to report. Right now, they've been on the scene for about 2 hours since this has happened. We've been monitoring the situation just before noon as we brought you the breaking news on our noon show. But we did learn just a moment ago that they have now, they're waiting for that to be shut off from Pike to be able to go out there and shut off that line. But they said right now 2 houses have also been severely damaged. But in terms of injuries, the good news to report right now is there's no injuries. People are just kind of on the scene. Lots of people there responding. Of course, this is on the border there, looking at Union County and also with Mecklenburg County. Also, we do have a crew on the scene. Matt Stell is reporting. He's going to be reporting live from there. We're going to try and get him up to get more information. But for right now, what we're learning is no injuries. They're still monitoring the situation. And right now, they say that they're trying to be able to wait for Pike, which is a contractor for Duke Energy, to be able to come in and shut off that line. We will have much more, of course, on this breaking news and continue to follow this throughout the afternoon. You can always join us online at qcnews.com. But for right now, I'll send you back to regular programming.
A perfect storm occurred. And as you mentioned, the bailout was something that folks thought was going to at least save the company for flights and for employees, but it just was unable to occur.
All right, we're going to leave that one there for Spirit Airlines. Hopefully those passengers will get things worked out, and also those employees too. Coming up next on Order in the Court, that guy right there, Joe Gibbs Racing, JGR, they're involved in some trade secrets, a lawsuit with that. We'll have more on that coming up after the break. You're watching Queen City News Plus with Quarter in the Court with Khalif and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian. Right now, we are going to have our last segment. We're going to be talking about NASCAR. Trade secrets being stolen, possibly. And this is a case really here with Joe Gibbs Racing out of Huntersville, JGR, suing former competitor, competition director Chris Gabehart and Mooresville-based Spire Motorsports here in late February for trying to steal some trade secrets impacting the NASCAR results here. What do we know about this? What goes on?
Oh, this is like ripped right out of a movie headlines. They're talking about, look at this. They say this case is really about protecting competitive intelligence in a data-driven sport. And I'm laughing when I read this because it was so many instances where like, hey, that sounds like a movie. That sounds like a movie. The individual recognized, hey, I got to this company and they promised me a number of things. And this was said in the hearings. They promised me creative control and a number of opportunities to lead and be in charge. He said, ultimately what happens is Gibbs and the team was basically lurking over his shoulder the entire time. And it wasn't any control. It was micromanaged to the point where he believed the relationship started to deteriorate. So he leaves, right? In the process of leaving, and that's what they're saying is they're alleging the trade secrets. He connected his personal email to the company laptops. Additionally, they said that he created a folder on the computer named Spire and did a number of tests on that computer, and then took those tests in that folder with him. He argues that, hey, I created this folder because I recognized the relationship was deteriorating, and I was weighing my options of why I should go and leave here at Gibbs Racing and go to Spire. The other thing I think was interesting is that part of their complaint, they included from the telecast of a race that one of the announcers saying that, hey, Spire seems like they have been, becoming extremely successful since this individual got to their company, and hinting at, the likelihood that it's because of something that he acquired while at Joe Gibbs Racing.
Yeah, Carson Hocevar winning Talladega 1 week before the lawsuit was filed. And they're pointing to that race specifically where they got the information and Gabe Hart's information helped one of the racers help win.
That's the allegation. But I mean, the fact that they're in Joe Gibbs' team in their complaint and their reason for citing a preliminary injunction is saying that, hey, right on the telecast, they're saying the only reason they're winning the race is because this guy came from our team and is in essence
saying the quiet part out loud.
Right. That is definitely the quiet part out loud. So just like in our other case that we talked about earlier, the judge went through the preliminary injunctive standards already. Likelihood of success from the mayors, irreparable harm, the balance of the equities in the public policy. And it goes back to irreparable harm. Joe Gibbs is saying, okay, and this is why the court didn't grant it fully. They denied the injunction against Spire. Why did they deny it? Well, because money could fix it. If you're saying they're stealing our information and they're using it against us to win races, and these races are going to come with purses, right? Well, you can fix that by getting the money back that they got from you or by improperly acquiring or winning these races by using your information. However, the court did partially grant Joe Gibbs Racing's relief with must stop using trade secrets, must return all materials, and cannot perform the same role or functions that Gabe Hart had while at Joe Gibbs Racing. So they're saying even after the judge granted that preliminary injunction, he's already violating. Why? Because he's circumventing the restrictions, observing live races from the pit areas, potentially real-time advertising. And those are the types of things that they're saying, hey, judge, you granted this, but now they're not even doing what you said that they should.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is going to be a lot of back and forth. But for me, the most damaging part is going to be the folder, because that forensic trail of evidence is going to be hard to defeat, right? If you create a folder with the new name of the company that you're going to on your old work computer, and then you've done these simulations and these tests on the work computer, and if you're taking these files from the company, the trail of breadcrumbs will be there for them to say, hey.
Well, what happens then? What's the penalty?
Well, I mean, if you're if they can point to use of their trade secrets, their data that they've created over years to make their vehicles perform faster, and now this other company is now utilizing it to win, i.e. in that most recent race that you talked about, I mean, there could be a number of things that the court can implement for sure, return. I mean, you can point to any profits that they gained from that, and you could say, hey, from the day he got here, if they were finishing dead last and now they're finishing 15th, I want to be able to recover all of those amounts, and I can directly connect it to his, taking of our trade secrets. That is going to be hard to prove. It will. But there are a number of things, at least from this early reading of this, that seems that it's going to be easier to prove than I suspected when I first started reading this, which is, again, spy type of drama, that there's proprietary data and if you're using these simulated models to create and take information to another company and using Joe Gibbs Racing's data to do it, that's going to be the nail in the coffin. If they can point to multiple instances of that, unless he has a reason for it,
So is it a big monetary fine?
It won't be a big monetary fine. I think it's not just a fine. It's going to be a return of those proceeds. And so if they can put
Take the win away?
I don't know about taking the win, because that would be more NASCAR.
Yeah.
But it would definitely be more money. On the court's perspective, it would say, if you can point to a date in time where he arrived and a connection to the winning, right? So go back as long as they've been around. Have they been winning these types of races, right? And then part of it will be, in his argument, well, this is what I bring to the table. Me, my mindset. I didn't take proprietary information. They're winning because of what I brought to the table. Not your trade secrets, but yet my own abilities that I wanted to use when I was working for Joe Gibbs Racing, but you guys didn't let me. So there will be multiple arguments. They're seeking $8 million in damages, misappropriation of trade secrets, breach of contract, misconduct. These claims are definitely nothing to laugh about. But again, reading it ripped straight from a novel.
I love it. And maybe a movie someday. Always good stuff with NASCAR and always good stuff with you, Khalif. Especially appreciate it. That's going to wrap it up here for Order of the Court. Court is out of session right now. We're going to send you back to Queen City News Plus.
Yeah, that's one way to lose your baby teeth. Put your kids in sports. Welcome in for another episode of Tired Parent Perfect. This is a place we can share, laugh, vent, talk about the ups and downs of raising the littlest versions of ourselves. Today, what are we talking about, Sierra?
Well, it's springtime, and many parents...
And they'll be gone. Parents Club. I am your host, Kevin Pinto. We have...
And I'm Sierra Langford. Are getting their children, whether you have elementary, middle school, high school, even college, they're getting them into spring sports.
Woo, sports.
Yes, and we're specifically talking about the dark side of sports.
Bum, bum, bum.
Injuries.
It's injuries. So we grew up playing sports. I grew up probably playing sports longer than you. What sports did you end up playing when you were growing up?
So growing up, I actually played softball. I did it in elementary school and I did it in middle school, and I kind of had to stop around 8th grade because the ball got too fast for me, Kevin.
And I think that happens to us eventually. I played baseball, right? So I was able to keep up until about college. I played like maybe a little bit of a year.
Okay, much farther than I got.
But it hits us eventually, I think, unless you're as dedicated as some of those other guys were. We probably weren't as dedicated. I think that's the biggest problem.
No, I think there's like a wall, like especially, I don't know. I feel like you either have it or you don't in baseball or softball. And I definitely got to a point where I'm like, the ball just right by me, could barely see it. It was already in the catcher's mitt. I didn't even realize it was passing me. I was like, it's time for me to step away.
That's it. Yeah, no, I mean, I followed it pretty well. It definitely just slowed down. And it's time to retire. And mine was college.
What kind of injuries did you see?
The injuries that I see, man. So mine were usually ankles. We had ankles getting twisted up or whatever, and then I played basketball a lot too.
Oh,
terrible basketball player. Obviously, I was center. Now I'm 5'8", guys, and back then I was not 5'8". I was like 1'2" or something. Anyway, so but trying to go for rebounds, I would jam my middle finger all the time. And there was one time where I got shoved underneath, and the ball hit my mouth, and my teeth came out. Yeah, so I lost a couple of teeth.
How many teeth are we talking?
I don't know. There was on the ground. I was on the ground. Teeth were everywhere. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't think it hurt that much.
Was this your baby teeth?
Yeah, baby teeth.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah. No, all of my other teeth came back just fine. So yeah, that's one way to lose your baby teeth. Put your kids in sports, and they'll be gone.
Oh gosh, stop. I'm just picturing it. It's ooh.
So most of my injuries weren't bad. I never had broken bones. Just like small, like little tendon stuff or whatever. I guess. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what it all means, but we have a doctor on in a little bit to talk about it.
Yes.
Is there a sport that you really don't? Because we have what, 3-year-old and a 1-year-old.
Yes.
What sport don't you want your kid to play because you're so concerned about it?
Well, don't come for me, guys. Football. I'm very worried about football. Now, if he comes to me and he's like, "Mom, please, I really want to play football," it's going to be such a difficult conversation because I'm going to be that mom that's so worried. I'm going to be so worried about him.
But you learn so many good lessons from. There's family.
Because it's such a contact sport. It's such a contact sport. So that's probably the number one. The number one, as a mom of a boy, that's probably the number one sport that if he really wanted to do, I would be worried about. I'm worried about him.
What do you want him to play then?
What do I want to play? Well, my husband grew up playing soccer. So we're not going to force him into soccer. I definitely don't want to force him into anything he doesn't want to do. But we're hoping he expressed interest in soccer and likes it. Because that's my husband was a soccer player growing up. So we're going to try that and see where it goes. But, baseball, maybe basketball. There's various sports out there.
Yes. Well, I have a little girl, so
yeah,
if she wants to play football, I guess she can play football. She can do whatever she wants.
Picker.
That's right. Lila, I support. No, I want her to be the quarterback, or a lineman or something. No, I think softball would be great. I would love for her to play softball. I also want to be entertained. I want her to be in a sport that I'm gonna be able to
Oh,
get
it's
into.
about you, huh?
It is a little bit about me for sure. This is mainly about me, Lila. And we're gonna train you to be a star. I wanted to name her Shaq actually, because every Shaq has become famous and a great sports player of some sort.
Oh, okay.
You haven't. There's no Shaq that I've met that does like that works at a library or something. No, Shaq is a name that plays sports. But anyways, no. Softball would be great. Gymnastics is cool.
I've covered gymnastics.
Okay.
The vibe is fun. Everyone's clapping and cheering.
Yes.
There's probably a lot of injuries that come with gymnastics.
Yes, I would imagine so.
Yeah, because there's
It
this
looks
spinning
very
stuff.
difficult. You have to be very strong.
Yeah, but that's her problem.
Good
So I want to make sure
coordination,
she's
good
not hurt.
balance.
Exactly. All the things that my wife did not give in the traits, in the genes, if you will. But I was more balanced. Yes, I'm going to talk about Jenna. She also knows that she is.
Jenna, she's not here to defend herself.
That's what this show is about, to pick on our spouses as well. Tired husband. No, my wife is amazing. Shout out to her.
Do you know if she experienced any injuries growing
Did
up?
she do? I think she did a little bit of softball and some basketball. I imagine she got hurt a lot. Again, this whole lack of balance thing. She's definitely probably got hurt.
Killing me.
No. Well, all right. So softball, gymnastics, that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm not really concerned about injuries. She already falls a lot, so we're just toughening her up.
Yeah, we definitely got lucky in the injury department in the sports we played growing up. The teeth, though, I think you win with that one, Kevin.
Losing teeth, big deal. Whatever. They grow back. They grow back. All right. So we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna have Dr. Tellerico tell us about sports injuries, how to prevent them, why they hurt so bad, I don't know, stuff like that. So we'll be right back.
Everyone, welcome back to the Tired Parents Club. And today we have with us a very special guest, Dr. Brian Tallarico from Orthopedic Specialist of Piedmont with Piedmont Medical Center. Hopefully I got all that correct. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Very well. You did. Yeah, good job. That's perfect.
Nice. So today we're talking all about injuries in sports, and with it being, we're full into spring at this point, right? There's so many kiddos out there, elementary, middle school, high school kids, even college kids, right? They're all getting into sports. Out of all the sports, what sports do you see? I'm so curious to get your take on this. What sports do you see kind of bringing the most injuries right now?
Most injuries, and I know it's not the right season for it, but football would probably be far and away the highest. But we do have spring practices thing. And, the thing that I can lead with is that with children now, they tend to be doing sports longer and almost year round. They go from one sports to another. When I was younger, I won't say what decade that was, you played one or two sports and that was it. And there weren't really any travel teams or the camps and things, very, very minimal. And now it seems like every kid's involved in those. So they're actually training and playing almost 12 months a year sometimes. So the injuries never really go away, but they do peak a lot with the football practices when they begin. And the older kids, obviously, especially high school and college, they do start earlier and earlier. But overall, for the spring, since that's where we are, soccer injuries are very prevalent. The baseball and softball injuries, especially with throwing sports, since those are also spring and summer sports, we see a lot of those. But there you go. Yeah, soccer is very common.
There we go. Illustration.
Excellent point. There really is no break nowadays, huh?
That's correct.
Kids just have a full calendar.
Yeah, that leads us to a lot of the other questions you have for me about, how do these injuries present and things.
Yeah. Could you get into that? What are like the biggest injuries you're seeing right now?
Sure. So it's a lot of the overuse. Again, back to the kids not really getting a break, and they've been cooped up maybe all winter, and the weather's nice, so they get out playing with their friends and at the team sports, and so they go from maybe a little relaxed to a high level of practice and competition quickly. So we can see a lot of soft tissue overuse injuries, sprains, and strains. And also the stress fractures, especially with the amount of running that some of the kids are doing in the sports for conditioning, track and things like that. If they weren't running all year round, they go suddenly to intensity of the running or duration of the running, and we worry about foot and other types of stress fractures. So, but a lot of the musculoskeletal stuff is the soft tissue injuries from a sudden increase in the amount of exposure or practice.
So yeah, no, when I was younger, I played a lot of baseball. I played basketball around this time because basketball you could play on both seasons, which was nice. So yeah, I used to like twist my ankle all the time. It's just common
All the
injuries like
time.
that.
Wow.
All the time. Because I used to like to steal, and I would do actually the worst one was I slid my foot under a bag. I got caught into the bag and I kept rolling over it. And then I was a catcher too, so I still had to catch.
Right. Yeah, those base running, base sliding injuries are some of the more common ones with baseball and softball for sure.
Yeah, I started to slide in head first after a while. And I liked getting dirty, so as a catcher, that was just kind of the thing.
Yeah, start using your head. That's smart.
Exactly. See, there you go.
Do you guys see when families come in with their children with these injuries, do you find that parents are taking their kids in right away, or sometimes maybe they're waiting a bit to see like, is this serious? And then they're coming in maybe a few days later and realizing, oh gosh, this is worse than we thought.
I think that in the last few years, there's been an uptick in amount of urgent evaluations by orthopedic surgeons in general with athletes. Just because I think of the social media, the exposure. Let's be honest, WebMD, everybody has a doctor in their pocket with their phone. So if a kid is limping or he has a swollen knee, they automatically get in. So there's a little bit of a panic. I'm a parent too. I have 3 kids, all of them played sports. So I get it. I was more of the just put some ice on, rub some dirt, and it'll be fine. Yeah. Well, it's just because of how I was raised and being an orthopedic surgeon. But there was a little bit of anxiety sometimes when your kid's hurt. And so they just want to get it looked at. So we do see a lot of injuries. I saw probably 3 or 4 young kids this morning already, under 12 for injuries, some of which due to sports. So they do get in pretty quick because they're worried about whether they'll be able to practice, whether they want to play, or everybody's the next Nolan Ryan or the next Kobe Bryant. So they're worried about their competition level. So they want to make sure nothing's wrong, which is totally fine. I get it. So we're more than happy to see them.
That's good to hear. That's a relief.
Gotcha. I guess if kids are getting hurt right at this young age or whatever, are they more susceptible to long-term effects, I guess, because they're still continuing to grow, right? So obviously like in football, concussions could probably hurt development, or what are some other injuries that
Absolutely. It's an excellent question. And, I try to convey my advice, my thoughts to parents that come in about the overwhelming amount of sports that some of these kids are playing. And the frequent flyers I see, the ones that come in with injuries almost every year, I really do worry about that because there is a downstream effect of chronic injury, even if it's sprain, strain, soft tissue stuff. And then, of course, you're a baseball player talking about the little leaguers' elbow and the pitcher's shoulder and things like that. Those can be very bad actors. The ligamentous injury, the elbow for these kids that are pitching. I don't know what the pitch counts are up to now for a game, but they're trying to do a better job now than even 10 or 15 years ago, eliminating these kids, especially with the throwing. But you're right, multiple concussions at a young age, those kids, obviously, you need to really look long and hard at keeping them out of contact sports. It's a very unfortunate thing, but it is very scary, especially with CTE development later on in life, things like that.
And that's something that kids aren't thinking about. I didn't think about that, obviously, my pitch count. I just wanted to throw if I could. Hey, I guess I never really thought about that. When we were younger, they probably didn't care about pitch counts.
I was just such thing. No, it wasn't. That wasn't a thing probably till the 2000s, maybe even later. It's just you threw, and if your elbow is sore, you got a bad guy on it. So, but the good news is that they are looking at that more closely than ever before. So it does. I would say the amount of those types of throwing injuries that I see are actually going down compared to even 10, 15 years ago.
Crazy, yeah. Because we were talking about also like, what would we have young kids? So where I have a 1-year-old,
three-year-old.
3-year-old, so they're not very involved yet. But I'm like, what sport do I want them to play in? I don't know. Is that then they're probably they're gonna choose what sport they want to play. I'm hoping it's
I've been asked that before, and I like all sports, and I've played a lot of them. And but boy, baseball's tough to beat as far as it's just a great sport all around. Basketball too. Basketball you can play with one person or 10 people. That's what I've told my son all along. So those sports are great. You do have physicality, but it's not as contact. Now, if the kid loves football, it's really hard to keep him out of it. But there are certain inherent risks you take with hockey and football, especially with the contact and the head injuries and higher energy stuff, the knee ligament injuries and ankle, and there's some bad things that can happen. We all know that. You just hope that there's a little bit of luck involved too. I think to make it through a whole adolescent career without an injury playing the contact sports.
Yeah, and I have a little girl, so I don't know what we're gonna get into. Hopefully it's softball or some gymnastics or something. I really don't want to do dancing or anything like that.
Hey.
Gymnastics. I had a gymnast in gymnastics. That's underrated for a contact sport. That's a serious sport, and what those kids go through with the training and the overuse injuries, that is a real sport. Don't kid yourself about that.
No, for sure. But at least as an adult having to watch it, I'd be entertained a little bit more. And plus, the vibe is actually really cool. I've covered gymnastics before. Everyone's so supportive and lots of cheering and stuff, and it's great.
No, it is. It's in a great environment. It really is. I didn't know much about it until my one daughter started doing it.
Surprising.
We always joke around in my family because we have a little boy, and I've always said if he comes home and wants to play football, he's gonna hate me because I'm going to be like, no, please don't play football, for just like the concerns that come with it. But yeah, we'll tackle that when the time comes. Yeah, when we get there, right?
Unintended.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right. I totally meant to do that. Totally meant to do that. When it comes to recovery from injuries, I'm sure depending on the extent of the injury and where the injury is located, it may take longer to recover than others. In your profession, what do you see? What are some of the most difficult injuries that, take a really long time to recover from?
A lot of the fractures, we do fractures from the actual sports, but we also see them outside of sports, and then they'll come in and ask how long we have to wait to send my kid back to practice. And it's a really tough sell. You can see it in their eyes. You tell them this is probably 6 to 8 weeks, and they blink. Well, he's a really fast healer. What if 3, 4 weeks he doesn't have any pain? So it's a bit of a struggle sometimes with the family, trying to convince them that these bodies need to heal, and they do heal faster than us old people, but they still need appropriate amount of time to. Mother Nature's Mother Nature, physiology's physiology. So to heal fractures or with torn ligaments or pulled muscles, it does take some time, and it's common sense. If you go back before you're healed, you're probably gonna have a recurrence of the same injury, or start from square one. Because that's how I try to sell it. You can go back. I can't force you to do anything. You're asking my opinion as an orthopedic surgeon. If you go back too soon, you're probably gonna be back again, and now you're starting from day one, basically.
Yeah, because I was the kind of person that I would still play. I wanted to play, and so if I was injured, I don't know. I wouldn't. I didn't want to show it because I wanted to play catcher. I really wanted to play. I didn't want to prove that I was hurt.
You
I
would
imagine
re-injure yourself, Kevin, huh?
I would, yeah, and I didn't mind it. But
Terrible.
and I think that's how a lot of kids are. And a lot of parents kind of are like that, right? They just kind of want to push their kid until, yeah, it becomes a worse injury, I guess.
Importance of listening to your doctor and being patient.
I guess. All right, thanks for joining us. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Tired Parent Club. We were talking about sports injuries. So one thing we haven't talked about is how can you prevent these injuries?
Well, there's two types of injuries in sports, orthopedically speaking. You have the traumatic ones that are just really hard to prevent. They're usually bad luck, a misstep or a tackle or a deceleration. You're with the soccer clip there, the deceleration injury, changing directions, rupturing ACL, things like that. It's just, like I said, sometimes some bad luck. So, but overall, to prevent injuries, it's preparation, and that's why the training is so important, and the warm up is so important, and the conditioning is. The healthier the soft tissues are, the better the bones are. Obviously, the more resistant they are to injury. So you just sometimes can't predict a freak injury or a bad accident. The accidents happen. That's what keeps orthopedic surgeons in business. So, but a lot of kids now are way more in tune with the nutrition, and that's not just them; it's their parents too, and coaches and staff. So there was no such thing when I was a kid, when I was a young athlete. It's just basically maybe Gatorade was out back then, so we would drink Gatorade. But I think the dietary, just the whole thing about sports nutrition is a relatively new thing over the last 10, 20 years has really helped. I believe that I'm a real proponent of proper nutrition for these athletes. You figure how many calories these kids are burning when they're practicing 2-3 hours a day, especially like the wrestlers and the runners and the football players, the ones that are out in the heat during practice for 3 hours. It's ridiculous how much they burn, and also the fluids. I think that the coaching staff and the athletic staff, they're much better now than back when we were younger. So I think that that's a good thing, and it does help prevent a lot of injuries. But The other thing is just the signs. We're seeing these kids if they're starting to limp or if they're favoring a shoulder. I think the parents really have to keep an eye on them because, as you said, the kids will just keep their mouth shut because they want to keep playing. They don't want to let their team down. They don't want their coaches down. But if there's something wrong with your kid, you gotta pick up on it. You gotta pay attention. If he's limping, if he's asking for motion, or kids don't take motion or Advil or Aleve or Tylenol like adults do. They just don't. They never ask for it. They're asking for it because their knee hurts or the foot hurts or the shoulder hurts or the back hurts. You really gotta have an open eye for that. You have to get them evaluated because that's not normal. Sprains and strains are one thing. Just being sore from lifting weights or working out with the team is different. But when they're actually hurting, you can see it in their eyes or and the way they carry their body. You really need to intervene and see what's going on.
We were told to do lots of stretching beforehand. Is that something we should really do? We as a kid, I was like, I'm not gonna stretch. I don't need to do that. I don't know.
What's interesting about that, I don't think there's ever been any scientific data to show that stretching for 5 minutes or 10 or 20 minutes actually does anything. Again, hard science and data, but I think it does help to warm up for sure. I think if
something doesn't hurt.
It's part of the stretching is part of warming up, but warming up I think is vital to avoid the pulled muscles and tendons and things like that. And it's just to get your joints moving and get ready for the arduous practice.
Yeah, that makes me think of like the swimmers or whatever, like Phelps, when he did the arm thing. It's like slap his back, and the lactic acid going or whatever it was. Yeah, I mean, I did that only seeing him do that, and I would play baseball, and I'm like, does that really do anything for me as a baseball player? Whatever, I'll still do it. It made me feel loose. That's all that mattered.
I think as a pitcher for sure, obviously throwing that hard, I think warming up slowly and warming up the joints and ligaments and muscles for sure.
Okay. I have a random question. When a hyperextension happens, what can you explain what exactly that is and how that can occur when kids are playing sports? Because growing up, I had several classmates and friends that
hyperextension
hyperextended their foot or their leg. And can you just explain to our viewers what exactly that is and
Sure.
how it could
Typically, the two joints that would be prone to hyperextension injury the most would be the knee and the elbow. Because the elbow is more of a true hinge joint than the knee. The knee is not a true hinge joint, but as we know, it goes straight and it flexes. Flexion is when you bend your knee. So straightening your knee out to 0 degrees, a hyperextension would be going plus, 5, 10, 20 degrees. That's hyperextension, where the knee actually goes further than 0 degrees. We usually flex between, let's say, 125 and 145, 125 to 145 degrees, depending on your age and flexibility. So, but you can injure the knee and the elbow in both directions, hyperflexion and hyperextension. The knee hyperflexion injury, you can tear ligaments and tendons. But the hyperextension injuries are pretty common. Those will also in the knee tear your important ligaments and maybe meniscus cartilage and things like that. And actually fractures can occur and cartilage injuries. And in the elbow, that would be more of a fracture, especially in the pediatric population. Hyperextension injury to the elbow, fall from height, things like that. You can get injuries about the elbow. Supracondylar is one that's the most common, right above the elbow joint. So those are pretty nasty sometimes and need surgery. But in sports, the knee being hyperextended, most of the time, especially in the younger, if it's a lower energy, the younger population will just have swelling and sprain strain, as we call it. But obviously, the more it extends or hyperextends and the higher the energy, you can certainly tear your ligaments.
Oh, so we have maybe a minute left or so. What's a 30-second takeaway for parents for this episode?
I would say that with the kids participating in sports this spring, it's important to have them go back into it slowly, properly, warm-ups, conditioning before going full bore into competition and high-level play. That'd be number one. Number two would be proper nutrition, hydration, as always, very paramount. And number three would be watching for signs and symptoms in your kid about injuries that are starting, whether like hyper or overuse injuries and things like that. So we want to just keep an eye on those. And if something looks out of place with your kid after a couple of weeks, then you really should get them evaluated.
Wait, thank you so much for your time. That was super educational.
Yes.
I'm going to replay this episode back for me in about 4 or 5 years. So I appreciate it. Thank you again for your time. And thank you, everybody, for watching Tired Parents Club. We'll be back next time with another episode.
on the CW Charlotte, as well as the Queen City News Plus app, Facebook, and YouTube Live. This is Queen City News Plus Live, coming to you live from the Blue Room. I'm Derek Dellinger, along with anchor Brian Blakely, meteorologist Andrew Bryman. We also have in the seat here Austin McCollum, making sure that we are all on the straight and narrow today, producer-director, and also a purveyor of some of the breaking news that we do have this afternoon. We do want to start with what's happening in Matthews right now. That is a breaking news event that has been happening actually most of this afternoon. That natural gas leak you see right on your screen right there started around noon this afternoon near Morningwood Drive at Pleasant Plains Road and Matthews. Authorities closed the road off there. We do know 2 homes do have some significant damage from that fire.
Yeah, a tremendous gas leak. You can see that crews that hit that, ruptured that line there. And you can see the tremendous flaring that is coming up from that gas leak. And that has been going on for the better part of 2 or 3 hours now as crews are on the scene trying to take care of this. This is just outside the 485 loop.
Yeah.
And Matthews listed as a property. It's in more like it's a Stallings area off of Old Monroe Road. A house was badly damaged in this. No injuries really reported at this moment, but we also know that that truck that you see there, that was heavily damaged in there. And the crews said they got out just in time, really before they heard a loud hissing and then all of a sudden just this gigantic rupture.
Yeah, those gas leaks are no joke. Around 100 firefighters currently on scene. You also have not only Matthews Fire Department, Charlotte Fire Department, Piedmont Natural Gas. They are working to shut everything off right now, and it was an 8-inch pipe that was basically it. But again, full of natural gas there. You see what's happening there in that situation, and this is no joke for people that are living around there because the roads are blocked off, at least at this point, and there's all that emergency response. We'll have updates, by the way, coming up on Queen City News.
Another big story. We've had a lot of big stories that have been coming out today, Derek, but this is the one.
Day for breaking news.
Yeah. We all covered here. South Carolina State Supreme Court has ruled to overturn the 2023 double murder conviction of Alex Murdoch because of the Colleton County Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, saying she improperly influenced jurors during this closely watched double murder case. And it was a unanimous decision here.
Yes. And what's interesting here, at least with the reaction to it, I can even say in the newsroom a little bit earlier today when the news came down, there were some gasps, in fact, about it, some surprises about it, because of how the case went. Now, the court found that his constitutional right for a fair trial was violated, in part because of the clerk of court's statements that were made to the jury surrounding the case, and that essentially violated Murdoch's Sixth Amendment rights. Sixth Amendment rights. There we go. And the whole trial basically needs to be redone, at least at this point. Now, as far as whether or not it will be retried, that is another thing completely altogether. But this goes back to the Alex Murdoch case that his son Paul and wife Margaret, they were killed back in 2021. He was eventually convicted back in 2023, but the defense has argued that certain evidence shouldn't have been admitted, and then there was the clerk of court statements as well, and that's what they were trying to get overturned, at least in this point, and at least in that way, they succeeded.
Yeah, and Murdoch's attorneys were arguing that Hill made those prejudicial comments
the clerk
to
of
the
court,
jurors.
yes.
Yeah, the clerk of court, Becky Hill, telling them to watch his body language and to not be fooled by evidence to secure this guilty verdict that would boost her book sales at the time. We were talking to Chief Legal Analyst Colleen Froese just a few minutes ago about this case. And, you know, everyone else in the newsroom, we were saying, was kind of aghast by this type of thing. But he was like, yeah, I called it right when it happened that this case is going to be overturned on appeal for sure because of those inappropriate actions.
Yeah, the state did acknowledge that there were the mistakes, and more specifically from the clerk of court, but claimed that the case itself was by the book. And as far as the developments on that case, well, we're going to be having a new order in the court on this coming up just a little bit later on. In fact, it's going to be recorded right after we get done with this show, and it will be up on the Queen City News Plus app in case you want to take a look at it just a little bit later. Another big story today, and also kind of a bit of a breaking as of today, the head of the Charlotte Mecklenburg NAACP had an interesting statement that was posted on social media a little bit earlier from yesterday, more specifically. As you can see right there, it is a very, well, actually, it was just a couple days ago, about who should be the next interim mayor of Charlotte. And basically the statement here, and I'm just going to read it, is seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be interim mayor of Charlotte. Our mayor, who recently resigned, is a black woman and a registered Democrat. And it goes on to say, at least in this point, that while black representation is being undermined and stripped nationwide, white folks are either tone deaf or worse, self-centered. It's not about you. In Charlotte, black voters have been intentional about having black representation. And what's interesting here is the head of the Charlotte NAACP, Corinne Mack. We had a chance to talk with her about this just a little bit earlier today, and for a story that we're working on for later on this afternoon. Here's what she actually had to say about it, and we'll talk about it right after.
I'm looking at what's happening all over the country. how black representation is being stopped. It's being ended. There's an intentional attack on black voter rights. And for me, this is a critical time. And my question to the white folks who are up in arms and outraged, are they outraged about the fact that black representation is under attack? Are they outraged about the gerrymandering that's happening all over this country? Are they outraged about what's happening in Alabama, what happened in Texas, what happened in Louisiana, what is happening in South Carolina? I don't see that energy. But there's a lot of energy around the fact that, oh my gosh, a black person had the audacity to say they thought a black person should take the place of a black outgoing mayor. Because many of them don't even live in Charlotte. So what you so mad about?
Yeah, Corinne Mack referring to some of the comments that have been made on the post from the Charlotte NAACP in regards to this, and she's trying to tie basically her claim and her basically reasoning into what's basically happening nationally.
Yeah, and also criticize former Mayor Jennifer Roberts for offering to serve as the interim mayor because it's going to be for a 1.5-year term. City Council is yet to make a decision on how that process is going to play out. They're expected to name a timeline next week. And they're expected to have somebody in place for that on July 1. So it's only about a 6-week time to get that done. And so it's influencing here about what's being done and who's going to be put in that position. There's a lot of people that have been rumored to be applying for the job. That's going to be the interim basis. And then there's obviously the full term, which is going to be which is predominantly Democratic here in Charlotte.
Yeah, Ms. Mack basically saying the interim mayor should be a minority and more specifically African American. We should mention again, Jennifer Roberts has been former Mayor Jennifer Roberts, who is Caucasian. She is one of the ones who has put her name in basically to be interim mayor. If I'm not mistaken, Dimple Ajmira has also put her name in. She is of South Asian descent, and she is also going for that interim mayor job. Still don't know who's going to be interim mayor after Vi Lyles resigns on June 30th, but that there's something that's going to be developing over the next little bit.
I was talking to Dante Anderson yesterday, city councilwoman. She was saying that she hopes it's not a political person in this. They're put in for, they don't want any political aspirations.
It's basically to get the job done.
That's one of the things, is just to get the job done.
Because the mayor itself, the mayor position itself is largely ceremonial, but you do get a vote. You do get a vote on city council, which helps get stuff done.
And it's a prominent position with a lot of profile and visibility that does have a lot of sway, even though it's more of a ceremonial position as opposed to more of an active position.
At least within city government, it's more ceremonial.
Correct. Yeah. One of the other stories that we're following, Derek, today, and that is out of South Carolina. Another one, it happened yesterday, and that's the South Carolina Senate made its decision to not redraw its congressional maps. As President Trump has been urging a lot of Republican states to redraw their congressional maps in favor of Republicans, state senators yesterday voted not to do that, as 5 of them jumped over to the Democrats, saying it would just cause too much chaos to do that.
Yeah, 5 state Republican senators, they did break with the party. The new map basically would have completely erased any Republican district in South Carolina. There is really only
Jim Clyburn's
district.
One,
yes, and that one is around the Charleston area, if I'm not mistaken, too, right?
Orangeburg, and he's been in Congress for decades.
Yes, and this is something that this is not only defying what President Trump was basically wanting to do with some districts, not only in South Carolina but pretty much across the country, but the fact that that they broke with what Trump wanted, what President Trump wanted, is actually a bit surprising considering it is South Carolina and considering the large amount of support President Trump does have in that state.
And several states have done that already. Indiana, they said they weren't going to do that, but Trump's retribution, as far as that, had primaried on some of those people that fought against that. And now we'll see if those individuals are going to be primaried against themselves because of not being able to follow through on Trump's wishes. But we've seen several states that are still looking to do this. Tennessee has already done this, eliminating their one congressional district, the black congressional district, and Democratic. In the Memphis area, Alabama is looking to do this, and we've seen several other states around the country that have done this, and also Democrats on their side. California, Virginia is still in kind of limbo right now of what's going to be happening there. But several other states have gone back and forth leading up to the midterm elections that are very, very important, that could swing the balance of power. And it comes as Donald Trump's approval ratings are really sinking, especially with the war in Iran. He's trying to gain that upper hand by tipping the balance of power toward Republicans going into the midterms.
Yes, and we know that there have been some attempts in North Carolina as well. And this we have to emphasize here. This has been happening pretty much all across the country, and there have also been Democratic states that have also been trying to rework their own maps, just basically to offset, is probably the best way to say it, those districts in an effort to make sure everything is a little bit more equal, or as they feel like it should be, at least in that circumstance. A little bit more local now. Let's talk about a Gastonia officer-involved shooting that happened a while back. It actually involved Jason Lipscomb. You might remember this case. He was shot basically by police.
Derek Manigault.
Yeah, and it stemmed from a reported call of two children who had been taken by a man who was not supposed to have them. Children were later found safe with their mother, but he was shot by police. The family filed suit last year. That case has been thrown out because a federal judge has determined that the case was justified.
Well, in this here, you can see this is at the Jacobs Food Mart, and he had pulled out a gun. He had an argument ensued here outside the Jacobs Food Mart in Gastonia. They go inside, and he pulls out a gun here, and that's when this is where, like, we talk about legal experts and the state investigators say, and immediately you see the detective there pull out his gun, and he was said to be trying to de-escalate the situation prior, but he pulled the gun, started firing, and Derek Manigault ended up having a few shots that struck him and ended up dying in the hospital. The question was excessive use of force here. State investigators determined that it not, and also
whether race actually played a factor in this too. This happened back in 2022, by the way. But Lipscomb himself was later found to be, at least according to the lawsuit here, unarmed. The internal investigation also did deem that whatever happened here was justified in terms of the ultimate action from police officers. Another big story happening today: President Trump in China today, and a lot of topics are going to be part of discussion. The Iran war, which has definitely been a thing that's been out there and it's been affecting a lot of lives in some way, shape, and form. Not the least of which the gas pump. Trade and tariffs also expected to be part of the discussion with President Xi.
Yeah, and artificial intelligence, among other things, but it couldn't come at a more tumultuous time right now. This has been scheduled for quite some time for the President Trump to fly to Beijing to meet with Xi Jinping. But there's all the war in Iran is a big concern right now, because not only at home or whatever happened, but of global implications around the world. China is putting its thumb on the scale here right now, because they're wanting Iran and the U.S. to end this war and create a much more peaceful situation, because it's causing such global turmoil right now. And there's a lot of other signing deals that are expected to be done. And you know that when these type of things happen, when you go over to meet with somebody, all the groundwork has been done for these type of deals before you actually fly and have the two leaders meet. And then it's just kind of the ceremonial chit-chats and getting together and talk about it, negotiations, final terms of that. But not so in this case, because they may have some sort of Boeing deal, they may have some sort of AI deal. But with this, it's the real thing that's underscoring this whole trip is going to be the war in Iran.
Yes, and China's, if I'm not mistaken, China's been offering some ancillary support, if I'm not mistaken, to Iran, at least in this circumstance. And now President Trump is also wanting to get a big trade deal signed with China as well, and basically to get them to buy more American food and also aircraft. And this is also coming, and we do need to mention the heir of Iran. That's basically one of the things that's kind of still out there that authorities are and lawmakers are still trying to basically talk about. And this is something that will be talked about with China. This is coming as there's starting to get more Republican resistance to the war in Iran as well as that's happening.
Yeah, and it's, also the gas prices obviously still very, very high and concerning around there. The index we just saw, the consumer price index, and also inflation rate. We just came out, the report today was very high. So a lot of Americans are very concerned about this, and also whether those trade deals are going to impact Americans, how they will hopefully help Americans as well.
Yeah, let's get a check on your weather on this Wednesday. It's been a beautiful day, as you can see.
Another
Very blue
one.
out there.
Yep.
Very blue and very green.
You're welcome.
Some good news out there.
Meteorologist Andrew Brightman, but will it rain later on today?
Yes, there is a chance. I know looks can be a little deceiving out there across the Carolinas, but we are tracking the potential for an evening shower or storm with the cold front that's going to be moving through here. But yeah, Eric was saying it is fabulous right now across the region here. Just picture perfect conditions that we have across the Carolinas. Charlotte live cam 76 degrees, dew points in the middle 40s. I love seeing that. this time of year. It is so comfortable outside.
This weekend, though, right?
Let's not talk about that yet, Brian. But Beach Mountain, a few more clouds here out ahead of this front that's going to be moving on through here across the Carolinas. Temperatures mid to upper 70s, mid to upper 60s as we get up into the mountains. Pinpoint satellite, you can see those clouds moving northwest to southeast into the region. That is our next frontal boundary on the way here across the region. Pinpoint radar, we still don't see anything yet. But as we zoom out a little bit farther here, you can see some of those scattered showers off to the north here making its way through West Virginia. We'll see if anything wants to spring up as we get a little bit later. Temperature outlook. Brian was talking about it. It's going to be getting hot out there across the Carolinas. You're going to see a noticeable pattern change here. Notice the troughiness as we go through the rest of this week and to about your Friday here, and then the southeasterly ridge. It starts to crank across the region as we go in. Yes, that is a meteorological term. It'll be on the quiz at the end of the show, Brian. But we will see massively above average temperatures and near record highs possible as we get to the middle part of this upcoming week. Futurecast, there's some of those possible showers moving through. It's going to be more of a nuisance than a major disruption of any activity or travel this evening. Behind it, we'll see the winds pick up a little bit here on your Thursday, a little bit of a freshening breeze out of the northwest here as we head into your Thursday afternoon. Temperatures, too, probably about 3 to 5 degrees cooler compared to what we've seen today. But that's really going to be keeping things very, very comfortable across the Carolinas. And also, we keep that pleasant weather into your Friday. And then we do start to warm on up as we make our way into your weekend. Wrapping it up here, putting a bow on a pinpoint 7-day forecast. Might see an isolated shower for the Charlotte FC match tonight, but I think we should stay dry. And then we really start to get toasty heading into next week. And for the middle part of next week, would not be shocked to see some mid-90s in your forecast.
All right, looking forward to the return of the humidity, but you know, you're going to get that drought report again tomorrow, right?
Yes, we do get a fresh drought report into tomorrow. My early prediction would be I don't think we're going to see much improvement, but I don't think drought conditions are going to be getting at least not any worse in the region.
Oh, that's good news. Take a little bit of what we can, right?
Yeah.
Coming up, we've got some really interesting video, crime in action, and
it backfires.
And what some might call instant karma, at least in this circumstance. You got to see it because it's interesting, to say the least. As if that's a tease. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
That's coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live.
back to Queen City News Plus Live here on this Wednesday, Hump Day, as we have got a nice day outside Queen City News. Yeah, it's looking good. Looking back over East Independence Boulevard. A little bit of rain popping in tonight. Hopefully not going to spoil everyone's plans for Charlotte FC at Bank of America Stadium tonight. Derek, so Golden Dome has been one thing that President Trump has been trumpeting here that he wants to get, which is like what Israel has to protect itself, which is the missiles defense system.
The Iron Dome system.
Iron Dome system, but this would be the different version. But the CBO, Congressional Budget Office, came back today, said it would be quite costly. It would be close to $1.2 trillion.
Yes, and this is a lot more than what was actually initially estimated by some of those who are actually over the program. The initial estimate was actually for $185 billion. $1.2 trillion from the Congressional Budget Office apparently takes into account everything that's probably going to be taking part in all this. Now, in case you're wondering exactly what Golden Dome is, in case you haven't heard this for the first time, it is again like the missile defense system that Israel currently has, the Iron Dome system, which basically captures missiles that are basically coming in and attacking those in the country there. Now, this would the cost, a large part of this cost would involve the multi-layer system for the missiles. There would also be a space-based missile warning and missile tracking system, which would account for about 70% of that actual cost, along with research and development. And $25 billion has already been actually approved for the project as part of the big, beautiful bill. That was basically what was already in there. So there's a big question as to how much more of an investment is this going to be, because President Trump has basically wanted this. This is one of his first executive orders that he signed, basically back in 2025.
And it's one of the I guess one of the biggest need that they have in Israel right now, that they have obviously for a lot of the missiles that fire in there. The question is critics have is it really needed for the United States? Do we get a lot of situations where we have a lot of attacks that are coming from foreign countries? Meanwhile, that still is going to be quite costly at 1.2 million or billion or trillion. Yeah,
1.2 trillion.
That's how much it is. Other story that we're taking a look at today. This happened in the Philippines as gunfire rang out Wednesday in the Senate, and is sparking chaos around the area where they tried to arrest a senator who used to be part of the police force there for Duterte, who was on a government crackdown on drugs. And so they tried to arrest him, and then there were shots fired. And it was Senator Ronald De La Rosa at the time, who was a former national police chief during 2016, 2018. But anyway, the shots rang out and created quite the chaos at the building.
Yeah, authorities with the International Criminal Court, they want him tried basically on those charges of that deadly government crackdown on drugs they had in the Philippines. The fact that the shots went off, though, it happened, but no one was hurt, and they're still trying to figure out who exactly all was involved here. And now, in case you're wondering, is this that much of a surprise because we know how the way politics are in the U.S. right now. It's nothing like that. However, this is not necessarily that unusual in the Philippines.
Yeah, we've seen this type of thing before. It's kind of a scary situation because, especially during the 2016 to 2018 time when they were cracking down, we heard a tremendous amount of reports for petty theft and criminals, that they were just really a scary situation. But also to see it in a government building and that sort of thing, it's very, very
lawmakers
scary.
and journalists have also been targeted too.
That's true. The one story you were teasing us before we went to the break is some insane video here of some guys who tried to rob a cannabis store, and they tried to do it with their car, just ramming right back into it through that SUV. And that got a little, they poured some gasoline all over the place while they stole some stuff. And that is what kind of backfired on them.
Yes, this happened, excuse me, in Michigan.
Hold on, I'll take it from here. So they jumped into the business there as they backed the car in, and they set it on fire. But of course, what has going to happen when you set something on fire like that? One guy gets caught on fire himself, and so he's running away. You can see him in the surveillance video as he's running away. And they're still looking for these two guys that were part of this. It's that $25,000 reward, but somebody certainly got some burns on him, especially on that left foot that he was running away with.
Now that my voice is clear.
All right.
And so the business, as far as the business is concerned, it had the damage, but the fire was actually put out pretty quickly by the sprinklers. So, but the business itself is offering a $25,000 reward, leading to an arrest, and authorities, they're still trying to figure out who exactly did all this. And they don't have any word of any arrests, at least as of yet. But the fact that this will happen, and again, the instant karma associated, it's like, hey, an arsonist, a suspected arsonist, is very specific here, catching themselves on fire.
Yeah, and also you're thinking, why would you want to back your car into it when they can find out whose car it is? Well, that car was reportedly stolen by Detroit somewhere in that neighborhood. So, they used a stolen car to go back into that situation there.
So we do have some news that should be coming out in the next little bit about the Panthers. Granted, not today, but there's one little bit that you probably need to know about the prospect of international games. Yes, details on that coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live. Carolina Panthers fans, it's spring, but it's in the news because we got a new schedule that's getting ready to come out tomorrow for the Panthers. And we're learning a little bit more tomorrow, about a little bit more about who we're playing. We know who we're playing, but we're going to know the days that we're playing. We also know that we're not going to be traveling overseas. Yes, you will not be traveling any overseas, or you at least won't be able have to get your passport out to actually see a Panthers game. NFL announced there were news of 9 international games, among them Australia, Paris, Brazil, but the Panthers will not be on that list. The Panthers, by the way, the last time they did this was actually they went to Germany back in 2024. They won against the Giants, at least in that game. But the full NFL schedule is being released Thursday night. We'll have updates on that schedule for the Panthers once it comes out. In fact, we are planning on being live here on Queen City News Plus for that tomorrow
One of the fun things about it is the team's social media things that they put out about their schedule releases. That's always fun to watch. I'm looking forward to that coming out tomorrow.
Yeah, they think the expected release time will be around 8 o'clock tomorrow night, but we'll have coverage starting at 7:30, at least expected coverage starting at 7:30 once we get all those details. That will do it for us for Queen City News Plus Live on a Wednesday. Have a good night. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
So he's on his phone talking to me, being so loud with the doors open. Welcome back into Unhinged. If you've been following along with any of our previous podcasts, you know that us three, we're bad.
I mean, he's the multitasker, though. On the plus side.
You know, that's true. That's what
Savannah,
you
he's a multitasker.
Oh my God. I don't know if these are icks or if this is...
It's wrong.
Really trying to put ourselves out there a little bit more, all on our own journeys. And Alicia, you said that you had a little bit of some nails interaction.
I pulled a little of both of your energy, and I actually, hell broke over. I approached a man, you guys. Kind of.
I am stunned and thrilled to hear this news. Tell us all about it. How did you do
I did it. Okay, so I was out at Barcelona with my girlfriends on Friday, and no, so it was Saturday. And I walk in, and we're sitting at the bar, and I see this guy sitting directly across from me, and I went, and I don't do that.
Alicia.
No, I don't do that.
That is like a cartoonish flirting.
I love that. And then he like smiled back and waved, and I was with my friend Val, who y'all met. And so she's like, ooh, and I was like, tone it down. Don't scare him off. I was like, don't scare him off.
Cut it out, Val.
Yeah, so we're like making eye contact. I wave at him again. I'm like, who am I?
Oh my gosh, you're so bold.
So eventually we both get up, we meet in the middle, and I was like, I never, ever wave at men. And he goes, well, it's our energy. It's energy. And I was like, yes, boy. So
was he right? Did you just feel like
it was an energy thing. It was a total energy thing. Like, I don't have it in me. You guys know I don't approach guys. But it was just an energy thing. We had the best conversation. We've been texting.
Oh my gosh, shut up, Alicia.
Yeah, so he's from New York. So, yeah, listen, I don't know what this could be, but it was really good. And I told him, like, did you guys know I'm always like leery, like, what will a guy think dating a mom? Off the bat, I was like, I moved here because, I have kids, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, do you want more? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, they're quick. I told you, like, I'll probably marry this guy. We fall in 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's
so, you know what I mean. So it was just, but either way, it felt really good to have a flirt. It felt really good to be confident enough to, like, it just felt good. It felt good, girls.
Okay, so he lives in Charlotte.
He lives in Charlotte. He's from New York. He's lived here for 8 years. He does not have kids, but he wants kids.
This is perfect.
Yeah. It was a good vibe. 6'4", nice and tall. 6'4".
Oh.
So far, we'll see, girls. We'll see. It was just baby steps.
So happy again that it felt right.
You girls were rubbing off on me. It felt right.
It's not even about the result.
No,
it's just about.
It was about the act, and I was like, okay, I can do this. I can actually not like be shy and socially weird. I can approach somebody, and that felt good.
Which it's so funny because you're the least shy, socially weird person that I know.
Right.
So like when it comes to like these romantic situations, it's always so surprising to me that you feel that way. But also, it's so true because I feel like the first few times that you do it, the worst possible thing is when you have those memories where you're like, I want to, and I said something, and now it replays in my mind for the rest of my life when I'm trying to fall asleep. I'm like, I can't believe I said that. Like, there's things like that.
Oh yeah,
but this was a success.
This was a success. This was like a little god now. The universe being like, put yourself out there, girl. So thanks, girls, for all the talk. I think it's rubbed off on me.
I like that. See, I have over the weekend found new reasons to not approach people.
Why?
I got kind of like into a rabbit hole of like more icks that people are going through. And of course there's the traditional ones, but the latest one that I saw, and as summer's coming up, is she was filming like a group snorkeling or whatever, and I think her boyfriend had a little, like, not like a floaty, but just like holding on to it like a little light vest. And then she panned down underwater and his feet were just kicking. He just had like little pointed toes kicking under the water. Now, granted, if we're talking form, very pointed feet. I love that.
I think it's cute.
I think it's really cute. But here's my question also. Do you think when people get these icks, do you think that just means you're starting to not like them? And this is just manifesting in another way, and you're trying to find an excuse for why you don't like them?
You gotta hit on something deep. Yes, I think so. Like any little thing's gonna start to annoy you about that person. Can you maybe subconsciously want out?
Sure. Some of it's that. Some of it, when we talk about icks specifically, for me, that's just like, I don't even know the person necessarily, but I like see them from afar and I go, it's like, that's like kind of an ick. But definitely if it's like someone you're dating or seeing or talking with, and then you're starting to notice, like I definitely get bothered by smaller things.
Sure. Yes. That you usually let slide.
So isn't that just like, you're moving into a different phase of your relationship and maybe they're just bugging you?
No, because if you're really locked in and you love that person, those little things won't even annoy you. You'll be like, oh my God, but he's so true.
Now, Alicia, I got a question about this.
What?
You were married.
Yes.
Did you, and you were in love.
Yes, I was.
Were there things that he was doing that you were like,
this is bugging me, and you were like, I'm just going to choose to not let it bug me because I love you, or you know what I'm saying?
Where's that
Where
balance?
clearly you like deeply loved this person, but
not in my marriage. Like I never caught the ick with him ever. I did date somebody for 4 years, the artist, and I distinctly remember this when I caught the ick. My parents were visiting, and he was like sitting in my hallway eating Chinese food out of the, and he, like I guess he was at the bottom of the bowl, and he started scraping the fork against the bowl, and I was like,
that's
finally
so
I
funny.
snapped at him, and I was like, oh, this is really mature.
You said, oh,
I was like, oh, and then that was the beginning of the end, because I started noticing everything. I mean, beginning of the end was also he was sleeping with somebody else, but you know, I didn't know that then. But when you catch the icks, then you start noticing every little thing, where you're like, oh,
there are icks, and then there are world-shattering behaviors.
Right.
Thank
you.
All
Thank you.
very
Thank
wide
you.
range.
Yeah.
And really major ick getting cheated on.
Right. I am curious though as to where you would stop a date at this point, because I had a date that was full of so many icks. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So I had been seeing this guy for a couple times, and it was like a Sunday night, and at this point I'm still not sure if I like him, if he likes me. Like I don't really know if he cares if I live or die. You know, like it's kind of one of those.
You've told me about this guy. Have you?
I might have.
Okay.
So we had like watched a movie at his place one time, and that was fine. And I noticed though, like when we were there, he put on a sweatshirt that had like a little like toothpaste stain on it. And I was like, okay, like just throwing on your dirty clothes. I guess we're casual. I'm not that prissy. That's fine. But then one Sunday night, he texts me and he's like, what are you doing? And I'm just like, oh, I'm watching TV, watching football, like with my cat, that kind of thing. He's like, without me? You know, one of those.
Yeah.
So he promised to bring over sushi and wine, and we watched scary movies.
That sounds great.
Nice. That's fun.
That's ideal night for me.
Yeah,
That
that's
sounds
great.
great.
Night.
But he shows up to my apartment with the same dirty sweatshirt on, with the same toothpaste stain.
No.
So he's walking up to my apartment, and I'm already like, no.
You said I need you to turn around.
Yeah.
And a bag. And wait,
and
the
a bag.
backpack.
With the bag.
Oh no.
Okay.
No.
You was prepared for it. You just bring your bag. You promised me
He said,
dinner.
we're having a slumber party.
Yeah, did he bring the sushi and the wine?
Shows up empty-handed. Nope. But I'm like, okay, maybe he'll
Grubhub it.
That's
Maybe
fine.
he'll Uber Eats it.
Yeah, or maybe he'll ask me what I want. You know,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
Sure.
Did he do
fine.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Okay,
he
that's
comes into my house and gives me like a, you live here? Almost like he couldn't believe I lived there. Like
Wait, what do you mean?
Like, does she live nicely?
Yeah.
Like,
And,
that this is a nice apartment?
It's a nice apartment. Like, I love my apartment. It's not anything crazy, but my ceilings are kind of tall. And so it gives like a pretty big impression when you walk in. Other than that, nothing shock-worthy.
You're like, I washed my clothes, sir.
I wash my
clothes.
yeah,
You said I wash my clothes just like
there's
everybody else.
there's a candle lit over there.
Right.
I don't know. So I was off put by that too, right? So he's already done like 3 things before he has walked into my apartment that I'm like upset with. But it's like a straight shot down the hallway, and then you go in the living room area, and I bring him in. I was like, oh yeah, no, here's the place, yada yada. And you have to like walk by the bedroom and bathroom, but like, you know, no reason to stop. And he goes, oh, gotta see the bedroom.
Oh, no, you don't.
And I turn around, he's walking himself into my bedroom.
Yeah.
Starts opening doors.
Oh,
in there.
you know what? That's like what I would do when I was in middle school and I would go over to my best friend's house. I would go straight to her pantry.
Right.
I was walking in there. But guess what? I was in middle school and it
Were
worked.
yeah.
Raised in a barn? Jeez.
Well, she didn't have sugar in her household.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
That's different.
That's true.
That's different. I don't have any Pop-Tarts in my bedroom, so I have no idea.
No,
what he's
exactly.
doing
There was no excuse. You had no Pop-Tarts and he was like,
No.
He has no home training, as we say.
Right. So I shout after him. I'm like, by all means, give yourself the tour. And he's like, it's really nice in here.
Get out.
Then he goes into my bathroom, right? And it's not like you have to ask permission to use my bathroom,
Sure.
but like, I'm nowhere near you. And then there's like 2 doors to it, like 2 entrances. He starts peeing in the bathroom with both doors open so loudly.
You said, hey, we're not that close.
So loud.
We're not that close.
So loud. And then starts talking to me
as he's
while,
peeing?
and he goes, hey, it looks like there's a lot of places that will deliver sushi around here. So he's on his phone talking to me, peeing so loud with the doors open.
I mean, he's the multitasker, though. On the plus side.
You know, that's true. That's what
Savannah,
you
he's
could
a multitasker.
Oh my God. I don't know if these are icks or if this is.
It's wrong.
I didn't know what to do. And I felt bad because if none of those reasons felt like reason enough to be like, go home.
As Liza would say, her 13th reason.
No, like, it was. I realize now it probably was. But I felt, again, like I was like, oh, I don't want to be too
rude.
Yeah.
Why do they always feel like that? Guys don't feel like that. Like if they need to get out of something, they get out.
I get out.
Yeah.
And then we do end up, he does order sushi. So we eat and then we start a movie. And he's kind of doing one of those things where he's just like sitting there next to you on the couch going, and I know the minute I make eye contact, like he's going to try to pull a move. And I'm just not wanting that. Because again, I am so off of this guy at this point.
Yeah.
I just pretend to fall asleep during the movie.
Yeah.
I just kind of give one of the, oh, because I don't know how to kick him out.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
You should have said your stomach hurt from the sushi.
Maybe. I didn't really know what to do.
I know, but that's what's tough is like when it's your place, it's like, what you can't just be like, hey,
You can,
because
it's your place.
That's true. You're right. But it's uncomfortable to be like.
That's that nice Midwestern girl that's in
That's
you.
true. You're right.
The New Yorker me is like, here we go.
Get out.
Get out. Said, don't come back. Don't pass go. And I would
Don't pass go.
I'd be like, listen, I got to work early tomorrow. So.
Yeah. She said, let's wrap it up.
Yeah, so I was like, I fell asleep and then pretended to wake back up. And I was like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry I fell asleep. And I asked him what happened and he explained the end of the movie. And he was wrong, by the way, because I was still listening to it and he was wrong. And I was like,
I'm
man.
surprised that you didn't actually fall asleep. I feel like if I have my eyes closed for a certain period of time, I'm
Well,
gonna.
she didn't know this guy.
Yeah, my
That's
fight
true,
or
you're
flight
right.
was activated.
Your fight or flight.
Or freeze. Shit,
Yeah.
flip freeze.
I am
Frozen.
a freezer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Are those icks? Are those?
Yes, he came into your house with a dirty sweatshirt on and gave himself a tour.
Yeah.
Peed with both doors open while he had a phone in his hand and was talking to you. It is icky.
I love that summary, Alicia.
Thank
That
you.
was really good.
Thank
That
you.
was
Think
really.
about that.
I think that is true. And now the question is like, is it icks or is it just dating etiquette? You know,
Right.
things like that. Where is it these things that are standards and are important to you? Like, you know what I mean? Where is it? What warrants the difference between an ick and an etiquette rule?
I think we can go through some of the most common ones when we come back. Welcome back into Unhinged. We are talking about the icks. Getting the ick. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it overcomable? These are really personal to a lot of people, but there are also some that are very common. Leslie, you've got the list right there
Yes.
about some of the most common icks
on Reddit right
and
now.
this is typically with straight women and straight men.
Yeah, I'm on the
Right, this
dating
list.
threads,
On the dating
and
threads.
somebody asked, ladies, what are your biggest icks from dating experiences? Curious to know what were some of the worst or maybe niche things that you've experienced. One of the first things that people mention is bad hygiene.
Oh yeah.
That will always, I mean, that's across the board. I don't even think you can call it an ick.
That's
Yeah,
deal
It's
breaker.
like that's deal breaker. That is also again etiquette,
Right.
where it's like, you know, hey, maybe we brush our teeth, maybe we go a little crazy, use a little mouthwash,
Take a shower.
you know, like and here's the thing is that the majority of the time, I think people are doing that before they're going on a date. They're making sure of that. But if you're maybe falling out of that habit a little bit later
The
into the
stinky
dates,
apples that ruin it for everybody else. It's
Yeah.
just one bad hygiene date. You're just like,
that's true.
Yeah.
So that's one of them. Let's see. Here we've got also. Oh, I won't date smokers. I can't stand the smell of cigarettes. And my last date had this gross smoker laugh.
Oh
yeah.
See, I feel like the smoker laugh is more of an ick versus smoking. Because again, a smoking, that's like also part of a lifestyle.
I think it's
do you want to
preference
kiss a
thing.
smoker? I don't want to kiss a smoker.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But like, oh, they had a weird laugh.
Yeah.
That's an ick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an ick. But also, again, this is the same thing where it's like, oh, if you have young kids, maybe you're like, I don't want somebody who smokes
Yeah.
like
around
them or something like that. So again, might be preference. But also now I feel like we're in a time where it's less cigarettes and more Juul, vape, you know, like all of those things.
Mine is table manners. I'm really big on that. So if somebody is chewing with their mouth open or talking, somebody doesn't know how to hold their fork, like all elbows on the table, like that drives me crazy. Like, let's be adults here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some etiquette.
I'll let the most ridiculous things slide, and then on the opposite side of the coin, like the smallest thing will just set me off and go no.
You have a list of icks.
Okay, what are your icks?
This is a list.
We have an ick alert.
They're all really weird.
So we got a button. We've got a button for it.
Okay, we're gonna tell. Liza and I are gonna tell if we agree. Go.
Yeah.
When they tie their sweatshirt around their waist.
Oh, I don't mind that.
It's
kind of girly, but
I'm
not defending myself. I'm just saying it's
I get it, but I
Yeah.
think, you know, I'm gonna let you have that.
okay.
one.
Yeah, you can have it.
Yeah, you can have it.
Go ahead.
when they hold something small or like a cup that doesn't need two hands, but they hold it like here.
That's so funny to me. I think it's so funny.
Like someone's
Who notices this stuff, Savannah?
okay, just go.
Okay,
So if they're drinking and they're like really thirsty, and you can hear them breathe into the glass like a little kid.
Okay, now what's interesting is that I can understand how it would be an ick to you, but I've had this in previous relationships, and it's so funny to me. I'm like, wait, do that again. Like, let me take a picture. That was
I've
so
never even noticed it.
like.
Is that what I should do to get over it? Just like film them and be like, hey, you're being weird.
Yeah, I think that, and that's the question: is what? How do you overcome an ick?
You
think
can't.
But
I was dating a guy, and he started talking to me in a baby voice. And I was like, "How's your day?" He'd be like,
Hit the
I can't even do it.
Hit the button.
yeah,
No, or on the same side that when they like won't cuss, but they use something close to it. Like I had on here. There's a quote. What the Fuddruckers?
Oh, that's so corny.
That's
Just corny. Get out of here.
that is. You know what? A very unique pick. Very unique pick of Fuddruckers. That's
like
that's
just
really
corny. No.
Hate that one.
No.
Hate that one. Oh, this one I know. This is so on me, right?
okay.
When they go to the bathroom in the middle of a movie, like in the theater.
Oh, well, sometimes you gotta pee.
Sometimes you can't help that.
That is not an ick, Savannah. You don't know their bladders.
Plan better.
You don't know their bladders. Uncle Liza goes to the bathroom 3 times in a movie.
That's
So these
one
aren't
time, me and Alicia were talking about this, and I was like, I think that they should have an intermission in a movie so I can go to the bathroom in the middle and I don't have to miss anything.
And this is why this is like the difference between like an ick and like a deal breaker.
Yes.
Obviously, that's not a deal breaker for me. But this weird stuff will just make me side eye you a little bit.
Yeah.
and, like,
I mean,
not
if
gonna come back.
you're rude to servers, you're like that is huge. And also that was on Reddit as well, where a lot of people were saying that. But it's also just like that. I think is indicative of how you treat many people in your life. You know?
If you're cheap, it's a deal breaker. I'm not expecting to be a sugar baby over here, but don't be cheap. I can't stand a cheap person.
That's fair.
Absolutely not. Oh, you ever have somebody bad freestyle rap at you?
No.
Yeah.
When did that happen to you?
Why?
When
did that happen to you?
Who's freestyling rapping to you, Savannah?
Where they'll just be like, it's like someone's got a beat going, or they got.
Where are you hanging out? Who has beats going? Who's in a cipher?
It's just
She said, I can't name names. I can't name names.
I'm not naming names because I'm sure he thought he was very good, right? Or like they'll like make up songs that are like songs or raps that are just really bad, like bad freestyling.
And unironically, like he's being serious.
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
Like you want to check this out?
No.
You know what? That. Yeah, that's right. Hit that button.
Yeah.
Hit that button.
This is one I've seen online a lot too, and one is it's typically with younger guys. This was mostly in my early 20s, but it's something where they make a weird face before they go in for a kiss.
I've seen, that was like a thing on social media where like people were making these videos of like parodies of that.
You guys are very observant. I don't look at these men like that.
I'm watching.
She said, "I don't pay attention to you."
I don't look at you.
Where it's like they like take a deep breath in, but like through their mouth, and so it feels like a Dementor is coming at you as they
like
go
a
in.
breath coming out. Oh,
Yeah, where it's like,
no.
I mean, like, choo choo, here comes the plane. Like it's that, and it's so bad, and it makes me never want to kiss anyone.
Now, here's what I will say is that I think that I see this also on social media where guys are commenting, they're like, I don't even know what I can do that won't be an ick. And, you know, and it's true. Like,
I feel for him.
Okay,
I
really
say,
I'm
sorry.
Exhibit A.
Yeah.
Savannah busted out a list. She's like, oh, you guys want to know icks? She's like, I'm going to run my weirdest one.
Let me scroll
Through the list. Yes.
There's so many more to it.
Savannah, give us one more before we go for break.
No, right?
That's all I'm
She's like,
realistic.
okay, thanking people with their hands like clasped and like a short bow, like if it's not part of their culture, where they go, thank you. But like it's not, it has nothing to do with their culture. It's just something they choose to do.
At least they're saying thank you.
That's true.
It doesn't have to be that serious.
That's a baby ick. No, it's not. That's not an ick. I think it's.
She said it doesn't warn the beast. Says
No,
it
it doesn't. You're not about saying thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for joining
you.
us today on Unhinged. Appreciate you and your time.
Yeah.
We'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back to Unhinged. We're still talking about icks because we just started going off the topic too, where again, well, first of all, let me apologize to anybody who I personally offended by my very, very hyper-specific list.
I don't think anybody, Savannah, very few people are holding little things with their little hands. What'd you say? Like,
Holding two things with their hands, like if it's like a
very
Cheeto
few people
or
are walking on their tiptoes. Your list is very specific.
Yes.
Yeah. But we were talking also about, where there are these icks, but I don't think that icks really apply to friends.
I think they 1,000% do.
Really?
Yes. The difference is you'll dump a boy, you won't dump your friend.
That's
You'll just be
true.
annoyed with them. Yeah, I've caught the
okay.
icks with friends. I have a friend that holds her fork or knife like this.
No.
And like
Oh, like when
yeah, she's like cutting her steak like this, and I'm like, what the hell? Who taught you to cut a steak? That I caught the ick.
Okay. That
freaks me out.
so interesting.
I have a friend who puts her towel over the door instead of hanging it on the hook, and I'm like, "The animals raised you." I caught the ick.
Yeah, that is.
But here's also my question: do you tell your friends these things? Do you tell them?
Yeah, well, you know me. Like, yeah.
Alicia, yes.
And then they catch the ick.
She will.
I do, but I say it with love because I want everybody to be at their best, and I want them to put me at my best.
But this is my other question: is when you are dating somebody, do you tell them about the ick? Because I think with friends, I think you feel more like you're more capable of sharing that with a friend, because also friend breakups don't happen as often.
Right.
But then when you say like, I don't like that you did that. Like,
no, because how can you sanely look at a person and say, I don't want to see you anymore because I watched you chase a ping pong ball across the room and that was bad for me.
that you can't say it.
You go more vague.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say when you're in a relationship.
So if it's reverse, if you do something to ick someone else,
Should they tell
do
you?
you want
Do you want to know?
do you
Yes,
want to know
I wanna
it-
know.
or do you want the I don't think we're a match.
I want to know why we're not a match.
No, I think a candid conversation is always going to be better. Because if someone's like, yeah, I watched you trip and like, I just can't come back from that. And you know what? And then at that point, you're like, well, fair enough.
Yeah. But it's hard to be honest. I once broke up with a guy because he ate like Dave's hot chicken and tried to kiss me. I'm like, I don't want to kiss you.
I don't want your hot chicken mouth.
No, like then I was like, we're just not aligned.
That is
Like,
so funny because, like, again, these are such hyper-specific things.
Yes.
And, like, but I then keep going back to the fact that it's like, you know what? You probably didn't like them that
you're
much
right. Didn't
anyway.
like them that
You
much
were really
anyway.
just looking for something for a way out.
Yep.
Like,
I'm just gonna call it a night.
that's really it.
That's it, guys.
really it.
Oh no, that's hard out here.
I feel bad for these people who I'm putting this on, but listen, if you're swinging your feet weird on the bar stool, like,
But then think about it. When you're hyper in love, we're not thinking about icks.
No,
So
it's
these are more
true.
for just the generalness of it all.
this is why dating is weird and hard.
Yeah.
This is where I admit I am part of the problem.
Yeah.
But I'd also like to be part of the solution.
There we go. There we go. We gotta have some like closing words, ladies. What has been your biggest ick in a relationship, and how did you deal with it?
My biggest ick was someone being mean and making comments about other people's physical appearance.
Oh well, that's just nasty.
Which I was like,
That's really bad.
we don't need to do that.
We
don't need to do that. And then I was like, yeah, let's wrap it up. Like, I don't need to be in a relationship with
Good
somebody
for
who's
you.
like that.
Yeah, nasty person.
Yeah.
No, not
I
good.
don't know, I'm double checking my list here.
You know, like Savannah's like me where she loves a list.
I love
I list too, but now I just put my ick list.
As a journalist, I document these things. I got to know what's happening to me. I would have to say the bad freestyle rapping is the
That's
worst
good
of
on
it.
multiple occasions.
Yeah. Well, no, there's multiple people who have tried to freestyle.
You've had multiple people
What kind of people are you dating?
You guys,
Savannah.
you guys.
Savannah.
I know.
I think
Are
you might need to
dating?
you might need to send these to people to vet them for you before you
That
go on
part.
the date.
That
A questionnaire. Have you? I will. I'm gonna make an it questionnaire.
questionnaire.
Oh, do you do these things?
Actually, I know. So one of my friends went on a date with a girl and didn't go well. He ended things. She sent him a Google Doc saying,
Ooh.
"Hey, could you give me feedback on what I could have done better?" And I'm
her.
like, you know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's mature. I like that. I
that.
like that.
appear to have ghosted.
That's mature dating. I like that.
And it's also like, you know what? Now this is helping her be more self-aware.
Yeah.
And this is also giving closure in the most corporate sense.
Yeah, I like it.
And she knows now better what to do on her next date.
Closure dot.
Love it.
All right, guys. Well, with that wraps up this episode of Unhinged. What are your icks? We're wondering. We'll see you next episode. Bye-bye.
Well, white folks would say that. The very people who committed the crime of racism, which is the most violent thing that ever happened in this country.
Now, Queen City News, controversy over online remarks about who should replace outgoing Charlotte Mayor by Lyles. We're going to hear from the president of the Charlotte NAACP chapter about the posts that she made and from those who are now pushing back.
And it was a spectacular day across the Carolinas, but we could see a few showers this evening. I've got more on that with my pinpoint forecast at 4.
All right, thank you, Andrew. And South Carolina Supreme Court justices order a retrial for Alec Murdoch in the murders of his wife and son. So we're taking a closer look at the decision and also what comes next. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now with breaking news out of Matthews. We've been following the story all afternoon. Right now, fire crews from several agencies are on the scene of a gas leak and fire in a residential neighborhood there in Matthews. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell live at the scene. So what's the very latest, Matt?
Yeah, Alicia, efforts have turned from firefighting to cleanup here along Morningwood Drive. We're in our neighborhood just west of East John Street here in Matthews. Fire officials tell us a crew from Pike Electric, which contracts for Duke Energy, was out here doing some work when this natural gas leak happened. It led to a fire which burned, get this, for more than 2 hours. The Matthews fire chief tells us that his crews have to be careful because you just can't extinguish a natural gas fire with water if the gas has not been shut off yet. But after some time, Piedmont was eventually able to get out here and cut that gas off to the street. Fire officials tell us 2 homes suffered significant damage, but thankfully, no one was home and no injuries have been reported. When we got on scene, we were able to speak with a lineman who tells us he was here when this fire broke out.
I was standing right there. They were doing that thing like usual. They were drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shot up in the air. I tell everybody, we gotta start living right, because that feel like hell there, boy.
It sounded like something broke, like pop, something popped, like maybe dropped or something. I don't know, but it was hard enough to where I felt. Then I said, maybe it was just me. And I went out the front door to do whatever, and I looked up and saw this fire. I mean, it was to the top of the trees.
That woman you just heard from is a neighbor who lives across the street. She says that her in-laws live closer to where this fire was happening. She says her first thought, of course, was to make sure they were okay. Fire officials did tell us that a couple of firefighters did get a little overcome with heat, and it's pretty hot out here today, but thankfully they were rehabbed and they'll be okay. Now, I mentioned earlier, Alicia, that the gas had to be shut off. Also, the electricity had to be shut off to this area, so there are some outages as of now. We don't know, we're still waiting to find out how long or what the timeline will be for when that power will be restored. As for what exactly caused this natural gas leak, we're still waiting to find out as officials dig into what exactly happened, but most importantly, no one was injured. Live in Matthews, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Matt, thank you for your reporting. We'll check back in with you in about 30 minutes. We'll also bring you any updates as we learn new information live on the air and also on our website at qcnews.com. Let's take a live look here over uptown Charlotte from our Arlington cameras. The skies are clear right now, but we are now tracking the chance for some rain later on tonight. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Andrew, when can we expect this rain to start?
Yeah, really during kind of the middle evening hours here across the Carolinas, Alicia. Not going to be a huge deal, but a couple of showers are possible. But behind this frontal boundary, we got a dry rest of the week here across the region, and then things start to get toasty as we head into the weekend. Some weekend heat on the way for the Carolinas. 77 degrees right now, winds out the south-southwest about 10 to 15 here. Dew points in the middle 40s. You got dry conditions out there. Pinpoint satellite watching a little bit of scattered cloud cover up across portions of the foothills and mountains. The actual frontal boundary still hasn't quite made its way into the Carolinas just yet, but we do anticipate that changing here. Pinpoint radar looking pretty good across the central portion of the Carolinas. You can already see the outline of those showers making their way through the southwestern portions of Virginia. That's part of a cold front that's going to be moving through later on this evening. Might give us a couple of showers, but more of a nuisance than any type of major disruption across the Carolinas. Temperatures here, mid to upper 70s, around the 80-degree mark, middle 60s. We head up into the higher elevations. I've got more on your forecast and what's ahead this weekend coming up with my Pinpoint 7-Day.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Another big story following at this hour. Disgraced South Carolina attorney Alec Murdoch will now soon be tried again for the 2023 murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul. So state Supreme Court justices today ruled that Murdoch's right to a fair trial was violated due to the actions of the Colton County Clerk of Court. Chief legal analyst Khalif Rhodes and also news anchor Brian Blankley discuss the ruling and what comes next. Take a listen.
Were you surprised?
Absolutely not, Brian. At the time when the jury verdict came out, his attorney Harpoonian came out and said, "Hey, we'll appeal, and we'll appeal for a number of reasons, specifically the interference, the communication that Becky Hill was having with the jurors." I saw the writing on the wall. I've been in a number of jury trials. Judges do not like their trials to be overturned. When they talk to the jury, they tell them a couple things. First of all, that all of the rules, everything that happens in this courtroom should happen in this courtroom. So if there are things that are happening behind the closed doors, or as our book title says, behind the doors of justice, then actually you don't want that to happen. You want to make sure that the judge has an opportunity to call balls and strikes. If there are conversations, if there are comments that are happening outside the judge's presence, that's completely inappropriate. And the court was 100% right in doing this. A number of things that she said to them, well, don't believe him. Watch his body language. Those are all the types of things that an actual attorney couldn't say in court to a juror, let alone a person that's not an attorney not being able to say that to a juror. And so for sure, when I heard that these things had happened, I knew that this was just a matter of time until this verdict would be overturned. But I said it at that moment in real time that this is going to be appealed and it would be overturned.
It was a unanimous decision, and I think you were saying it to me at that time when we were talking about it during that trial. What happens now with this case, and will it be tried in Colleton County again?
I mean, you can try. I mean, obviously the DA's office there, and they'll have an opportunity to say, look, you can't get a jury pool that will be able to give a fair and impartial trial, and that will be on both sides. His team will be saying the exact same thing. So yes, it'll be a redo, a part two, but it won't be a part two with the exact same facts. There were other things that I thought were inappropriate within that trial as well. During the trial, they mentioned a number of times about the way that he took money from his clients. A lot of that financial document evidence, the mindset of his clients at the time, how they were in despair and that he was taking advantage of them. I think that was improper, the way they attempted to introduce that during trial. The Supreme Court said the exact same thing. I like when I read this 27-page opinion, a couple things. First of all, that they were in tune with what was happening. They said, look, her book title, Behind the Doors of Justice, she was doing things behind the doors of justice, behind the scenes, attempting to influence. And they said that she had her hands, her fingers on the scales of justice. The rules of judicial rules of codes of conduct for judges give a couple of things. They make sure that you don't have any impropriety, but also make sure that you don't even have the appearance of impropriety. This, I think, hits on both.
All right, if you've been following this case, this is one discussion you might want to take a listen to, so you can be able to watch that full interview with Brian and Khalif on our website at qcnews.com, and also it's on our Queen City News YouTube page. The Charlotte NAACP chapter sparking outrage online after weighing in on who should replace outgoing Mayor Vi Lyles in Charlotte. So in a Facebook post, chapter president Reverend Corinne Mack now said that it would be wrong for a white person to be selected to serve out the remainder of Lyles' term. And she is defending her position to Queen City News Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber.
My bias comes from the fact that a black woman had the position for 5 terms. And in this critical time, why would we replace the black outgoing mayor with a white person? That simple.
NAACP Charlotte Mecklenburg chapter president Corinne Mack refusing to walk back her comments in this Facebook post from Monday. Mack wrote that it is, quote, seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be Charlotte's interim mayor. City Council is currently searching for someone to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, who is set to resign at the end of June. In an interview with Queen City News on Wednesday, Mack argued recent rulings on voting rights and redistricting efforts are evidence of black representation being undermined and stripped, and that voters in Charlotte have been intentional about having black representation.
And my question to the white folks who are up in arms and outraged, are they outraged about the fact that black representation is under attack? Are they outraged about the gerrymandering that's happening all over this country?
Martin Luther King is rolling over in his grave thinking about, hearing something like what was said today in that post.
Abdul Ali, the vice chair for the 12th Congressional Republican Party, rejected Mack's argument, saying it's antithetical to the original mission of the NAACP.
I think it's ridiculous because we're not talking about black people not being able to vote. We're not talking about black people not being able to run for office. If that were the case in any law that came out, whether it was done by the Trump administration or Republicans in any state, I'd stand with her against that. But that's not what we're talking about.
The search for interim mayor, meanwhile, is still in its early stages, but council has said they want Lyles' replacement ready in time for her June 30th resignation. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts has already expressed an interest in the position. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Staying in Charlotte now, Charlotte-Mecklenburg school board members are sending their revised version of next year's district budget on to the county commissioners for their approval. So Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill first presented the $2.1 billion plan last month, but then board members voted it down twice. So the latest plan now came just hours after North Carolina lawmakers announced a new budget framework, including 8% raises for teachers. That's up from the predicted 6% pay raise. So the district's top finance specialists addressed the state budget clarification before board members approved the measure.
While we're encouraged by this development, we must proceed with caution as the budget is not final and there are several things that remain under negotiation. At this time, we need to wait for additional clarification before running our final calculations. Once the state budget is finalized, we will return to the board for an approval of an amended budget.
So CMS leaders now say they do not anticipate making further cuts. Charlotte City Council members will meet again tomorrow to discuss their stance on the I-77 toll lane project. So they voted to pull their support for the expansion on Monday. So the proposal has now been controversial from the start, with neighbors along the corridor pushing back over concerns it will impact their communities. Tomorrow's meeting is to be able to get an update on the project and also to take any further action if needed. Now it begins at 1 p.m. at the Government Center in Uptown. We will keep you posted. Andrew.
Alicia, coming up after the break, talking more about what's been a beautiful day today, but we might see a couple of showers this evening with my full forecast next.
And the budget fight in Lincolnton heats up between city and county leaders. So why first responders and tax money are at the center of the debate. And also the next half hour, new life for a small town. How the community is now refreshing the land of an old furniture manufacturer to bring hope for Drexel. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. All right, let's talk about it now. The biggest fight holding up North Carolina's budget this year was over tax cuts, not spending. So Republican leaders now say they've reached a deal that would continue to lower the state's income tax while delivering pay raises for teachers and state employees. The state's income tax rate automatically drops when North Carolina hits certain revenue targets. Instead, though, lawmakers will now institute a schedule for those cuts. The plan also includes a constitutional amendment to cap the state income tax rate at 3.5%.
Important for us to provide some assurance that the rate would not bounce back up at some point, and that's the reason for the constitutional amendment.
The richest 1% of North Carolinians will get about $22,000 a year in tax breaks from this plan when it's fully in effect. And the poorest North Carolinians will get about $27. So this is an upside down tax plan, continues to give tax breaks to the very wealthy at the expense of all of us.
So teachers would receive an 8% pay raise, making their starting pay the highest in the South. So most state employees would see 3% raises. Law enforcement would get 10 to 20% raises. And then Republican leaders say they still have to be able to have more work to do before a final budget is complete. Gaston County commissioners approved their next budget, but it comes with a stipulation. So they want a closer look at staffing levels and the revenue brought in too by Gaston County schools. Most commissioners say that they believe the district should better manage its money before getting more funding. School officials are also considering consolidation of some campuses and layoffs. Commissioners will also set up meetings with district leaders in the next few weeks just to determine if they need to be able to make more cuts. The Mothers Against Drunk Driving organization now calling on North Carolina lawmakers to close loopholes in DUI laws. So last year, you might remember, lawmakers passed a law that allows drivers convicted of lower-level DWIs to install car breathalyzers as a penalty. But new legislation takes that even further. So House Bill 1199 would then require the devices for everyone convicted of DWI and those who refuse chemical tests. Mothers Against Drunk Driving reports that the devices prevented more than 3,000 drunk driving attempts in 2024.
If ignition interlocking devices had been required by law and enforced, my crash would likely not have happened. This is not about punishment, it's about prevention.
So this proposal is also part of the larger Seatbelt Act introduced by a state representative. President Trump in Beijing now for a summit with the president of China. The focus of the visit is expected to be on trade and the war with Iran. So tariffs from both countries were implemented earlier on looking at president's second term. So the president says that his biggest focus right now will be reaching deals with China to buy more American food and aircrafts. So Chinese President Xi also holds strong leverage over Iran, and he reportedly told Iranian leadership that an end to the war needs to come soon. So most of the two presidents' discussions are set to happen tomorrow. Back here at home, taking a live look here now over at the Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. So we're expecting some rain tonight. Look at that. Just gorgeous, though, today. We got some wet weather heading our way, but you have to just take this in, take this view in, this live view right here. 75 degrees in the Queen City as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew.
Yeah, I could see a couple of showers this evening. It's not going to be a washout, and it really won't be until probably at least about 4 to 5 hours from now, mid to later evening hours. That'll be the time frame if we do see any wet weather across the Carolinas. But I know you like the heat, Alicia.
I mean, today was gorgeous.
Today was gorgeous.
Get in where you fit in.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
But we do need that rain. You know?
We do need the rain, but the heat that you love so much, Alicia, that's coming right down the pike here in a couple of days. Outside, we got beautiful weather as we look towards uptown here. Alicia was talking about just a fabulous afternoon across the region. Primo weather, upper 70s, low humidity. Anything under 50 is basically zero humidity. It does not get much better than how it felt this afternoon across the Carolinas. Savor it, because you're going to be missing that about a week or so from now. Beach Mountain, we got mostly sunny skies, looking picturesque as well. Pinpoint satellite, you can see the frontal boundary right here making its way through Bristol and Johnson City. That eventually, roughly about 4 hours or so from now, as we get toward the middle evening hours, we'll be watching how much that moves into the central Carolinas with some potential showers on the way, but not much in terms of wet weather. Radar, though, is quiet across the region. We zoom out, you can see our frontal boundary off to our north and west. There's just a lot of dry air it's running into, so we'll see how much in terms of wet weather we could see. It won't be a lot, though, across the region. What will be a lot is the heat ahead next week here as we get towards the middle and latter part of next week. Notice the above average temperatures. We are going back into the 90s, everyone. In terms of a pattern change, we have got a lot of warm air that's going to be moving in. It's been cool, comfortable over the past couple of days, but once we head into the weekend, the ridge starts to crank across the Carolinas. Notice how much those temperatures are going to be moving on up here as we head throughout your Sunday into Monday here, day after day, getting hotter and hotter here across the Carolinas. But great weather this evening generally for the Charlotte FC match. I was concerned yesterday maybe we get a couple of showers, looking less and less likely at this point here. Let's zoom back out into Futurecast here. There's the frontal boundary moving through. A little bit of cloud cover, maybe an isolated shower here across the Carolinas. Not going to be a huge deal, though. Overnight, heading into your Thursday morning, we got partly cloudy skies. Looking good here across the region. Temperatures a little bit cooler, though, about 3 to 5 degrees cooler here across the Carolinas as we head through the overnight hours into your Friday. Mostly clear, pleasant weather, a little bit of a cool start, and then you'll start to notice the temperatures, even on Friday, still going to feel really nice out there. It starts to get a little bit warmer here across the region, and it really takes over as we head into the weekend. Starting on your Saturday, we're already up into the upper 70s before we get to lunchtime, and only getting warmer from there. Backyard grilling forecast this evening. It is going to be awesome if you want to eat outside. Mostly clear skies. Temperatures slowly cruising down here towards the middle 70s. And as we go through the overnight hours, cool start again tomorrow here behind the frontal boundary, but nothing too crazy in terms of any type of chill you got to deal with. Middle 40s as we head up into the higher elevations. High temperatures tomorrow, about 3 to 5 degrees cooler than what we saw today. Still, just a spectacular forecast shaping up across the Carolinas. Mountain forecast, you start to get toasty as well. Temperatures heading up into the mid to 80s here as we get to early next week on your Monday. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast, watching a lot of 90s down the road here, Alicia, coming into the forecast. Our pattern is going to be changing, and it's going to start to feel like summer as we go through next week.
All right. Thank you, Andrew, for that. Coming up, NFL unveils a record number of overseas games. And this coming season, going to Italy and Australia. So we see if the Panthers make that list for a second straight year. You're watching Queen City News at 4. The time now is 4:21, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Looking live here over at Bank of America Stadium from our Arlington camera right now. It's the Charlotte FC hosting a midweek matchup tonight. Also, the Crown is home against the New York City FC. So the team is now looking to get back in the win column, which has not been in now since the last time that it played in New York City back on April the 18th. Well, tonight's match begins at 7:15 in Uptown. Good luck. NFL, the schedule is out now for the international games in the upcoming season, and the Carolina Panthers did not make that list, but most notably will be the first games ever played in Melbourne, Australia, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and also Paris, France. So those games are happening in weeks 1, 3, and 7. We also learned that the Philadelphia Eagles will be traveling to the Dallas Cowboys for the 4:30 game on Thanksgiving. So we'll be able to watch that right here on Queen City News, and the full NFL schedule release is set for tomorrow. So NASCAR driver Catherine Legg is looking to be able to make racing history this month at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Get this, she's planning to attempt what's known as the double by racing in both the Indianapolis 500 and the Coca-Cola 600. Only 5 drivers have attempted the double, and then Legg would then be the first woman to do it. Now, the 110th running of the Indy 500 is set to begin at 12:45 on May 24th. After the checkered flag, then she would then fly to Charlotte and take part in Coke 600 beginning at 6. A major gas line rupture sparks a fire in Matthews, so the aftermath of the fire that damaged 2 homes. We'll talk about it next. And North Carolina lawmakers finally reached an agreement on the budget. But what's in the framework and what comes next for this proposal? You're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Yeah, mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic.
We continue to follow the breaking news out of Matthews right now. 2 homes are damaged after a gas line rupture sparked a fire in a neighborhood. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell live on the scene. So Matt, the fire is out finally. What's the very latest?
Yeah, exactly, Alicia. Efforts have turned from firefighting to now cleaning up here on Morningwood Drive. We're in a neighborhood just west of East John Street here in Matthews. Fire officials tell us a crew from Pike Electric, which contracts for Duke Energy, was out here doing some work when the natural gas leak happened. That led to a fire which burned for more than 2 hours. Matthews, Stalling, and even Charlotte firefighters responded. We're told that at least 100 first responders were here on the scene. The Matthews fire chief tells us that his crews had to be very careful because you just can't extinguish a natural gas fire with water if the gas has not been shut off yet. Piedmont was eventually able to cut that gas off to the street. Fire officials tell us 2 homes suffered significant damage, but thankfully no one was home and no injuries have been reported. When we got on scene, Alicia, we were able to speak with a lineman who tells us he was here when the fire broke out.
I'm standing right there. They were doing that thing like usual. They were drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shot up in the air. I tell everybody, we gotta start living right, because that feel like hell then, boy.
It sounded like something broke, like pop, something popped, like maybe dropped or something. I don't know, but it was hard enough to where I felt. Then I said, maybe it was just me. And I went out the front door to do whatever, and I looked up and saw this fire. I mean, it was to the top of the trees.
Yeah, that woman you just heard from is a neighbor who lives across the street. She says that her in-laws live closer to the fire, and she says that was her first thought, to make sure they were okay. Fire officials say a couple of firefighters did get overcome with the heat because of how hot the flames were and because it's a warm day out here in Matthews, but they were rehabbed, got some water, cooled off, and they're going to be all right. Alicia, I mentioned to you earlier that the gas had to be shut off, so did the power. There are outages here in this area, no timeline on when that power will be restored. But of course, we'll have the latest for you here on Queen City News and over on QCnews.com. Live in Matthews, Matt Stell. Alicia, back to you.
All right, Matt, and we have been on this breaking news since noon today. So we did take that news conference live. If you want to be able to see that, you can also see that on our website at QCnews.com. Taking a live look here now over at Uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. Skies are clear right now, but we're now tracking the chance for some rain that we desperately need here in our area later tonight. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Andrew, right now, when can we expect to be able to see some of that precipitation?
If we do see any shower activity, it probably won't be until about 8 o'clock or so tonight, Alicia, as we got a front moving through across the mountains. Might see it in about an hour and a half or so. Not going to see much in the way of any significant wet weather. A dry finish to the week, and then we've got some heat on the way for the Carolinas starting this weekend, continuing into next week. Going to start to get toasty out there across the region. Charlotte live cam right now, 77 degrees, just a beautiful afternoon. Wind out of the south-southwest, about 10 to 12 miles an hour. Pinpoint satellite shows a little bit of cloud cover. If we do see any wet weather, it's going to be in this kind of collection of clouds you see just getting ready to cross the border into portions of the mountains. You can see a little bit of wet weather here on Pinpoint radar, but this is going to be more of a nuisance than any type of major disruption here across the Carolinas. Zooming out across North and South Carolina, quiet conditions, beautiful weather out there. We got a frontal boundary off to our north and west that's going to be moving on in, and that's going to bring us slightly cooler temperatures tomorrow. Temperatures mid to upper 70s into the lower 80s for some of us, mid to upper 60s across the higher elevations. Compared to 24 hours ago, about 5 to 10 degrees warmer compared to this time yesterday. I've got more in your forecast and what's ahead for the weekend coming up with my Pinpoint 7-day.
All right, thank you, Andrew, for that. The Charlotte NAACP chapter sparking outrage online after weighing in on who should replace outgoing Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles. So in a Facebook post, chapter president Reverend Corinne Mack said that it would be wrong if a white person was to be selected to serve out the remainder of Lyles' term. So she's defending her position to Queen City News chief political correspondent Andy Weber.
My bias comes from the fact that a black woman had the position for 5 terms. And in this critical time, why would we replace the black outgoing mayor with a white person? That simple.
NAACP Charlotte Mecklenburg chapter president Corinne Mack refusing to walk back her comments in this Facebook post from Monday. Mack wrote that it is, quote, seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be Charlotte's interim mayor. City Council is currently searching for someone to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, who is set to resign at the end of June. In an interview with Queen City News on Wednesday, Mack argued recent rulings on voting rights and redistricting efforts are evidence of black representation being undermined and stripped, and that voters in Charlotte have been intentional about having black representation.
And my question to the white folks who are up in arms and outraged, are they outraged about the fact that black representation is under attack? Are they outraged about the gerrymandering that's happening all over this country?
Martin Luther King is rolling over in his grave thinking about, hearing something like what was said today in that post.
Abdul Ali, the vice chair for the 12th Congressional Republican Party, rejected Mack's argument, saying it's antithetical to the original mission of the NAACP.
I think it's ridiculous because we're not talking about black people not being able to vote. We're not talking about black people not being able to run for office. If that were the case in any law that came out, whether it was done by the Trump administration or Republicans in any state, I'd stand with her against that. But that's not what we're talking about.
The search for interim mayor, meanwhile, is still in its early stages, but council has said they want Lyles' replacement ready in time for her June 30th resignation. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts has already expressed an interest in the position. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
All right, Kannapolis police now investigating a deadly shooting. So officers responded yesterday afternoon to a home on Woodlawn Street. They found Craig Mullis now dead from the gunshot wound in the front yard. So investigators are now saying that there was an altercation between Mullis and a relative at the residence leading to the shooting. So this time, no charges have been filed. One person is recovering from a crash involving a school bus. This all happened this morning at the intersection of North Wendover Road and Marvin Road. It's happening in southeast Charlotte. Officers say the school bus is from a local charter school, and there's no word even at this hour on the extent of that person's injuries or what caused the crash to happen. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members are sending their revised version of next year's district budget onto the county commissioners for approval. So Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill first presented the $2.1 billion plan last month, but then board members voted it down twice. The latest plan came just hours after North Carolina lawmakers announced a new budget framework, including 8% raises for teachers. So that's up from the predicted 6% pay raise. The district's top finance specialist addressed the state budget clarification before board members approved the measure.
While we're encouraged by this development, we must proceed with caution as the budget is not final, and there are several things that remain under negotiation. At this time, we need to wait for additional clarification before running our final calculations. Once the state budget is finalized, we will return to the board for an approval of an amended budget.
CMS leaders say they do not anticipate making further cuts. So get this, the biggest fight holding up North Carolina's budget this year was not over tax cuts, not spending. Republican leaders say they've reached a deal now that would continue to lower the state's income tax while delivering pay raises for teachers and state employees. So the state's income tax rate automatically drops when North Carolina hits certain revenue targets. Instead, lawmakers will now institute a schedule for those cuts. The plan also includes a constitutional amendment to cap the state income tax rate at 3.5%.
Important for us to provide some assurance that the rate would not bounce back up at some point, and that's the reason for the constitutional amendment.
The richest 1% of North Carolinians will get about $22,000 a year in tax breaks from this plan when it's fully in effect. And the poorest North Carolinians will get about $27. So this is an upside down tax plan, continues to give tax breaks to the very wealthy at the expense of all of us.
All right, I want to give you a little bit more context on this so you can just understand this full situation. Teachers then would receive an 8% pay raise, making their starting pay the highest in the South. Most state employees would then see 3% raises, and then law enforcement would get 10 to 20% raises. Republican leaders say they still have a lot of work to be able to do before a final budget is complete. Let's talk about the tensions boiling over in Lincolnton as a budget fight between city and county leaders there threatens local first responders. So city council members say that a shift in sales tax money created a $2.3 million gap. County commissioners say they're now trying to be able to soften the blow. Queen City News anchor Jen Cardone tells us both sides say they will work together, even though they're just not on the same page.
Pay as you go.
After a heated meeting Tuesday afternoon, City of Lincolnton and Lincoln County leaders vow they still plan to work together to find a path forward for a budget shortfall.
And I know that it's legal, and I said at the meeting, it may be legal, but it's not right.
The problem is a chain reaction tied to money and sales tax changes. City leaders say it was created by how the county wants to distribute its sales tax revenue, leaving a $2.3 million budget gap for the city. It says could lead to first responder layoffs.
Give the city an opportunity to adjust and plan accordingly.
The county says it can offset impact by waiving nearly $430,000 in costs for tax collection, central communications, animal services, and code enforcement. It would also manage school resource officers. The city would take over South Fork Volunteer Fire Department if needed, water and sewer systems for Indian Creek and Finger Mill industrial parks, and release and change other responsibilities in those areas.
I'd like to know when you guys first started talking about this. Was it April? Was it March? Was it February? When did y'all decide to do this? Because we weren't made aware of it until Richie made us aware of it after Richie and Ed met with the county.
County leaders say they're willing to share the difference in sales tax revenue and that changes are necessary because of the uncertainty of the time. City leaders ask that if there is a change, it happens over 5 years. Officials on both sides either declined to speak with us or did not respond to our repeated requests for information. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Coming up after the break, I've got the latest on who might see a couple of showers this evening and what's ahead for a big weekend warm-up with my Pinpoint 7-Day next.
All right, thank you, Andrew. And new life for a small town. How the community is now refreshing the land of an old furniture manufacturer to bring hope to Drexel. We'll talk about it next. You're watching Queen City News for the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Welcome back. Our spring Queen City Hometown Tour has officially come to a close. So this morning, our team brought you stories about the land all around us and how it supports our everyday life. Well, our storyteller Maureen Wirt shows us how an old furniture plant is now bringing new life to the town of Drexel.
Look for little bumblebees. It's a mystery how they can fly.
In a one-stoplight town.
There we go.
Of Drexel, North Carolina.
So my apron came from just right downtown Drexel.
It's odd to see cars backed up on Main Street.
Okay, slower. Okay.
Now we have a breeze. Okay.
It's slow here.
You got it?
Some of that is due to its small-town nature, but mostly it's a side effect of a loss they cannot ignore.
You realize some people can be kicked down so many times and so long, they even lose hope. All right.
Since the fall of 2025,
hello,
Mike Chandler,
how are you?
Kathy Kazort, and other volunteers have set up a weekly food giveaway.
Have a blessed day.
At Drexel First Baptist Church.
Kathy and I both we love this community. We love the people in this community.
A defining site in Drexel sits a quarter of a mile away, an empty 100 acres. It's all that's left of Drexel Furniture Plant 1 since it closed in 2001.
And it left a void. You know, when you look around, you see that places that were vibrant and alive at one time, really booming, you saw parking lots with grass growing up in the parking lots, gates locked, chained.
For so many, this embodied all they lost. But after the city spent $10 million cleaning it up and put it up for sale, it's become a symbol of what never went away.
I am. I'm very hopeful. I'm very hopeful.
One of each, okay. She's got 2 families.
There's a common misunderstanding.
My little bumblebees, and I love bumblebees.
That bumblebees defy aerodynamics.
The wings are so, just so light, and they really can't carry the weight of their bodies.
They didn't see it at first, but scientists realized their wings move differently.
It's good to see you always.
They are made to fly, just not in the way we expect.
Just pull on up to that first table.
What's keeping Drexel going?
How you been after your surgery?
Is just as overlooked.
We believe we want to restore hope in people's hearts and their lives, and to see change take place. We believe that can happen.
It's the land, the line of cars.
Yes, whoa!
Woo!
Ho!
Yay, a breeze.
A bag of groceries.
Stop the other stations, they got more food for you.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
It's hope.
Perfect, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And it's always been there.
Hey, how are you?
Look at those line of cars. You'll be able to watch all of our stories from each hometown show on our website at qcnews.com. Check it out. All right, taking a live look here now at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. So we're expecting some rain tonight before drier and warmer weather return tomorrow. But a lot of people got out on the water, I'm sure, today. You see a lot of missing boats there. Let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. So Andrew, right now, we're also really heating up this weekend.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of toasty temperatures ahead as we go through your weekend forecast. Alicia, temperatures moving up in a big way. 77 degrees right now. Winds out of the south-southwest at 10 to 12 miles an hour. Dew points here in the middle 40s across the Carolinas up in Beach Mountain. A little bit more cloud cover, a little bit of possible wet weather moving on through. Pinpoint satellite shows there's a line of cloud cover that brings a couple of showers here into the region as we get into maybe the 5, 6, 7 o'clock hour. If we're going to see any showers, though, in Charlotte, probably won't be until at least 8 o'clock or so this evening. Zooming out all the way, this is part of a cold front moving through, a reinforcing shot of very comfortable air here to wrap up the week. Enjoy it, because this is the last time we're going to be seeing this type of cold front move through for at least a while here across the Carolinas. Very comfortable across the central and southern mid-Atlantic states, but a lot of red in terms of above average temperatures right down the road here. We got this one final cold front to move through, the dip in the jet stream, and then the ridge is going to start to pump here across the southeast. Higher heights mean higher temperatures, means basically the atmosphere is expanding, and that always means warmer temperatures here, and we're going to see a lot of warmth on the way across the region as we head on into next week. Now, if you are going to be heading to Dover International Speedway for the All-Star race here this Sunday at 1 o'clock, should have good weather for it. It's going to be a little bit on the warm side, but if you are heading up to Delaware, temperatures will be in the middle 80s. It's going to be closer to 90, though, or so here in Charlotte. Futurecast rolling here. There are some of those scattered showers moving through around 8 o'clock, maybe 9 o'clock or so, pushing through Charlotte. From there, we'll see our winds start to change back out of the north and west as we go into your Thursday morning. This is 7 o'clock, mostly clear skies here across the Carolinas. Heading into the afternoon, Should be a generally beautiful day, a little bit of a freshening breeze out of the north and west here across the Carolinas, a few scattered clouds. That is about it, though. And as we head into your Thursday night, moving into your Friday, a little bit of a cool start. Might even see those temperatures try to dip down into the upper 40s. And then just a beautiful, beautiful wrap to the week here across the region. Mostly clear skies, looking fabulous out there. And then as we head into your Saturday morning, a little bit of cloud cover here to start, and then temperatures, they start to really move up in a noticeable way here across the region. Weekend forecast, turning hot, turning humid. I'm not excited about this, but if you like hot weather, maybe you got a nice boat you want to take out on Lake Norman, this is certainly going to be a great weekend to do so. Low temperatures tonight, 56 in Charlotte, 58 in Chirrah, lower 50s up across the foothills, low to mid 40s once we get up into the mountains. Park forecast tomorrow afternoon, it's going to be a beautiful day out there. A little bit of a breeze, but a beautiful day out there across the Carolinas. Mountain forecast, we are watching the temperatures get turned up for you as well. It is getting toasty here once we get to your Monday, up into the middle 80s in your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Looking good for the next Charlotte FC match on Saturday, but it definitely will be warmer than what you're going to see tonight. And then the temperatures, Alicia, they just get warmer and warmer and warmer here across the region as we head towards the middle part of next week.
All right, speaking of hot, the NFL unveils the record number of overseas games in this coming season. So we're going to see the Panthers make that list for the second straight year. I'll see you watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:50, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Looking live here over at Bank of America Stadium right now from our Arlington camera. So Charlotte FC is hosting a midweek matchup. It's happening tonight. The Crown is now home against New York City FC, and the team is now looking to get back into the win column, which it has not been in since the last time that it played New York City back on April the 18th. So tonight's match begins at 7:15 in Uptown. Good luck, guys. The NFL schedule for international games in the upcoming season is out, and the Carolina Panthers, they did not make the list. So most notably, though, will be the first games ever played in Melbourne, Australia, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and also Paris, France. So the games now happening in weeks 1, 3, and 7. And we've also learned that the Philadelphia Eagles will be traveling to the Dallas Cowboys for the 4:30 game on Thanksgiving. So you'll be able to watch that right here on Queen City News. That full NFL schedule release date is tomorrow. NASCAR driver Catherine Legg now looking to be able to make racing history this month at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. She's now planning to attempt what's known as the double by racing in both the Indianapolis 500 and also Coca-Cola 600. Only 5 drivers have attempted the double, and Legg would be the first woman to do it. So the 110th running of the Indy 500 set to begin at 12:45 on May the 24th. And then after the checkered flag, Legg would then fly to Charlotte, take part in the Coke 600 beginning at 6. Only on Queen City News Plus, the lines between entertainment and politics getting a little blurred, right? So that's why TMZ has a new crew based solely in Washington, D.C. to talk with lawmakers. And Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber spoke to them about their goal in the nation's capital.
You can see someone who may just know TMZ on the surface that may make the claim you guys aren't hard-nosed enough or serious enough to cover politics. What would you say to someone like that?
TMZ fills the perfect gap for coverage on Capitol Hill just because of how we do cover things. You know, the way that CNN or Fox would go about covering something is very different to the way that we would go about covering something. I think that's evident in the clips that we've released. You know, we have no problem, going up to politicians on Capitol Hill and asking them the questions outright that the people want to know about.
You can be able to watch that full episode with Andy. It's called On the Record. Right now for free, just download the Queen City News Plus app on your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. On Queen City News at 5, a major gas line rupture sparks a fire in Matthews. So the aftermath of the fire that damaged 2 homes. And North Carolina lawmakers finally reached an agreement on the budget. So what's in the framework and what comes next for the proposal? We'll talk about it next. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. right, let's get a check of the roads as the afternoon commute gets underway. As we take a look here, I mean, have a lot of traffic accidents happening around the city, but if you're heading to that Charlotte FC game tonight in the uptown area, be really careful because you can be able to see there's a lot of red heading in that direction, and also the normal spots as you head down to Fort Mill area as you get into Pineville. But there you go. Just pack some patience as you get on the road. That's going to do it for me. I'm Alicia Barnes. Morgan Francis is up next at 5.
Well, white folks would say that. The very people who committed the crime of racism, which is the most violent thing that ever happened in this country.
Now on Queen City News, controversy over online remarks about who should replace outgoing Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles. We hear from the president of the Charlotte NAACP chapter about the posts and from those who are pushing back.
And it was a fabulous day across the Carolinas. Some people might see a couple of showers this evening, but I got the latest on a weekend heat wave with my full forecast at 5.
In South Carolina, Supreme Court justices ordered a retrial for Alec Murdoch of the murders of his wife and son. We're taking a closer look at the decision and what comes next.
Queen City News starts now.
We begin tonight with a developing story in Matthews. 2 homes are damaged after a major gas line rupture sparked a fire in a neighborhood. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell has the latest from the scene.
Yeah, the efforts here on Morningwood Drive have turned from firefighting to clean up. We're in a neighborhood just west of East John Street here in Matthews. Fire officials tell us a crew from Pike Electric, which contracts for Duke Energy, was here doing some work when the natural gas leak happened. That led to a fire which burned for more than 2 hours. Over 100 firefighters from Matthews, Stallings, and even Charlotte responded. The Matthews Fire Chief telling us his crews have to be careful because you just can't extinguish a natural gas fire with water if the gas hasn't been shut off yet. Now, after some time, Piedmont was eventually able to cut that gas off for the entire street. Fire officials tell us 2 homes suffered significant damage, but thankfully no one was home and no injuries have been reported. Now, when we got on scene, we were able to speak with a lineman who tells us he was here when the fire broke out.
Yeah, I was standing right there. They were doing that thing like usual. They were drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shot up in the air. I tell everybody, we gotta start living right, because that feel like hell there, boy.
It sounded like something broke, like pop, something popped, like maybe just dropped or something. I don't know, but it was hard enough to where I felt. Then I said, maybe it was just me. And I went out the front door to do whatever, and I looked up and saw this fire. I mean, it was to the top of the trees.
Now, that woman who you just heard from is a neighbor who lives across the street. She says her in-laws live much closer to the fire, and her first thought was to make sure that they were okay. Fire officials tell us a couple of firefighters did get a little overcome with the heat because of how hot those flames were, and it is a pretty warm day, but they were rehabbed, got some fire cooled off, and they were all right. Earlier, I mentioned that the gas had to be shut off. Well, the power also had to be shut off as well. No time yet on when power will be restored. Of course, we'll bring the latest here on Queen City News and over on QCnews.com. In Matthews, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Matt, and we'll bring you any new updates we learn from the scene live on air and on our website, QCnews.com. Taking a live look now at uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. Skies are clear right now, but we are tracking the chance for rain a little bit later on tonight. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So, Andrew, when can we expect the rain to start rolling through?
The wet weather is really going to start to move in here. If we do see any wet weather at all, that's not guaranteed, Morgan. We'll be during kind of the mid-evening hours here. And then we have a dry finish to the weekend. Then it's going to start to get hot out there as we go into your weekend forecast. Temperatures getting warmer and warmer here across the region. Charlotte live camera, though, today was an absolutely fabulous day out there. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s, no humidity really to speak of. Winds out of the south-southwest, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Pinpoint satellite, got another reinforcing front here. If you love comfortable weather and low humidity, most of us do, this is really going to be the week for you here across the region, and savor it. If we do see any showers, notice this collection of clouds right here. That's the frontal boundary moving in to the Carolinas as we speak. You can see that edge of showers. Probably going to see a little bit of wet weather here in Boone in about the next 30 or so minutes. Zooming all the way out here, we got a frontal boundary. That's what's the catalyst for any of the shower activity we could see across the region as it pushes through. Temperatures in the upper 70s in around Charlotte, 81 in Lancaster, and then upper 60s as we head on up into the mountains. I've got more on your forecast and what's ahead this weekend coming up with my Pinpoint 7-Day. Morgan?
Disgraced South Carolina attorney Alec Murdoch will soon be tried again for the 2021 murders of his wife Maggie and son Paul. State Supreme Court justices today ruled that Murdoch's right to a fair trial was violated due to the actions of the Colleton County Court Clerk. Chief Legal Analyst Colleen Rhodes and anchor Brian Blakely discussed the ruling and what comes next.
Were you surprised?
Absolutely not, Brian. At the time when the jury verdict came out, his attorney, Harpoonian, came out and said, hey, we'll appeal, and we'll appeal for a number of reasons, specifically the interference, the communication that Becky Hill was having with the jurors. I saw the writing on the wall. I've been in a number of jury trials. Judges do not like their trials to be overturned. When they talk to the jury, they tell them a couple things. First of all, that all of the rules, everything that happens in this courtroom should happen in this courtroom. So if there are things that are happening behind the closed doors, or as our book title says, behind the doors of justice, then actually you don't want that to happen. You want to make sure that the judge has an opportunity to call balls and strikes. If there are conversations, if there are comments that are happening outside the judge's presence, that's completely inappropriate. And the court was 100% right in doing this. A number of things that she said to them, well, don't believe him. Watch his body language. Those are all the types of things that an actual attorney couldn't say in court to a juror, let alone a person that's not an attorney not being able to say that to a juror. And so for sure, when I heard that these things had happened, I knew that this was just a matter of time until this verdict would be overturned. But I said it at that moment in real time that this is going to be appealed and it would be overturned.
It was a unanimous decision, and I think you were saying it to me at that time when we were talking about it during that trial. What happens now with this case, and will it be tried in Colleton County again?
I mean, you can try. I mean, obviously the DA's office there, and they'll have an opportunity to say, look, you can't get a jury pool that will be able to give a fair and impartial trial, and that would be on both sides. His team will be saying the exact same thing. So yes, it'll be a redo, a part two, but it won't be a part two with the exact same facts. There were other things that I thought were inappropriate within that trial as well. During the trial, they mentioned a number of times about the way that he took money from his clients. A lot of that financial document evidence, the mindset of his clients at the time, how they were in despair and that he was taking advantage of them. I think that was improper, the way they attempted to introduce that during trial. The Supreme Court said the exact same thing. I like when I read this 27-page opinion, a couple things. First of all, that they were in tune with what was happening. They said, look, her book title, Behind the Doors of Justice, she was doing things behind the doors of justice, behind the scenes, attempting to influence. And they said that she had her hands, her fingers on the scales of justice. The rules of judicial rules of codes of conduct for judges give a couple of things. They make sure that you don't have any impropriety, but also make sure that you don't even have the appearance of impropriety. This, I think, hits on both.
A lot more was covered in that discussion. You can watch the full interview on our website, qcnews.com, and the Queen City News YouTube page. The Charlotte NAACP chapter is sparking outrage online after weighing in on who should replace outgoing Mayor Vi Lyles. In a Facebook post, chapter president Reverend Corinne Mack said it would be wrong for a white person to be selected to serve out the remainder of Lyles' term. And she's defending her position to Queen City News chief political correspondent Andy Weber.
My bias comes from the fact that a black woman had the position for 5 terms. And in this critical time, why would we replace the black outgoing mayor with a white person? That simple.
NAACP Charlotte Mecklenburg chapter president Corinne Mack refusing to walk back her comments in this Facebook post from Monday. Mack wrote that it is, quote, seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be Charlotte's interim mayor. City Council is currently searching for someone to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, who is set to resign at the end of June. In an interview with Queen City News on Wednesday, Mack argued recent rulings on voting rights and redistricting efforts are evidence of black representation being undermined and stripped, and that voters in Charlotte have been intentional about having black representation.
And my question to the white folks who are up in arms and outraged, are they outraged about the fact that black representation is under attack? Are they outraged about the gerrymandering that's happening all over this country?
Martin Luther King is rolling over in his grave thinking about, hearing something like what was said today in that post.
Abdul Ali, the vice chair for the 12th Congressional Republican Party, rejected Mack's argument, saying it's antithetical to the original mission of the NAACP.
I think it's ridiculous because we're not talking about black people not being able to vote. We're not talking about black people not being able to run for office. If that were the case in any law that came out, whether it was done by the Trump administration or Republicans in any state, I'd stand with her against that. But that's not what we're talking about.
The search for interim mayor, meanwhile, is still in its early stages, but council has said they want Lyles' replacement ready in time for her June 30th resignation. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts has already expressed an interest in the position. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members are sending their revised version of next year's district budget to county commissioners for approval. Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill first presented the $2.1 billion plan last month, but board members voted it down twice. The latest plan came just hours after North Carolina lawmakers announced a new budget framework, including 8% raises for teachers. That's up from the predicted 6% pay raise. The district's top finance specialists addressed the state budget clarification before board members approved the measure.
While we're encouraged by this development, we must proceed with caution as the budget is not final and there are several things that remain under negotiation. At this time, we need to wait for additional clarification before running our final calculations. Once the state budget is finalized, we will return to the board for an approval of an amended budget.
CMS leaders say they do not anticipate making further cuts. Charlotte City Council members will meet again tomorrow to discuss their stance on the I-77 toll lane project. They voted to pull their support for the expansion on Monday. The proposal has been controversial from the start, with neighbors along the corridor pushing back over concerns it will impact their communities. Tomorrow's meeting is to get an update on the project and to take any further action if needed. It begins at 1 p.m. at the Government Center in Uptown.
Heading to the Charlotte FC match tonight, or you've got big weekend plans? I've got your weather breakdown for both with my Pinpoint 7-Day next.
The budget fight in Lincolnton heats up between city and county leaders, why first responders and tax money are at the center of the debate. And in the next half hour, a special connection to nature during the worst drought in decades, how one North Carolina woman feels uniquely connected to the trees. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Tensions are boiling over in Lincolnton as a budget fight between city and county leaders threatens local first responders. City council members say a shift in sales tax money created a $2.3 million gap, and county commissioners say they're trying to soften the blow. As Queen City News anchor Jen Cardone tells us, both sides say they will work together even though they're not on the same page.
Pay as you go.
After a heated meeting Tuesday afternoon, City of Lincolnton and Lincoln County leaders vow they still plan to work together to find a path forward for a budget shortfall.
And I know that it's legal, and I said at the meeting, it may be legal, but it's not right.
The problem is a chain reaction tied to money and sales tax changes. City leaders say it was created by how the county wants to distribute its sales tax revenue, leaving a $2.3 million budget gap for the city. It says could lead to first responder layoffs.
Give the city an opportunity to adjust and plan accordingly.
The county says it can offset impact by waiving nearly $430,000 in costs for tax collection, central communications, animal services, and code enforcement. It would also manage school resource officers. The city would take over South Fork Volunteer Fire Department if needed, water and sewer systems for Indian Creek and Finger Mill Industrial Parks, and release and change other responsibilities in those areas.
I'd like to know when you guys first started talking about this. Was it April? Was it March? Was it February? When did y'all decide to do this? Because we weren't made aware of it until Richie made us aware of it after Richie and Ed met with the county.
County leaders say they're willing to share the difference in sales tax revenue and that changes are necessary because of the uncertainty of the time. City leaders ask that if there is a change, it happens over 5 years. Officials on both sides either declined to speak with us or did not respond to our repeated requests for information. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Gaston County Commissioners approved their next budget, but it comes with a stipulation. They want a closer look at staffing levels and the revenue brought in by Gaston County schools. Most commissioners say they believe the district should better manage its money before getting more funding. School officials are considering consolidation of some campuses and layoffs. Commissioners will set up meetings with district leaders in the next few weeks to determine if they need to make more cuts. The Mothers Against Drunk Driving organization is calling on North Carolina lawmakers to close loopholes in DUI laws. Last year, lawmakers passed a law that allows drivers convicted of lower-level DWIs to install car breathalyzers as a penalty. But new legislation takes that further. House Bill 1199 would require the devices for everyone convicted of DWI and those who refuse chemical tests. Mothers Against Drunk Driving reports the devices prevented more than 3,000 drunk driving attempts in 2024.
If ignition interlocking devices had been required by law and enforced, my crash would likely not have happened. This is not about punishment, it's about prevention.
This proposal is part of the larger Seatbelt Act introduced by a state representative. President Trump is in Beijing for a summit with the president of China. The focus of the visit is expected to be on trade and the war with Iran. Tariffs from both countries were implemented early on in President Trump's second term. The president says his biggest focus will be reaching deals with China to buy more American food and aircraft. Chinese President Xi also holds strong leverage over Iran and has reportedly told Iranian leadership that an end to the war needs to come soon. Most of the two presidents' discussions are set to happen tomorrow. Taking a live look now at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. We are expecting some rain tonight before drier and warmer weather return tomorrow, but quite picturesque out there right now. Here's meteorologist Andrew Brightman. So we are really going to heat up this weekend. I mean,
toasty.
What day is the last day here that we're going to enjoy temps in the 70s?
Probably Friday is going to be our last chance to enjoy it, and then we're up in the 80s on Saturday. It gets hotter and hotter, and by the middle part of next week, we're going to be kind of in the neighborhood, maybe not quite next door, but definitely in the neighborhood of potential record highs here across the region. It's going to be getting hot out there across the Carolinas, so enjoy the beautiful, the picturesque weather we're being treated to right now here across the Carolinas. It is fabulous here as you step out the door on your Wednesday. 78 degrees, winds out of the south-southwest about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Up in Beach Mountain, though, notice the cloud cover rolling in. There's a couple of showers we could see this evening. More of a nuisance than any type of major disruption to your plans. But Almanac Day actually got down to 46 degrees this morning. It's fairly impressive. 77 was the high. A little bit below average here on both counts across the Carolinas. Pinpoint satellite, we do have this frontal boundary moving in. That's the cloud cover you see. And as we switch over to radar, there's some of those showers here about the next 15 to 20 minutes, probably going to be moving into Boone with a little bit of wet weather. That's part of the cold front that's going to be rolling through the Carolinas, giving us a little bit cooler weather again on your Thursday. The last real reinforcing shot of fresh spring air for probably the foreseeable future here across the region. And then we're going to start to transition to feeling more like summer out there across the Carolinas. 77 in Knoxville, 81 in Atlanta, 82 in Nashville. So warm, but still fairly comfortable here across the southeast as we're getting basically towards the middle of May. Those rain chances this evening, and then watching as we get towards maybe Sunday into early next week. Could see a pop-up shower storm, but nothing really significant here across the Carolinas. That 2 inches of rain that we saw last week, that's probably going to be the most rain we see for the foreseeable future. Futurecast, possible shower this evening. A few raindrops on the windshield, not seeing much more than that here across the region. Rolling into your Thursday, your Friday Eve, as we like to say, partly cloudy skies. A beautiful day here. A little bit more of a breeze out of the north and west behind that front, but still very, very comfortable here across the Carolinas. Temperatures into the low 70s. It's going to feel, believe it or not, maybe even better than what we saw today here across the region. As we head into your Friday, we've got beautiful weather, sunny skies here across the region, and then as we head into your Friday night, we'll see more great weather, but Saturday is when we start to crank that atmospheric thermostat. It starts to get toasty out there. Notice we're already up to 77 here by 10 o'clock in the morning, and by lunchtime, we're into the lower 80s. So your weekend forecast looking hot, looking dry, and especially once we get to Sunday, starting to look humid here across the region. More of a kind of a summer feel. This is going to be the first real surge of humidity into the region in quite a while. Probably the first time really this season. 56 in Charlotte overnight tonight, 58 in Sherrod, middle 40s as we head up into the higher elevations. Tomorrow here across the region, beautiful weather again. More treated to just fabulous weather conditions, nothing but sunshine. Temperatures in the mid 70s across the upstate. In around Charlotte, looking good. Fabulous weather as well. Shelby and Gastonia, get outside, enjoy this picture perfect weather we are going to be treated to, especially if you like a little bit of weather on the cooler side during the mid to late spring. Morganton, Hickory, great weather as well. And as we get up into the mountains, temperatures are going to be in the upper 50s to around 60, looking pretty good. Mountain forecast here, a bit of a cool day tomorrow and Friday morning as well. And then you start to get warm as we head into early next week in your pinpoint 7-day forecast. More dry weather for the next Charlotte FC match on Saturday, and then also as we head into next week, heading up towards the middle 90s. Morgan?
Andrew, thank you. The NFL unveils a record number of overseas games in this coming season. We see it, the Panthers make the list for a second straight year. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We're looking live at Bank of America Stadium from our Arlington camera. Charlotte FC is hosting a midweek matchup tonight. Crown is home against New York City FC. Team is looking to get back into the winning column, which it has not been in since the last time it played New York City back on April 18th. I think we've got Panthers up on the big screen there. I'm trying to see exactly what's going on. Tonight's match, though, Charlotte FC begins at 7:15 in Uptown. The NFL's schedule for international games in the upcoming season is out, and the Carolina Panthers did not make the list. Most notably will be the first games ever played in Melbourne, Australia, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and Paris, France. Those games are happening in weeks 1, 3, and 7. We've also learned that the Philadelphia Eagles will be traveling to the Dallas Cowboys for the 4:30 game on Thanksgiving. That one you'll be able to watch right here on Queen City News. The full NFL schedule release is tomorrow. NASCAR driver Catherine Legg is looking to make racing history this month at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. She's planning to attempt what is known as the double by racing in both the Indianapolis 500 and the Coca-Cola 600. Only 5 drivers have attempted the double, and Legg would be the first woman to do it. The 110th running of the Indy 500 is set to begin at 12:45 on May 24th. After the checkered flag, Legg would then fly to Charlotte and take part in the Coke 600 beginning at 6. A major gas line rupture sparks a fire in a Matthews neighborhood, the aftermath of the blaze that damaged several homes. And North Carolina lawmakers finally reach an agreement on a budget. What's in the framework and what comes next for the proposal? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Continue to follow the developing story in Matthews. 2 homes have been damaged after a major gas line rupture sparked a fire in a neighborhood. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell has the latest from the scene.
Yeah, the efforts here on Morningwood Drive have turned from firefighting to cleanup. We're in a neighborhood just west of East John Street here in Matthews. Fire officials tell us a crew from Pike Electric, which contracts for Duke Energy, was here doing some work when the natural gas leak happened. That led to a fire which burned for more than 2 hours. Over 100 firefighters from Matthews, Stallings, and even Charlotte responded. The Matthews Fire Chief telling us his crews have to be careful because you just can't extinguish a natural gas fire with water if the gas hasn't been shut off yet. Now, after some time, Piedmont was eventually able to cut that gas off for the entire street. Fire officials tell us 2 homes suffered significant damage, but thankfully no one was home and no injuries have been reported. Now, when we got on scene, we were able to speak with a lineman who tells us he was here when the fire broke out.
Yeah, I was standing right there. They were doing their thing like usual. They were drilling, and they said kaboom. When they said kaboom, and they shot up in the air. I tell everybody, we gotta start living right, because that feel like hell there, boy.
It sounded like something broke, like pop, something pop, like maybe just dropped or something. I don't know, but it was hard enough to where I felt. Then I said, maybe it was just me. And I went out the front door to do whatever, and I looked up and saw this fire. I mean, it was to the top of the trees.
Now, that woman who you just heard from is a neighbor who lives across the street. She says her in-laws live much closer to the fire, and her first thought was to make sure that they were okay. Earlier, I mentioned that the gas had to be shut off. Well, the power also had to be shut off as well. No time yet on when power will be restored. Of course, we'll bring you the latest here on Queen City News and over on QCnews.com. In Matthews, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
And as Matt mentioned, we'll bring you any new updates we learn from the scene live on air and on our website, QCnews.com. Disgraced South Carolina attorney Alec Murdoch will soon be tried again for the 2021 murders of his wife Maggie and son Paul. State Supreme Court justices today ruled that Murdoch's right to a fair trial was violated due to the actions of the Colleton County court clerk. Chief Legal Analyst Colleaf Rhodes and anchor Brian Blakely discussed the ruling and what comes next.
Were you surprised?
Absolutely not, Brian. At the time when the jury verdict came out, his attorney, Harpoonian, came out and said, hey, we'll appeal, and we'll appeal for a number of reasons, specifically the interference, the communication that Becky Hill was having with the jurors. I saw the writing on the wall. I've been in a number of jury trials. Judges do not like their trials to be overturned. When they talk to the jury, they tell them a couple things. First of all, that all of the rules, everything that happens in this courtroom should happen in this courtroom. So if there are things that are happening behind the closed doors, or as our book title says, behind the doors of justice, then actually you don't want that to happen. You want to make sure that the judge has an opportunity to call balls and strikes. If there are conversations, if there are comments that are happening outside the judge's presence, that's completely inappropriate. And the court was 100% right in doing this. A number of things that she said to them, well, don't believe him. Watch his body language. Those are all the types of things that an actual attorney couldn't say in court to a juror, let alone a person that's not an attorney not being able to say that to a juror. And so for sure, when I heard that these things had happened, I knew that this was just a matter of time until this verdict would be overturned. But I said it at that moment in real time that this is going to be appealed and it would be overturned.
It was a unanimous decision, and I think you were saying it to me at that time when we were talking about it during that trial. What happens now with this case, and will it be tried in Colleton County again?
I mean, you can try. I mean, obviously the DA's office there, and they'll have an opportunity to say, look, you can't get a jury pool that will be able to give a fair and impartial trial, and that would be on both sides. His team will be saying the exact same thing. So yes, it'll be a redo, a part 2, but it won't be a part 2 with the exact same facts. There were other things that I thought were inappropriate within that trial as well. During the trial, they mentioned a number of times about the way that he took money from his clients. A lot of that financial document evidence, the mindset of his clients at the time, how they were in despair and that he was taking advantage of them. I think that was improper, the way they attempted to introduce that during trial. The Supreme Court said the exact same thing. I like when I read this 27-page opinion, a couple things. First of all, that they were in tune with what was happening. They said, look, her book title, Behind the Doors of Justice, she was doing things behind the doors of justice, behind the scenes, attempting to influence. And they said that she had her fingers on the scales of justice. The rules of judicial rules of codes of conduct for judges give a couple of things. They make sure that you don't have any impropriety, but also make sure that you don't even have the appearance of impropriety. This, I think, hits on both.
A lot more was covered in that discussion. You can watch the full interview on our website, qcnews.com, and the Queen City News YouTube page. The Charlotte NAACP chapter is sparking outrage online after weighing in on who should replace outgoing Mayor Vi Lyles. In a Facebook post, chapter president Reverend Corinne Mack said it would be wrong for a white person to be selected to serve out the remainder of Lyles' term. And she's defending her position to Queen City News chief political correspondent Andy Weber.
Our bias comes from the fact that a black woman had the position for 5 terms. And in this critical time, why would we replace the black outgoing mayor with a white person? That simple.
NAACP Charlotte Mecklenburg chapter president Corinne Mack refusing to walk back her comments in this Facebook post from Monday. Mack wrote that it is, quote, seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be Charlotte's interim mayor. City Council is currently searching for someone to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, who is set to resign at the end of June. In an interview with Queen City News on Wednesday, Mack argued recent rulings on voting rights and redistricting efforts are evidence of black representation being undermined and stripped, and that voters in Charlotte have been intentional about having black representation.
And my question to the white folks who are up in arms and outraged, are they outraged about the fact that black representation is under attack? Are they outraged about the gerrymandering that's happening all over this country?
Martin Luther King is rolling over in his grave thinking about, hearing something like what was said today in that post.
Abdul Ali, the vice chair for the 12th Congressional Republican Party, rejected Mack's argument, saying it's antithetical to the original mission of the NAACP.
I think it's ridiculous because we're not talking about black people not being able to vote. We're not talking about black people not being able to run for office. If that were the case in any law that came out, whether it was done by the Trump administration or Republicans in any state, I'd stand with her against that. But that's not what we're talking about.
The search for interim mayor, meanwhile, is still in its early stages, but council has said they want Lyles' replacement ready in time for her June 30th resignation. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts has already expressed an interest in the position. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Kannapolis police are investigating a deadly shooting. Officers responded yesterday afternoon to a home on Woodlawn Street. They found Craig Mullis dead from a gunshot wound in the front yard. Investigators say there was an altercation between Mullis and a relative at the residence, leading to the shooting. At this time, no charges have been filed. One person is recovering from a crash involving a school bus. This happened this morning at the intersection of North Wendover Road and Marvin Road in southeast Charlotte. Officers say the school bus is from a local charter school. No word on the extent of that person's injuries or what caused the crash. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members are sending their revised version of next year's district budget to county commissioners for approval. Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill first presented the $2.1 billion plan last month, but board members voted it down twice. The latest plan came just hours after North Carolina lawmakers announced a new budget framework, including 8% raises for teachers. That's up from the predicted 6% pay raise. The district's top finance specialist addressed the state budget clarification before board members approved the measure.
While we're encouraged by this development, we must proceed with caution as the budget is not final, and there are several things that remain under negotiation. At this time, we need to wait for additional clarification before running our final calculations. Once the state budget is finalized, we will return to the board for an approval of an amended budget.
CMS leaders say they do not anticipate making further cuts. The biggest fight holding up North Carolina's budget this year was over tax cuts, not spending. Republican leaders say they've reached a deal that would continue to lower the state's income tax while delivering pay raises for teachers and state employees. The state's income tax rate automatically drops when North Carolina hits certain revenue targets. Instead, lawmakers will institute a schedule for those cuts. The plan also includes a constitutional amendment to cap the state income tax rate at 3.5%.
Important for us to provide some assurance that the rate would not bounce back up at some point, and that's the reason for the constitutional amendment.
The richest 1% of North Carolinians will get about $22,000 a year in tax breaks from this plan when it's fully in effect. and the poorest North Carolinians will get about $27. So this is an upside down tax plan, continues to give tax breaks to the very wealthy at the expense of all of us.
Again, teachers would receive an 8% pay raise, making their starting pay the highest in the South. Most state employees would see 3% raises. Law enforcement would get 10 to 20% raises. Republican leaders say they still have more work to do before a final budget is complete. Charlotte City Council members will meet again tomorrow to discuss their stance on the I-77 toll lane project. They voted to pull their support for the expansion on Monday. The proposal has been controversial from the start, with neighbors along the corridor pushing back over concerns it will impact their communities. Tomorrow's meeting is to get an update on the project and to take any further action if needed. It begins at 1 p.m. at the Government Center in Uptown.
Coming up after the break, I've got the latest on the toasty temperatures ahead for the Carolinas this weekend with my full forecast next.
A special connection to nature during the worst drought in decades. How one North Carolina woman feels uniquely connected to the trees. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Our spring Queen City hometown tour has officially come to a close. This morning, our team brought you stories about the land all around us and how it supports our everyday life. With the ongoing drought we're seeing, it has a big impact on life around us. Our storyteller, Maureen Wirtz, introduces us to one woman who has a unique connection to nature.
And I like to think that the hills are singing, the mountains are singing, and the trees are applauding.
Just exactly where Beck Hill's love lies.
There's just so much right here in this one spot that people just walk over and they take for granted.
Is a bit of a mystery.
Just blooming randomly.
There's no map.
It's in the absolute middle of nowhere.
No directions, just something that speaks to her spirit.
Favorite place. Absolutely.
Go ahead, ask her where she is.
And the place that I forage is, that's where you do the beep, radio edit.
All of her life, Beck has walked these woods. She's not meant for sidewalks and skyscrapers, but wander in the wild.
Holler hag. I have decided if there are feral ones, feral's been taken over, I will be the holler hag. Nobody wants to be a holler hag, so I'll be the holler hag.
These hollers belong to her family, though the land seems to belong to itself.
I want to speak for the trees. I know I like speaking for my trees.
One tree on the mountain is named Braveheart, twisted and weathered.
One, he's kind of spooky looking. But that tree has fought battles that most people don't even know about. And it's twisted him, but he still lives.
Another.
There's a worry. There's so much a worry, especially the first time I was able to come up here after Helene.
Is one that could be Beck.
Having secure roots and good wings is a wonderful thing to have. For as long as I've known her, she's been hollow. Nature is not logical.
But is aptly named Perseverance.
That tree preaches and has so much to say.
Completely hollow, and yet she blooms, lives, and perseveres.
She weathered Helene. She weathers all of the big snowstorms and the ice storms and the wind. But she still stands just as pretty, doing her job.
Every day, Beck wonders if this will be the time when the trees fall.
People not from here, they plant pavement and concrete.
And the land gets quiet.
It's actually quite noisy, but it's actually very quiet at the same time. But it's nature and creation and all of her glory singing.
Thankfully, today is not that day. Hear that? The land is speaking.
That was our Maureen Wirtz reporting. You can watch all of our stories from each hometown show on our website, qcnews.com. Looked like it was a beautiful day for that shoot as we take a live look outside now at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. A gorgeous evening out there. We are expecting some rain tonight. Some might see it, some might not, before drier and warmer weather return tomorrow. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman has all the details. Really going to heat up.
Yeah.
But we could still use that rain. We're still dealing with drought conditions.
We need a lot of rain here. Inches, actually maybe over a foot of rain to truly erase some of the drought that we've been seeing here in Charlotte. Some places farther east, even more extreme. They need almost 2 feet of rain.
Right, and the trend's not looking like we're getting it?
No, the 2 inches of rain that we saw last week, that's probably going to be the most amount of rainfall we see for quite a while, Morgan. Right now, though, outside, we've got beautiful sunshine, temperatures in the upper 70s right now. Absolutely beautiful weather currently here. Spectacular winds out of the south-southwest here about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points in the mid to upper 40s. Right now, Beach Mountain, they are seeing a little bit of shower activity as promised. A couple of sprinkles as we get up into the mountains currently here. Pinpoint radar, there's some of that wet weather here as we head up across portions of the mountains near Boone. Otherwise, we have got dry conditions right now. Clouds and radar frontal boundary moving in to the central portion of the Carolinas here. Rain chances not going to be moving up in a dramatic way. We're just talking about it with Morgan, but going to be fairly dry here as we go through the weekend and into early next week. Futurecast in motion. Watching some of those scattered showers here overnight, Wednesday into your Thursday. We see some of that clearing here across the region into your Thursday morning. Should have absolutely beautiful weather out there as we get things started heading into the afternoon. Temperatures up into the low 70s, partly cloudy skies. Looking fabulous out there. Beautiful weather conditions. Probably even better than what we're seeing today here across the Carolinas. Heading into your Friday, cool start for sure. Temperatures, though, they start to get a little bit warmer out there, and that's going to be continuing right through your weekend forecast as we'll see the temperatures shooting up here on Saturday. A little more cloud cover Saturday morning, and as we get to lunchtime, already up into the middle 80s here across the region. Just talking about it. This is our current drought monitor. We get a new one in tomorrow, dealing with the extreme drought conditions, even some exceptional drought off to the east of Charlotte. Let's talk about some of the winds here. We'll be a little bit more breezy tomorrow across the region as we go through the overnight hours into your Thursday here. We've got northwesterly winds about 10 to 20 miles an hour heading throughout your Thursday. You see those winds about 15 to 25 miles an hour out of the north and west moving through the Central Carolinas. So a little bit of a breeze here as we go throughout your Thursday, and then overnight Thursday heading into your Friday. We'll have that northwesterly flow start to slacken and the winds continue to come down here across the region as we go throughout the end of the week. Day planner overnight will be cooling down, but might see an isolated shower, but for the most part going to be staying dry. 56 in Charlotte, 58 in Chirac, low 50s up across the foothills, mountains temperatures in the middle 40s. Park forecast, and we've got temperatures going to be up into the 70s. Beautiful weather, spectacular weather shaping up here across the Carolinas as we get to your Friday Eve. Temperature 74 in Charlotte, 75 in Monroe, 76 in Chirac, up across the mountains. Temperatures upper 50s to right around the 60-degree mark. Mountain forecast here. Temperatures heading up into the middle 80s as we get to early next week on your Monday with the partly cloudy skies. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast should be dry for the next Charlotte FC match that we have on Saturday after the one tonight. And then, boy, Morgan, does it start to get toasty here across the Carolinas as we go into early in the middle part of next week.
Yep, the heat is on. Thanks,
Yep.
Andrew. The NFL unveils a record number of overseas games in the coming season. We see if the Panthers make the list for a second straight year. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. You're looking live at Bank of America Stadium from our Arlington camera. Charlotte FC is hosting a midweek matchup tonight. The Crown is home against New York City FC. The team is looking to get back into the win column, which it has not been in since